Chapter on the Assistant of the Clan. In the upper mystic peak sect, within Heaven's Summit Hall. Brother, Master has ascended to immortality, yet remains stagnant at the physical cultivation realm. We truly owe a debt of gratitude to Master's nurturing, yet your sect is now in ruins. Do you hate any? Luan Qing's face flushed shed slight light as he first bowed towards the ancestral table above before turning to his Mutian Ken beside her. Brother, the upper mystic peak section now only has 7 spleens, and among us, the strongest, you, Aryan Lyathes of Enflodel of physical cultivation. Once. In the distance, Ruan King sighed. With this sect in such disarray, in this world of cultivating immortality wherever strong prion through age, the upper mystic peak sect had essentially already fallen. Only they, these of spleens, remained. The strongest, Mutianchen, was an Lyathes of Enflodel of physical cultivation, while the weakest, Luan Qing, had just reached at the third level. Fearfully, even an enlightened beast would be beyond their capabilities. But, Master's last words. Mutian Kanshir was filled with meek emotions. After arriving in this world, he always adopted and taken a disciple with the old man. He had thought that after crossing over, his life would take off with unparalleled talent, soaring cultivation, transcending theurgies, and dominating Genra. Built ideals are abundant, while reality is harsh. Although Mutian Kan's spiritual root was not inferior, the upper mystic peak sect had fallen into disrepair. In the following years, the old man took on 6 more disciples, 3 malice and 3 families, with impressive potential, beautiless. Brother, do you think we can fulfill Master's last words? Ruan King Shi'ar was torn. His parents were ordinary people, and it was Master who saved him from the mouth of a beast during a rampage. Yet, thinking of Master's dying wish, beside passing the position of 99th generation patriarch of upper mystic peak sect to the oldest brother Mutianken, he also requested these events brings down night and restore the sect's glory. Ding, congratulations, host, the clan assistant system has been successfully activated. Host Mutianken. Identity Patriarch of Upper Mystic Peak Sect. Realm 7th level of physical cultivation. Clan leveling. Clan disciples Qi. Clan strength extremely weak. Mission released 100 beta testers will arrive within 3 hours. Please prepare to recruit disciples. As Mutianken pondered, of why Sicho adding his mind. Looking at the personal Painland clan Painelt hate appeared before him, Mutianken exclaimed, damn it, this is damn arrived 20 years late, you finally showed up. Master's mission can definitely be accomplished, and to fulfill his dying wish, the first priority is to open the sect gates and recruit disciples widely. Within 3 hours, 100 disciples will descend upon the upper mystic peak sect. My fellow junior brothers and sisters, in need of your help. Mutianken glanced at the description of the clan assistant. It was simple to the system for developing the clan. As for the rest, he had delved into it yet. 100 disciples descending, brother, Ariel, even if 100 disciples really arrive, what do we fit them? There's only enough in the storeroom for over 30 days. That's 30 days all food for just this event office. Cultivating immortality is not easy, and in any world, surviving seems to be the primary concern. These matters can bear solved. Junior brothers, junior sisters, just tell me on anything are you willing to stay and help your older brother? If I are willing, listen to me and prepare to welcome the incoming disciples. If I are not, I won't retain you out of affection. Mutianken didn't fail to me to think. Theory value of over 100 players was definitely an opportunity for the upper mystic peak sect to rise. By nurturing these players well, this sect would no longer be small, insignificant group. As for his junior brothers and sisters, they all gazed at Mutianken with the ruffled eyes, thinking he was devastated by Master's death. Yet, none of them spoke. After a moment, Ruan King said, brother, if I are going to be crazy, then you'll go crazy with you. Right, even if we aid the upper mystic peak sect, where can we go, decide our own, and well by Master's is idea if we must. Qin Xian, the third junior sister, spoke up. After Qin Xuan's words, those who had hesitated slightly echoed, second brother, third sister Qin Xuan is right. We've been nurtured by Master for 20 years, and had high expectations for us. How can we desert them now? But, senior brother, about here eval from 100 disciples trio, if there were really our own 100 disciples, we have a lot of preparations to make. First of all, the 8 major peaks of upper mystic peak sect, except for Heaven's Summit, have been abandoned for whole sense of 5 years, and Heaven's Summit has been deserted for hundreds of 5 years. There is no way to accommodate over 100 people here. Seeing how excited her fellow junior brothers and sisters were, Luan King refrained from saying anything discouraging and instead became more thoughtful about the sect situation, which they all knew too. The current upper mystic peak sect couldn't accommodate 100 disciples. Well, let them build their own house after they arrive. After some contemplation, Mutianken made a surprising statement. While his junior brothers and sisters were passionately speaking, Mu Tiancan had been secretly studying clan system. The system introduction was simple. Those so-called players were humans from Blue Planet, the world Mu Tiancan came from before crossing over. They would enter Mu Tiancan's world through holographic projection. And in their cognition, Mu Tiancan's world was just a game world, and since it's a game world, it naturally has infinite possibilities. Brother, weary out king nonsense again. Ruang King was lightly stunned. Having displaced built for own housing, what kind of bizarre logic was that? Let's do it. Although the upper mystic peak successful, its structure still exists. Master took a thing during his time. He specializes in magic, junior brother Ruang King specializes in arrays, junior sister Qin Suan specializes in swordsmanship, junior brother Yun Ping specializes in alchemy. Junior sister Xianling specializes in forgecraft, junior brother Chen Fan specializes in talisman inscription, and junior sister Luong King specializes in beast taming. Although we advanced twins are not proficient in arts, which heavy our strengths. From today onward, the upper mystic peak sect will rebuild its 7 paths. When new disciples arrive, where Seven will daylight impart the profound mysteries of the upper mystic peak sect, with the psyche of 7 days. At the same time, we will also teach our 7 pastel 3 disciples. Mu Tiancan looked at these 3 junior brothers and 3 junior sisters. Although Master was stubborn and had limited cultivation, he possessed through innate traditions of the upper mystic peak sect and had dabbled in these 7 main paths of cultivating immortality. And for teaching disciples, there were various methods. This was serious and for Mu Tiancan's confidence. Naturally, it was all depended on the quality of the players after they entered this world. Chapter R: The Arrival of Players. Fatami has come. Scanning for landing location. Location selected successfully. Upper Mystic Peak Sect, Heaven Summit, base of High Mountain. On Blue Planet, in our antedrome, I out of over 20 years old Putuna El met with a simple desk and entered the game world. The game interface was simple. As the player entered the game, their body was scanned, and the character appeared identical to the player in the world. Moreover, there was no character customization. On the right side is the usual game intro interface. At the top, the ID box automatically locked non-name Li Tianzhang. Damn, did it invade my brain? How do I even know my name? It must be because it filled in me information when receiving the helmet. Just as Li Tianzhang was surprised, there was an right box below, which was empty, with a virtual prompt beside will only be visible to the players and no NPCs. Wondering, Li Tianzhang entered the game and name I'm just a break. Looking down, there was a simply tribute point location interface. Health, while affects character's physical defense and burst capability.
Chapter 3: A Cultivation or Wilderness Survival. At the heavenly peak of the Shangchuan sect, in the main hall, Mu Tianchen stood before a multitude of players and proclaimed, "You have entered my sect, and thus it is your duty to revive the Shangchuan sect. Ascend to the lofty heights of the 9 heavens, cultivate the true Tao, and I shall be your esteemed master. All things have their origin, all beings with 9 orifices can cultivate. To follow the heavens is to become an immortal, while to defy them is to embrace darkness. The conflict between immortals and demons has persisted throughout the ages, never ceasing for countless eons. Those who enter my sect, whether immortal or demon, must honor their masters and respect the Tao, supporting their fellow disciples. Betraying one's master or warring against one's kin is strictly forbidden. Should you violate this oath, let the heavens and earth punish you, for 1,000 years of cultivation could be obliterated in an instant." From the player's perspective, Mu Tianchen was conducting an entrance ceremony, a mere narrative phase. What astonished them most was that this sect of cultivation placed little emphasis on the distinction between immortals and demons. The only tenet was to respect one's master and support fellow disciples, with punishment reserved solely for betrayal and internecine strife. This was, of course, Mu Tianchen's reluctant concession. The players entering had varied dispositions, and the dichotomy of immortality and demonhood was inherently a balance of yin and yang. Though not a game planner, Mu Tianchen understood well the frustrations of players. Nothing irks them more than a game designer, unfamiliar with the game, incessantly dictating how to play. Yet within our sect, only the path of immortality is to be taught, no demonic arts shall be imparted to the world. Those who wish to enter, bow 3 times. In a final attempt to assert control, Mu Tianchen sought to prevent the Shangchuan sect, dedicated to eradicating demons and saving the world, from becoming a haven for demonic cultivators. Thus, while the sect permitted disciples to tread the path of demon cultivation, he would not impart the techniques of such practice. What could they do? This was his last stand. After all, it was imperative to ensure players enjoyed their gaming experience. As the sound of his command for 3 bows echoed, players regained control of their bodies. Damn it, they only remembered me when it was time to bow. Where were they before? Exactly. Just moments ago, I could only watch the cinematic, unable to do anything, and now they want us to bow? What should we do? What else can we do? I'm not bowing, A man's knees should not touch the ground. Right. If you all refuse to bow, I'll do it first soon, I shall be the eldest disciple. With the game ID of I am a brick, Li Tianjun respectfully bowed 3 times in the direction of the hall. Come on, have some dignity. As Wang Dana, under the guise of night raid on Widow Village, grumbled while hastily bowing, he thought, it's just a game. Who knows who, anyway, it's merely bowing. Ding, congratulations, host, you have completed the guidance task, successfully recruiting 100 outer disciples, the sex level has risen to level 1. Task rewards have been distributed. Sect Master Token, Purple Robe of the Taoist, Level 1, Purple Dragon Sword, Level 1, and the Fallen Immortal Array, Level 1. With the Sect Master Token, the host can instantly teleport to the side of any disciple holding the token, true instant teleportation with no cooldown. Purple Robe of the Taoist. As the Sex Master, how could one lack a Taoist robe? This robe will enhance alongside the sex level and diminish with its decline, reaching a maximum of level 9, capable of defending against all attacks from those in the Great Ascension stage. Purple Dragon Sword. As the Sex Master, how could one be without a treasured sword? This sword will also grow with the sex level, peaking at level 9 and capable of breaking through the protective arts of Great Ascension cultivators. Fallen Immortal Array. As the sacred ground of the sect, how could there be no protective array? This formation will evolve with the disciple's strength, reaching a maximum level of 9, capable of slaying true immortals. Task Guidance. Please elevate the Shangchuan sect to level 2. The requirements for leveling up are as follows: number of sect disciples 100, achieved, number of disciples at the Qi refinement 3rd stage or above. 020, number of disciples at the Foundation Establishment 3rd stage or above. Sadface 02, sect reputation Sadface 020,000, task rewards include an upgrade for the Purple Robe and Purple Dragon Sword, and access to the Cultivation Mall. Observing the system prompt before him, Mu Tianqian suppressed his discomfort and continued, the Shangchuan sect is divided into 7 arts. Namely, technique, formation, swordplay, alchemy, weaponry, talismans, and control. You shall enter the sect, and 1 month hence, a public assessment shall occur, allowing you to join one of the 7 arts for advanced study. Should you fail the assessment, you will forfeit your qualification. Although your qualification may be revoked this time, should new disciples enter in the future, they may still participate in the assessment. As Mu Tianqian's words settled, a window materialized before each disciple, revealing their system panels. Task Prompt. Complete the Shangchuan sect's monthly examination. Task details are as follows: Body Refinement 3rd stage, 03, Proficiency in one of the 7 arts, 0150, Favorability with the 7 arts elders, 025, Task Reward. Outer Disciple Token, upgraded to Inner Disciple Token, allowing entry under the tutelage of an Immortal Master. However, every player before their panels faced identical conditions and tasks, all meticulously crafted by Mu Tianqian himself. For others, achieving the Body Refinement 3rd stage might prove challenging, yet for these players, with dedication, a month would suffice. In his earlier years, Mu Tianqian had attained the Body Refinement 3rd stage in just 7 days. As for why he remained at this level for over a decade, that was a tale of its own. According to the old man, Mu Tianqian possessed extraordinary innate talent. If he were to reach the Body Refinement 3rd stage and connect with the celestial energies, it would be a monumental waste. Achieving the Body Refinement 8th stage before stepping into the Qi refinement realm would yield substantial benefits. However, the old man's ideals were lofty, while reality was harsh. The consumption required for Mu Tianqian's body refinement was unsustainable. Reaching the Body Refinement 7th stage took him 20 arduous years of relentless effort. Beyond the Body Refinement 3rd stage, progress hinged not on innate quality but rather on rare materials, potent elixirs, and sheer willpower. The Body Refinement 3rd stage, in contrast, was relatively straightforward. Damn, why is my favorability rating -15? Can someone explain this? Lin Jiao leapt up in disbelief, clearly seeing that the favorability of the 7 arts elders towards him was -15. Each time he clicked, the favorability remained uniform, with no variation whatsoever. Oh my, is it still decreasing? Please stop. Lin Jiao watched helplessly as his favorability plummeted from -15 to -17, feeling a chill of despair. Brother, if you keep bouncing around like that, it might just drop to -100. Li Tianjun whispered, as Lin Jiao's heart raced, forcing himself to suppress his agitation and calm down. Fortunately, the favorability stabilized at -17. Li Tianjun quietly remarked, haven't you seen the promotional video? This game has no true main storyline, the only core quest is to join the Shangchuan sect. Everything we do in this game influences subsequent events. Ha? Is that how it works? I had no idea. As the square quieted, Mu Tianqian declared, "Since everyone understands, let us commence, create tools and construct dwellings." What, did I hear that right? Am I here for cultivation or wilderness survival? Chapter 4. Constructing housing. My goodness, is it truly this difficult to fell a tree here? Wang De, wielding a mountain axe, gripped the wooden handle with both hands, swinging with all his might. After dozens of attempts, his palms were bloodied, yet he had only managed to carve a mere 2-inch gash into the formidable tree before him. "This doesn't seem right. I recall that it shouldn't take more than a few strikes to bring down a tree," Lin Zhao exclaimed as she hurried forward, gazing at the towering giant that stood unmoving. This tree was so immense that it would take 4 adults to encircle its trunk, its robust stature instilling a sense of awe. "Stop fixating on this colossal tree, there are smaller ones over there. Let's begin by cutting those instead," Zhao Su, whose game ID Ridya Ao Niwahi atop his head, called out. "Trees like this one are undoubtedly challenging to fell, and besides, we lack the cultivation. We are no different from mere mortals in terms of strength," he continued as Wang De turned to him, looking bewildered. Upon hearing this, Wang De lifted his gaze to the immense tree, which towered 15 stories high, its branches lush and its trunk stout. Clearly, bringing it down would be no small feat. The choice of this giant was merely an attempt to maximize the materials obtained with minimal effort. Take it slowly, Suexayan, whose game ID Ridi Buika, followed closely behind Li Tianjun, briskly carrying 4 completely severed tree trunks toward the dormitory area. Tianzi Peak, Sect Hall. These disciples exhibit remarkable talent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they are all likely to reach the 3rd level of body refinement by the monthly examination in a month's time. And by that time, they will have embarked upon the path of chi refinement. Even if some disciples choose to refine their bodies first before advancing to chi refinement, that remains a minority. We must expedite our cultivation, otherwise, being surpassed by the disciples would not bode well. Mu Tianqian sat in the position of sect leader, flanked on his left by his 2nd disciple, Ruan Qing, 4th disciple, Yun Ping, and 6th disciple, Chen Fan. To his right sat his 3rd junior sister, Qing Xian, 5th junior sister, Xian Ling, and youngest junior sister, Wan Qing. Wan Qing stated, "Senior brother, I have already reached the 6th level of body refinement. At this moment, I can draw in spiritual energy, and within a month, I shall definitely attain the 2nd level of chi refinement. In terms of combat capability, I could contend with a 5th level chi refiner, who has just entered chi refinement, while in the 3rd level of body refinement." Qing Xian's demeanor remained calm, but upon hearing Ruan Qing's intention to abandon body refinement in favor of directly drawing in spiritual energy, her heart skipped a beat. She opened her eyes and said, "Second brother, this is absolutely inadvisable. Body refinement is of utmost importance, no effort spent on it can be deemed excessive. Second brother has labored for 17 years to reach the 6th level of body refinement. How can he let all that effort go to waste?" Qing Xian interjected hastily, casting a glance at Yun Ping. "Junior brother Yun has already begun drawing in Qi 6 months ago. In the pursuit of cultivation, he should take the lead." "Senior sister, my aptitude." Yun Ping's face was etched with bitterness. Why did he choose to forego body refinement? Was it not due to the insufficient resources at Shangxian sect? If there were enough resources, who would willingly transition from the 3rd level of body refinement directly into chi refinement? Let us not argue further. This matter arose because of me, so it is only right that I forego body refinement and draw in chi first. Tonight, all of you, my junior brothers and sisters, will protect me, and I shall strive to draw in spiritual energy. With the profound techniques of Shangxian, I am confident that by the time of the monthly examination, I will reach the 8th level of chi refinement." Mu Tianqian raised his hand to interrupt the ongoing discussion. Body refinement was indeed of paramount importance, yet the broader sect was of even greater significance. In his heart, the development and prosperity of the sect took precedence over all. As for him, "Senior brother, if you draw in chi now, would not 20 years of hard work be rendered futile?" Xian Ling, the younger sister, stood up anxiously and spoke. "Not entirely futile, I suppose. I have already reached the 7th level of body refinement. While I have yet to attain the pinnacle of this path, the benefits of the 7th level are substantial, at least enough to carry through the stages of chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation of divinity, refining the void, integration, and ascension. Though I may not gain benefits during the ascension stage, I can still manage to do so during the integration stage, and we remain uncertain as to when we might even break through to the integration stage." With a bitter smile, Mu Tianqian reflected on his limited understanding of this world. Yet, from the old man's scattered words, he could glean some insights. The old man had devoted his entire life, spanning 3 centuries, and had only achieved late-stage foundation establishment. In the old man's perception, golden cores were ancestral, nascent souls were sacred, and the high-level powers of transformation of divinity, refining the void, and integration had not appeared for a long, long time. The others exchanged glances. The direct benefits of body refinement were to enhance the cultivator's ability to withstand tribulations at various realms. This not only increased the success rate of passing tribulations but also afforded greater advantages during the process. For instance, the benefits of the third level of body refinement would cease at the golden core stage, and subsequent tribulations at the nascent soul and transformation stages would not yield any benefits, but rather present significant challenges. Mu Tianchen declared, "It is settled then." Boom, boom. 2 resounding booms echoed, the sound waves reaching the hall of Tianzi Peak. Yuan Cheng stood up and said, "Is someone attacking the mountain?" "This sound is rather peculiar," Qing Xian pondered thoughtfully. "Goodness, is that not the sound of cannons?" Mu Tianchen's pupils constricted. He could hear it clearly. This was the sound of gunpowder, and of a rather chaotic and inferior quality. "Second brother, go and investigate. If no one is injured, do not interfere, let them have their fun." After a moment of contemplation, Mu Tianchen assigned this task to Yuan Cheng. After all, he was the leader of Shangxian sect and should not easily reveal himself. Understood. Though Yuan Cheng felt puzzled, having chosen to remain and assist Mu Tianchen in revitalizing Shangxian sect, he naturally aimed to uphold Mu Tianchen's image and authority as the sect leader. "Junior brothers and sisters, you may disperse for now. Remember not to overly interfere with the disciples' natures. As long as it does not provoke divine wrath or public outrage, it is best to go with the flow." Mu Tianchen remained concerned that these NPCs, seen as players, might engage in actions that would disrupt the game experience. Qing Xian rose and said, "I take my leave, senior sister." As he watched his junior brothers and sisters depart, Mu Tianchen's emotions remained tumultuous. Turning to gaze at the portrait of the founding ancestor, he spoke solemnly, "Rest assured, Shangxian sect will undoubtedly grow stronger and more prosperous than in ancient times." System. Silently calling out within, a panel soon materialized before Mu Tianchen. "Is there any way for me to reach foundation establishment before the monthly examination?" Mu Tianchen contemplated. Currently, Shangxian sect was still just a handful of disciples. Only by advancing to a second-tier sect and unlocking the sect's store could there is. Upon seeing the system's response, Mu Tianchen's heart raced. He had initially thought that only after the sect reached second-tier status and opened the sect's store would it be possible, but now, what method? Light a lantern in the restroom. Goodness gracious. Chapter 5. Players in peril in the forest. A somewhat clumsy player, known by the IDCNG Dian, Zhou, stood at the epicenter of an explosion, surrounded by trees that had been shattered at their midsections within a 3-meter radius. What the hell? With such a tremendous commotion, it only managed to blow down a few small trees. Wang Dana wiped the dust from his face haphazardly and rallied his spirits, exclaiming, "What on earth are these colossal trees made of that even gunpowder can't bring them down?" "Who knows?" Lin Jiao shook her head, incredulous. "It's a joke. We brought out gunpowder, and we still can't fell a tree in this game." "Do you think this game is high in freedom or lacks it entirely?" Li Tianjun asked, carving wood as he spoke. "Everything seemed to hinge upon their own efforts. If we say it has high freedom, yet we can't even bring down trees. If we argue it has low freedom, we still manage to acquire gunpowder. What a bizarre game." Wang Dana chuckled helplessly. "Alright, enough dawdling, let us use as much as we got." Jiaso, whose game ID was Yao Naiwahi, urged. "How's the wood coming along?" "They already started gurgling. Do you guys have anything to eat?" At that moment, a female player, Xia Ko, whose ID was Huan Shuiru Chu, approached the tree felling site, her stomach growling audibly. "Not a thing." Dante say it, I gurgle. Li Tianjuan's expression darkened. Goodness, hunger is contagious, truly contagious. While fully engrossed in their work, he and T felt this way, but with Xiaka's stomach growling, his own soon followed suit. At that moment, Wang Dana, carrying 2 tree trunks, tossed them beside Li Tianjun and plopped down onto the ground, lamenting, "I'm starving, absolutely starving. What should we do? It seems the sect hasn't prepared any food for us." Xiaka shivered, a girl alone in this wilderness. Glancing at the wood plank he had just planed, Li Tianjun stood up, declaring, "Then we have no choice but to hunt. There must be food in these mountains." "Hunt, is that feasible?" Lin Jiao questioned skeptically. Just then, a player bearing the ID Duanwan Wango rushed down, shouting, "Anyone got food? $10. What?" Lin Jiao stared at Wang Chong in astonishment. "There's no food up there either?" Li Tianjun asked, puzzled, looking in Wang Chang's direction. They were halfway up the mountain, chopping trees, converting logs into planks, and transporting them uphill, as if on an assembly line. Yet such a tremendous expenditure of energy without food, damn it, this game's hunger mechanics are absurdly realistic. Seriously, is there any food? I'll pay up front. Wang Chong clutched his stomach, feeling that hunger could indeed be deadly. It was exceedingly uncomfortable, thoroughly distressing. Without food, could it be that this game truly requires us to survive in the wild? Li Tianjun's gaze narrowed. What kind of game is this, under the guise of cultivating immortality, luring players into a wilderness survival scenario? Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon individuals. It must first temper their minds and hunger their bodies, Jojo remarked. Enough with the quotes. We know you're a scholar right now. We need to solve our food and shelter issues. However, this game does offer quite a bit of freedom. Let us gather some saltpeter and craft black powder. We need it for hunting. Li Tianjun pondered for a moment, realizing that hunting could not be done without weapons, and black powder had just proven to be viable when they blew up the trees. Who will go? Jojo shrugged. Saltpeter, in this desolate mountainous terrain, the best way to procure it was, quite simply, from the toilet. In the woods to the left of the road leading to the Upper Xian sect, Wang Dana wielded a hatchet, leading the way, followed closely by Li Tianjun, Lin Jiao, Jojo, Wang Chong, Xiaoku, and Jiasu. The seven-man team cautiously navigated through the forest. Surely there aren't any dangers lurking in this mountain, Xiaoku observed the dense underbrush surrounding them, with Wang Dana clearing the path ahead, while they remained utterly oblivious to their surroundings. Don't say such things. This is the Tianzi Peak of our Upper Xian sect. How could there possibly be any danger? Jiaosu inwardly cursed the planners a million times over. What kind of cultivation sect fails to provide even food and expects players to explore on their own? Although, it was indeed rather exciting. Creak hiss as Wang Dana stepped down, a branch snapped underfoot, and the keen-eared Jojo suddenly halted, grabbing Wang Dana's arm. What's the matter? Just stepped on a twig, Wang Dana remarked, turning back. Shoo. Listen closely. Jojo made a silencing gesture. Wang Dana dismissed it, but soon enough, the hissing sound grew nearer. Oh crap, a giant snake! Wang Chong exclaimed, turning to flee. Li Tianjun yanked him back, saying, What are you running for? Can you outrun it? But it's terrifying. Wang Chong trembled all over, while Xiaoku was too frightened to speak, her face pale, her hands clawing at the ground as a chilling sensation enveloped her fingers. Picking it up, she gasped, a small snake wriggled in her grasp, and in a fit of terror, she flung it away. Fortunately, Wang Dana was quick on the draw, bringing his axe down with precision on the small snake's vital spot, ensuring it no longer breathed. It was just a little mudfish. Look at how scared you all are. Hey, Four Eyes, what's wrong with you? Wang Dana nudged Jojo, who was gulping nervously, his lips quivering. Wait, Wang Dana turned away, intrigued to see how Wang Dana swung his hatchet, revealing the giant snake, which reared up to a height of 3 meters, its length unknown. Saliva dripped from its gaping maw, and upon seeing Wang Dana turn around, it opened its cavernous mouth, prepared to swallow him whole. An overwhelming sense of dread surged through Wang Dana as he wildly swung his hatchet. Boom! Just as the giant snake was about to engulf him, a fist descended from the heavens, striking the serpent's head, interrupting its advance, yet, it merely halted its motion. Wan Qing leaped forward, positioning herself in front of Wang Dana and the others, commanding, Quick, retreat to the mountain. Senior. An NPC? Back to the mountain. The group panicked and fled backward. Li Tianjun glanced at Xiaoku, who lay unconscious on the ground, yearning to carry her away. However, despite calling her name repeatedly, she remained motionless, as if lifeless. Seeing Wan Qing engaged in battle with the giant snake, it was evident to all that the serpent's strength far surpassed hers, even to someone like Li Tianjun, who had yet to embark on his training. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned Xiaoku and dashed forward. Chapter 6, Slaying the Serpent. Serpent Demon, Serpent Demon. Wang Chong ran the fastest, outpacing Wang Dana, who was renowned as the second best for millennia and had been the second to reach the summit of Tianzi Peak. At this moment, however, his own flight for survival appeared rather inconsequential. Within the Grand Hall, Mu Tianchen was meditating, awaiting the player's progress. Suddenly, Luan Xin burst in, exclaiming loudly, eldest brother, second brother has encountered a giant serpent in the mountains. What? Startled, Mu Tianchen sprang to his feet. Observing Luan Xin's frantic demeanor, he demanded, Where is Qing Xian? Hurry, summon everyone. Before he could finish speaking, Qing Xian and the others entered the hall in succession, inquiring, Eldest brother, what shall we do? The previous emperor's endeavors are not yet half complete. Damn it, I had foreseen that in this desolate region surrounding Tianzi Peak, there would inevitably be demonic beasts. Let us first investigate. Mu Tianqian gestured to retrieve the sect master's order, swiftly scanning for the status of the disciples of the Upper Xian sect. Outer disciples. Xia Ku. Realm mortal. Spiritual root 5 elements. Spiritual root, potential for advancement. In the upper left corner of Xia Ku's personal panel, a state of unconsciousness was displayed. Come here, gather close to me. Mu Tianqian held the sect master's order in his left hand, and the others stepped forward to lay their hands upon it. With a mere thought, they vanished into thin air. In the forest to the left of Tianzi Peak. Vile creature. Ruanqing formed hand seals, primarily using restraint, yet he dared not expend too much energy. The giant serpent, however, pressed closer, poised to devour him whole. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Ruanqing noticed Xiaka behind him, his heart quaking. My life is at an end. Blocking Xiaka's path, Ruanqing found himself with no retreat. The serpent before him had already reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Although it had yet to awaken its intelligence, its power was alarmingly formidable. Just as Ruanqing was ready to fight to the death, he had already set up the formation during his earlier flight. Should the formation activate, it would spell certain doom. Suddenly, Mu Tianqian appeared behind Ruanqing, grasping his hand, and urged, Junior brother, do not. Eldest brother? Ruanqing's taut heart instantly relaxed. What a colossal demon! This must be the utmost limit of what we can handle. Mu Tianqian observed the giant serpent, which seemed to have noticed them as well, halting its advance as if assessing the odds of victory in this confrontation. Not necessarily. The strength of a demonic beast is not solely measured by its cultivation level, its bloodline is equally significant. Xingxuan's expression grew solemn. Despite the serpent's mere 4th level qi refinement, its prowess was indeed not to be underestimated. Set the formation, exterminate the demon. The serpent appeared to have reached a conclusion, charging toward Mu Tianqian and the others, its hands forming seals. Mu Tianqian leaped forward, placing himself before the serpent. The 7 of them positioned themselves at various points, encircling the serpent, hands forming seals and unleashing their techniques. Seeing Mu Tianqian rushing toward it, the serpent harbored doubts, plunging its head down, its massive maw intent on swallowing Mu Tianqian whole. Mu Tianqian seized the serpent's 2 fangs, rolling his body to the serpent's back, sliding down its slope and reaching for the sky. 7 celestial swords. A blade of energy, coalescing at the direction pointed by Mu Tianqian, instantly pierced through the serpent's gallbladder. With a thud, the serpent's body collapsed to the ground. Mu Tianqian rolled 3 times on the ground, struggling to rise, while Ruanqing, Qingxian, Yunping, Xianling, and the others knelt on the grass, supporting themselves with their hands, blood trickling from their lips. Though they had vanquished a mere 4th level qi refinement demon with their combined strength, the apparent elegance of their maneuvers belied the peril they had faced. Leaning against a tree trunk, panting heavily, Mu Tianqian exclaimed, "Haha! The old man has indeed left us some useful treasures. It was not in vain that the 7 of us labored for a decade to perfect this formation." Ruanqing gazed at the sky, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. The 7 rested against the tree trunks, with Qingxian wiping the blood from his lips, saying, Eldest brother, this 4th level qi refinement demon is an excellent tonic. If used for medicine, it may aid you in reaching the 8th level of body refinement, ascending to new heights. Yunping nodded, it should be close. Eldest brother has already been at the 7th level of body refinement for 5 years, so he must be nearing a breakthrough. Let us rest for a while, regain our strength, and carry this giant serpent back. A smile flickered across Mu Tianqian's face. Their toil had not been in vain, and this serpent might indeed assist him in transcending from the 7th to the 8th level of body refinement. Utilizing the serpent's gallbladder as a medicinal ingredient, Mu Tianqian sat naked in a basin of azure water, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His body was rapidly absorbing the medicinal potency of the gallbladder. Creak, creak, the sound echoed. Yunping nodded toward the door, signaling for the others to exit. One by one, they complied. It is all but certain that eldest brother will break through to the 8th level of body refinement tonight. We may rest now. Yunping was confident that Mu Tianqian would indeed ascend to the 8th level, and once he did, his path into the realm of immortality would be unimpeded, possibly even exceeding the limits of his spiritual roots. In the realm of cultivation, a 5-element spiritual root is deemed a mixed spiritual root, unlikely to be accepted by any sect. Those that exist are often impoverished, lesser sections. The pinnacle of a 4-element spiritual root allows one to cultivate up to the 13th level of qi refinement, with only a select few capable of breaking through to foundation establishment. The pinnacle of a three-element spiritual route corresponds to the peak of foundation establishment, with few able to surpass the golden core stage. The pinnacle of a two-element spiritual route is the golden core stage, with very few achieving the nascent soul stage. The pinnacle of a single-element spiritual route is the nascent soul, with a scant few able to transcend to the divine transformation stage. Conversely, the heavenly, earthly, and exotic spiritual routes have their manifest peaks at the void refinement stage, yet there are also rare individuals who can break through to the combined body stage, or even further, reaching the great ascension stage. This is quite easy to comprehend. The success rate for a three-element spiritual route to break through foundation establishment is 40%, for a two-element spiritual route to reach golden core is likewise 40%, and for a single-element spiritual route to attain nascent soul is also 40%. Each level of body refinement corresponds to a cultivation realm. If one reaches the 8th level of body refinement, the success rate for breaking through to the great ascension stage can increase by 5%. Every breakthrough yields a 5% enhancement in success rate. This is one of the reasons they focus intently on body refinement. If eldest brother reaches the 8th level of body refinement, perhaps during the monthly examination, he will achieve the 13th level of chi refinement. Ruanqing gazed longingly at Mu Tianqian's chamber, filled with hope. If that is the case, we need not hasten to draw qi into our bodies. Qing Xin nodded slightly. Once qi was drawn in and one entered the qi refinement stage, there would be no turning back to body refinement, and the solidity of one's foundation would directly influence everything. Hey, what are those people doing? Xianling paused, observing a group of outer disciples sitting by the campfire, skewering pieces of serpent meat on sticks and roasting them over the flames. Truly bizarre. I unexpectedly discovered some monosodium glutamate and garlic sauce in the kitchen. It tastes rather good, you should try it. I told you, the planning team wouldn't let us go hungry. It must be the sect master who went hunting. This giant serpent, if we ration it, can feed us for half a month. Such a pity there is no rice. We have to eat meat dry, without even any wine. Chapter 7. The player's first daily quest. The following morning, players who had braved the elements sat upon their mats, listening to the ethereal sounds of the celestial hymns. In truth, the so-called celestial hymns were merely a boon from the system. The players merely felt as though they were immersed in divine melodies. Meanwhile, Mu Tianqian held a tome in his hands, the supreme mystical technique. According to the teachings of his master, the former head of the supreme mystical sect, the supreme mystical technique was a path to immortality created by the sect's founding patriarch, Xian Tiandu. Its nature was balanced, capable of encompassing all worldly laws, allowing any spiritual route to cultivate. The extent of one's cultivation, however, depended on the practitioner's innate talent. It was said that one could potentially reach the stage of ascension, confronting the tribulations of thunder and transforming into an immortal. Without learning, one cannot broaden their talents. Without aspiration, one cannot achieve mastery. Mu Tianqian reminisced about the scene from years past when his master had welcomed him and his fellow disciples into the fold, a memory that felt like a distant past. Today's morning lesson concludes. The path of cultivation may flow with the currents, yet it is akin to rowing against the tide. If one does not advance, they will inevitably regress. For mortals to ascend to immortality, talent, aptitude, and perseverance are all indispensable. While perseverance may seem the least significant, its importance is foundational and cannot be overlooked. The body refinement stage is precisely for honing one's will, and the best, safest method to temper that will is to ascend the mountain path daily. Mu Tianqian spoke with a calm demeanor. At that moment, a delightful notification chimed before the player, Song Qiao, who had the most adorable avatar. Ding, attendance at morning class rewarded experience 30. Instructor's favorability 1. Simultaneously, this notification appeared before 100 players. After delivering his lecture, Mu Tianqian did not compel the players to ascend the mountain but instead took his leave. Returning to the grand hall. As he departed, the players congregated, and Li Tianjun spoke up. Let us boost our favorability. With daily attendance at morning classes, we will surely accumulate enough favorability with the instructor in just 15 days. Lin Zhao, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, but wait, I'm currently at -16, does that mean even if I attend every morning class this month, I won't reach the required 15 points of favorability for the task? That simply cannot be. Despite Lin Zhao's struggles, the others paid him no mind. None understood why his favorability started at -15 while theirs began at 0. Yet, a familiar adage rang true, better a dead friend than a dead priest. Wang Dana interjected, first, we need to chop some wood. Joe, do we still have the explosives from yesterday? We must build at least 5 large houses today. Indeed, the widow makes a valid point. Since players could only see each other's game IDs, Zhao Su referred to Wang Dana as the widow. I am the foremost among the outer sect. Allow me to assign tasks. Lin Zhao attempted to push his way in, but Wang Chong countered, "What does being the foremost among the outer sect even mean? Did you not see the quest prompt? Only by joining the Supreme Mystical Sect as an inner disciple can one access the cultivation techniques. In the end, we will all be inner disciples, while you remain an outer disciple," Wang Chong said with unabashed derision. "What is the purpose of this experience?" Xia Ku inquired. Upon hearing this, the group scratched their heads, wearing puzzled expressions. This experience was not meant for leveling up. To be precise, it was not intended to elevate one's cultivation level. "I'm not sure. But since this value appears in the game, it certainly must have some utility. Perhaps we simply have not yet discovered its purpose," Li Tianjun pondered, searching for the experience's use. However, the help interface indicated that only by becoming an inner disciple could one unlock the game's full permissions. The most pressing matter now is to become inner disciples and select one of the 7 paths. It appears this game features 7 distinct professions, though we are yet to know. Jojo adjusted his spectacles, unable to shake off the weight of his glasses even in this new world. Ding! Congratulations on completing the daily quest, Climbing the Mountain. Rewards are as follows: to experience 50-inch body refinement points, Sadface 1550. At that moment, the player known as Shen Yuanjing, drenched in sweat, wiped his brow and smiled slightly. "I knew it." The NPC's words must hold significance. Climbing the mountain grants 15 experience points. After 10 climbs, that's 150 experience points. Climbing for 30 days will yield 450 body refinement experience. Surely enough to elevate me to the 3rd level of body refinement. Climbing the mountain also comes with rewards. Shen Yuanjing was mentally calculating how to manage this information when suddenly, a shout rang out nearby, drawing the attention of all the gathered players. Climbing the mountain grants body refinement experience, 15 points per climb, plus an unknown experience reward of 50 points, which exceeds what we receive from morning classes. With the game ID Immortal God King, Yu Xian's voice resonated, prompting those who had been hesitating about whether to exert themselves climbing to join the throngs ascending the mountain. "Damn it!" Shen Yuanjing silently cursed. This game was inherently open, allowing players to undertake quests at their discretion, yet they were acutely aware of the cultivation system. What could mortals achieve in the realm of cultivation? Becoming an inner disciple was undoubtedly the most effective and expedient means to gain strength. Had he been the only one aware of the body refinement experience gained from climbing, he would have prospered. However, as the number of players climbing grew, Shen Yuanjing abandoned his fantasies, picked up an axe, and headed down the mountain to chop wood. First layer of Qi refinement. Within the Grand Hall, Mu Tianchen sat cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as it surged into his body, coalescing within his energy sea, invigorating his entire being. At this rate of cultivation, I shall undoubtedly reach the 4th layer of Qi refinement within half a month, and at least the 6th layer within a month. If I were at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, I could face the giant serpent without sustaining a scratch. Mu Tianchen pondered inwardly, recognizing that while diligence in cultivation was essential, it must not be blind. Meditative sitting all day was not true cultivation, but merely recuperation. The optimal time for genuine cultivation was the brief span of 2 moments at noon. Of course, this did not apply to cultivating in techniques. Is there no grand gift package from the sect assistant? At this rate, once they complete the outer disciple promotion task, I will have nothing to teach them. Moreover, the Supreme Mystical Sect lacks sufficient resources to support their cultivation needs. Taking a deep breath, Mu Tianchen felt lost. The resources of the Supreme Mystical Sect had long been depleted, and now, with 100 new disciples, their talents were undeniable, yet the demands on him were overwhelming, particularly the scarcity of cultivation resources. However, as expected, the sect assistant paid no heed to Mu Tianchen's inquiry. Chapter 8 of Forming Teams and Setting Forth. Time flies, and the days slip away like water. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. The players who completed their morning lessons were filled with exuberance as they embarked on their daily task of climbing the mountain. Summon Character Panel. Player, I am but a brick, Li Tianjun, Realm. Body Refinement Level 1, 55-100, Weapon Bronze Dagger, Strength 5, Equipment Outer Sect Disciple Uniform, Defense 5, Experience Points available for allocation, 560, Life Skills, none, Vitality 10, Spiritual Energy 5, Aggressiveness 5, Overall Combat Power 15. Li Tianjun gazed at his character panel, seated outside the Grand Hall. Behind the hall lay the NPC's quarters, while in front of it, to the left, was an open space, and to the right was designated as the living quarters for Outer Sect disciples. Although only 7 rudimentary wooden cabins had been constructed thus far, the players were at least spared the discomfort of sleeping exposed to the elements. Upon returning to the Outer Sect disciples' quarters, Wang Dana was seen hauling timber, while Jojo squatted at a distance, tinkering with something unknown. Today, the master said that tomorrow marks Elder Wan Qing's lesson. I've heard that Elder One specializes in formations. Have you all decided which path you wish to pursue? Li Tianjun climbed a ladder. The number of dormitories was still insufficient. According to the plan, they needed to construct 100 large cabins, ensuring that each individual had their own space, which would lend a sense of propriety. I don't know, but if possible, I would still prefer to be under the tutelage of the celestial fairy Qing Xian, Zhao Su replied, wielding a wooden mallet against a nail, a peculiar smile gracing his features. Is that learning the Tao? You are merely lusting after the celestial fairy's body, you cad. Wang Dana scolded with a laugh, to which Zhao Su rolled his eyes, choosing neither to retort nor agree. Men, follow me. Some brothers down the mountain encountered a wild bear spirit. Over a dozen of them couldn't subdue it. Hurry and lend a hand. Xian Yuanjing called out as he reached the doorway, noticing Li Tianjun and others chatting merrily while constructing new homes. This had become an unspoken rule. After 7 days of acclimatization, everyone had grown more familiar with the game, the sensations of hunger, the visual effects, everything was indistinguishable from reality. It was truly a genuine holographic game. Everything had to be earned through one's own efforts, and thus far, there had been no means to recharge, meaning that wealth had no place to be spent. There was no room for microtransactions. In order to survive in this, currently the only true holographic game on the market, the 100 players naturally needed to have a plan. At the very least, before transitioning from outer to inner sect tasks, they had to collaborate effectively. Among the 100 players, 70 were male and 30 female, with the male players divided into 10 teams of 7 men and 3 women. Some were tasked with building houses, others with chopping wood, and still others with gathering fruits and food. The female players primarily handled errands, cooking, and fetching water, tasks of a more leisurely nature. Just as Li Tianjun ascended the ladder, yet to swing the mallet, he heard Xian Yuanjing's voice and leapt down from the ladder. Grasping a bronze dagger from the ground, he declared, "Let us go." "Wait for me, I'm coming too." Wang Dana rubbed his hands together and drew the mountain axe from his back. This axe, which he had discovered in the mountains, was remarkably sharp. With his bold nature, and having slain bear monsters in the game, he knew there would be abundant meat to be had. At the foot of Tianzi Peak, dozens of players surrounded a towering brown bear, standing over 3 meters tall, its massive paws wielding unimaginable strength, capable of delivering a blow with the force of 1,000 pounds. The bear merely waved its forepaws twice, and the terrifying gust of wind sent 3 players flying, crashing to the ground. What the heck, is this the monster of the novice village? So strong? Developer, I curse your mother, how can such a beast exist? I'm still in the novice village. This monster has high attack power, even higher defense, and a moderate attack speed. If we all work together, we can surely slay it. Xian Yuanjing shouted, brandishing his bronze sword. The surrounding players exchanged glances. It was easy to speak bravely, but who would be the first to charge in? The chances of the first to engage surviving until the end of the battle were slim. After all, the brown bear's strength far surpassed theirs. Damn! Xian Yuanjing, clutching his bronze sword, recognized the hesitation among the group, but the brown bear was already charging towards him, with both hands gripping the sword. He barely had time to engage when the bear's colossal paw swatted down, instantly shattering the bronze sword. Damn it, $5. Xian Yuanjing exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. Just then, the bear's paw came crashing down on him, instilling a paralyzing fear of death that widened his pupils. As the bear prepared to crush Xian Yuanjing's skull, Li Tianjun lunged forward, dagger in hand, plunging it into the bear's paw. With both hands gripping the dagger, he attempted to pull it free, but the bear's strength was beyond his capacity. The bear swung its arm, sending Li Tianjun flying. Quickly, strike at its weak spot. As Li Tianjun fell, he caught sight of something crucial and shouted loudly. With a thud, he hit the ground, his body making intimate contact with the earth, and in an instant, several bones fractured. His health plummeted from 100% to a mere 1%. Weak spot? Wang Dana pondered, but he trusted Li Tianjuan's words to some extent. Seeing the bear enraged from its injury, he no longer hesitated, swinging his mountain axe. In terms of overall combat power, Wang Dana was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Stop dawdling, find a way to blind it. Li Tianjun shouted as he noticed Xian Yuanjing still frozen in place, motionless. Ding! Player has died, forced to exit the game, may re-log in after 15 minutes. Scanning player has not reached Golden Core stage, no penalties for this death. Note, higher cultivation leads to longer resurrection time and greater death penalties. Cherish life. In the game world, the passage of time was such that one day in the game equated to merely 1 hour in the real world. While a day had passed in the game, only an hour elapsed in reality. Li Tianjun was forcibly logged out, but the bear's fury remained unabated. Xian Yuanjing gripped Li Tianjuan's dagger, unleashing every ounce of strength. The surrounding players could even hear the sound of his bones cracking. $5, $5. Xian Yuanjing's bronze sword, crafted with Zhou's aid, had cost him $5, and before he had even used it, the bear had shattered it with a single blow. Hatred fueled his strength. The brown bear's attention was primarily drawn to Xian Yuanjing, while Wang Dana charged forward, swinging his axe upward, targeting the bear's legs. Roar! A sharp pain surged through its lower body. With a single swipe, the bear swatted Xian Yuanjing away, dropping to all fours and roaring in fury, exposing its gaping maw. "Damn it, we're playing a game. Why are you all so scared of dying?" Wang Dana bellowed, realizing that he could not face this monster alone. The only way to survive was through cooperation. "Go for its eyes, strike at its weak spot, aim for the groin, we can revive anyway, what's there to fear?" Wang Dana declared, prompting a realization among the players. "Indeed, we can revive anyway. What is there to be afraid of? Let us go for the eyes, I love going for the eyes. Hey, you there in front, you haven't watched too many of Prairie Brothers, have you?" Chapter 9. Devious Tactics. 18 lives extinguished, 30 others grievously injured. At the foot of Tianzi Peak, no players remained upright. They stood, breathless, facing the formidable brown bear. Blood streamed from Wang Dana's arm, and the scene was utterly horrific. Fortunately, no female players were present, otherwise, the cacophony of their screams would surely have been unbearable. Among those still online, nearly everyone bore wounds of varying degrees, some severe, others merely superficial. "Damn that bear, what is the planner thinking?" Wang Dana muttered, gazing at the brown bear's icon. At this moment, the creature's most vulnerable areas were marred by injuries. Particularly grievous was the gaping wound on its belly, where 7 wooden spears were embedded, slowly siphoning its life force. Its left eye was blinded, and its right forepaw was impaled by an axe, lodged deep within its flesh. Hold on, don't move. If we can endure until dawn, it is certain to perish," urged Yu Xian, whose in-game ID was Immortal God King. They could see the bear's health cap, 700 points. Despite their relentless assault and various underhanded tactics, the player's strength was insufficient against the bear's formidable defenses, rendering a direct confrontation futile. The belly, the eye, and the forepaw were its most fragile spots, and the bear's health had dwindled to below 70 points, continuing its slow descent. "Everyone, hold steady," Yu Xian encouraged. With such grievous injuries, did the brown bear wish to flee? Undoubtedly, yet it had attempted to break free thrice, only to be thwarted by the players. As for how they managed to repulse it, other than sacrificing their own lives, there seemed to be no better alternative. "Damn it, let us make one last push and take it down," Wang Dana exclaimed, eyeing the axe lodged in the bear's forepaw. Although he no longer wielded the axe himself, the bear's slow bleed suggested that its demise was still far from imminent. He needed to escape the mountain soon. Players invade Widow's Village. Wang Dana, Realm of Body Refinement Level 1, 91, 75 100, Mountain Opening Axe, Strength 25, Outer Sect Disciple Uniform, Defense 5, Assignable Experience, 682, 5, Life Skills, none, Vitality 15-inch Spirit 5, Agility 0, Overall Combat Power 35. With yet another mountain run, he would become the first player to reach the second level of Body Refinement. As for why his Body Refinement experience surpassed that of others, it was entirely due to the enhancement granted by a title. Eternal Runner Up. In order to activate the benefits of the Eternal Runner-Up title, Wang Dana exerted himself to the utmost, employing every conceivable means. "Widow, it's about to run!" Yu Xian shouted, and in an instant, a dozen individuals obstructed the escape route of the brown bear. Following this, Wang Dana charged forward with a swift stride, leaping from the ground with astonishing height, managing to jump 1 meter high and half a meter forward, executing a sliding tackle to grip the handle of the mountain axe. Pulling with all his might, the brown bear, feeling the pain, swung its left paw towards Wang Dana's face. Startled, Wang Dana did not wish to gamble with his life. After all, living was undoubtedly preferable to dying. Who would willingly choose death, even within the realm of a game? He quickly released his grip and rolled forward, as the enraged brown bear's paw crashed down where he had just been, sending him flying with a tremendous shockwave. He rolled over 3 meters before finally coming to a halt. "Ah, that really hurts." He spat out a mouthful of blood, attempting to rise, but he found himself utterly incapable. At that moment, Yu Xian, grasping a wooden spear, aimed for the brown bear's left armpit and thrust it fiercely into the vulnerable spot. Having reached the first level of body refinement, his strength had seen a relative increase. The sharp point of the spear pierced through with no resistance, as all the bear's weight bore down on Wang Dana. Roar! The brown bear turned its head and let out a deafening roar, while Yu Xian raised his hands in protest, repeatedly waving them. Don't come over, don't come over. Roar! The brown bear paid no heed to such warnings. In its fury, it charged forward, its rage clouding its judgment. It seemed to possess little intelligence, after all, being a creature yet to awaken its sentience. Oh my God! Help! Yu Xian turned and fled, having always remained in the rear of the crowd this time. He acted only because he had found the opportune moment, and the threat posed by the brown bear had significantly diminished. Yet the infuriated bear still unleashed a terrifying force. Fortunately, Yu Xian had an idol, Han Lao Lu, and upon entering the game, he had allocated all his attribute points into agility. Upon leveling up to the first stage of body refinement, he received 5 attribute points, distributing 1 each to vitality and spirit, while the remaining 3 points continued to bolster agility. At this moment, his vitality stood at 1, his spiritual energy at 1, and his agility at 18. Although his endurance was lacking, his ability to execute short bursts of speed remained quite impressive. The already injured grizzly bear charged furiously towards Yu Xian, who, in a desperate bid for survival, summoned every ounce of strength he could muster. Good, dodge it, dodge it. Immortal, run faster, it's about to catch up with you. Immortal, keep going. Immortal, you are the best. The players involved in the siege were utterly exhausted, none of them pondering why Yu Xian still possessed such ample stamina when everyone else was on the brink of collapse. Most notably, his vitality and spiritual energy were merely at a fraction, yet, at this moment, it was evident that no one had the luxury of contemplating such matters, for as Yu Xian deftly lured the beast while evading, the bear's life force diminished at an alarming rate. 30. 20. 10. 5. Boom. With a resounding crash, the enormous grizzly bear collapsed. Huff, huff, huff. Clambering up a large tree, Yu Xian gasped for breath. He was genuinely terrified. It was perilously close, just a hair's breadth away from being game over at Tianzi Peak. Brother, these disciples, truly fearless in the face of death, what a pity that this single grizzly bear has claimed the lives of over 10 of my disciples. Ruan Qing's heart ached, for the newly initiated disciples, though somewhat frivolous and lacking in decorum, possessed commendable character. Having interacted with them for some time, Juan understood that each of them had their own moral compass and a relatively high ethical standard. The only drawback was their tendency to be somewhat unconventional, posing questions he could not fathom, yet this was inconsequential. Witnessing dozens of them besiege a single grizzly bear was a sight to behold, and while the outcome was favorable, the loss of those disciples weighed heavily on him. It's all right, within a day, they will be revived. At the moment of Li Tianjuan's demise, Mu Tianqian had already received the news, yet he chose not to intervene. Although this was not a game but a tangible world, to the players, it felt very much like one. An NPC merely needed to fulfill their role in issuing quests. Engaging too deeply in the players' affairs could prove detrimental. He nodded, but in the very next moment, Ruan Qing's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Brother, what did you say? They can come back to life? Of course, it's just that, there will be some cost involved, they cannot truly perish. Brother, why is that? They have ascended the mountain. Chapter 10. The peculiar encounter. Damn, the flesh of this brown bear actually enhances my body tempering experience? Wang Dana gazed at his character panel, having just taken a bite of the roasted bear meat, which resulted in an immediate increase of 3 points in his body tempering experience. This bear's bones are quite remarkable as well. Jojo brandished a large bone in his hand, swinging it a couple of times, producing a whooshing sound. What the hell is going on? In all my gaming experiences, I've never encountered a system where what you kill is what you receive. I've only seen the corpses of the creatures themselves, like killing a brown bear and just getting its carcass, or slaying a snake and obtaining its body. Li Tianjun, having resumed his online status, stared at the skinned and butchered brown bear before him, feeling utterly perplexed. This brown bear could easily sustain us for a month, and with that large snake as well, our food supply is, for the time being, resolved. Yu Xian sat by the campfire when suddenly, Xianyuan Jing stood up and said, If we finish this brown bear, it wouldn't be. Abruptly, Xianyuan Jing's expression darkened, a hint of fear flickering in his gaze. Before them, a massive black mist began to rise slowly from over 30 meters away, appearing as though it was gazing at him with a mocking smile. Indeed, Xianyuan Jing was convinced that the black mist was smiling at him. With all his senses heightened, he stared at the mist, goosebumps prickling his skin. Clutching a piece of meat, he swallowed hard and said, Look over there, that black mist. At his words, everyone turned to look, only to see the mist coalescing into a humanoid form, staring back at them. Hee, and eerie laughter erupted from the black mist, and in an instant, someone from the group shouted, Crap, there's a ghost. Run! In a heartbeat, the players sprang into action, the meat in their hands losing all appeal. However, just as they were about to rise, they felt as if their feet had rooted to the ground, as though ensnared by some unseen force. Progress was halted. What the hell is this? I haven't even left the newbie village yet. Wang Dana, having just consumed 2 pieces of brown bear meat, was on the brink of breaking through to the second stage of body tempering, with only one final step remaining to complete his novice quest. But this sudden emergence of black mist, that bizarre laughter. On Tianzi Peak, within the Grand Hall, Mu Tianqian was seated in meditation when he suddenly sensed a strange aura emanating from afar, the peculiar laughter echoing clearly within a 30-mile radius. What kind of monster is this? Leaping to the square before the hall, Mu Tianqian gazed in the direction of the black mist, a flicker of trepidation stirring within him. Despite being only at the first layer of qi training, his body tempering at the 8th layer endowed him with a perception of the world far surpassing that of ordinary qi practitioners. Senior brother, it's an anomaly. At that moment, Wan Qing, Qing Xian, Junping, and others rushed out to the square, looking down from above. The black mist made no effort to conceal its presence, its aura palpable within a 50-mile radius. The putrid stench emanating from it was nauseating. Anomaly, Master said that when an anomaly descends, it leaves the surrounding area desolate for 1,000 miles. How could it possibly come to Xian sect? Mu Tianqian had never encountered an anomaly before. He had only heard terrifying tales from his master. Such beings were not bound by the 3 realms, transcending the 5 elements, evading the cycle of reincarnation, and escaping heavenly jurisdiction. They fed on the life essence of cultivators. All cultivators, including demonic and beast practitioners, fell victim to this threat. One could say that anomalies were the enemies of the entire world, rejected by the heavenly order. It must be due to the recent surge in life essence at Xian sect that this creature has been attracted here. Senior brother, we cannot allow it to consume these people. These disciples are brimming with vitality. If digested, I fear Xian sect would face annihilation. Qing Xian's gaze burned with intensity as he drew his sword and swiftly descended. Sister, do not act impulsively. Before Mu Tianqian could finish his warning, Qing Xian's sword sliced through the air, yet in Mu Tianqian's eyes, he clearly observed that Qing Xian's blade did not make contact with the black mist. However, for reasons unknown, the mist retreated as Qing Xian approached, vanishing without a trace. Wow, Qing Xian is incredibly beautiful. She truly is stunning. I feel like I have a partner to dream about tonight. I wonder if this game has a matchmaking system. If it allows marriage, I would surely wed Qing Xian. Goodness, a woman 3 years older, yet standing among the immortals. Suddenly, I don't feel like striving anymore. Qing Xian scanned her surroundings, but still at the 4th layer of body tempering, she had yet to draw an essence, her consciousness limited. The sudden disappearance of the anomaly was beyond her ability to detect. Looking around in confusion, although she did not locate the anomaly, Qing Xian could hear the player's fanciful musings. Enraged, she turned and swung her sword, shouting, "Return and rest." Hey, is this NPC really that angry? Yet, she is so beautiful, anger only enhances her allure. Within the grand hall of the sect, Mu Tianqian rubbed his temples. The players had yet to draw an essence, their capabilities exceedingly limited, and now, although the fallen immortal formation was available, without sufficient players to set it up, Xian sect was fraught with peril. Ruan Qing suggested, "Senior brother, how about we take turns keeping watch at night to prevent the anomaly from returning? Its sudden departure surely indicates something else is amiss, but now it knows the location of Xian sect. The next time it comes, it may not be so easy to handle." They had yet to engage in battle, but even if they did, could the 7 of them truly contend with such a being? Anomalies, they were a terror that had plagued the cultivation world for thousands of years, far too fearsome. There's no choice but to proceed as such. I will take the night watch. You all should return and rest. With a heavy heart, Mu Tianqian stood and walked towards the quarters of the outer disciples. The sect needed to reach level 2 to unlock the sect store, and the requirement of 2 individuals at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment was already giving him a headache. Seated at a stone table, gazing at the player's dormitory behind him, he sighed, "As for foundation establishment, barring any unforeseen events, with my aptitude and speed, I should be able to reach the 3rd layer within 3 months. But the other foundation establishment, moreover, why is the sect's reputation so difficult to gain? This system is utterly frustrating." Mu Tianqian bit his lip, his tone heavy with despair. Suddenly, a faint cry for help reached Mu Tianqian's ears. His gaze sharpened as he looked into the distance, clearly spotting an elderly man of 70 or 80 years, lying on the steps, his breath weak and complexion ashen. Frowning, Mu Tianqian did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings. The old man struggled to wave his hand and said, "Young brother, is this Xian sect?" "Indeed, this is Xian sect. Who might you be?" Mu Tianqian heightened his vigilance. In this world, killing and treasure hunting were commonplace, and now, Xian sect was in a state of disrepair. Yet, Xian sect still held its foothold among the 8 major peaks, vast and grand. However, due to the absence of other cultivation forces in the vicinity for many years, Xian sect continued to occupy the 8 peaks. In truth, apart from Tianzi Peak, the other 7 peaks Di, Xian, Huan, Yu, Zhou, Hong, and Huang had all fallen to the dominion of demonic beasts and monsters. Young brother, is Taixuzi on the mountain? Taixuzi? You know my master? Mu Tianqian felt a surge of doubt. He had been by his master's side since childhood and had never left, nor had he heard of his master ever descending the mountain, so he had never known of any old acquaintances or friends. Of course I know him. I am his master uncle, Zuan Zenzi, bring him out to see me, hurry. Chapter 11 of the 4th layer of Qi cultivation. Master uncle? Mu Tianqian's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Although he had never encountered Zuan Zenzi, he had gleaned some understanding of this eccentric master uncle through his master's oral traditions. Observing his current appearance, his waist adorned with a wine gourd, his hair a tangled mess, and his garments tattered and worn, one could easily mistake him for a beggar. Who are you? A disciple of that rascal Taixuzi? Zuan Zenzi's gaze darkened as he scrutinized Mu Tianqian from head to toe, nodding slightly. You have indeed cultivated the upper mysterious method, but at your age, why are you only at the 1st layer of Qi cultivation? That scoundrel Taixuzi is neglecting his duties again? Zuan Zenzi pondered, for with his cultivation level, he could discern Mu Tianqian's realm at a glance. Being a practitioner of the upper mysterious method himself, he was all too familiar with its aura. Well, ever since Master Uncle departed, the sect has fallen into disarray, resources are scarce, and my master passed away last month. I, the junior, succeeded him in the upper mysterious sect, yet we remain ensnared in a predicament of insufficient cultivation resources. Were it not for unforeseen circumstances, I fear Mu Tianqian's thoughts raced. This master uncle had been wandering for decades. According to Taixuzi, Zuan Zenzi had left after the 5th year of Taixuzi's apprenticeship at the upper mysterious sect, nearly a century ago. No one knew what he had been up to in the outside world. However, it was reasonable to assume that if he had survived all this time, his cultivation must have improved, otherwise, he would have surely perished by now. The most pressing issue troubling Mu Tianqian was undoubtedly the lack of cultivation resources. Even players, without ample resources, would find it impossible to level up by mere willpower. You rascal, this storage ring contains 13 low-grade foundation establishment pills and some spiritual herbs for the Qi cultivation stage. Since that scoundrel Taixuzi has met his end, I shall take my leave to the abandoned peak for seclusion, Zuan Zenzi declared, tossing his storage ring into Mu Tianqian's hands before vanishing swiftly from Tianzi Peak. The path of formations lies in harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to manifest powers beyond one's own. Mastering formations is not for those of mediocre talent or insight. Ruan Qing stood above, speaking eloquently, while a group of players sat cross-legged on mats, as if entranced by celestial music. The scene unfolded like blooming lotuses, golden lotuses unfurling in splendor. Congratulations, player, for attending the morning class. A translucent figure appeared before Wang Dana. Just as Ruan Qing departed, Wang Dana was about to rise to explore the mountain when Lin Jiao suddenly grasped his arm and spoke. Brother, could you do me a favor? What? Wang Dana responded, utterly baffled. They were all engrossed in the final novice task, and now it was already the 8th day of the game's closed beta. The players had grown quite familiar with one another. It's like this, when we run up the mountain later, could you help me? Lin Jiao thought of her title as the first person of the outer sect. However, since she became a disciple of the upper mysterious sect, that title had not been activated. Wang Dana, having broken through to the 2nd layer of body refinement the previous night, was the first among the 100 closed beta players to achieve this milestone. No way, how can that be cheating? If we get caught, I'll be stripped of my title. Wang Dana refused without a moment's hesitation. Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up, we need more lumber. Wang Chong interjected, noticing Wang Dana and Lin Jiao whispering together. Alright, I'm coming, Wang Dana replied cheerfully. His personality was open and generous, and among the players, camaraderie had blossomed. Even though he was the first to break through to the 2nd layer of body refinement, he bore no airs. After all, he had merely taken one step ahead of the others. On the way down the mountain, Wang Chong rubbed his hands together and asked, how did you manage to gather enough body refinement experience so swiftly? Upon hearing this, Wang Dana shook his head and chuckled. A wise man does not speak of strange powers and supernatural phenomena. Ever since he had advanced to the 2nd layer of body refinement, numerous players sought him out for guidance. After all, to leave the upper mysterious sect and explore this world, one must become an inner disciple and possess an inner disciple token to exit the novice village. If not, one would be forcibly returned upon crossing the sect's boundary, with a simple reminder that the outside world was perilous and to obtain an inner disciple token first. Not that no one had tried. Pfft, if you don't want to share, then don't, who cares, this game will eventually open up a recharge channel anyway. Wang Chong waved dismissively as he and Wang Dana strolled to the halfway point of the mountain, where the left side of the forest had been ruthlessly felled by a group of disciples. Success! Success! Just as Wang Dana and Wang Chong arrived at the lumberyard, they heard a shout. By the furnace, Jojo's face was flushed with joy, unable to contain his glee. What happened, Xianji Dian? Wang Chong rushed over. This player, known as Xianji Dian, was a true powerhouse, seemingly never seen engaged in cultivation or focused on any task. A genuine pioneer of exploration and creation. All the bronze equipment in the player's hands had originated from him, which was quite telling. Iron, if I had molds, I could shape this molten iron into whatever I desire, swords, knives, and the like. This ironwork surpasses bronze by leaps and bounds. Jojo exclaimed, gazing at the molten iron beginning to take form, extracted from the soil. Though scarce, it at least proved one thing: this game allowed for iron smelting naturally. If bronze could be smelted, iron was not far behind. Is it really that impressive, Xianji Dian? Could you make me a pair of gauntlets? Wang Dana asked, astonished. Iron tools, they were currently unable to afford even bronze, and the entire upper mysterious sect possessed only one iron kitchen knife and a single mountain axe, which Wang Dana had claimed for himself. However, the mountain axe was not his property, and more importantly, it felt unwieldy in his hands. Wait, I remember the financial system of this game is based on free trade, right? Wang Chang's expression grew serious as he crossed his arms, observing the palm-sized iron ingot before Jojo, which hinted at countless hidden possibilities. What? What grand insight does our capitalist have? Jiaoso, a player with the game idea, what can you do to me? Inquired while chopping wood. If I'm saying if this game truly operates as advertised, with NPC interactions and super AI intelligence, even NPCs requiring sustenance, then can we hire NPCs to work for us? Wang Chong pondered, but as soon as he spoke, he noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of those around him, as if they were looking at, indeed, the wicked capitalist. You would even exploit NPCs? Jiaosu scoffed, his axe swinging furiously, drenched in sweat, yet his thoughts churned. What if we could really hire NPCs? I'm genuinely curious about one question. Which is mightier, a nuclear bomb or cultivating immortality? Chapter 12. I have bowed to you. Did you see it? At the Upper Xian sect, on the summit of Tianzi Peak, within the main courtyard of the rear mountain. The seeds of the gathering spirit grass, harvested in 3 months, are the primary ingredient for the gathering spirit pill. The seeds of the silver leaf grass, harvested in 5 months, are also a principal component of the gathering spirit pill. The seeds of the dragon disrupting grass, harvested in 300 years, serve as an auxiliary medicinal ingredient for the void spirit pill. Brother, where did all these items come from? Yun Ping inquired as he perused the items laid out on the table, reading aloud their names and uses. Holding the seeds of the dragon disrupting grass, Yun Ping's breath was momentarily stilled, unable to regain its composure. This is of little consequence, just tell me, can you ensure these seeds can grow sustainably? As Mu Tianchen opened the spatial ring of his grandmaster, he gazed at the pile of herbs, completely indifferent to the art of alchemy. Although he had previously studied diligently, the conditions at Upper Xian sect were utterly inadequate for him to attempt pill crafting. After all, the entire sect likely couldn't gather even the materials for a single gathering spirit pill. Even Yun Ping possessed only theoretical knowledge on the subject. This is difficult to ascertain, however, if I tend to them meticulously, I can at least guarantee that the seeds of the gathering spirit grass will yield consistent harvests. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Ping responded. Well, that suffices. Choose a plot of land promptly and plant them. The sooner we cultivate, the sooner we can reap the rewards. Mu Tianchen nodded slightly. His knowledge in cultivation was still rudimentary, yet he understood that planting the seeds would not only yield medicinal herbs but also produce new seeds. However, whether these new seeds could be cultivated further remained uncertain. Now, the 3 types of herbal seeds brought back by his grandmaster provided Mu Tianchen with a rare opportunity. These items are virtually unavailable for sale outside. Each seed is exceedingly precious, brother. The value of this dragon disrupting grass seed exceeds that of a secret technique for the integration stage. With my current abilities, I fear I may not be able to cultivate and care for them properly. Gazing at the seeds of the dragon disrupting grass, Yun Ping was filled with mixed emotions. Though merely a supplementary herb for the Void Spirit Pill, the Void Spirit Pill was the sole elixir for practitioners at the integration stage to enhance their cultivation. Furthermore, considering the difficulty in acquiring the seeds and the scarcity of various cultivation resources, the value of a single dragon disrupting grass seed was exorbitantly high. Then let us keep it for now. Once your cultivation advances, you may study it further. Casting a glance at the dragon-disrupting grass, Mu Tianchen remained unconcerned. His most pressing task was to wait patiently, to endure until Upper Xian sect ascended to a second-tier sect, unlocking the sect's marketplace. The value of the dragon-disrupting grass, for him, as he watched Yun Ping depart, Mu Tianchen seated himself cross-legged, circulating the profound techniques of Upper Xian, attuning himself to the laws of the universe, absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. On the mountainside. This area has finally been cleared, but to be honest, ever since I broke through to the second level of body refinement, I feel my efficiency in chopping trees has significantly increased. Wang Dana gripped his mountain axe firmly. With a powerful swing, fissures rapidly appeared in the trunk of a massive tree, which soon began to sway, fracture, and ultimately crash to the ground with a thunderous thud. If only we had coal, we wouldn't need to burn wood. Zhou sighed, lamenting the myriad resources required for smelting iron. Not to mention the issue of iron ore, how could they achieve the temperatures necessary to melt iron? This area is abundant with trees, more than we could ever use. Don't forget to craft me a pair of gauntlets first. Ideally, they should have spikes like those of a diamond wolf. A broad smile adorned Wang Dana's face, for with a pair of spiked gauntlets, he would be far more adept at dealing with wild beasts. Just then, a chilling scream pierced the air. Help! Help! Who is it? Wang Dana quickly brandished his mountain axe, adopting a vigilant stance, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, his expression grave. Everyone is here chopping wood. Those who aren't are likely still on the mountain. Could this be an NPC event? Zhao Su observed cautiously in the direction from which the voice emanated. Before long, Xian Yuanjing, who had heard the commotion, wasted no time rushing towards the source of the cry. Li Tianjun shouted, "Hey, it's dangerous!" Damn, who is this? There are all sorts of dangers in these mountains. Is he really that reckless? Wang Chong shook his head, wishing to avoid the situation if at all possible. At that moment, Lin Zhao appeared out of nowhere, arriving late to the scene. Have you seen Yudi? Yudi? Zhao Su cast a puzzled glance around, shaking his head. Just as he was about to speak, Li Tianjun interjected, "Damn, the one who yelled for help couldn't possibly be Yudi, could it? He was just here." "Hey, hold on, and slowly climb up." Xian Yuanjing tossed a vine into the pit, one end secured to a tree trunk, calling into the darkness below. "Dudabu, what is going on down there?" "Mr. Li Tianjun inquired. "I don't know. When I arrived, I just saw this deep pit. Yudi was inside calling for help, but it's pitch black in there. I can't see a thing. I got a vine, but I have no idea if it will reach him." Xian Yuanjing shrugged, wearing an expression of helplessness. Who could have known there was a deep, bottomless pit in these mountains? The area was once a dense forest, lush and green. If it weren't for Yudi's cries, Xian Yuanjing would never have approached so cautiously. Whoever arrived first would likely fall victim. How about I go down and take a look? Wang Dana crouched at the pit's edge, his expression somber. Yudi remained silent within, and it was unclear what the situation was down there. It doesn't matter. If worst comes to worst, we can let Yudi respawn. The resurrection point is right at the foot of the mountain. Xian Yuanjing shrugged. If he couldn't climb up, self-resurrection would suffice. After dying, he would reappear at the foot of Tianzi Peak. Inside the cave of the player ID Yudi Gij, Rinshushu widened his already small eyes, scanning his surroundings in confusion. What the hell is this place? Ren Shushu felt the walls as he groped deeper inside. As for the vine Xian Yuanjing had thrown, sorry, he couldn't see it. It was likely that the vine was not long enough to reach the bottom of the pit. In the darkness, Ren Shushu proceeded cautiously. In a daze, he sensed something fleeting past him. A chill swept through his back as a gust of wind rustled, causing Ren Shushu's hair to stand on end. He shrank his neck and moved forward slowly. A swift gust of wind zipped by, and Ren Shushu suddenly turned his head to look behind him, only to find nothing there. Phew, he exhaled, thinking, where there's wind, there must be other exits. I can't just end it all, that would be too cruel. Just as he turned back, preparing to follow the direction of the wind, he was startled to see a red figure appear before him. Their eyes met, their noses almost touching, and Ren Shushu could even feel the heavy breaths of the other. Ah! With a startled cry, Ren Shushu leaped 5 feet high, clutching his collar to shield his face, pleading loudly, "I beg you. I have bowed to you, please go back, I implore you, do not come out, I have bowed to you. I have bowed to you, did you see it? Brother, what is wrong with you?" Chapter 13. The sinister infiltration, brother? A flicker of emotion stirred within Ren Shushu as she slowly released her grip and opened her eyes. Before her stood a young girl, appearing to be around 16 or 17, clad in red attire, with delicate features that exuded an irresistible allure. "Brother, don't you recognize me?" The girl dove into Rinshushu's embrace, fearfully clutching her waist, exclaiming, "Brother, I never want to leave you again. Take me away, it's so dark here, and I'm so scared." In response, Rinshushu wore a bewildered expression, her hands raised in the air, uncertain of where to place them. Miss, we don't know each other, do we? You are my brother. Have you forgotten, brother? You promised to take care of me for life, how could you forget? The two locked eyes, and all Rinshushu could see in the girl's gaze was a heart-wrenching vulnerability that stirred deep sympathy. "Brother, please take me away." Suddenly, the girl's eyes glimmered with a flash of crimson light. In an instant, Rinshushu felt dazed, her limbs stiffening as if she were a mere puppet, and she began to shuffle deeper into the abyss. "Abominable creature, how dare you act so recklessly?" A thunderous voice echoed from above, as Xianzhenzi brandished a treasured gourd, soaring into the air above the pit. With a single bellow, the girl's form flickered and swiftly merged into Rinshushu's brow. Sinister infiltration? Xianzhenzi's pupils dilated. He had encountered numerous anomalies in his time, yet he had never witnessed one capable of entering the human body. This was undoubtedly a grave omen. Should all anomalies acquire this method of invasion, the world of cultivation would be overrun, leaving humanity with nowhere to hide. As Xianzhenzi prepared to descend, he suddenly heard a voice call from behind, "Elder Master, wait." He halted midair, his descent abruptly ceasing, and turned to see Mu Tianchen, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he rushed toward him. At that moment, Qing Xian and others, having heard the commotion, hurriedly approached. Upon hearing Mu Tianchen refer to Xianzhenzi as Elder Master, Ruan Qing, Xianling, and the others were taken aback. "With anomalies manifesting, how can we not eradicate them?" Xianzhenzi fixed his gaze on Rinshushu below. Although this disciple possessed exceptional talent, if given a choice, he would readily abandon a gifted disciple to quash the anomaly before it could pose a threat. The dangers of such entities could only be truly understood through personal experience. "Elder Master, everything unfolds according to fate." Seeing his pleas falling on deaf ears, Mu Tianchen resorted to reasoning based on heavenly will, though he knew this argument was hardly convincing. However, Xianzhenzi glanced down at Rinshushu, then back at Mu Tianchen. Noticing the peculiar looks from the players, he pondered, "If I press the anomaly too hard, these disciples may not survive. Perhaps I should turn the tables. Since it has entered the human body, sealing it within could temporarily defuse the crisis. Once my golden core is restored, I can deal with it then, it won't be too late." With this thought, Xianzhenzi swiftly descended into the pit, his right palm descending toward Rinshushu's spiritual center. A tremendous rumble resonated as red light spread from beneath Rinshushu's feet. Two forces collided above her head, and upon sensing the anomaly's resistance, Xianzhenzi tossed the treasured gourd. In an instant, the crimson aura enveloping Rinshushu dissipated completely, and Xianzhenzi's vital energy surged forth, swiftly permeating her limbs and bones. Within a matter of moments, Xianzhenzi constructed a dragon-binding array within Rinshushu's body, using her form as the foundation. "Master, please take me as your disciple." "Master, wait." Just as Xianzhenzi was about to depart, a throng of players, in a frenzy, chased after him. Astonishingly, there was such a powerful NPC within their sect, and his initial strike was so formidable. More importantly, he was the elder master of the Upper Xian sect. If they could become his disciples, they would instantly surpass the sect's leader in seniority. However, Xianzhenzi appeared uninterested in taking disciples, and as the players clamored around him, he, averse to noise, took flight and left the mountainside. Wangchong sighed, "When will I be able to soar like him, unfettered and at ease?" "With diligent practice, your innate talent is extraordinary. You will surely achieve greatness. And now, disperse," Mu Tianchen remarked, glancing at the unconscious Rinshushu, who lay in the crowd. "Elder Master, how about you take me as your disciple?" A player named Elian, caught up in the excitement, called out loudly. "Then you must strive to cultivate diligently and aim to complete the monthly assessment in 20 days. By then, you may choose any of the 7 arts of the Upper Xian sect." Mu Tianchen did not refuse. After all, he would eventually take in disciples. Qing Xian took a few steps forward, and the surrounding players instinctively retreated. Not that they were afraid to show off in front of Qing Xian, but those who had previously dared to do so had been soundly reprimanded, resulting in a significant drop in their favorability. The players had affectionately dubbed Qing Xian the Extinction Nun. "Brother, the incident of the sinister infiltration is unprecedented, could it be?" Qing Xian gripped the hilt of his sword, his thoughts mirroring those of Xianzhenzi. They both believed in nipping dangers in the bud. This anomaly had just awakened and was not yet powerful. If allowed to recover, it could pose endless peril. "It won't happen, return to your cultivation." Mu Tianchen shook his head, dismissing such concerns. The most pressing task was upgrading the sect, and he was hindered by 2 matters: 2 players at the Foundation Establishment 3rd stage and 20 at the Qi Refinement 3rd stage. Strangely, the Golden Core Realm Elder Master could not fill this quota. After days of arduous training, Mu Tianqian had reached the Qi Refinement 4th stage, yet he was still not counted in the list. This meant that the sex upgrade task relied solely on the players, not the native inhabitants of this world, which was rather frustrating, with the anomaly having infiltrated Rinshushu's body and being sealed within by Shinjinzi's dragon binding array. Aiding Rinshushu and enhancing her cultivation would be essential for any potential escape. As one of the players, her cultivation progress would contribute to the sex upgrade. This was crucial for Mu Tianqian. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian said nothing further and turned to leave. Ruan Qing had something to say but ultimately held her tongue. One by one, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Lin Zhao and Wang Dana, who were assisting Rinshushu toward the mountain gate. "Ah, widow, when did that plum blossom mark appear on Yudi's forehead?" Lin Zhao inquired quietly. Wang Dana shook his head, saying, "I don't know, it must be that anomaly. Judging by the NPC's expression, it seems quite terrifying." "Have you forgotten, we encountered it last time?" Chapter 14. The Devouring Heaven Decision, the so-called formation, is essentially a means of harnessing the immense power of heaven and earth to augment the strength of the cultivator within the array. To draw upon the mighty forces of the cosmos necessitates a medium, which can take many forms. A cultivator may inscribe array discs or banners, and those of profound cultivation who possess a deep understanding of the principles of formations may even serve as their own medium, using the terrain as the blueprint for their array, gesturing to weave the formation. Within the realm of formations, there are 3 categories: illusion, kill, and trap. Each type embodies distinct characteristics, and today, I shall expound upon the illusion array. Yuan Cheng stood aloft, her tongue as graceful as a lotus, resonating with a celestial melody. Below, the players, though shrouded in confusion, grasped one undeniable truth: their knowledge of the esoteric arts and the path of formations was rapidly expanding. In the realm of cultivation, all arts commence at the 9th tier, with the 1st tier representing the pinnacle. Congratulations, player, you have gained 30 formation experience. Congratulations, player, you have gained 25 formation experience. As Yuan Qing concluded her lecture, the players exchanged glances, and after watching her depart, they congregated. Damn, the illusion array is truly formidable, capable of influencing one's very disposition. I wonder, if I were to set an illusion array for myself, wouldn't that render me invincible within it? Lin Zhao's lively thoughts were like a vibrant spectacle. Then I wish you all the best in crafting your own illusion array. May you reign supreme within it. Shen Yuanjing rolled his eyes, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Truly, what a narrow-minded frog in a well. That said, the formation is indeed remarkable. However, regarding the cultivation of formations, to ascend from a novice formation master to the 9th tier requires 30,000 experience points. If one aspires to become a 1st tier formation master, wouldn't the experience requirement be astronomical? Xiaka gazed at her character panel, noting that despite a significant increase in formation experience from several days of lectures, the path to becoming a true master of formations remained a daunting journey. Enough of this chatter. Earlier, Master Yunping requested us to clear the wooden stakes. Let us go, comrades. Wang Dan glanced around, noting that the group had gathered, while most female players opted to head to the kitchen, and even those mingling with Wang Dan and Shen Yuanjing were of little help in felling trees. Let us move. As they spoke, Li Tianjun scanned the surroundings. Have you seen Yudi? Yudi? He was just here. The outer sect disciples' quarters. This area, where players had recently erected their houses, was even more grand than the courtyard beyond, with each dwelling towering at least 3 stories high, 2 levels for habitation and the ground level for storage. It must be said that among the players, there existed a myriad of real-world professions, each more peculiar than the last. The carpentry exhibited was exceptionally exquisite, particularly with the falcon-headed design as the core. Inside one of the rooms on the 2nd floor. Alas, just after a mountain run, they already want to chop wood. They really don't regard people as human beings. If this game weren't so realistic, I would have flown away long ago. Ren Shushu, clutching her waist, appeared disheartened. Having been in the game world for 10 days, she had genuinely lived through those 10 days. Player Yudi Gij, Ren Shushu, Realm Body Refinement 2nd Layer, 150, Weapons Equipped, Outer Sect Disciple Uniform, Defense 5, Distributable Experience. 1025, Life Skills Sad Face None, Vitality is 7, Spiritual Energy 8, Agility for Comprehensive Combat Power of 50. Finally reached the 2nd layer of body refinement. With another 10 days of effort, I can begin to cultivate Qi. Ren Shushu, feeling elated, had already secured the door latch, eager to indulge in a delightful slumber, convinced that the fright from the previous day had prevented her from recovering properly. Pathetic. Just as Ren Shushu lay down, a voice of reprimand suddenly echoed in her ears, startling her. The weariness that had enveloped her instantly vanished as she opened her eyes wide, scanning the empty room. Auditory hallucination, it must be. As she turned over, preparing to resume her nap, that voice resounded again. Her brother, if you continue to squander your time, when will I ever be able to emerge? With a thud, Rinshushu sprang from her bed, bewildered, her expression one of despair. Who are you? Are you human or ghost? Don't scare me, there are NPC immortals in these mountains. Brother, have you forgotten the vows of yore? Why have you chosen to cultivate such a strange art, transforming yourself into something airy? Whoa, the mournful tone sent chills down Rinshushu's spine as she clutched her blanket, trembling. Damn, how could this be? The sensations are so intense. Does the game only heighten senses in times of peril? Is it merely to frighten players to death? Rinshushu was now in a state of panic, acutely aware that she had encountered an unprecedented crisis. The memory of having fallen into a deep pit yesterday loomed vividly, and that voice, brother, let us cultivate our own methods. The voice emerged once more, as Rinshushu felt the sweat bead on her forehead, crying out, stay back, don't come closer. Congratulations, player, you have inherited the secret technique. The Devouring Heaven Decision. On the peak of the Upper Xian sect, Tianzi Peak, behind the mountain. Who with a long exhale of stagnant air, Mu Tianqian slowly rose. At this moment, he felt light and invigorated. With his innate talent, aptitude, and 2 decades of arduous body refinement training, he was making remarkable strides in the path of cultivation. Having just entered the realm of cultivation for a mere few days, the accumulation of experience over the subsequent decades was now bearing fruit, and today he had successfully broken through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Finally, I have left my disciples far behind. After the monthly assessment, I shall strive to swiftly surpass the foundation establishment stage. Mu Tianqian's heart surged with excitement, yet he was acutely aware that his rapid progress on the path of cultivation was solely due to the 20 years of foundation he had built. Once he surpassed the foundation establishment stage and entered the golden core realm, the pace of his cultivation would likely slow considerably. It would no longer be as effortless as drinking water to enhance his abilities. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. Upon hearing the sound, Mu Tianqian furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance around before quickly making his way toward the source. Junior brother, what on earth are you doing? He inquired, observing Yun Ping, covered in dirt and grime, deep within the mountainside. Alchemical practice. However, this is my first attempt at refining pills, and the success rate is dismally low. Brother, look, spirit-gathering pills, but these have only 1/3 of the efficacy of a complete spirit-gathering pill, yet double the toxicity. Yun Ping held 2 spirit-gathering pills in his hands. This was his first genuine attempt at alchemy, and managing to produce 2 was already an incredible feat. Wait, there's a toxicity mechanic, it seems one cannot recklessly consume medicine. Mu Tianqian's pupils dilated. This was his first encounter with pills, and even the most rudimentary spirit-gathering pills posed a significant challenge for the Upper Xian sect. Wait a moment, where did you obtain the spirit-gathering grass and silver leaf grass? Mu Tianqian scrutinized one of the spirit-gathering pills, perplexed as he turned an inquisitive gaze toward Yun Ping. The spirit-gathering grass and silver leaf grass were exceedingly vital strategic resources. Although the spirit-gathering pill was a low-tier concoction, its consumption rate was unmatched by any other type of pill. The reason was simple: the vast number of qi refinement stage cultivators dwarfed those of other realms. They were given to me by Master Uncle. This is all that I had, and I used them all. However, I instructed my disciples to clear the area they chopped. Once the stakes are removed, I plan to establish an herb garden there. At that time, I will relocate there. With the 10 seeds I currently possess, I assure you that in 3 months, I will have at least 13 seeds. In just 20 years, the Upper Xian sect will no longer face shortages of spirit-gathering grass and silver leaf grass. Yun Ping gazed at the pills in his hand, and since this alchemical experience, he had developed a deeper obsession with the art of alchemy, yet the Upper Xian sect was in dire need of sufficient raw materials. Chapter 15. A descent for supplies. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. The players have entered the game world for the 15th day. On the mountainside, a plot of land has been flattened, and the towering trees that once surrounded it have been ruthlessly felled by the players through various means. With the trees no longer providing cover, this area has lost its potential threats. Snakes, insects, rodents, and ants have vanished without a trace. Inside the kitchen, a female player under the game ID Rainy Night in the City, Zhao Xiaolin, gazes despondently at the quantity of rice, lamenting, "What are we to do? There are only 20 grains of rice left. If this continues, we shall be reduced to feasting on roasted meat for an extended period." But roasted meat can be rather tiresome, she added, holding a cloth bag that, with its mere 20 grains, could hardly be deemed substantial. At that moment, a perspiring Wang Danao and Xianyuan Jing entered, inquiring, "Sister Rainy Night, do we have any food?" "We're out of rice," Zhao Xiaolin replied, handing the bag to Wang Danao, her expression one of resignation. As the old saying goes, a clever woman cannot cook without rice. Perhaps it is best we do not cook at all. With a sigh, she exited the kitchen, leaving behind only a meager supply of snake stew and brown bear meat. Nothing else remained. Staring at the empty rice bag, Wang Dineo fell into contemplation. Is it possible that we must subsist on fruits alone? But damn it, I am on the verge of reaching the third stage of body refinement. According to the teachings of the NPC master, advancing in body refinement is crucial. Breaking through to the 8th stage would greatly benefit our cultivation. How can we venture into the mountains if we can barely fill our bellies? Wang Dineo concluded. Shen Yuanjing nodded in agreement, asserting, indeed, I have resolved that unless I reach the 8th stage of body refinement, I shall not pursue immortality. What then, shall we starve? Wang Dineo spread the rice bag open for Shen Yuanjing to see, but Shen Yuanjing merely shook his head in defeat, saying, I am at a loss as well. Sister Rainy Night, do we have any food? Hurry, I feel like I am going to starve. This game is truly lacking in conscience, exclaimed Li Tianjun, appearing utterly drained ever since he broke through to the 2nd stage of body refinement. It became apparent to everyone that this stage involved rigorous physical training, where any form of labor could enhance one's physique, no longer limited to daily mountain runs. In fact, chopping wood, though it yielded limited experience, allowed players to discover new ways to gain body refinement experience. Naturally, this hidden mechanism could only be activated upon reaching the 2nd stage. Otherwise, would Wang Dineo have been so focused on chopping wood? Bricks, we are out of rice, Wang Dineo declared, thrusting the rice bag toward Li Tianjun. Li Tianjun, having let out a hungry burp, widened his eyes in disbelief. How can it be that we have no rice? Well, we initially rationed our meals, with each person having a single grain of rice per day, which was enough to sustain us. However, in recent days, as everyone has successively advanced to the 2nd stage of body refinement, our consumption of food has surged exponentially. The meager supply of rice within the mountain gate had already been partly taken by Shenling to the back mountain, leaving little for the players. They had initially relied on supplementary food, with each person receiving a small rice ball daily, which sufficed for a time. Yet, as they realized that chopping would also grant it experience and refine their bodies, the demand for food rapidly escalated, leading to an urgent situation. Shall we descend the mountain to seek supplies? Li Tianjun pondered, rubbing the back of his head. They could not afford to run out of rice, especially with over 100 people to feed. Wang Dineo hesitated. Is that feasible? It should be fine, I will ask the NPC, Li Tianjun decided. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that the issue of rice must be addressed. No one could cultivate on empty stomachs, regardless of the method. Whether the NPC could add provisions from the GM backend or they descended to procure supplies themselves, it was essential to consult the NPC, as they were forbidden from descending without completing the monthly examination. What? Mu Tenshin's expression darkened upon hearing Li Tianjuan's proposal. You wish to descend? But the situation below the mountain is perilous. Uncertain of the circumstances surrounding the Xian sect, Mu Tianxin had not left the Tianzi Peak since his arrival in this world. However, from the knowledge gleaned from his deceased master, he understood that the world below was far from peaceful. Please, Master Immortal, lift the restrictions. Li Tianjun bowed respectfully. The players' demand for staple food had surged exponentially due to body refinement. The already strained resources of the Xian sect could hardly sustain them. Though they had stored some snake stew and brown bear meat, such provisions were merely supplementary, and if consumed freely, would not last long. Casting a glance at Li Tianjun, Mu Tianxin mused, allowing them to venture out to cultivate the land may not be a bad idea. They will need to face the outside world eventually. As for the dangers, they are unlikely to perish. The penalty for death is something they can endure. Yet, why was I unaware that without completing the monthly examination, they cannot descend? Raising his hand, Mu Tianxin silently beckoned the system. Is it true that players who have not completed the monthly examination cannot descend? In theory, that is the case. Without completing the monthly examination, players may lack the ability to defend themselves against even ordinary beasts in this world. Continuous death and resurrection is not a favorable outcome, the system replied. Mu Tianxin nodded slightly, realizing that relying on endless respawns to achieve victories against ordinary beasts may work. But should they encounter exceptionally powerful cultivators, no amount of players or respawns would bridge the gap in cultivation levels. Since this is merely a theoretical stipulation, might there be some flexibility? The Xian sect is out of food. If not, could you open the sect's marketplace, or perhaps lift this restriction? After a moment of contemplation, Mu Tianxin dismissed the idea of concern for player deaths. It meant little to him. In just a short while, they would reappear at the Xian sect, full of life. Whether they would encounter significant danger was a matter of time. If it were inevitable, it would eventually come to pass. Upon lifting the restrictions, any consequences incurred shall be borne by the host. the system cautioned. Nodding, Mu Tianqian gave it little thought. Consequences? What consequences? It merely meant players might die a few more times. He was not afraid. The players' restrictions have been lifted. Turning to Li Tianjun, Mu Tianqian instructed, once you descend, do not engage in malevolence. If you encounter insurmountable challenges, remember to return to the mountain gate without hesitation. Mu Tianqian maintained his composure. He simply did not wish to witness players clashing with formidable figures, leading to unlimited deaths. Such occurrences would severely dampen players' enthusiasm for the game and could even tarnish its reputation on Blue Star. Thank you, Master Immortal. After bowing respectfully, Li Tianjun continued, however, for descending to procure supplies, he nearly extended his hand toward Mu Tianqian for funds. Waving his hand dismissively, Mu Tianqian replied, cultivating immortality is about going with the flow and being self-sufficient. That is the best course of action. Off you go. Chapter 16, The Qiao family village at the foot of Tianzi Peak in the Xian sect. Shen Yuanjing held a bronze sword in his hand, his tone heavy as he remarked, this is indeed our first encounter since the closed beta. During the promotion, it was claimed that this game was flawless, boasting exceptionally high AI intelligence and an absurd level of freedom. They also mentioned that this world is vast, millions of times larger than our Blue Star. As we descend the mountain, what preparations have you all made? As soon as Shen Yuanjing finished speaking, Lin Jiao shouted from the crowd, do you all have any money? Damn, no money. Shen Yuanjing, who was just about to unveil grand plans, felt a sudden lightness beneath him and nearly stumbled. I wonder what the currency in this game is like. It's truly bizarre, even after such a lengthy closed beta, there isn't a single recharge channel. Wang Chong crossed his arms, his expression one of exasperation. Aside from his wealth in the real world, he had no advantages in this game. Although Zhou had become his weapon merchant, so far, Zhou had only managed to forge half a pound of iron, not even crafting Wang Dana's gauntlets. What shall we do without money? Lin Jiao shrank his neck, equally perplexed. Even though it was merely a closed beta, the absence of a recharge channel was puzzling. More importantly, the game had not provided any hints regarding the presence of currency. Let's descend the mountain first. We can discuss it once we reach the bottom, Li Tianjun said, his expression darkening. He too lacked game currency, and when he had attempted to request some funds from Mu Tianqian, he discovered that Mu was as stingy as they come. The group exchanged glances, at a loss for what to do. As the saying goes, a penny can defeat a hero. Their only option seemed to be to descend the mountain and hope for good fortune. Hey, we can take that bear skin with us. Perhaps we can trade it for some items after we reach the bottom. At the very least, it might fetch us some currency. A sudden inspiration struck Xiaoko as he spoke up. The group stared at each other in wide-eyed astonishment, and Lin Jiao was the first to break the silence. You all go ahead and wait for me at the bottom, I'll go back to get it. At the foot of Tianzi Peak, just over 1,000 meters to the west, lay a secluded village. Old Wang, I'll have a serving of dog meat, make it the leg meat. A young man placed a copper coin on the table, calling out. Master Qiao-san, please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. The old man at the dog meat stall accepted the copper coin with a smile. As he turned to head back, he noticed a group of people approaching from a distance. Sitting at the table, Qiao-san's eyes sparkled as he watched the increasingly near crowd, his heart filled with suspicion. What brings such unfamiliar faces to this desolate mountain? Old Wang, emerging with a dog leg, also noticed the approaching group and whispered, Master Qiao, who are these people? I'm not sure, but they appear to be practitioners. The one in the front is nearly at the third level of body refinement, and none in the back seem to be below the second level. Qiao-san's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he calculated silently. Ignoring the aroma of the dog leg meat on the table, he stood up to block the path into the village and spoke, May I inquire, esteemed young brothers, to which sect do you belong? With a single glance, he discerned the strength of the group, and though he might not know every detail within a 500-mile radius, he was certainly familiar with most. However, these individuals were distinctly unknown to him. Are they NPCs? Could there be a hidden quest? It is said that NPCs in this game are quite astute. Seeing us approach, they immediately step forward. It seems like a scripted event. I'll go initiate a dialogue. Lin Jiao puffed out his chest, determined not to allow himself to feel inferior as a player. He had already felt subordinate in the real world, and in this game, he was resolute in reclaiming his dignity. Shen Yuanjing, Wang Dana, and Li Tianjun scanned their surroundings, acutely aware that they had not strayed from their intended path. However, due to their unfamiliarity with the game world and the absence of a map feature, they were forced to navigate by trial and error. The players naturally dared not to stray too far apart and proceeded together, yet, to their surprise, after merely half a day's journey down the mountain, they arrived at a village and encountered an NPC. I am from the Xian sect, the foremost disciple of the outer sect. Lin Jiao cupped his hands, adopting the demeanor of a leader. Xiao San's expression grew grave as he contemplated for a moment before greeting them with a smile. Ah, so you are disciples of the Xian sect. My apologies for not extending a proper welcome. May I ask what brings your esteemed sect to our humble Chao family village? Lin Jiao replied, our sect is currently facing shortages of clothing and food. We are all cultivators, yet the path of cultivation is long, and it is difficult to suppress our cravings. We have descended the mountain on a mission from our master to procure supplies. Might this Chao family village be able to offer assistance? Based on Lin Jiao's assessment, the appearance of an NPC blocking their path indicated that this descent was, in fact, a carefully orchestrated plot by the game developers, who anticipated that as players progressed in their cultivation, their demand for food would increase significantly. To him, it seemed merely a scripted interaction. Ah, I see. Xiao San feigned enlightenment, sighing heavily. Alas, I am the village chief of Chao family village. All the water fields and mines within 30 miles belong to my clan. But alas, with each sigh, Lin Jiao, who had expected the dialogue to conclude without complications, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. His astonished gaze fixed on Xiao San as he questioned, what has transpired? To the south of Chao family village lies Phoenix Mountain, where a band of mountain bandits resides. They possess profound cultivation and immense powers, forcing us ordinary folk to offer 10,000 pounds of fine rice each year. Now, with over 700 households in Chao family village, we must contend not only with the bandits' threats but also the sect's demands. How can we ordinary people possibly survive? Xiao San lamented, clutching his chest in despair. Shen Yuanjing's pupils constricted as he gazed at the distant Xiao San. This moment, Lin Jiao was at a loss for how to respond to the NPC. While he had discerned that this NPC, Xiao San, was issuing a quest, the implications of the mountain bandits' prowess left him feeling helpless. Casting a desperate glance back, Lin Jiao's heart brimmed with despair. He dared not take on this quest impulsively, for the NPC had made it abundantly clear that the bandits of Phoenix Mountain were formidable, possessing deep and powerful abilities. Xiao San, is it? Noticing Lin Jiao's helplessness, Shen Yuanjing stepped forward, taking the initiative. He approached and cupped his hands, saying, as disciples of the sect, we would never stoop to the level of bandits, wreaking havoc and causing distress. Our descent today is in obedience to our master's orders, to engage in trade. We have hunted a bear and wish to exchange its skin for rice. If Master Chao has a means to facilitate this exchange, we would be grateful. If not, we shall not impose further and will take our leave to avoid disturbing the villagers' peace. As Shen Yuanjing's words fell, Xiao San pondered quietly, lamenting, disciples of the Immortals sect are indeed exceptional. If it is a trade, Chao family village may be able to accommodate. I would simply like to know where the bear skin you mentioned is located. Xiao San scrutinized them closely, and Lin Jiao, in response, removed his outer garment to reveal the bear skin wrapped around him, presenting a rather incomplete pelt before Xiao San. Chapter 17. The hearts of men have changed. Leading a team is no easy task. Such exquisite fur, marvelous indeed, exclaimed Master Chao with palpable excitement as he ran his hands over the pelt. I wonder how much this bearskin might fetch. Shen Yuanjing, unfamiliar with the currency system of this game world, found himself at a loss for pricing and thus entrusted the matter to Master Chao. The specifics of the sale mattered little, as long as they could procure enough rice to last for half a month, that would suffice. Once their strength improved further, reaching the third or even the fourth stage of body refinement, the minor beasts in the mountains would be mere trifles for them to dispatch. Infinite resources, inexhaustible and abundant. Of course, only players would believe that the resources of the upper Xian sect were limitless. At the very least, 50 taels of gold, Master Chao declared, his hands appreciating the texture, though his valuation caused old wine from the dog meat shop to flinch inwardly, pondering, 50 taels of gold? Not even worth a single tael. Despite such thoughts, he displayed no outward signs of his discontent, merely observing Master Chao in silence. How much rice can 50 taels of gold buy? Shen Yuanjing pressed on. 1 tael of gold can be exchanged for 1,000 jin of premium rice, hence 50 taels would procure 50,000 jin of top-quality rice, Master Chao responded, his eyes gleaming with avarice. This bear skin is exceptional. Alas, I find myself financially constrained. Might I invite you esteemed disciples to my humble abode? I would go so far as to sell my possessions to acquire this remarkable pelt. Master Chao spoke with an air of longing, resolute in his intent. Li Tianjun felt a sense of confusion, unsure of the source of his unease, while Wang Dana scratched his head in bewilderment. Only Xiaoko furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend the situation. As the group regarded Master Chao, a player named Su Jing, under the ID brick mover from another world, interjected, then go ahead and sell your possessions, we shall wait here. Ah, esteemed disciples, you misunderstand. Master Chow began to negotiate, but Su Jing stepped forward, pulling Lin Jiao to fasten her outer garments, stating, Master Chow, it's a straightforward exchange. You provide the bear skin, and we will offer 30,000 jin of rice. Surely, you would benefit from this arrangement. We shall wait outside the village, so as not to disturb the tranquility of the townsfolk. With that, Su Jing took Lin Jiao and retreated swiftly. At this moment, Xian Yuanjing sensed something amiss. He glanced around, detecting a peculiar atmosphere within the village that he could not articulate. Deep down, he felt a resistance to entering. Seeing this, Master Chow gritted his teeth, pondering briefly before smiling. If that is the case, then please wait a moment, esteemed young friends. I shall arrange for the rice forthwith. With that, he turned to leave, and old Wang from the dog meat shop hurriedly followed, murmuring, Master Chow, this group of naive youngsters has a couple of astute members, but they appear to be a disorganized rabble, lacking anything of real value. Perhaps old Wang gestured as if to cut a throat, but Master Chow waved him off, saying, It has been years since I encountered disciples of the Upper Xian sect. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. We must find a way to obtain the profound techniques of the sect. Quickly, send someone to Phoenix Mountain to inform the head of the household that a group of disciples is demanding protection fees from the Chow family. Have him drive them away. Master Chow stroked his beard, aware that taking matters into his own hands might leave traces. Though the Upper Xian sect had been dormant for years, the legends surrounding it had never faded, its lingering influence still palpable. The very absence of the sect led to an unclear understanding of its true depth within the cultivation world. But, if the head of the household obtains the profound techniques, Master, wouldn't that be inviting trouble? Old Wang whispered. Master Chow chuckled softly, that fool has no inkling of the true power of the profound techniques. Hurry, do not delay. I find it peculiar. This village exudes an unsettling vibe, Su Jing remarked gravely as the players gathered by the riverbank, maintaining a cautious distance from Chow family village. Xiaka nodded in agreement. I share your sentiments. While Master Chow may seem amiable and benevolent, there is an undeniable aura of malevolence about him. At that moment, a player adorned with the centipede nemesis bleeding buff status, Zhou Xian, interjected, You're merely overthinking it. What ill intentions could this NPC possibly harbor? Besides, what do we possess that could entice an NPC to deceive us? Let us entertain the notion. Even if we were to be deceived by an NPC, we ought to blame the developers. I don't sense any malevolence, Zhou Xian declared, rising to his feet. I plan to take a chance. It has been a day since I've had anything decent to eat. Who is coming with me? When would players ever unite? Only during critical missions, and now that the game restrictions had been lifted, the inevitable fragmentation of players began, born of fleeting disagreements. Chickenhead, I know you're hungry, I am too, but the lifting of restrictions was something I sought from Master Mu. I brought you down here, and I intend to return with you all intact. Don't cause a ruckus. Li Tianjun interjected urgently, but Zhou Xian ignored him. He added, Caution is the mother of safety. This is a cultivation game, and anything could happen. Zhou Xian dismissed Li Tianjun's reasoning, waving his arms dismissively. Stop painting grand visions. The sole purpose of this game is profit. To ensure we spend money, the developers will employ countless methods to divide us. It's better to disperse sooner rather than later. Whoever wishes to join me in the village for food, come along. Opportunities are often fleeting, and everyone longs to be the leader among players. Unable to realize their ambitions in the real world, they seek to establish their presence within the game. This moment of hunger and desperation was the perfect opportunity to rally a small team. Let us go, let us enter the village. Soon, with a stir, over 20 players rose to follow Zhou Xian towards Chow family village. Ren Shushu sat by the riverbank, cupping water in both hands and splashing it on his face. In a daze, he lifted his head, feeling a jolt of surprise, and lost his footing, landing squarely in a squat by the riverbank. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed, rubbing his eyes, feeling a heat rise between his brows. The scene before him startled Ren Shushu, who turned and scrambled away, shouting, Don't go over there. Don T go. Young master, stop shouting, they've already gone far away, they can't hear you. Li Tianjun sighed, the hearts of men have changed. Leading a team is no easy task. Though Xian Yuanjing still had his companions with him, Li Tianjun believed it would only take a moment for Xian Yuanjing to find an opportunity to depart. Danger, danger, Chapter 18. Unbelievably overpowered. So hot Ren Shushu struggled with both hands, surrounded by a throng of players who, upon witnessing her plight, were rendered flustered and uncertain. Younger brother, what has happened to you? Xian Yuanjing stepped forward, grasping Ren Shushu, but the moment he made contact, he was struck by the intense heat emanating from her body, exceedingly scorching. Run, hurry, and run! Just as Xian Yuanjing held onto the burning Ren Shushu, across the riverbank, Zhou Xian shouted at the top of his lungs, causing the gathered players to freeze momentarily and turn to look. There stood a burly man, his beard thick and his physique imposing, wielding a ghastly blade. With a single leap, he covered a distance of several meters and seized Zhou Xian by the hair with his massive hand. Raising the ghastly blade with his right hand, he brought it down. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth like rain, and the head was severed from the body. Wow, a murder! Murder! This brutal and bloody scene instantly sent the players into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. The female players, unable to bear such a gruesome sight, especially in holographic form, which made it feel all too real, were in a state of panic. In the chaos, the male players fared no better, with countless individuals joining the stampede, while those who managed to steady themselves and confront the horrific scene were left pale and trembling. Damn it, I've killed before on the battlefield, but never with such realism. Wang Dana remained unflustered. After all, he had witnessed the mingling of blood from enemies and comrades alike on the battlefield, amidst the chaos of artillery fire and the roar of warplanes, yet, despite his lack of fear, the authenticity of this moment still sent shivers down his spine. After all, killing was unlike anything else. Old Wang, run, we cannot defeat him. Li Tianjun was beside himself, unable to comprehend how such a bizarre creature could emerge from a mere village, leaping dozens of meters with a blade so sharp it was intimidating. That knife in his hand is no ordinary knife. Be extremely cautious not to let it touch you. Shen Yuanjing shouted loudly, while Wang Dana had already charged forward with his axe. Yu Xian trembled, saying, "This can't be so terrifying. I want to go home. I need to find the immortal master." "Old Ju, you're quick. Hurry back to the sect and be sure to inform the immortal master of what is happening here," Zhao Su urged, brandishing his staff as he rushed forward. Immortal master. After we leave, the master said he would enter seclusion, and no one could disturb him. Can we truly rely on NPCs to resolve our predicament? Lin Zhao recalled that when she had returned to the mountain to fetch bear pelts, all 7 immortal masters were in seclusion, under strict orders. It was only natural. The 7 had long neglected their cultivation, and now that one had finally emerged, they were eager to seize the opportunity to enhance their abilities before being surpassed by players. Then we must return. Just as Zhao Su rushed forward, he witnessed Wang Dana raising his axe high, striking down with a force that seemed capable of cleaving mountains. The burly man merely smirked, casually lifting his ghastly blade to parry the blow, resulting in a thunderous clash. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as Wang Dana felt his grip splinter, blood flowing from his hand. Damn it, what a formidable foe! Is this how it is right after leaving the novice village? Wang Dana, trembling, could no longer hold onto his axe, and the sheer force of the recoil was terrifying. I have roamed this land for over 30 years, and never has any weapon withstood my ghastly blade for even a single exchange. Truly, the sect of Immortals possesses profound depth. I shall claim this axe for myself. The formidable Zhou Laoda advanced with a menacing expression, viewing the fleeing players before him as mere ants. Even the strongest among them, Wang Dana, would not withstand a single blow in his hands. If you seek someone to blame, blame yourselves. What is this? Just as Zhou Laoda raised his ghastly blade to deliver his final speech, suddenly, a hand shrouded in dark energy gripped the blade's edge. Younger brother? Danger, run! Wang Dana shouted, struggling. Having once been a soldier tested by the fires of war, he had retired, yet in his eyes, these players were still those he once protected, even if only a few recognized him. Tell me, where did you acquire this heavenly spirit blade? Ren Shushu emanated an intense aura of dark energy, a foul stench wafting through the air as black lotus flowers bloomed before him. His eyes glowed with crimson light, the scar now entirely red as he demanded answers. Zhou Laoda, steeling himself, pressed down hard on the hilt of the blade, yet found that not even the slightest movement could be imparted to the heavenly spirit blade. Speak! In a flash, Ren Shushu appeared before Zhou Laoda, seizing him by the neck with an arm that belied his slender frame, lifting the corpulent Zhou Laoda effortlessly. As he tightened his grip, Zhou Laoda's eyes bulged and his legs flailed, desperately attempting to pry himself free from Ren Shushu's grasp, yet, no matter how hard he struggled, he made no progress. Damn, this guy must be cheating. What is this? Does this game really have such powerful hacks? This is incredible, I want to cheat too. Younger brother, where did you get this cheat? The previously chaotic throng of players steadied themselves upon witnessing the display of power from their comrade, inquiring amongst themselves. It must be a cheat. The aura is unbearable. Wang Cheng pinched his nose, reluctant to inhale the noxious fumes. Ugh! Zhao Xiaolin, with the game ID rainy night in the city, leaned against a tree, retching repeatedly. Come on, rainy night, you aren't feeling ill, are you? Wang Cheng teased. Get lost. Zhao Xiaolin snapped back, covering her mouth and nose, the stench truly overwhelming. Not even the smell of burning garbage or the remnants of refuse could compare. In this world, one could find no odor more foul than that which emanated from Rinshushu, and even if it existed, it would share a lineage with his essence. This is a filthy anomaly. Rinshushu clenched his teeth, seeing Joe Lauda refuse to answer his question. With a sudden twist of his fingers, Joe Lauda's neck contorted at an unnatural angle, enveloped by a thick cloud of black mist. When the mist dissipated, Joe Lauda had vanished without a trace. The heavenly spirit blade fell from the air, embedding itself into the ground. As Rinshushu steadied himself, preparing to speak, an unexpected wave of pain surged through him, and with a thud, the once powerful Rinshushu collapsed, as if on the brink of dehydration. Chapter 19. Grievances and resentments beside the stream. Within the hastily erected camp, Dubu, how are things? Have you managed to clarify the situation? Li Tianjun inquired, his expression fraught with anxiety as he cast a worried glance at Xian Yuanjing. The sudden turn of events left the player team in disarray, utterly at a loss. Had it not been for, I have elucidated the matter, that scoundrel Chao Sani, damned ambitious fellow, but it matters not. We only require rice. He has promised to deliver 10,000 pounds of rice by tomorrow morning, and this quantity will be supplied each month, transported to the mountain, Xian Yuanjing declared, raising the Tianling blade with one hand, gently caressing it, his tone heavy with gravity. This blade is truly magnificent. In such a remote and impoverished locale, how could there be such a fine blade? No, wait, what kind of cheat is Yudi employing? How does he know this blade? Li Tianjun mused, casting a glance at the Tianling blade. He could already envision how Xian Yuanjing had negotiated with Chao Sani. 2 simple steps. Coercion and temptation. With the demise of Big Brother Zhou, leaving no trace behind, should both parties suffer mutual destruction, Chao Sani could still sit back and reap the benefits, yet the cheat that Rinshushu wielded was so formidable that it instilled fear in him to dare make a move. I am uncertain, but Chao Sani indeed harbors a deep-seated fear of this blade, Xian Yuanjing remarked, his fondness for the Tianling blade evident as his fingers lingered on its surface. This very blade had cowed Chao Sani, though it was ultimately Rinshushu's cheat that loomed larger than life. Could it possibly be the dragon-slaying blade? Li Tianjun speculated, scrutinizing the weapon. At that moment, old Wang from the dog meat shop in Xiao's village approached the campfire, bowing slightly as he spoke. Esteemed disciples, I have come uninvited, I hope you will forgive my intrusion. Upon hearing old Wang's voice, Li Tianjun, Xian Yuanjing, and the other players exchanged glances. When they looked at old Wang, they noticed he was carrying a hefty load of dog meat, which he placed before them, bowing deeply. I have little to offer, but here are 3 seeds, which I acquired by chance many years ago. I humbly request that you accept these, esteemed disciples. Old Wang proffered the 3 seeds. Li Tianjuan's expression turned to one of confusion as the others were entirely ignorant of their significance. These seeds are for the medicinal herb Zhou Being, essential for concocting the main elixir of Zhou Being. I understand that these items may not be of interest to you, esteemed disciples. Old Wang's tone was fervent. Li Tianjun settled down, accepting the Zhou Being seeds that old Wang handed him, placing them into his pocket, and inquired, Old sir, do you have a request to make? This game's AI has become remarkably intelligent, even resorting to bribery, Li Tianjun thought, his heart racing with anticipation as he awaited old Wang's next words. Ah, indeed, I do have a matter to beseech of you, esteemed disciples. Over a decade ago, the chief of Phoenix Mountain used this cursed blade to injure my youngest daughter. Since that day, she has. Old Wang's voice trailed off as he sighed heavily. I witnessed with my own eyes that among the esteemed disciples, there are those who can manipulate the supernatural, and this blade is inextricably linked to those mysteries. I earnestly implore you, kind-hearted disciples, to extend your mercy and offer assistance. With a thud, old Wang knelt before them, and the players, upon witnessing this scene and recalling the tale of his youngest daughter, sighed in sympathy. They had all grown under the banner of righteousness and held their own moral standards. In their eyes, the deeds of Chao Sani and old Wang were merely scripted arrangements, and they bore no ill will towards either. In fact, they regarded them as significant NPCs, fundamentally benevolent. Hearing this, Li Tianjun found himself at a loss, casting a perplexed glance at Zhao Xiaolin behind him. Sister Yuye, has Yudi not yet awakened? Not yet, Zhao Xiaolin replied briskly. Old sir, I have become aware of the matters you mentioned, and I assure you that assistance will be rendered. However, whether we can indeed help will depend on his awakening. Li Tianjun gestured towards the distant Rinsusu. At that moment, they felt no trepidation towards Chao's village, not due to the overwhelming strength of Rinshushu's cheat, but because of the Tianling blade, which Xian Yuanjing had clearly stated was still in a sealed state yet could provide a total combat power of 3,000 points. With merely this single blade, they could easily overpower the current player team. Old sir, do you know the origin of this blade and the supernatural events surrounding it? Su Jing stepped forward and inquired. He too was curious, a blade in a sealed state that provided 3,000 total combat power. How terrifying would it be if the seal were to be lifted, and how curious that such a blade would appear in a novice village, in such a desolate place. Old Wang sighed, this matter is not entirely clear to me either. I did not witness those events myself, however. I often heard my grandfather speak of it. 750 years ago, this entire region of 30,000 miles was under the jurisdiction of the Upper Xian sect. The Upper Xian sect was the third of the 7 sects of the Kangmang continent, with disciples numbering in the hundreds of thousands. At that time, foundation establishment was considered outer disciples, while only those who achieved core formation could be deemed inner disciples. Even an outer elder would possess peak nascent soul cultivation. However, 700 years ago, a being known as Tsan Hao emerged on Phoenix Mountain in an inexplicable manner. Within 3 days, this entity slaughtered countless villages and cities, alarming the Upper Xian sect, which issued an extermination decree, calling upon all cultivators to unite against this threat. In that battle, the sect leader of the Upper Xian sect invited the Demon Clan, the Monster Clan, and the 3 major sects, Tianling sect, Xiandao sect, and Huanling sect, to assist in the final encirclement of the anomaly on Phoenix Mountain. Yet, this anomaly was cunning and resourceful. In that battle, the Upper Xian sect swiftly fell from being one of the top 3 sects of the Kangmang continent to Old Wang's voice faltered, suddenly apprehensive that these disciples from the Upper Xian sect might take offense to such tales. Feel free to share. We relish hearing stories, Su Jing encouraged, pondering deeply. Having spent so long on the mountain, he sensed that a small sect could not possibly possess such comprehensive teachings, and the scale of Tianzi Peak was vast beyond imagination. It could easily accommodate 30 to 50,000 people. Eventually, the anomaly's master, Song Hao, perished from exhaustion. In his final moments, he detonated himself, causing devastation that spanned 70,000 miles, obliterating countless spiritual veins and resulting in catastrophic losses among living beings. And this Tianling blade was once wielded by the master of that anomaly. Song Hao. Old Wang pointed at the Tianling blade, speaking solemnly. Shen Yuanjing felt a shiver run down his spine and abruptly tossed the Tianling blade away. But what a jest, an anomaly, that entity, just hearing about it felt perilous. He aspired to cultivate immortality and had no desire to tread the path of the supernatural. Moreover, he bore the surname Shen Yuan, and did not wish to tarnish the illustrious reputation of his ancestors. Swish, with a sudden movement, Ren Shushu seized the hilt of the Tianling blade, its edge poised threateningly at Old Wang's throat, declaring, "How could my elder brother, a true immortal, perish? Who in this world could force him to self-destruct? You speak nonsense." The sharpness of her voice rang out, and as her words faded, Ren Shushu trembled, her crimson eyes swiftly reverting to black. "Oh dear, sure too, Dubu, support me. Widow, come quickly, carry me, I am in excruciating pain." Chapter 20 of the Invasion of the Otherworldly Soul. "You, my brother, have you somehow gained an unfair advantage?" Li Tianjun inquired, supporting Ren Shushu, his countenance filled with bewilderment. Before Ren Shushu could respond, the elderly Wang, seated nearby, trembled uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Strange, truly strange." He pointed at Ren Shushu, his expression akin to that of someone who had encountered a ghost. No, it was an expression of terror exceeding even that. "Do not be alarmed, my good sir." Shen Yuanjing reassured the old man, turning to Ren Shushu and asking, "What do you think? Will this advantage lead to a ban?" With a shrug, Ren Shushu knew all too well that this was not an advantage. It was a clear case of dissociation. His game character was being controlled by 2 conflicting wills. Had it not been for that girl's recent emotional outburst, whether Ren Shushu could reclaim control over his character remained uncertain. "I find this situation rather peculiar," he sighed, surveying his surroundings. "Peculiar? If we are brothers, then do share this advantage. Damn it, I want to." Shen Yuanjing exclaimed excitedly. "If there truly were such a cheat, might he not also? It is an inexplicable peculiarity, as if this place is not never mind, how could it not be?" Ren Shushu seemed to have stumbled upon a revelation, yet he could not ascertain it. After all, his experiences in the real world were indeed authentic, and while this game world also appeared remarkably real, perhaps it was merely that this gaming company possessed such cheats cannot be shared. If too many utilize them, the game's balance will undoubtedly be compromised. If the developers were to discover it, we would all be in dire straits. Ren Shushu smiled at the assembled group. Cheat, he lacked the audacity for such a thing. It was merely that the girl, who often vied for control of the game character, was exceptionally powerful. Li Tianjun, though vexed internally, refrained from speaking. Since cheats existed within the game, Ren Shushu's refusal to share would not matter in the long run. Others would inevitably share in due time. Moreover, if cheats became the norm, what meaning would this game hold? Let us take a moment to rest. Li Tianjun helped Ren Shushu to sit down. After Shen Yuanjing's comforting words, Old Wang also breathed a sigh of relief. Though he did not understand why the celestial sect would harbor such a bizarre disciple, he chose not to inquire further. Just as Rinshushu settled down, he suddenly felt a fierce resistance within his body not far away. The heavenly spirit blade emitted a series of ominous hums, as though summoned by some unseen force. It began to levitate, rising 3 feet off the ground. As the crowd stood frozen and bewildered, the blade shuddered, its aura expanding outward, wreaking havoc in all directions. In an instant, players were sent sprawling. What in the world is this? Is it truly a demonic entity? Damn, I was just wielding it. What should we do? What now? Damn it, I was planning to return to the mountains tomorrow. I do not wish to die. Reviving will consume half a day's game time. Why is this blade coming for me? Players hung from trees and lay sprawled on the grass, utterly defeated, save for Rinshushu, who remained seated upon a stone, staring in horror at the heavenly spirit blade now barreling towards him. Run, my brother! Wang Daji exclaimed in alarm, reaching out to pull Rinshushu away. Yet, despite his ability to lift 300 pounds in the game, he found himself unable to budge Rinshushu an inch. You cannot cleave me. Though fear coursed through him, Rinshushu understood that fleeing would be futile. He could not outrun this blade. Upon uttering those words, the descending heavenly spirit blade abruptly halted. You must die, only through your demise can I escape. A cold voice emanated from the depths of Rinshushu's mind, enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Are you certain that this blow will not harm you? Or do you truly believe that if I perish, you will be free? Is there no possibility that my death could lead to your demise as well? Do not forget, you are but a parasite within me. I assure you, I will not truly perish. As for you, why not test it? Rinshushu's legs trembled. He wished to flee, yet he found himself rooted to the spot. Even Wang Daji, who was nearing the 3rd level of body refinement, could not move him. You! The girl, filled with resolve, manipulated the heavenly spirit blade, ready to cleave him in two. Yet, Rinshushu spread his arms wide, as if to embrace death. You fear not death, then I shall grant your wish. A mere aberration dares to imprison this princess. As the blade neared him, mere millimeters from contact, it suddenly halted once more. You have triumphed. The girl seethed, retracting her hand. Initially, she had genuinely aimed to control the heavenly spirit blade and strike down Rinshushu's corporeal form. Without a physical vessel, she could easily depart. Blinking open his eyes, Rinshushu reached out to touch the floating heavenly spirit blade. With a soft thud, the blade seemed to lose its strength, crashing to the ground. Though I have spared you today, you must promise me one thing. Within a year, achieve the realm of golden core and unravel the dragon binding formation within you to release this princess. Should you attain the golden core and disregard today's vow, I shall pursue you relentlessly, even at the cost of our mutual destruction. Once the girl finished speaking, Rinshushu's expression remained calm, unperturbed as he replied, May I rise now? In the Chow family village, at the entrance, within the inner courtyard of the dog meat shop, Li Tianjun expressed his confusion. What in the world, is it truly this outrageous? He gazed upon the girl before him, her face contorted in rage, nails long and wild, hair disheveled, bound by iron chains, resembling a ferocious beast. Alas, it has been many years. Recently, during the initial phase of lucidity, I experienced more clear moments than frenzied ones, but in these past 2 years, alas, Old Wang lamented. Shen Yuanjing stood nearby with arms crossed, scrutinizing the bound woman, shaking his head. Without experience, who knows how to handle this? Su Jing shook his head. This matter, I fear, is beyond our resolution. One must be sturdy to forge iron. They understood their own limitations given the current circumstances. Their meager capabilities were insufficient to resolve this. Immortal, your sect is an ancient and great order, filled with talents and heroes. Surely, there must be a solution. I beseech you, I implore you. Old Wang fell to his knees, grasping Shen Yuanjing's garments. Witnessing this scene, Wang Daji scratched his head, sighing, Brother, do you have any ideas? I do not know either, Rinshushu responded quickly, lifting his gaze. The bound girl emitted an oddly familiar scent. Stepping forward, he approached her, ensuring he was not within the blade's path. Rinshushu turned his head, pondering, that princess, what is the situation? Is there any way to resolve it? The invasion of the otherworldly soul it is Wang Xiang's to save her. The only method is the star attraction technique, to draw out the foreign soul within her. With your current strength, do not even think about it. Chapter 21. My wishes for you to fulfill 100 million wishes. The following day, with the sun high in the sky, a group of players pushed unicycles laden with dozens of carts filled with rice, making their way back to the Shangshuan sect. Qiao's family village. Is there no solution? Master Chow appeared in the secret chamber, gazing at the woman bound before him, and spoke in a solemn tone. That individual stated that the only method is the star-pulling technique, which requires drawing out the foreign soul within her body. However, the star-pulling technique is an enigmatic secret art, and although the foreign soul inside her is merely one-third, it possesses extraordinary strength. I fear we must wait for a more opportune moment. Old Wang whispered. We have already waited 300 years. We need not rush for a fleeting moment. Have we received any news from the individuals dispatched to search for the other two foreign souls? Master Chow's expression remained calm, reflecting on the countless experiences of the endless years. Having waited 3 centuries, he would not quibble over the outcomes of mere days. Currently, there is no news. However, Third Master, the Shangchuan sect is in the open. If we were to be exposed here, Old Wang's expression was grave. The Shangchuan sect? A flock of fledgling birds cannot stir up a tempest. Once I refine those siblings, this world shall inevitably belong to me. On the journey back to the mountain, Ren Shushu, with the celestial spirit blade resting on his shoulder, spoke with a serious demeanor. So, you are the sister of Song Hao, named Song Ling. Your father is the emperor of the Yin-Yang realm's celestial dynasty, and your brother is the crown prince. Due to a usurpation by powerful ministers, your brother was forced to retreat to the Song-Mang realm? Later, your brother Song Hao engaged in an irreconcilable battle with the Shangchuan sect, and you were captured by the sect's Yundingzi, sealed within a pit for 1,000 years. It was I who accidentally fell in and helped you break the already loosened seal. Wait a moment, with your formidable strength, how could you have been captured by that NPC? Ren Shushu remained perplexed. According to Song Ling, her brother Song Hao had reached the half-step true immortal realm, unmatched in the Song Mang realm, while Song Ling herself, although significantly weaker than Song Hao, still possessed late-stage integration realm cultivation. Yet, Ren Shushu clearly observed that the NPC within that sect had a description stating he was merely at the Golden Core level and in a severely injured state. Golden Core? Can it truly capture someone at the integration stage? Had it not been for my ill fortune, sealed by Yundingzi for a millennium, causing severe depletion of my spiritual energy, along with that purple gold gourd in his hand. That purple gold gourd was crafted through the Shangchuan sect's brutal methods and blood-type techniques, slaughtering over 100,000 of my kin. Anyone absorbed into it will perish without a trace in mere moments. Song Ling recalled her encounter with Zuan Zhenzi, feeling truly lamentable. As a dignified integration stage cultivator, she had been bullied by a mere golden core oddity. Indeed, while the purple gold gourd was extraordinarily powerful, its efficacy was limited. If she could break free from the seal, Song Ling would have 3 days to recover and would not have been subdued by Zuan Zhenzi wielding the purple gold gourd. Oh, that purple gold gourd is indeed a treasure, Ren Shushu pondered. Though he had never seen it, he imagined that a golden core practitioner wielding it could instill fear in an integration stage oddity. One could only guess at the nature of such a treasure. Can you promise me one thing? Song Ling suddenly inquired. Speak, he responded, mentally calculating. Help me uncover why my elder brother self-destructed back then, and why the Shangchuan sect has suddenly transformed into this state, swarming like ants. My elder brother's power was unparalleled, and the Shangchuan sect's Sanawazi, Hexiangzi, Yanweizi, and Yundingzi all possessed peak great ascension realm cultivation. They allied with the strength of the 3 major sects, as well as countless formidable beings from the demon and devil races. While this would not render my brother incapable of defending himself, neither side could truly harm the other. With my brother's strength, even if everyone assailed him together, he could retreat unscathed. Something must have transpired that I am unaware of, compelling my brother towards a path of no return. As long as you can help me clarify this matter, this princess can grant you one wish. Song Ling's tone was calm. With her understanding of Song Hao, he would never abandon countless kin. Undoubtedly, something catastrophic had occurred. Any wish can be granted? Ren Shushu's eyes flickered. As soon as he spoke, Song Ling, displaying an indifference, my wish is for you to fulfill 100 million wishes. At the Shangchuan sect, on Tianzi Peak. Hot exhaling a breath of turbid air, Mu Tianchen rose to stretch his limbs, feeling the spiritual energy within him and in high spirits. Indeed, that old fellow did not deceive me. After reaching the 8th level of body refinement, drawing energy into the body, achieving peak chi practice in a month is more than sufficient. Stretching his arms, in just a few days of cultivation, his realm had soared from the 1st level of chi practice to the 5th level. Although this might seem insignificant in the outside world, it was still a promising foundation for the future. Senior brother, senior brother. Yun Pingzi swiftly dashed into the backyard, grabbing Mu Tianchen's arm and exclaiming, Senior brother, we have struck it rich. What's happening? Mu Tianchen looked at Yun Pingzi with a puzzled expression, his face awash with confusion. Struck it rich, could it be that pies were falling from the sky? Senior brother, that Bradley Tianjun, didn't he lead people down the mountain before? He has returned, and moreover, he brought back over 5,000 caddies of rice, claiming that from now on, every month someone will deliver rice to the mountain. Every month, 10,000 caddies. Yunpingzi excitedly extended a finger. Pushing Yunpingzi away, Mu Tianchen disdainfully remarked, "Junior brother, keep your distance, you look so impoverished, is 10,000 caddies enough to impress you?" Rolling his eyes, although he had never managed a household, he understood that with the enhancement of his strength, coupled with the arrival of players, exceptional talents, and the undying nature, the Shangshuan sect's growth was merely a matter of time. 10,000 caddies, while it may seem considerable, it is hardly impressive. "Senior brother, look at this." Yunpingzi cautiously revealed his left palm, where 3 seeds lay before Mu Tianchen. "What is it?" Mu Tianchen rubbed his eyes and inquired. "Senior brother, these are the seeds of Jubiing, which are extremely precious. They came from an oddity that entered our world with Song Hao over 1300 years ago. The alchemical records state that Jubiing can be used to concoct a pill of the same name, possessing the ability to revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. It can assist golden core cultivators in recondensing their golden core and help nascent soul cultivators in reuniting their nascent souls. For cultivators below the golden core stage, regardless of how severe their injuries are, as long as they are not completely severed from their bodies, one seed can save their lives." Yunpingzi trembled, having been astounded by the seeds given by Zhuan Zhenzi, but now, this Jubiing was even more. Though it originated from an oddity, its effects were horrifyingly potent. What is the growth cycle? Supporting his forehead, Mu Tianchen pondered, if it could recondense golden cores and reunite nascent souls, goodness, that was indeed terrifying. 30 years. In an instant, Yunpingzi's excitement plummeted. 30 years, that was far too long to see any returns. "Let us plant them for now." With a wry smile, Mu Tianchen spoke in a soothing tone. Chapter 22 Qing Xian. The weight of pressure in the rear mountain, a sharp sword aura swept through, slicing through dozens of fallen leaves with precision. Junior sister, still practicing, I see, Mu Tianchen remarked, his interest waning as he walked into the forest, noticing Qing Xian drenched in sweat. He called out to her to halt. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Qing Xian sheathed her sword, grasped her sleeves, and gently wiped the beads of sweat from her brow. With his hands clasped behind his back, Mu Tianchen approached Qing Xian and said, "There are 13 days until the monthly examination, yet only Ruan Shang and I have attended classes. Yunping mentioned he intends to start teaching the disciples about planting. What will you be instructing them in, junior sister?" Or perhaps Mu Tianchen began to inquire, as the impending monthly examination loomed, and given the current circumstances, it appeared unlikely that the players would descend the mountain easily. He was already well aware of Zhou Xian's experiences and the challenges the players faced below, yet he had no intention of intervening. According to Mu Tianchen's self-assigned role, he was to function as an NPC, issuing tasks when necessary. He saw no reason to handle every matter personally. What purpose did he serve for the players if he undertook all tasks himself? Why should he strive to revive the Shangxian sect? Would it not be more gratifying to be a lone wanderer? Only through experience can one appreciate that to linger behind in cultivation, delegating all trivial matters to the disciples while indulging in the finest elixirs, is the essence of cultivating immortality. Thus, Mu Tianchen was particularly invested in this monthly examination, for once it concluded, the players would have surpassed their novice phase and would gradually embark on the path of immortality, marking a pivotal step in the revival of the Shangxian sect. Swordsmanship, body techniques, movement arts. Let us begin with the horse stance, Qing Xian declared as she sheathed her sword. At that moment, a melodious tune from a flute floated down from the treetops. Looking up, they saw junior sister Luan Qin. Casting a glance, Mu Tianchen instructed, "Come down first." Leaping down gracefully, Luan Qin said, "Senior brother, you're being too harsh. We'll discuss that later," Mu Tianchen retorted, rolling his eyes before turning to Qing Xian. "We need to formulate a comprehensive plan. According to my design, after this monthly examination, the cultivation levels of the disciples should reach the third layer of body refinement or the first layer of qi training. I intend to develop Tianzi Peak first. As recorded in books and passed down by master, Tianzi Peak is the foremost among the 8 peaks of the Shangxian sect. In order to restore our legacy, once Tianzi Peak is cultivated, I wish to develop Dizzy Peak, Xuanzi Peak, and Huangzi Peak as well. According to the hierarchy, the tasks of Dizzy Peak will fall under the purview of junior brother Ruan Qing, responsible for its daily affairs and the education of the disciples. As for Xuanzi Peak, it will also require the attention of our third junior sister. After reaching the 5th layer of qi training, Mu Tianchen felt an enlightening clarity, as the players' abilities were rapidly ascending. Though they were still few in number, certain matters needed to be organized properly. Everything is at your discretion, senior brother. However, if I am to oversee a peak alone, the disciples emerging from Xuanzi Peak will solely be sword cultivators. Qing Xian maintained a tranquil demeanor, Her obsession with the sword was profound, and in teaching her disciples, swordsmanship was her primary focus. Her 20 years had been entirely devoted to this art. Of course, that is permissible. The Shang-Xian sect encompasses all, and its vastness lies in its capacity to embrace diversity. Future disciples may specialize in only one discipline. With a smile, Mu Tianqian noted that this was a game mechanic. Players could only excel in one aspect of the myriad arts of immortality. Presently, the Shang-Xian sect had merely 7 paths, still far from the 100 arts. Naturally, to imply that mastering alchemy rendered one powerless is a misconception. In truth, all paths of cultivation, 3,000 avenues, lead to the same destination, fundamentally revolving around absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth to nourish oneself in pursuit of a higher realm. Moreover, what truly influences strength is not solely the cultivation level. Magical artifacts and instruments play a significant role. Theoretically, as long as one possesses formidable artifacts, even a novice could defy the heavens. As to whether such powerful artifacts exist, that remains uncertain. Senior brother, have you noticed that since these disciples entered the mountain, their realms seem to change every few days, and not just for 1 or 2 individuals, but for a whole group breaking through together? Qing Xian felt an overwhelming pressure. After 20 years of arduous cultivation in the Shang-Xian sect, she found herself outpaced by these disciples, who made astonishing progress in merely half a month. While she was delighted to see her disciples excel, the weight of expectation was undeniably heavy. Being a master to such geniuses was not without its challenges, as it could destabilize one's resolve. After all, who wouldn't feel their mindset shatter when overtaken by others after decades of toil? There is no need for concern. The time has not yet come. When the moment arrives, junior sister's cultivation and comprehension will surely soar. Mu Tianqian had already formed his judgment. Reaching into his chest, he produced a letter and handed it to Qing Xian, saying, "Junior sister, in Yunfeng City, there is a wealthy family by the surname Wang. Recently, a demon has caused chaos in the city, resulting in widespread disorder. Please investigate the matter first. If it proves viable, I believe it would be best to use this demon as the focus of the monthly examination." In recent days, Mu Tianqian had been deeply moved. He frequently heard players lamenting the severe lack of game content, thus he planned a bold endeavor. Sending players to exorcise demons, regardless of success or failure, would yield numerous benefits. From the player's perspective, it would enhance gameplay, while from Mu Tianqian's vantage point, the act of demon slaying would undoubtedly elevate the reputation of the Shang-Xian sect, paving the way for its advancement. With the sect's elevation, the establishment of a sect marketplace would be within reach, heralding the revival of the Shang-Xian sect. As for whether players might perish, the game could always be restarted. What was there to worry about? The reason Mu Tianqian chose a cautious approach stemmed from a singular truth: he was not a player upon death. There would be no game over for him. He had no option to restart. Furthermore, who among the powerful truly leads from the front? The one at the helm charging into battle is either a desperate soul with no retreat or a complete madman. There are no other alternatives. What about the disciples? Qing Xian inquired, puzzled. These days, she was responsible for teaching the disciples swordsmanship, and the players had already been practicing their stances for half a day. Wait a few days until Yin Ping takes over your duties, then you can set off, Mu Tianqian replied. Upon seeing Qing Xian nod in agreement, he turned and playfully tapped Luan Qina's forehead, saying, "Why aren't you focusing on your cultivation? What are you doing out here?" Senior brother Luan Qin looked at Mu Tianqian with a pitiful expression, wanting to retort but unable to find the words. After a moment of silence, she muttered, "Every time we meet, it's all about cultivating." Chapter 23 of the Adventure Pit. What's the matter with you, Centipede? Why haven't you logged in for 3 days? After completing a run up the mountain, Wang Chong sat on the steps, gazing at the newly logged on Zhou Xian, and inquired. "Damn it, I don't know what's going on. Didn't they say you could log back in 15 minutes after dying? I met my demise in Qiao village and ended up being banned for 7 hours. Zhou Xian cursed as he approached Wang Chong and took a seat. "What transpired while I was gone?" The thought of the indescribable pain he experienced at the moment of his death sent a shiver down Zhou Xian's spine, as if he could feel the blade poised to strike once more. "Your brother, that fellow was using hacks, soaring through the air. That bandit, whom you effortlessly snapped the neck of, died instantly," Wang Chong recounted vividly. Meanwhile, in the distance, Wang Dana, clutching a mountain axe with both hands, pondered aloud, "Stone, do you think this axe has a significant origin? Consider this. That so-called heavenly spirit blade, when sealed, has a total combat power of 3,000 points. With your cultivation at the 3rd level of body refinement, stripped of all equipment, how much combat power would you have left?" Li Tianjun spoke fluently, captivating Wang Dana's attention. "If I were to remove all my gear, I'd probably be down to around 170, Wang Dana replied softly after a moment of contemplation. At this time, although the player count was not particularly high, Wang Dana was indeed the first to break through to the 3rd level of body refinement, yet, a combat power of merely 170, while a sealed blade could enhance combat power by 3,000, precisely. Imagine how formidable that blade must be. Cutting us would be akin to slicing through vegetables, effortless and simple, yet this axe can withstand the might of that blade, leading me to believe that this axe is certainly not an ordinary mountain axe. Shaking off his shoulders, Li Tianjun settled beside Wang Dana, just as Wang Chong and Zhou Xian approached and asked, "Have you made a significant discovery?" Wang Dana examined the mountain axe, which seemed utterly unremarkable, just like the most mundane axe in the real world, with no discernible differences. If anything, it was slightly more compact and marginally sharper. He had never contemplated comparing it to a divine weapon. Do you think this game incorporates a form of treasure appraisal? For instance, this mountain axe could be a valuable item, but perhaps we haven't activated its true potential, Wang Chong suggested as he took the axe and gently wiped the blade. It's not entirely impossible, Li Tianjun nodded thoughtfully. The game was touted as fully immersive, boasting exceptionally high AI intelligence, far surpassing any technology from 5 millennia ago. Yet, in reality, players remain trapped in the novice village, the furthest distance being merely a few miles from Chao village. Exactly. I suspect that is indeed the case. However, this axe doesn't seem suitable for me. Wang Chong sighed. The axe's ability to withstand the power of the demonic blade indicated its precious nature, yet wielding such a weapon was surely a call to battle, and it appeared ill-suited for him. Returning the mountain axe to Wang Dana, Wang Chong placed his hands on his hips and said, "Centipede just told me that Chao village is rather terrifying, aren't you curious?" Li Tianjun shook his head repeatedly. "Not curious. That madwoman is quite disturbing, and given our current strength, what can we do other than court death? Let us just play it safe for now and learn from Han Laolu." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian nodded and said, "Stone, I admit I was wrong before. You know how it is in this game, once hunger strikes, it's a matter of life and death, relentless and more unbearable than the real world. I was out of my mind from hunger at that time. Regardless, we won die. No need to panic," Li Tianjun chuckled lightly, feigning indifference. Whether he truly felt unconcerned or merely pretended to be so was something only he could ascertain. At Tianzi Peak, halfway up the mountain. After players toiled day and night, 30 square meters of land had been cleared on the left side of the mountainside. Above, Zhao Su, whose ID read Grandmaster Zhao, held a wooden stick, tapping around while mumbling to himself, "This is where your brother had his incident." Ever since then, he has become taciturn, curiously muttering to himself about things no one else can comprehend. There must be a secret here. Following the trail, Zhao Su was resolute as he stepped deeper into the thicket. Found it. Coming upon a vast, dark pit, surrounded by flattened earth from the players trampling, he hurriedly approached the edge, bending over to peer inside. "Damn, I can't see the bottom." Joseph furrowed his brow, the intensity of his desire to gain strength from Rinshushu, who had displayed remarkable prowess in Chao village, overwhelming him like never before. "Damn it, when you die, you just turn into a bird that soars skyward. Death is merely a fleeting moment. If I can't climb out, I'll just end it here and log back in at home." Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, Zhao Su glanced at the nearby vine. That was the very vine that Shen Yuanjing had thrown down to save Rinshushu, yet at the time, Rinshushu had been oblivious and never utilized it. Following the vine's path, he reached a large tree, grasped it firmly, and pulled. The vine was remarkably flexible, exhibiting a hint of rebound. "Here goes." Gripping the vine tightly, he pushed off the ground, and in an instant, Zhao Su was sliding down into the pit with remarkable speed, disappearing from view. In the pitch-black abyss, Zhao Su gazed at the vine, now reaching its end, and looked upward, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. "Damn it, is this vine only long enough for half? That idiot made this vine. I swear if I find out who it is," he cursed inwardly, peering into the depths of the unfathomable darkness below. Wrapping the vine around his wrist with his left hand, he then retrieved a fire starter, swallowing hard. "This costs $1. It all hinges on you." With that, Zhao Su ignited the fire starter, and a flicker of light plummeted into the abyss at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the fire starter landed, and Zhao Su gasped, "This must be over 80 meters deep. How did your brother fall down without dying?" Gulping, he looked up. Aside from a faint glimmer, nothing else was visible, while beneath him lay a chasm of dozens of meters. It was easy to imagine the turmoil within Zhao Su's heart. Pushing off the walls with his legs, he closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and swiftly let go of the vine. With no time to spare, he realized climbing back up was impossible. He might as well fall down. After all, he wouldn't die. Even if he did, he could always return. The prospect of starting anew was Zhao Su's greatest solace. After all, this place had once been a haunt of the bizarre, and while he had never witnessed the true horrors of the uncanny, he was well aware of their terrifying reputation. Chapter 24 Oijao's plea for help. Thudaba, with all fours on the ground, Jiaosu hastily shook his head, stirring up a cloud of dust, and in a flurry, sat up to retrieve the torch he had just discarded. His expression was one of fervent excitement as he picked up the torch and blew on it twice. Before long, the torch reignited, casting a faint glow that illuminated Jiaosu's face. At that moment, Jiaosu, limping and covered in dirt, dragged his already broken left leg, feeling his way along the wall as he ventured deeper inside. Damn it, the pain perception system can't be turned off. What a mess! After walking for quite some time, unable to endure the intense pain in his calf any longer, Jiaosu attempted to disable the pain perception system, but after searching for a long while, he found nothing. Gritting his teeth against the stabbing pain in his calf, he continued to move forward. Step by step, time slipped by unnoticed until Jiaosu paused, his eyes widening in astonishment as a strange light sparkled in his pupils. This is Spirit. Spirit Stone? In a fit of exhilaration, Jiaosu scrambled towards the source of the light, or amidst the dim glow, he picked up a stone. With the system's prompt, he instantly recognized the luminous stone in his hand. Spirit Stone? How could there be spirit stones, and what purpose do they serve? Are they game currency? But what makes them a coveted item in the realm of cultivation? Gazing at the spirit stone, Jiaosu felt a sense of familiarity with the term, having read numerous cultivation novels. After a brief moment of contemplation, he burst into boisterous laughter. Ha 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 ha, I've struck it rich, I've struck it rich. Spirit Stone, a crystal containing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Cultivators can absorb the energy contained within the spirit stone to aid their cultivation. The rate of absorption is 10 times that of the natural spiritual energy, though the exact speed varies from person to person. Before Jiaosu lay the revelation of the spirit stone's function. Cultivators could rapidly enhance their cultivation level by absorbing spirit stones, which were also scarce and highly sought after in the cultivation world. Yet before him, the visible spirit stones, it would be an understatement to call it merely spirit stones. It was a wall of spirit ore, surrounded on all sides by spirit stones. Having forgotten his pain, Jiaosu stepped closer to the spirit stones and declared, "System, absorb for me." Apologies, player lacks the ability to absorb spirit stones. Note, the prerequisite for absorbing spirit stones is that the cultivator must attain the 3rd level of cultivation and operate the cultivation technique. Upon reading the prompt before him, Jiaosu's expression faltered, a sense of frustration washing over him, akin to striking a cotton ball with a punch. There must be a way. If I could absorb this entire expanse of spirit Oregon, my cultivation would surely skyrocket, and then I could punch the celestial emperor and kick the demon god. With the specters serving as my minions, his gaze deepened as he stared at the spirit stones, his eyes gradually gleaming with hope, only to dim once more. However, at my current 2nd level of body refinement, according to the system's information, I need to reach at least the 8th level of body refinement before I can draw on the energy. If I want to be the leader, I must achieve the optimal solution of reaching the 8th level of body refinement before drawing in energy. But if that's the case, with the widow's tree cutting efficiency, it wouldn't take 2 months to clear this area. By then, the widow would probably reach the 6th level of body refinement, and this vein of ore, I might not even be able to keep it hidden. What to do with furrowed brows, Jiaosu pondered. If he could hoard it, he would do so without hesitation. Whether it was himself or other players, their choices would be singular, but if hoarding wasn't an option, he had to think carefully about how to maximize his gains. Since players learned that cutting trees could enhance body refinement experience, their efficiency in logging surged, making hoarding utterly unrealistic. The widow is a soldier. If he comes, he will likely confiscate it. Wu Ziwushuang, Lin Jiao, seems brawny but is actually timid, while Xian Yuanjing harbors great ambitions. If I give it to him, I might end up with very little, and his strength surpasses mine. If things get chaotic, I would become the target of everyone's ire. Centipede, a petty person, I cannot play with him. Thus, it seems my only option is the stone, but the stone is quite close to the widow. What if he spills the beans, or if he decides to confiscate it as well? Caught in a whirlwind of inner conflict, Jiaosu surveyed the surrounding spirit ore, feeling as if he had stumbled into an icy abyss, akin to a criminal gazing at a room full of cash, unable to spend a single cent. What a tragedy! Is there anything more tragic than this? He touched his chest and retrieved a token from his bosom, his expression grave as he said, "The officials claim to have AI that is fully intelligent, and every action taken by the players will influence the future direction of the game. If it truly is fully intelligent, collaborating with NPCs is undoubtedly the best choice. At least they won't act like other players. If I could negotiate favorable terms with the NPC." At the upper Xian sect, atop Tianzi Peak, on the back mountain, suddenly feeling a vibration in his chest while supervising Wan Qin's cultivation, Mu Tianchen reached for the token, puzzled. What, is there a player sending me a message? Wait a minute. Previously, I heard players complaining about the lack of a game world channel, only allowing face-to-face communication, but back then, could this disciple token still allow private messages? Puzzled, Mu Tianchen waved his hand, casting the sect leader token aside, and a projection appeared in the air. Zhao Su, engulfed in darkness, where not even his own hand was visible, upon seeing Mu Tianchen's projection, exclaimed with excitement, "I knew it, this thing must be extraordinary, sect leader, NPC, esteemed one, please help me. What has happened? Weren't you cultivating on Tianzi Peak, where are you now?" Mu Tianchen gazed at Zhao Su's projection, filled with confusion. He closely monitored player activities, even keeping a record of their online durations, and Zhao Su's online time undoubtedly surpassed that of over 80% of players. Naturally, Mu Tianchen was particularly concerned about his movements, yet from his perspective, Zhao Su had not left Tianzi Peak at all. Sect leader, the Upper Xian sect has rules but no system of rewards and punishments. If a disciple achieves extraordinary merit, wouldn't it be too stingy to withhold rewards? Zhao Su did not directly state his intentions, nor did he reveal the nature of his environment. He was merely testing the waters. If he couldn't obtain more from the NPC, he would prefer to negotiate with the widow.as for handling it himself. That was completely out of the question. Currently, the sect is in disarray. If there are too many rules, it will only hinder the disciples. Once the sect thrives, rewards and punishments will naturally be enforced, and regulations will be strict. Mu Tianchen, though puzzled, responded dutifully, adhering to his role as a qualified NPC. The current leniency was merely a reluctant response to the sect's dire state. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su nodded and said, "Sect leader, if someone were to discover a super-large iron mine with a vast reserve of iron ore, what reward would you grant him?" Iron ore? That stuff is of no significance in cultivation. Whoever finds it, it belongs to them. They must protect, mine, and manage it themselves. Mu Tianchen shook his head, viewing iron ore as a mere trifle. He had no need for warfare. Even if he were to engage in battle, would he wield iron or weapons against cultivators? Dream on. Seeing Mu Tianchen's disinterest, Zhao Su inwardly lamented his miscalculation. If there is nothing of great importance, please refrain from sending me summons in the future. Mu Tianchen waved his hand, retracting the sect leader token. It was absurd. How could he, as an NPC, become too close to players? He still needed to maintain the basic decorum of an NPC, treating players with indifference, letting them play on their own. Chapter 25 All Mosaic. Can it really be like this? In the darkness, Zhao Su gazed at the disciple token in his hand, his heart aching as he attempted to connect to the sect master's token once more. Disconnected. After 3 consecutive attempts, all failing, Zhao Su found himself lost in contemplation for the first time while holding the disciple token. Could it be that the NPC is angry for delaying their training? Damn, if they decide to make things difficult for me in the future, will I even be able to continue playing? Lost in thought, Zhao Su once again connected to the sect master's token, leaving a message: "Master, please pick up. I've discovered a massive amount of spirit stones. Master, help me." At the Upper Xian sect, on Tianzi Peak. The incessant ringing is maddening. Retrieving the sect master's token and tucking it into his sleeve, Mu Tianchen cast a glance at the astonished Luan Qin, speaking with a heavy tone, "Focus on your cultivation. No slacking off. Look at your progress, or rather, the lack thereof. The outer disciples, having just begun their training, are already surpassing you, an elder." Watching Mu Tianchen depart, Luan Qin sulked, pouting in annoyance. All he does is nag about cultivation. Training is exhausting. Right, it's all about balance, work and play. Once Mu Tianchen was out of sight, Luan Qin unhesitatingly tossed aside the item in her hand and dashed toward the depths of the back mountain. Meanwhile, within the outer disciples' dormitory, Zhao Xiaolin was nestled in the kitchen, starting a fire when she suddenly felt a vibration coming from her sleeve. Puzzled, she murmured, "What on earth is this?" Reaching into her sleeve, she retrieved the only treasure she possessed, the disciple token, and questioned, "Can this thing even transmit sound?" Sister Yuya, help! I'm dying." Zhao Su's voice emerged from the disciple token, leaving Zhao Xiaolin bewildered, her brows furrowing as she pondered. "If you die, so be it. You can always respawn. Today is a good day to save on rations. Oh, and next time you log in, come online a bit later. I heard that after respawning, you automatically regain half of your hunger." Zhao Xiaolin remained calm, dismissing Zhao Su's pleas for help. What is there to fear about dying? It's merely logging out and back in again. After all. At that moment, Xiako entered the room, observing Zhao Xiaolin talking to herself while holding the disciple token. Curiously, she asked, "Sister Yuya, what is wrong?" "Nothing, Huan Yue. Did you know the disciple token can communicate over long distances?" Zhao Xiaolin waved the token in front of Xiako, while Zhao Su, who was still trying to connect and call for help, fell silent. In the pit, Zhao Su clutched the disciple token in his left hand and a spirit stone in his right, his scalp prickling. Damn it, I regret my past decisions. After Zhao Xiaolin ended the call, Zhao Su refrained from trying to contact her again, as he had heard Xia Kue's voice. In this place, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Trying once more to connect to the NPC's token, the response was, "You have been placed on the blacklist by the other party and cannot make a call." What the hell? Staring at the feedback, Zhao Su felt as if he had swallowed something bitter, angrily throwing the disciple token away, his frustration causing him to lose his composure. Bang! The sturdy disciple token embedded itself into the wall, causing a spirit stone to tumble down, rolling into a nearby groove. Damn it, why is my luck so terrible? Zhao Su roared, his voice echoing against the walls, lingering long after. Suddenly, the dark pit was illuminated with a brilliant light. Startled, Zhao Su attempted to evade, but the pain in his calves rendered him immobile. In the next moment, the light enveloped him. He raised his arms to shield his eyes from the blinding radiance. Moments later, the luminous veil dissipated, and the surrounding sunlight grew gentle, with distant sounds of vendors calling out faintly. His ears perked up, and Zhao Su felt a warmth envelop his body, contemplating, what is happening? At that moment, a singular thought occupied Zhao Su's mind: who am I, and where am I? Just as he was about to fully open his eyes, he was abruptly met with a piercing scream. "Ah, miss, what's wrong?" A girl dressed as a maid rushed into the room, but from behind the screen, the screaming girl quickly subdued Zhao Su, effortlessly pinning him beneath a bucket of water. It was just a snake. "There is nothing to worry about, you may leave now." The girl forced herself to remain calm, instructing. "Miss, if anything happens, remember to call for me." The maid hesitated, her neck retracting in uncertainty, but knowing the authority of her mistress, she lowered her head and swiftly exited the room. Hearing the door close tightly, the girl glanced at Zhao Su, who was bubbling in the water, forcefully grabbing his hair and pulling him out. Just as Zhao Su prepared to shout, a loud slap resounded. Without Zhao Su's knowledge, a pill was swallowed, and the girl swiftly struck his chest, sending him flying several steps back, the bucket exploding and water droplets obscuring his vision. When Zhao Su crashed against a pillar and slid down, he looked up to see the woman had already donned her attire. "Miss, what happened?" the maid outside inquired anxiously. "Nothing, I dealt with the snake. I'll be out once I tidy up," the girl replied, her movements swift as she approached Zhao Ci. In his eyes, she appeared as a blur, and before he could process anything, her grip tightened around his neck, the seemingly delicate girl exhibiting astonishing strength. Zhao Su, weighing over 150 pounds, was lifted against the wall. "Speak, who are you, and why are you here? Who sent you?" The girl's eyes widened, her rage threatening to crush Zhao Su, desperate to relieve her inner turmoil. Cough, miss, it's a mosaic, all mo. Say I see." After two violent coughs, Zhao Su struggled to pry the girl's hands away, but being merely a mortal at the second stage of body refinement, he was helpless against her strength, his injured legs flailing. Before long, Zhao Su began to lose consciousness, and the girl, glancing at him, forcefully tossed him aside. He crashed heavily against the wall, his face contorting in pain. Huff, ignoring the agony coursing through his body, he gasped for breath as if he might suffocate at any moment. "You may choose not to speak, but you have consumed a soul-dispersing pill. Even a nascent soul cultivator would suffer a drastic decline in power after taking this pill. With your meager cultivation, within 3 days, your 3 souls and 7 spirits will be entirely scattered, and not even a true immortal could save you." The girl clenched her fists, disbelief etched on her face. How could this insignificant insect have suddenly appeared in her quarters? Moreover, her bathing schedule and location were utterly unpredictable. Yet, what a fierce NPC! Regaining his composure, Zhao Su dismissed the girl as threats entirely. What was death to him? It was the most mundane, inconsequential event imaginable. What NPC? Who is this NPC? Is this how that NPC looks? Upon hearing Zhao Su's ramblings, the girl waved her hand, and a surge of true energy manifested, revealing a floating scroll that unveiled a peculiar visage. Chapter 26. Zhao Su's ascendant combat power. Gazing at the figure within the painting, Zhao Su shook his head and remarked, "I do not recognize her." "Humph, if you refuse to speak, then await your demise," the woman retorted, turning on her heel to depart. As she reached the doorway, she cast a glance back at Zhao Su, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. In a low voice, she stated, "You possess the art of cultivation, it stands to reason that you too are a dweller upon the path to immortality. Should I strike you with a single palm, your frail body may not withstand the force, and if I were to leave you here, your flesh would dissolve into a crimson puddle, leaving you in eternal suffering. I pity you, having labored for over 20 years in your pursuits. Do you wish to grow stronger?" The woman turned to regard Zhao Su, who was slumped on the ground, her voice now serious. "To grow stronger?" Indeed, I must. Zhao Su struggled to rise, his trembling form seemingly on the brink of collapse, yet he found the strength to exclaim, I shall inevitably become one of the foremost champions in this game. The reason he did not claim the title of the strongest was simple. He was not the only player, and others were advancing even more swiftly than he, including the likes of Brother Yu. Come forth. With a mere gesture, the woman summoned Zhao Su, whose body instantaneously lost its volition, drawn irresistibly toward her by an overwhelming force. In utter astonishment, Zhao Su uttered, could it be that I have encountered an NPC capable of imparting skills? I am destined for greatness, oh no. Why did I say that out loud? This is bad. Noticing the woman's bewildered gaze upon him, Zhao Su hastily covered his mouth. Remove your hand. Before Zhao Su could comply, the woman forcefully struck his hand, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a drop of blood found its way into Zhao Su's mouth. The woman then raised her hand to close his mouth and, with a slight smile, declared, regardless of whether you were sent by Quan An, from this day forth, you are under my command. I have but one task for you at any time, in any place, and by any means, ensure that Quan An cannot hold his head high. As long as you satisfy me, not only will I spare your life, but I shall also assist you in enhancing your cultivation. At the Upper Xian sect. Where has Naihe gone? I haven't seen him at practice today, Zhao Su's companion inquired. The green bubble hasn't replied either. He still owes me 2 coins, he hasn't run off with my money, has he? Jojo said while crafting fire sticks with his hands. As the largest supplier in the game, Jojo could create at least 20 fire sticks a day, which in reality took merely half an hour. Previously, Yuya said that the disciple token allows for instant communication. I've been trying to reach him for quite some time, yet there has been no response. Wang De held the disciple token, having searched the mountain twice without catching sight of Zhao Su, the strangest part being that Zhao Su appeared online. Forget it. Widow, you must be nearing the 4th layer of body refinement by now. Wang Chong waves dismissively, unconcerned. Players going missing was not unusual. Of the initial 100 players, fewer than 80 remained active over long periods. Player night raid on Widow Village, Wang De, Realm. Body refinement stage 3, 7500, weapon mountain cleaving axe, strength 30, equipment outer sect disciple uniform, defense 5, experience to allocate, 1350, life skills, none, vitality of 15, spirit energy 10, agility 7, overall combat power 360. It's still early, I need another 430 experience points. At my current rate, it will take at least half a month to reach the 4th layer of body refinement. I should probably wait until after the monthly exam, Wang De remarked as he glanced at his experience interface. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. The players had now entered the 4th week of the game, and the monthly exam loomed ahead, on the back mountain of Upper Xian sect. Mu Tianchen observed the sect assistant interface, feeling a sense of gratification as he noted, indeed, players are players, the highest ranked disciple is Wang De. Suddenly, upon glancing back, Mu Tianchen's pupils contracted. Just 3 days prior, Wang De had occupied the top position on the sect's disciple strength ranking, but now, as he opened the interface, he found himself demoted to 3rd place. Wang De had now attained the 3rd layer of body refinement, nearing the 4th layer. From the back-end observation data, it was clear that with his perseverance and online presence, he had a significant chance of breaking through to the 4th layer before the monthly exam. Yet, before Mu Tianchen lay the current disciple strength ranking, 1st Grandmaster Naihe, Zhao Su, Realm Body Refinement Stage 5. Overall Combat Power 7400. 2nd Brother Yu, Rinshushu, Realm Body Refinement Stage 4. Overall Combat Power 7200. 3rd Night Raid on Widow Village, Wang De, Realm Body Refinement Stage 3. Overall Combat Power 360. Damn, what have I missed? Mu Tianchen cursed as he stared at the disciple strength ranking. Ren Shushu possesses a powerful anomaly within him, having obtained the Demon Blade of the Anomaly Lord, which has significantly boosted his combat prowess. This is quite normal. But what has Zhao Su encountered? How did he surpass Ren Shushu so dramatically? Mu Tianchen stroked his chin, his curiosity piqued by Zhao Su's sudden rise, devoid of any apprehension. After all, players remained players. They held usage rights to their accounts, but not ownership. In other words, should Mu Tianchen wish, he could use the sect master's decree to directly revoke a player's account, a measure designed to maintain balance against overly powerful players. GM privilege account revocation is irreconcilable. Qin Xian, Qin Xian. He rushed out of the courtyard, calling out to Qin Xian, who was already shouldering her bag and preparing to descend the mountain. Turning back, Qin Xian asked in confusion, "Senior brother, do you have any further instructions?" Nothing much. I merely wish to inquire if anything strange has occurred among the disciples during my 4 days of seclusion. For instance, has anyone experienced any fortuitous encounters? Mu Tianchen intended to directly ask about Zhao Su, but he recalled that Jiaosu's current realm was merely the 7th layer of qi refinement. He still had a considerable distance to cover before his spiritual sense could extend over 1,000,000 miles. All the disciples are well, they are diligently cultivating. Run Shushu has advanced to the 4th layer of body refinement, yet I sense that there is something amiss with the anomaly within him. His body refinement method is fundamentally different from that of the other disciples. As for the rest, there is nothing unusual, everyone is working hard, Qing Xian replied calmly, her memories of the less active disciples not particularly vivid, while those who were frequently online were undoubtedly diligent. Pondering deeply, Mu Tianqian shook his head and asked, "Has Jiaosu undergone any changes recently?" Upon hearing this, Qing Xian's mind raced as she quickly scanned through the names on the disciple roster and finally located Jiaosu's name, shaking her head, "I am not certain. He seems to have little interest in my swordsmanship, having only attended 3 of my classes before disappearing." Nodding slightly, Mu Tianqian advised, "Junior sister, be cautious on your journey to Yunfeng City. If circumstances prove unfavorable, do not put yourself in danger. As for the debts owed by master, repay what you can, and gauge your strength for what you cannot. Rest assured, senior brother." Chapter 27. Obsession at the foot of Tianzi Peak, within a vast pit halfway up the mountain. The darkness is so profound that I cannot see my own hand, but it mirrors the scene from my last conversation with Jiaosu perfectly. His disciple token is here, yet he is nowhere to be found. Picking up Jiaosu's disciple token, though bound to the player, it remains unusable by anyone else. Even other players cannot utilize another's disciple token. The very existence of the disciple token serves the purpose of resurrection, specifically for fixed point revival. According to known conditions, should the token be lost, it will reappear alongside the player upon their return to the game after death, within the residence of the Shangshuan sect. Rubbing his thumb against Jiaosu's token to remove a layer of dust, memories of their last conversation flooded his mind. As he pondered, a spirit stone suddenly appeared before Mu Tianqian. "Goodness, there are so many spirit stones here?" he exclaimed, waving his hand to illuminate the surroundings, gazing in astonishment at the dimly glowing spirit stones. Having lived in the Shangshuan sect for 2 decades, he had never ventured here and was entirely unaware of the existence of a spirit stone mine in this location. The radiance of gathered vital energy illuminated the area, clearly revealing the layout of the entire pit. Before Mu Tianqian stood a blue stone platform, surrounded by towering stone pillars, each adorned with carvings of the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird. On the platform of the blue stone base, numerous openings were visible. Even someone with scant knowledge of formations like him could discern that these recesses were designed for the flow of energy required for spiritual array activation. Stepping onto the blue stone platform and reaching out to touch a stone pillar, Mu Tianqian queried, "System, what is the purpose of this platform?" According to system records, this should be a teleportation formation. The destination on the other side remains unknown, but the astute system deduces that this is a vast spirit mine cavern. The spirit mine is exceedingly rich. It appears the Shangshuan sect has not excavated this vein for a millennium. Based on temporal reasoning, the surrounding spirit stones should have absorbed sufficient heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, yet they now appear dim and depleted. This leaves only one possibility. No sooner had the system spoken than Mu Tianqian reached down to pick up a fragment of stone from the recess, which crumbled into powder with the slightest pressure. This platform has indeed been activated. Someone has used this teleportation formation to transport themselves elsewhere. The vital energy required to activate this platform has nearly exhausted this mountain's resources, the accumulated spirit energy from a millennium. Could it be that Jiaosu inadvertently transported himself to another location? Contemplating this possibility, Mu Tianqian promptly opened Jiaosu's personal interface to search for his current whereabouts. Player Jiaosu. Spiritual root gold, heavenly spiritual root, cannot be upgraded. Realm of body refining 7th level, 3,510,000. Overall combat power 13540 inch. Current location unknown. What on earth does unknown mean? Mu Tianqian exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of his head in disbelief. What madness was this? Just that morning, Jiaosu was at the body refining 5th level, and now, amidst this brief interval, he had already ascended to the 7th level. At this rate, Mu Tianqian feared he would soon be surpassed by Jiaosu, but what was most alarming was that the sect master's order could not ascertain Jiaosu's current location. Without the disciple token on me, I cannot contact him, nor can I directly approach him. If he remains alive over there, he will not be resurrected, nor will he return to the Shangshuan sect. What on earth is going on? Mu Tianqian pressed his forehead in frustration. It was not that he feared being outpaced by Jiaosu. After all, players were merely laborers, bound by their roles, yet, he was genuinely curious about the nature of the place and the energy that enabled Jiaosu's meteoric rise. To bring him back, I can only resort to the methods of sealing and unsealing, but that seems contrary to my interests. For now, I shall observe. With a sigh, as Mu Tianqian prepared to leave, a sudden scream echoed from above Tianzi Peak. I, Zhao Su, swear that I shall not rest until I avenge this grievance. Ling Jun, await me. Within the grand hall of the Shangshuan sect, behind the tightly shut doors, Mu Tianqian sat on a chair, gazing at the battered Zhao Su. He found himself struggling to contain his curiosity, yearning to inquire about the place he had visited and the fortuitous encounters he had experienced, yet, as he looked at Zhao Su, a flurry of warnings echoed in his mind. It was not that the system forbade him, rather, Mu Tianqian believed that if he were to ask, it might seem. Sect Master, I have discovered a vein of spirit or, a rich one. I wish to cultivate, to grow stronger, please grant me the celestial arts. In the hall, Zhao Su bowed deeply, kneeling, devoid of any semblance of masculinity, completely stripped of the once-held belief that a man's knees should bow only to gold. In that moment, it seemed as if everything had transformed. How strong do you wish to become? Mu Tianqian inquired, indirectly probing. Strong enough that in the 3,000 great worlds, none dare to challenge me. Strong enough that the lords of the 3,000 realms bow their heads in submission, strong enough to obtain and protect the life I desire. Zhao Su appeared to have suffered some great blow, akin to a violent shock. Mu Tianqian furrowed his brow, pondering in silence. 3,000 realm lords, what could that possibly be? The 3,000 great worlds, could it be that the other side of the teleportation platform leads to other great worlds? His mind raced with these thoughts, observing Zhao Su, who seemed entranced, leaving Mu Tianqian to wonder what experiences had befallen him in that world over the past few days. Approaching Zhao Su, Mu Tianqian spoke, to grow strong, one must exert countless times the effort of others, only diligent toil will not betray you, you seek your own strength, while I seek the strength of the sect. This is not contradictory, but before you can grow strong, you must have an even more powerful sect to support your ascension, enabling you to successfully complete the monthly examination and join the inner disciples. Remember to accomplish the sect's daily tasks. It will not be long before all that you see shall be yours, all that you desire shall come to fruition. Mu Tianqian was uncertain if players and NPCs could engage in such matters, yet he did not concern himself with that. What he sought was to entice, to paint a grand vision, a magnificent illusion that would ensnare Zhao Su. As for how long Zhao Su could endure, that would depend solely on the depth of his obsession. Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master. Zhao Su bowed respectfully. Just as he was about to leave, Mu Tianqian tossed the disciple token to him, stating, regarding the spirit vein, do not speak of it carelessly, and do not tread upon it henceforth. Zhao Su offered no reply, hastily exiting. Once he was certain the surroundings were clear, Mu Tianqian finally inquired, System, what is the 3,000 great worlds, and what is a 3,000 realm lord? It is quite simple to comprehend. The 3,000 great worlds refer to 3,000 worlds, and the 3,000 realm lords are the masters of these 3,000 worlds. The host is rather dim-witted. What is their level of power? Unknown. Chapter 28. What game is the crossbow more ferocious than the 95? At the peak of Tianzi, within the illustrious sect of Shangshuan, in the square before the Grand Hall, Zhou, with countless wood shavings adorning his hair, clutched a wooden crossbow in his hands, exclaiming in astonishment, "It's done! It's done! What a remarkable talent! Now that you have joined our ranks, proceed." Just as Zhou reveled in his joy, a sudden flash of spiritual light surged from within the Grand Hall, piercing through the heavens and descending into the abyss. In the blink of an eye, the luminous essence vanished, transforming into a pinpoint of light that penetrated Zhou's body. Congratulations, player, you have received the true Yangtze inheritance of the puppet Immortal, Craftsmanship Proficiency 3000. Congratulations, player, you have comprehended the entirety of the art of cultivation and craftsmanship from the inheritance. The jubilant cheers abruptly ceased. What on earth? Zhou glanced around, and at that moment, Wang Chong had approached him, eyeing the wooden crossbow in Zhou's grasp. How far can this contraption shoot? I just measured it. It can reach at least 300 paces, and it fires continuously. Once an arrow is launched, the mechanism below automatically rebounds, reloading the arrow, making it akin to an automatic rifle. Its penetrating power even surpasses that of the 95 rifle. However, the range is far inferior to that of the 95. Zhou flipped the wooden crossbow over and over, unable to contain the delight on his face. Come on, are you telling me that the penetration power of this wooden crossbow surpasses that of the 95? Wang Chong took the crossbow from Zhou's hands, his expression one of astonishment, yet disbelief lingered in his heart. Standing at the edge of the square, he gazed down at the forest below, pulling the trigger. With a swift whoosh, the arrow sang through the air, the sound reverberating in Wang Chang's ears. The wooden bolt, tipped with bronze, embedded itself into the trunk of a massive tree, the force of the shot causing the rear of the bolt to sway wildly, yet the combination of the bronze tip's penetration and the tree's formidable resistance left it only 4 inches deep, with more than half still protruding. If the arrowhead were made of iron, I assure you, the penetration would undoubtedly exceed that of the 95. This very tree would yield no more than 5 inches to the 95. With his hands clasped behind his back, Jojo adjusted his glasses, exuding an air of mastery over the situation. Wang Chong furrowed his brow, saying, "How could a wooden crossbow possibly be more powerful than the 95? Is that even scientific?" "Ah, young master, this is not a matter of science, this is a game. Look at this bowstring, it's made from the tendons of that great brown bear, the elasticity is utterly absurd." Jojo pointed to the bowstring, emphasizing that the range and power of the crossbow hinge upon 2 crucial elements. The bowstring and the arrowhead, the other components, merely serve as supplementary parts, having minimal impact on the bolt's force. $50, I'll buy it. Wang Chong examined it in his hands, only to have Jojo wave his hand dismissively, saying, 100. Why don't you just steal it? Young master, do you lack funds? I spent 3 days crafting this, 3 days, do you have any idea what those 3 days were like for me? Jojo wore the face of a cunning merchant, yet, gazing at the wooden crossbow in his hands, Wang Chong hesitated. He had been laboring to find a weapon suited to him, one that would provide some measure of self-protection in the face of wild beasts. Neither Jojo's bronze dagger nor Wang Da's mountain axe were appropriate or to his liking. The wooden crossbow before him, however, was powerful, requiring no close-range engagement, allowing him to strike from the shadows with minimal risk and great reward. Fine, 100 it is. Momentarily taken aback, Wang Chong widened his eyes, muttering, "What the hell, can this NPC actually compete with players for items? Damn developers, I swear, if I find out who you are." He handed the crossbow to Ruan Cheng, who examined it with interest. Having witnessed Wang Cheng's shooting earlier, he now understood the crossbow's potency. After a thorough inspection, he returned it to Wang Chong. Turning to Jojo, he asked, "Did you craft this?" "Indeed," Jojo replied candidly. "Have you considered how much you could enhance its power? You will not only face the most ordinary of mortals but cultivators of varying ranks, whose numbers are uncertain and whose intentions may shift in the shadows." As Ruan Cheng's words settled, Jojo felt a spark of inspiration within his mind, as if records within the craft had hinted at inscribing formations upon mundane items to amplify their might. About to speak, Jojo was interrupted by Ruan Cheng, who said, "I hope you succeed in the upcoming monthly exam. While unique skills are commendable, if your cultivation does not reach a sufficient level, you shall never be able to forge exceptional techniques." With that, Ruan Cheng departed from the square, leaving Jojo to ponder, "Is this a reminder for me to strive harder in my cultivation?" "What did the NPC say to you?" Wang Chong asked, puzzled. "Young master, are you serious? Did you not hear him?" Jojo suddenly lost his train of thought. His current cultivation was merely at the 2nd level of body refinement, and he was still half an experience point away from the 3rd level needed for the monthly exam. Given the time remaining, achieving the 3rd level through mountain tasks before the exam seemed impossible. "Senior brother, this group of disciples is truly remarkable. That fellow named Jojo is capable of crafting a wooden crossbow, which possesses considerable power. If he were to switch to iron arrowheads, I fear even those at the 3rd level of body refinement would struggle to withstand its might." Ruan Cheng spoke excitedly as he walked. "You've been keeping a close watch on him," Mu Tianchen remarked calmly from his chair, observing Ruan Cheng's approach. He understood that players would eventually be distributed among various factions, and what he sought were talents from all walks of life, not merely those skilled in combat. After all, players could respawn, but NPCs could not. "Senior brother, if he fails to pass the monthly exam, might it be possible?" Ruan Cheng furrowed his brow, seemingly concerned that Mu Tianchen would disagree, and added, "He has received the legacy of the true young patriarch. He will surely excel in the future. To break the rules one has established for oneself, those who cannot complete the monthly exam shall not be allowed to become inner disciples. Furthermore, for those who fail this month's exam, the requirements for the next will be doubled," Mu Tianchen stated with a calm demeanor. Players of the Shenshuan sect had not been without loss, and thus far, he had yet to find a method to attract more players. Nevertheless, the principle of quality over quantity must be upheld. Players vary in dedication, and investing significant effort into cultivating one who lacks perseverance only to find oneself without support in crucial moments would be disastrous. Senior brother, must it be so harsh? Ruan Cheng seemed to envision the revitalization of the Shenshuan sect, yet Mu Tianchen's resoluteness left him. "Fear not, more outstanding disciples will come for you to choose from. But let us not dwell on this matter. Junior brother, do you know where I might find spirit stones?" Mu Tianqian mused, his fingers tracing the spirit stone he had absorbed, a hint of melancholy in his expression. Well, perhaps we could inquire with the Grandmaster. Chapter 29. Words must be spoken with caution, and food must be eaten judiciously. Spirit stones, those are not easily mined, it requires a substantial workforce. The current Shangshuan sect lacks the capability to extract spirit mines. It would be prudent to focus on the disciples' physical training for now, Xian Jinzi remarked dismissively upon hearing Mu Tianqian's inquiry about the spirit stone veins, his expression one of incredulity. Master Uncle, you know where to find them, do you not? Mu Tianqian's eyes gleamed with fervor. Having absorbed the celestial essence contained within spirit stones, he could no longer content himself with merely meditating to draw on the natural energies. The two methods were not even in the same league. Absorbing natural energy requires purification to eliminate impurities, as the energy drawn from the cosmos is often mixed with various elements. However, spirit stones are the quintessence of heaven and earth, devoid of any impurities, offering an unparalleled purity of energy. The last time I encountered that peculiar place, the large pit was once a site for mining spirit stones. You may wish to investigate it, Xian Jinzi sighed, observing Mu Tianqian's intense demeanor, and gestured towards a rather obscure path. Ahem, Master Uncle, I have already been to that large pit, but there are no spirit stones left with any energy, Mu Tianqian replied, just as Xian Jinzi sprang to his feet, his indignation palpable. How could that be? Just over 10 days ago, I mined some, and they were brimming with energy. Master Uncle, when you went to mine, did you notice the array platform? A disciple accidentally activated it, causing the platform to siphon the energy from the spirit stones, Mu Tianqian lamented. The spirit mine within that pit was extraordinarily rich, yet now it was unexploitable. After being drained by the array, the surrounding spirit stones had lost their energy, and the condition of the ones deeper within remained uncertain. What if those two had been depleted? Once mined, the spirit mine would be irreparably damaged, rendering it incapable of absorbing natural energy to recharge. This was precisely why Mu Tianqian hesitated to exploit that site. It seemed far wiser to leave it undisturbed rather than risk a potentially fruitless endeavor that might harm the ley lines. That teleportation array has not been activated for 700 years. The last time, Xian Jinzi abruptly halted mid-sentence, turning on the spot to scrutinize Mu Tianqian. If you seek spirit stones, head west to the base of the Dizifang mountain. There lies a vein rich in spirit stones sufficient for your needs. With that, Xian Jinzi's figure flickered, becoming an ephemeral apparition before vanishing entirely. 700 years ago, indeed, the last time Li Tianjun returned, he mentioned something about Zhao family village 700 years ago. That old fellow must have been involved in those events. Never mind that. Let us first locate the vein. Mining is of utmost importance. Clenching his fists, Mu Tianqian stepped out of Xian Jinzi's courtyard, only to pause, rubbing his forehead in realization. How foolish of me. System. Formulate a task for the disciples to venture to Dizifang and search for spirit mines. All participating players shall receive a reward of 500 contribution points to the sect, he declared, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Rather than aimlessly searching the Dizifang alone, it would be far more advantageous to enlist the players to explore, thereby enriching the game's content while reaping the benefits without the burden of travel. Shangshuan sect, Tianzifang, kitchen. Pop, this ingredient is utterly bizarre. How can one consume it without immediately feeling the urge to rush to the lavatory? Wang Dana exclaimed, having released a series of thunderous flatulence, clutching his stomach with one hand while covering his mouth with the other, his legs crossed in desperation, wishing fervently for 3 hands to stem the tide. The thought of an accident in this immersive AI gaming world was mortifying. Despite their lack of acquaintance in reality, the embarrassment would resonate far and wide. Rainy Night sister, what is this? Li Tianjun lifted a robust leaf from his plate, its appearance most formidable. Although Zhao Xiaolin had processed it, the edges of the leaf still exuded a clearly visible slime. I'm not quite sure. I found it in the mountains nearby. Although Chao Sanyi gifted us rice, I thought it prudent to incorporate some greens into our diet for balance, so I went out and foraged some wild vegetables, Zhao Xiaolin explained, her lively eyes scanning the surroundings. Rainy Night sister, your family is from Yunnan, right? Li Tianjun placed the leaf on the table, climbing up to examine it closely. Zhao Xiaolin shrugged, her expression awkward yet apologetic. No worries, I've got a resilient constitution, I won't perish from this. Just as the two conversed, Wang Dana, his head hung low and a look of resignation etched upon his face, walked into the room. He glanced at the group gathered around the table and sighed, whatever you do, do not eat that vegetable, it's utterly ugh. Seeing Li Tianjun fiddling with the greens, seemingly intent on discerning their nature, Wang Dana felt his stomach churn violently, threatening to retch. Xian Yuanjing cast a fearful glance at Zhao Xiaolin, saying, "Rainy Night Sister, perhaps we could hire someone from Qiao family village to cook for us, this way, you'd have more time to focus on your cultivation." "What do you mean? Are you implying my cooking is subpar? You all begged me to take on this role when I entered the game. Besides, in this game, I have yet to see a single green vegetable I recognize. Look at you all, pale and sickly. If you don't consume some green foods, I fear there will be no need for any cultivation at all." Upon hearing Xian Yuanjing's suggestion, Zhao Xiaolin's ire flared. Initially, she had been more than willing to cook for them, as no one wished to be trapped at the stove in a cultivation game. However, after spending considerable time in the kitchen, her gains had been substantial. Her spiritual root was shifting towards the fire element, overshadowing the other 4 elemental roots. Moreover, her time spent in the kitchen not only honed her culinary skills and fire attribute but also contributed significantly to her physical training experience. "No, I wouldn't dare. Rainy Night Sister, I merely thought you might benefit from a break. Look, it's been quite a while, and you've been tirelessly working in the kitchen. It can't be good for you." Xian Yuanjing, observing the despondent Wang Dana, felt a pang of sympathy, vowing to himself that he would ensure a top-notch chef was secured for his culinary needs in the game. "Fine, I won't cook tomorrow. You can feast on your meat instead." Zhao Xiaolin rolled her eyes, lifting the mysterious greens to leave, when suddenly, Wang Dana lunged forward, arms spread wide, and tackled Zhao Xiaolin from behind, pinning her down. Wang Dana's arms turned a purplish-black hue, visible tendrils surging through his veins like living entities. "Rainy Night Sister," quickly, before Wang Dana could complete his sentence, Zhao Xiaolin was already pinned beneath him. "Ah!" she screamed, as Wang Dana's elongated canines, resembling sharp roots, emerged, aimed at her neck, ready to bite down. "What the hell is this? Widow, what is wrong with you? Could it be poison?" In an instant, the players seated around the table erupted into chaos, retreating in panic until they found themselves cornered, huddled together in fear. Chapter 30 Xian Yuanjing I have long lost my virginity. Zhao Xiaolin, with a hint of baby fat on her body, quickly withered away after being bitten by Wang Danao. Her skin wrinkled, and her once lustrous black hair visibly turned white in the blink of an eye. Lying on the ground, Zhao Xiaolin emitted no sound before her breath ceased entirely. Wang Danao, unable to extract any more nutrients from Zhao Xiaolin's lifeless form, grasped her head with one hand and twisted it forcefully. In an instant, her already shriveled body became severed, her sunken head rolling like a ball towards Li Tianjun's direction. Covering her mouth with her hands, Li Tianjun struggled to suppress a scream, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The sight of Wang Danao was nothing short of grotesque. His once robust arms sprouted countless tendrils, and his scalp split open, yet not a drop of blood flowed. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of Wang Danao's skull shattering, before a fearsome, monstrous plant erupted from within him. It bore 4 leaves and 3 petals, the edges of which were lined with sharp barbs. Though no one dared to test their sharpness, their lethal nature was evident to the naked eye. Moreover, viscous liquid dripped from the thorns, unmistakably indicating the presence of venom. The 3-petaled flower let out a furious roar towards the crowd. Wang Danao's body had completely vanished, leaving behind only a pile of tattered garments. Had it not been for the presence of a mountain axe at the entrance, no one would have guessed that these remnants belonged to Wang Danao. Xian Yuanjing swallowed hard, his hands groping behind him, his mind consumed by a singular thought: a run. With a shout, it seemed as if the other players were infected by Xian Yuanjing's panic, rushing towards the exit in a frenzy. Yu Xian, relying on his agility, charged ahead, but before he could escape, he was ensnared by an intricate web of countless intertwining tendrils. The 3-petaled flower growled at Yu Xian, its massive maw appearing as if it intended to swallow him whole. "Oh my goodness, I will never play a holographic game again. Damn it, is this game designed to scare people to death?" Yu Xian trembled uncontrollably, feeling a dampness spreading below him. Naturally timid, he had entered this game believing that a cultivation-themed experience would lack frightening elements. The initial storyline had aligned with his expectations, as simple daily tasks, coupled with highly intelligent NPCs and a semi-open game world, had made his experience enjoyable. Although early eerie occurrences had been unsettling, they had not caused widespread alarm. But now, this horrifying, creeping 3-petaled flower was advancing towards him. As liquid dripped down, the tendrils ensnaring Yu Xian rapidly receded, the 3-petaled flower seemingly ablaze, emitting a strange wail. "What kind of setting is this? Is it using child urine to ward off evil?" Song Qiao, hiding behind Xian Yuanjing, listened to the flower's anguished cries and observed Yu Xian's predicament, staring at Xian Yuanjing with a look of confusion. "You should go. What do you want me to do?" Xian Yuanjing, having been pushed forward a step by Song Qiao, felt rooted to the spot, clutching onto the objects behind him, unwilling to take another step. "Aren't you also a virgin?" Song Qiao blinked her innocent eyes. Me? How could I possibly be a virgin? Stop talking nonsense, I lost that long ago. Shen Yuanjing's voice boomed, as if he were declaring something of utmost importance, desperate for others to know. Yet, instead of drawing the players' attention, his proclamation only attracted the three-petaled flower's hostile gaze. Roar! The three-petaled flower remained stationary, its enormous mouth extending 6 or 7 meters, its tendrils seemed capable of infinite expansion. Shen Yuanjing, initially on guard, focused intently on the flower, but before he could make any move, it lunged towards him. The gigantic maw descended towards Shen Yuanjing's head. If I die, I'll lose experience points. I don't want to die. Shen Yuanjing reached out, grasping Song Qiao. His first instinct was to push her forward to shield himself from impending doom, considering that if not for her, he wouldn't have spoken up and attracted the flower's attention. However, as he held onto Song Qiao, preparing to exert force, a flash of insight struck him. If I sell her out, no one will want to play with me in the future. Caught in a dilemma, he wrestled with the thought. Since reaching the 3rd level of body tempering, every player death led to a direct halving of their training experience. This was merely the initial penalty. As one advanced further, the time taken to resurrect extended considerably. Of course, the experience lost upon death was half of what one possessed at their current level, not a total loss of all accumulated experience. Upper Mystical Technique, Call of Thunder. Outside the kitchen door, Mu Tianqian raised his hand to the sky, forming a spell. With a deafening roar, a bolt of heavenly lightning descended, crackling. The three-petaled flower was struck by the lightning, halting its ravenous consumption of Xian Yuan's sword and pivoting towards Mu Tianqian. Roar! The furious bellow of the three-petaled flower came forth, its massive maw now directly before Mu Tianqian, gaping wide as if to consume him whole. Witnessing this heart-stopping spectacle, Mu Tianqian's facial muscles twitched. The players were terrified, and he too felt a surge of fear. This creature was utterly revolting, both disgusting and terrifying. A colossal plant, opening its gaping maw towards you, with tendrils capable of devouring you whole in viscous liquid that could corrode your flesh. Thinking of it, Upper Mystical Technique, 3 Woods Divine Fire. With a flick of his wrist, Mu Tianqian found himself with no avenue for retreat. If this were outside the Upper Mystical Sect, he could easily ignore such a scenario. However, within the sect, allowing this monster to grow would mean that players would have no chance of resurrection, living only to die repeatedly. Moreover, this creature harbored intense hostility towards the Upper Mystical Sect, towards the players. Forming a spell, Mu Tianqian conjured a ball of flame in his palm, launching it into the gaping maw of the three-petaled flower. Explode! With his middle fingers interlocked and his index fingers opposing each other, he shouted in fury, and then a muffled explosion erupted from within the flower's petals, releasing a plume of black smoke. The already enraged three-petaled flower became even more ferocious, charging at Mu Tianqian without regard. Damn it, it won't die. Impatience surged within Mu Tianqian as he swiftly retreated, leaping to a distance of several meters. If only I could see its health bar as a player, he silently lamented, having never encountered such a creature before. Its strength was average, relying solely on instinctive attacks. Were this in the wild, Mu Tianqian would have ample time to wear it down, but now, in front of a crowd of players, damn it, you're forcing me to reveal my trump card. Observing the three-petaled flower charging towards him, Mu Tianqian hesitated not for a moment, tossing the sect leader's token into the air while channeling his true energy. Celestial Destruction Formation. Life for Death. Chapter 31. Why haven't you perished? In an instant, the spiritual energy within a 30-meter radius rapidly converged. The fallen immortal array was a deadly trap, where life was extinguished, and those ensnared within it, be they celestial. The fallen immortal array discerned the weaknesses of living beings, targeting them with precision. As the creatures trapped within varied in strength, the effects of the array manifested in distinctly different ways. Outside the array, Mu Tianqian could not perceive the trials faced by the three-petaled flower, yet he could see it writhing in agony, letting out anguished howls. Within the confines of the array, fireballs relentlessly assaulted its roots, descending from above and emerging from below, encircling it on all sides. Regardless of the methods the three-petal flower employed to extricate itself, ensnared in the array, it lacked the strength to shatter the formation, and its ultimate fate was inevitable annihilation. With his hands clasped behind him, standing high above, Mu Tianqian observed the three-petal flower within the array, contemplating silently. It appears this creature has reached the pinnacle of chi refinement. Should it advance further, the fallen immortal array may not suffice to vanquish it. I may have to seek the aid of that cantankerous old man. Casting a glance into the distance, Mu Tianqian refrained from intervening immediately, wishing to ascertain whether Xian Jinzi would take action. If he did, dealing with the incompletely sentient three-petal flower would be a trivial matter for someone of his golden core cultivation. However, after waiting for a considerable time without any indication of Xian Jinzi's intervention, Mu Tianqian found himself compelled to act. In mere moments, the three-petal flower visibly withered, its green leaves turning yellow, shriveling into a lifeless husk, devoid of any trace of vitality. The sect leader's order swiftly descended, and as he reached to grasp it, Mu Tianqian's gaze wandered to the players nearby, who were rendered speechless in shock. He mused quietly, "My players, hasten to enhance your strength. The stronger you become, the more formidable this fallen immortal array will be. The first-level fallen immortal array can only condense spiritual energy within a 30-meter radius, capable of injuring and ensnaring chi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators, but engaging in battles beyond one's level is precarious. The 9th-level fallen immortal array would harness the spiritual energy of the entire vast continent, extending over 30,000 miles. When that time comes, having experienced the power of the fallen immortal array for the first time, Mu Tianqian found himself enamored with it. It was overwhelmingly potent, teetering on the edge of absurdity. And if the fallen immortal array could reach the 9th level, the following morning, atop a hillside, Wang Dana rested his chin in his hands, gazing blankly at the players ascending the mountain. After completing the climbing task, Xian Yuanjing joined Wang Dana, sitting beside him on the ground, and draped an arm around his shoulder, saying, "My friend, some things are best left in the past. Experience is merely a lesson we practice until we master it. After all, one must look forward in life and refrain from dwelling on the unpleasant." Xian Yuanjing offered words of comfort, while Wang Dana, grasping his head with both hands, lamented, "I've accumulated 200 points of body refinement experience, and I'm on the brink of reaching the 4th level of body refinement. All that effort for just a meal, 4 or 5 days wasted." Though 4 or 5 days may seem short in the real world, the relentless torment was unbearable. To break through to the 4th level of body refinement, Wang Dana exhausted himself daily, seeking out experience wherever he could find it. Now, in his bewilderment, he had lost track of how he had perished. No, he did know how he had met his end. I didn't mean to, and who could have anticipated that thing would be so terrifying? I tell you, my brother, I witnessed it firsthand. The NPC sect leader was incredibly formidable, summoning thunder and divine fire with a mere gesture. Once we draw chi into our bodies, we will surely achieve similar feats. Just imagine summoning lightning with a mere flick of the wrist, commanding the winds and rains, omnipotent. Most importantly, this is a fully immersive, hyper-intelligent AI experience, so vivid and real, you mustn't let this minor setback lead you to despair. Xian Yuanjing gently patted Wang Dana's back and continued, "You may not realize, but after you confronted Yue, she wept for quite some time, appearing rather haughty. Enough with the useless talk." Wang Dana hurriedly pushed Xian Yuanjing away, unwilling to hear more. "Brother, I'll accompany you up the mountain. Come on, lift your spirits, you are still the strongest." Xian Yuanjing extended a hand to support Wang Dana, but Wang Dana stood up and shoved Xian Yuanjing, saying, "I'm not some damsel. Go support Rabbit instead. Emperor Han Zhaolai once said, brothers are like limbs, women are like garments." A smile graced Xian Yuanjing's face, for Wang Dana had always been close to Li Tianjun, leaving him with little opportunity. But now, fortune smiled upon him. The words spoken that day by the centipede's nemesis and the bleeding buff, Zhou Xian, echoed in his ears. Players would inevitably fracture. The more alliances forged now, the better for the future. According to the game's promotion, once one reached a certain level of cultivation, establishing a sect was not out of the question. It was particularly noteworthy that even without the strength to establish a sect, seizing cities and waging wars across the land was still attainable. This was a comprehensive game, blending elements of cultivation, national warfare, city combat, management, nurturing, and strategy into a rich tapestry. Yet, within this intricate M-Lang lay diverse gameplay, not confined to a singular, linear path. At Qiao family village, Zhou Xian, shrouded in a veil, arrived at the grand courtyard of the Qiao family and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it?" The guard of the Qiao family, with a face of disdain, opened the door just enough to peek outside. Bang! With a single, powerful strike, Zhou Xian, possessing the 3rd level of body refinement, unleashed a punch with over 400 pounds of force. Although still in the mortal state, unable to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, his strength remained formidable. Even at the 8th level of body refinement, one's power would not exceed 900 pounds. Those who could reach 1,000 pounds were exceedingly rare. The guard at the Qiao family, struck squarely in the face by this punch, immediately burst, his brain matter spilling forth without a sound or struggle. Zhou Xian, steadying the headless corpse, exhibited no hint of fear at the act of killing. Entering the Qiao family courtyard, Zhou Xian surveyed his surroundings, noting the dozens of guards staring at him in confusion. With a cold smile, Zhou Xian commanded, "Summon Xiao San Yi." The guards, intimidated by Zhou Xian's strength, though numerous, were reluctant to sacrifice themselves, for they could not be reborn. Fortunately, Zhou Xian was well concealed, and none recognized him. Before long, Xiao San Yi arrived, frowning slightly upon seeing the heavily cloaked Zhou Xian.
Might I inquire if you have a grievance with the Chow family? Slaying my kin is utterly unreasonable.
Zhou Xian's expression remained calm, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With his hands clasped behind his back, he replied coldly, Xiao Sanyi, is there any need for us to continue this charade? Have them withdraw, my meager strength poses no threat to you, old fox. Xiao Sanya's brow furrowed deeper as he scrutinized Zhou Xian, pondering the situation. After a lengthy pause, he could not deduce anything conclusive, but observing Zhou Xian's third-level body refinement, he waved his hand, saying, everyone, step back.
Understood.
The guards bowed in response, promptly retreating with their weapons.
Should I address you as Xiao Sanyi, or should I refer to you as Lord of the Demon Seed?
At these words, Xiao Sanya's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly recovered, standing still as a cloud of black mist enveloped him. When the mist dissipated, the original Xiao Sanyi had vanished, replaced by a man with horns protruding from his forehead, a red mark upon his brow, and surrounded by swirling black energy.
Since you are aware, you shall not leave Chow family village alive.
Before Xiao Sanyi could finish his threat, he lunged forward to strike. To him, killing a mere third-level body refinement mortal was no different from crushing an ant. However, just as Xiao Sanyi prepared to eliminate him, Zhou Xian removed the veil shrouding his face, revealing a unique smile akin to that of a dragon king.
You should not have forgotten me.
Before Zhou Xian's words could fully escape his lips, Xiao Sanyi vanished in an instant, reappearing before Zhou Xian, reaching out to touch his forehead in astonishment, exclaiming, how is it that you are still alive?
Chapter 32.
The illusory array at the foot of Feng Mountain, Wang Dena held a mountain axe tightly in his grasp, leading the way, while Li Tianjun wielded a bronze sword, clearing away the underbrush to the sides. Xian Yuanjing trailed behind, and the modest team of merely 13 members ventured into the dense forest, where the atmosphere became palpably tense, enveloping them in an oppressive silence. Yu Xian, shivering as he surveyed the surrounding flora and trees, murmured, perhaps we should consider turning back. This task has no stipulated deadline, after all we can undertake it whenever we wish.
I tend to agree, this place feels so eerie. It was a clear day when we entered, yet look at that towering tree. Not a single ray of sunlight penetrates it. Don't you find that rather peculiar? Without photosynthesis, how can the plants below thrive so robustly? Zhou crouched down, reaching out to touch the ground. It's just a game.
Why discuss photosynthesis? Song Qiao scoffed at Zhou's remark, finding it utterly ridiculous to apply logic to the game's design. Ignoring Song Qiao's derision, Zhou was about to brush against a nearby wildflower when, to his astonishment, it began to wither at a visible pace, swiftly followed by a wave of decay that spread outward, engulfing everything within a radius of over 300 meters.
What was once a verdant hillside transformed into a desolate wasteland in the blink of an eye.
I told you so, I shouldn't have come, you all insisted on dragging me here. Yu Xian retreated, disregarding the other players completely, turning and fleeing in panic. Fear had overwhelmed him entirely. It was indeed strange, as Yu Xian was not known for his bravery, and after the incident with the three-petaled flower, his trepidation only deepened, rendering him fearful of everything around him. Yet, he could not detach himself from this game, which he both loathed and feared, for one never knew what might transpire in the next moment of gameplay.
God King, God King.
Don't run, this is an illusory array, we must stay together to have a chance.
Zhou called out to the fleeing Yu Xian. Widow, hurry and bring him back, don't let him encounter anything else.
If he triggers another illusion within this array, we may find ourselves trapped in an even more complex maze, making escape exceedingly difficult. As soon as Zhou finished speaking, Wang Dena leaped into action, but his speed paled in comparison to Yu Xian's. When it came to fleeing, Yu Xian was undoubtedly the fastest among the 100 players. Wang Dena could only shout after the fleeting shadow of Yu Xian, stop running, if you keep this up, you'll truly be in danger.
Perhaps he hadn't heard Zhou's voice earlier. When Wang Dena finally caught up, his voice boomed with urgency, stop, come back with me.
As the two turned around, the distance that had seemed merely a few strides away was suddenly obscured by a thick, swirling fog that enveloped their vision.
What's happening?
Why is it suddenly so foggy? Wang Dena's head spun as he surveyed the misty surroundings. The Yu Xian he had just grasped vanished without a trace as he released his hold.
Widow, where are you?
Yu Xian shouted, but Wang Dena appeared oblivious to his voice. From a godlike perspective, they were merely 2 meters apart, yet they could see nothing of each other.
Old Wang, it's dangerous, we must flee.
Just then, Zhou, wearing glasses, emerged from the fog, rushing towards Wang Dena in a panic.
What about Du Bu and Shi too?
Wang Dena asked, immediately thinking of Li Tianjun and Xian Yuanjing.
Though neither was particularly formidable, they stood out among the players, and they hadn't strayed too far apart, but if something had befallen them, it was inconceivable. The silence was deafening. Xian Yuanjing and Li Tianjun were ensnared by a large tree. "Let us go, if we don't leave now, it will be too late, this mist is toxic." As Zhou Zhou's warning echoed in the air, Wang Dena, preparing to follow him, felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. He raised his mountain axe, its sharp blade aimed at Zhou Zhou's back, and struck down with a swift motion. With a slicing sound, the mountain axe, capable of cleaving stone, effortlessly bisected Zhou Zhou in a single blow. "Ah!" Zhou Zhou emitted a strangled cry, and in an instant, the figure before Wang Dena dissipated into a cloud of white mist, merging with the swirling fog. "Damn it! I was so focused on being independent that I didn't even know their names. If it weren't for the fact that players rarely inquire about each other's real identities, I might have fallen for his trick." That single strike seemed to drain all of Wang Dena's strength, leaving him breathless as he pressed his hands against his knees, hyper-aware of his surroundings. Years of military experience had sharpened his instincts for danger, yet, as an ordinary person, his understanding could only be described as limited in this world of cultivation. His skills in reconnaissance and danger perception were, at best, trivial. After catching his breath, a sudden realization struck Wang Dena, his face contorting with fear as he covered his mouth with his left hand, his eyes wide with terror. That creature just said the fog is toxic. Surely, it wasn't he trying to deceive me, but the fog enveloped him completely, and he lacked a gas mask. Besides, even if he had one, would it truly protect him from this insidious mist? Feeling his body weaken, Wang Dena staggered backward, his eyes wide open, still emitting faint gasps, yet they bore the unmistakable look of impending death that he had just revived. "This one is the most robust. His yang energy must be abundant." At that moment, three alluring figures emerged from the white mist, their lips curling into a smile as they beckoned. The surrounding fog surged towards Wang Dena, coalescing into a tangible form that lifted the three ethereal figures toward him without hesitation. "This is a tremendous tonic. It has been ages since I encountered such a potent source." The lead woman grasped Wang Dena by the throat, their lips meeting, visibly drawing a faint essence into her mouth. "Die!" Wang Dena roared, seizing the woman's head with his right hand while wielding the mountain axe with his left. With a single downward stroke, the ghostly figure siphoning his yang energy was cleaved in two. "Ah!" Although the mountain axe did not completely obliterate the specter, the sheer force of the blow sent her reeling, her ethereal form resembling shattered glass barely held together. "How dare you, little specter? I am a disciple of the Upper Xian sect, originally belonging to the 5th Group Army of Huaxia, the 3rd Composite Brigade, 77th Battalion, slap." Wang Dena felt a sharp pain across his face as he blinked in confusion, suddenly finding himself in an unfamiliar place. Li Tianjun stood before him, repeatedly striking his face, saying, "Widow, wake up, stop daydreaming." With a start, Wang Dena sat upright from a wooden stump, bewildered. "What just happened? You chased after Yu Xian, and then the fog rolled in. After that, we all lost consciousness and woke up here. What is this place?" "This is your home, the station of the 5th Group Army of Huaxia, 3rd Composite Brigade, 77th Battalion, damn it." Wang Dena reached for his axe, but found nothing beside the bed. "My lord, why not keep me company?" The ghost, aware of her exposure, no longer concealed her true form and dove straight into Wang Dena's embrace. Chapter 33 Grand Aspirations. What on earth has transpired? Who are you? Where are my friends? Wang Dana, pushing aside the female specter, urgently inquired. "My lord, you have inadvertently wandered into an illusionary formation. This array has existed for an eternity, and we sisters are merely trapped souls, unknown how many years we have lingered here. Time does not flow in this place, yet upon your arrival, you triggered the illusion. This formation is potent, ensnaring the hearts of men, rendering them willing to become slaves and servants. It has long been neglected, lacking a master to oversee its core, until it was shattered by a man with 4 eyes." As the female specter finished speaking, Wang Dana furrowed his brow in confusion. In his earlier years, he had studied, enlisted, fought, and retired, never once feeling lost, yet now, he was genuinely bewildered. He could not discern whether what lay before him was reality or illusion, whether it was the game world or merely an illusion within it. "Why did you deceive me just now? You feigned pity, putting on an act. I shall strike you down." Wang Dana was on the brink of madness. As an ordinary man from the real world, even though he had commenced his cultivation, he had yet to step onto the immortal path. How could he differentiate between truth and falsehood? He had no choice but to resolutely treat this as an illusion. After all, if all else failed, death would be the worst outcome, and while it would be a significant loss, he would not truly perish.
With a thought, the previously empty wooden stake transformed as Wang Dana grasped the mountain axe that he had failed to find earlier, now appearing in his hand once more. With a vertical strike, the female spectre had no means of resistance. The axe descended upon her crown, and in an instant, she dissipated into smoke. The surrounding scenery began to warp. Correct, Wang Dana's trembling hand clutched the mountain axe as the landscape transformed, returning him to the starting point. Standing amidst the trees, he lifted his foot and turned back, only to see Jojo just crouching down.
Damn it, here we go again?
He wished to call out and stop her, but in a moment of daze, he felt a dryness in his throat, unable to produce a sound. The scene before him continued to shift, and this time, it felt as though he were watching a narrative unfold. Zhou, Xian Yuanjing, Song Xiao, Yu Xian, and a multitude of players appeared before him, yet it seemed these individuals had become ensnared in the illusion and could not extricate themselves. Looking around, he beheld that there was not a trace of vegetation. The entire Zifeng was barren, resembling a mountain of stone. His mind in disarray, Wang Dana could no longer discern when this illusion had begun. Was it when Jojo crouched down, or had they already stepped into the illusion from the moment they entered the Zifeng? The path of formations lies within spiritual energy, borrowing the might of heaven and earth to achieve possibilities far beyond one's limits. The illusionary formation manifests as void. All is but a reflection of the heart. All living beings, regardless of kind, are driven by desires. The insatiable desire leads to entrapment in the illusion, making it difficult to maintain composure. Death and the dissolution of the path may occur in an instant. Though it appears that the illusion has the weakest attack power and lethality, in truth, it is the most terrifying. It obscures the line between truth and illusion, and if one cannot pierce through the delusion, they shall remain forever imprisoned within the formation, unable to attain rebirth. Contemplating the illusion before him, Wang Dana sighed, I can only give it a try. In my life, I bear heavy sins, countless acts of slaughter. The smoke of battle fills the air, corpses litter the ground. I often awaken from dreams, haunted by the sight of mountains of dead, a general's glory built upon the bones of the fallen. Taking a deep breath, Wang Dana cast aside the mountain axe, placing his hands together in prayer, softly chanting, May the Buddha's compassion prevail, whether adrift in the vast sea, where dragons and fish face trials, invoking the power of Avalokiteshvara, may the waves not engulf me. Or upon the peak of Sumeru, where one may be pushed and cast down, invoking the power of Avalokiteshvara, may I dwell in the void like the sun. Or if pursued by evildoers, falling into the Golden King Mountain, invoking the power of Avalokiteshvara, may I not lose a single hair. Excerpted from the Lotus Sutra, his voice resonated like a celestial hymn, as golden lotuses surged from the earth. All around, the wails of spirits echoed, the dark clouds parted, revealing a clear sky. Countless specters and phantoms roamed beside Wang Dana, yet none dared to approach him. I am free from self-identity, free from the identity of others, free from the identity of the aged, free from the identity of sentient beings, the crimson skull, the white bones and flesh.
The suffering of sentient beings is immense, the vengeful souls linger, rebirth is unattainable.
My heart grieves for them. The journey to the underworld is long. May the Buddha's compassion guide them to cultivate virtuous outcomes in the next life.
Namo Amitabha. With hands united in prayer, a golden Buddha manifested behind Wang Dana.
The cries around him abruptly ceased, yet the specters waiting here found no passage to the underworld, no road leading to the realm of the dead. Everything was non-existent. Previously, I harmed the Master. I beseech the Master for forgiveness. We gather here solely because this place is rich in spiritual energy, yet once we entered the mountains, we became unable to control ourselves, trapped by the formation.
Today, hearing the Master's words, we wish to cleanse our souls and attain rebirth.
Junior implores the Master to reopen the path to the underworld. A graceful figure appeared before Wang Dana. This time, he no longer felt the urgency he once had. The female spectre before him was the very one who had repeatedly appeared in his illusions, attempting to siphon his vitality.
Is the path to the underworld not open? Wang Dana expressed disbelief.
If the Lotus Sutra could truly cleanse the souls of these wandering spirits, it would signify that Buddhist teachings hold sway even within the game. Yet, if the teachings were indeed effective, the path to the underworld would surely be opened. After all, with so many wandering souls, and given that the Lotus Sutra, also known as the Dharma Flower Sutra, is a canonical text for guiding souls, there could be no better option. Is there a possibility? At that moment, the awakened Jojo spoke. The players, previously close together but separated by the illusion, naturally awakened as the illusion dissipated. Wang Dana directed his gaze towards Jojo, as did the surrounding spirits and phantoms. Yet, at that moment, none of the specters dared to make any move. They all awaited, hoping Wang Dana could guide them to the underworld for reincarnation.
Wandering spirits, ultimately, there is no way out.
This is a cultivation game, and the highest level of cultivation, at most, reaches the Great Ascension stage. Beyond that, to attain the true immortal realm, according to the experiences of Naihe Jiaosu, he had stumbled into a place called the Immortal Wasteland, where the strongest could reach the profound immortal realm, transcending worldly limits, far beyond what Great Ascension cultivators could compare. However, deducing from this, the world of the game appears incomplete. Perhaps the map we currently inhabit does not exist, nor does the underworld. As Jojo's words fell, the surrounding spirits and phantoms erupted in cries, their wails shaking the heavens.
The atmosphere around them surged, the suppressed resentment rippling back to life.
Foolish, they have been trapped for so long, yearning for rebirth for countless years that if you tell them there is no underworld, won't that be? Li Tianjuan's face darkened. Jojo's abilities were formidable, but her emotional intelligence left much to be desired. Amatba, as practitioners of the path, we must alleviate the suffering of the world. If there is no underworld, I am willing to emulate the compassionate goddess, transforming into the 6 paths to remedy the deficiencies of heaven and earth.
Wang Dana was acutely aware that if he could not suppress the resentment of these spirits, cleansing their souls would not be a simple endeavor. His earlier success was intricately linked to their deep yearning for rebirth. Now that he had severed their chances for reincarnation, would they still be willing to be purified and have their souls cleansed? Chapter 34 is joining the demon clan. Xiao's manner. Are you not afraid that I shall reveal this matter? Once this affair spreads, Zhou Xian's expression grew grave, for he had just received a sensational piece of news, an explosive revelation that could be deemed the first significant breakthrough he had encountered since entering the game. Your presence here, daring to stand before me, signifies that you are a person of ambition and capability.
Though I am unaware of the reasons behind your resurrection, such abilities surely indicate that you will achieve great things in the future.
Join the demon clan and assist me in gathering the 3 souls. I promise you, you shall be one among many, yet above all others. What say you?
Xiao Sanyi. The demon spoke in a calm tone. Had Zhou Xian been an ordinary individual, standing before him in such a manner would have resulted in his demise countless times over. Yet the disciple of the Upper Xian sect before him, one who possessed the power of immortality, if he were to ally with the demon clan, what do you know of the current Upper Xian sect?
Zhou Xian's countenance remained somber.
He had come here to take a chance, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. After all, the worst that could happen was merely dying once more. What was there to fear? If successful, the rewards would undoubtedly be immense. Even now, despite not having succeeded, Zhou Xian's gains could not be deemed insignificant. A mere swarm of insignificant beings, the Upper Xian sect of today is far from its former glory.
It could be extinguished with a mere flick of my hand.
The demon crossed his arms behind his back, exuding an imposing presence as if his words were indeed true. What must I sacrifice to join the demon clan?
To become like you, to be grotesque?
Zhou Xian stroked his chin, confirming his suspicions that the Upper Xian sect was indeed a minor sect. While it may have once been powerful, holding sway over the righteous path, the few NPCs he encountered in the Upper Xian sect possessed strength that was hardly noteworthy. After much contemplation, Zhou Xian posed a startling question. As the saying goes, strength is fleeting. From a player's perspective, there are myriad ways to grow stronger, dependent solely on the time invested. However, handsomeness is eternal. Although he could not claim to rival the beauty of Pan, and due to the inability to alter his appearance, he had not yet reached the point of sacrificing everything merely to grow stronger. If you admire my appearance, I could extend my assistance to you. The demon rolled his eyes, seemingly unfazed by Zhou Xian's disrespectful remarks.
The aesthetic sensibilities of humans and demons diverged greatly. No.
That won't be necessary. Let us speak of serious matters. What are the 3 souls and what purpose do they serve?
Zhou Xian waved his hands dismissively.
The 3 souls belong to the Master of Anomalies, Song Hao. In a fierce battle of yore, the Master of Anomalies Song Hao perished in self-detonation, yet his profound cultivation left behind 3 distinct souls in this world. One of these souls has already been acquired by me. The remaining 2 have not been seen for over 700 years, but I surmise they cannot stray far from the place of their demise, so they are likely located atop the peaks of the Upper Xian sect. As long as you assist me in locating the remaining 2 souls, I promise you, my word is as good as gold. In the future, we shall share dominion over the world. The demon spoke with fervor. Zhou Xian, who had been engaged in the conversation, suddenly wilted at the prospect of sharing the world, like a frostbitten eggplant, and waved his hand dismissively. I have no interest in ruling the world. However, since you claim that the Upper Xian sect is filled with insignificant beings easily extinguished, and you deduce that the 3 souls reside atop its 8 great peaks, why do you not simply ascend? Throughout history, how many have been promised shared dominion only to receive nothing?
None, absolutely none. What perplexed Zhou Xian even further was the undeniable strength of the demon. While the Upper Xian sect, as far as he knew, possessed no exceptional power. Upon hearing this, the demon sighed and took a seat, gesturing for Zhou Xian to join him. As he sat down, the demon reverted to the guise of Qiao Sanyi, but rather than a transformation, it was more akin to a layer of skin being adhered to his form. There is but one reason I do not ascend. Fear. You, a mere junior, cannot fathom the terror of the apex powerhouses. Each of the 8 great peaks of the Upper Xian sect bears the lingering essence of past peak masters. Even after a millennium, the Upper Xian sect remains a sacred ground for the mysterious arts. Over the past 1,000 years, countless sects have attempted to seize the 8 great peaks, yet none have succeeded. Without exception, any being that harbors ill intent upon the 8 great peaks faces retribution. The mildest consequence is the shattering of their meridians, while the gravest results in their very souls being scattered. Only with an invitation from the Upper Xian sect's master and a current invitation in hand may one traverse the 8 great peaks without being suppressed by the sect's spiritual energy. The demon had waited for 700 years at the foot of the Upper Xian sect, seeking for 7 centuries. During this time, he had witnessed countless sects attempt to seize the 8 great peaks, yet none had met with favorable outcomes. It was a barrier that forbade any beings other than the disciples of the Upper Xian sect from ascending the peaks. This barrier had existed for millennia, having melded with the very fabric of the heavens and earth, becoming the safeguard of the Upper Xian sect. As long as the sect remained intact, it would forever control the 8 great peaks, impervious to external threats. Are you saying that your demonic energy, upon entering the Upper Xian sect, would be suppressed by the essence left behind by its past powerhouses? If I were to cultivate your demonic arts, would I not be forever barred from returning to the Upper Xian sect? How then could I assist you in locating those 2 souls? As Zhou Xian had already grasped the significance of those 2 souls, they were the essence of the Master of Anomalies, Song Hao, each possessing the cultivation of the Great Ascension realm. When unified, they could bring one a step closer to true immortality. Having heard the demon's tale, he recalled the stories shared by the old Wang regarding the Master of Anomalies, who had brazenly stormed the Tianzi Peak. The strength of the Upper Xian sect's masters had united in a desperate effort to hold Song Hao at bay, yet none had anticipated his self-detonation. Fear not, for your status as an outer disciple of the Upper Xian sect grants you certain privileges. Even should you cultivate our clan's arts, the only drawback would be a slower progression within the Upper Xian sect. Otherwise, there would be no adverse effects. If I am not mistaken, the one in your company who displayed great prowess in seizing the heavenly spirit blade was also an anomaly, correct? If he emerged unscathed, then surely you have nothing to fear. However, cultivating our demonic arts differs significantly from the Upper Xian mystical arts. The latter allows for the intake of spiritual energy with merely the 3rd level of body refinement, whereas our arts necessitate reaching the 8th level. The demon extended a hand and pressed it against Zhou Xian's forehead. A text of fewer than 300 words concerning cultivation techniques instantly imprinted itself in Zhou Xian's mind. This is the technique I practice, known as the Fierce God Codex. Though brief, it serves as the foundation of my clan's myriad arts. For an ordinary clan member, receiving even a line or 2 would be a monumental blessing. I bestow upon you the entirety as a demonstration of my sincerity. As the demon spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon Zhou Xian, seeking to unravel the depths of his heart. Yet despite his own cultivation at the integration stage, he found himself unable to discern the thoughts of this mere mortal at the 3rd level of body refinement. Chapter 35 A Call for Help. Master, just relay everything to him. Should he prove to be fickle, that he is originally a disciple of the Shangxian sect, fully aware of your identity, and yet not only does he fail to report to the Shangxian sect, but he also chooses to collaborate with you. After Zhou Xian departed, Old Wang slowly approached the demonic seed, cautiously offering a word of caution. He harbored deep suspicions regarding Zhou Xian's true intentions. After all, it was peculiar that righteous individuals, upon encountering them, would not resort to shouts of vengeance, yet here was Zhou Xian, seeking cooperation with them. So what? The techniques of my demonic clan are not something he can simply cultivate at will. We have waited for 7 centuries, we cannot afford any further delays. The princess of Sangling has escaped and is presumably hiding among the disciples of the Shangxian sect, likely plotting to locate the essence of Song Hao. We must secure the remaining 2 fragments of essence before Sangling does. Otherwise, our millennium-long scheme will ultimately come to naught. The demonic seed gazed longingly towards the Shangxian sect in the distance, yearning to ascend and confront them personally, yet he dared not. In the era of the Shangxian sect's dominance, his demonic clan was but a loyal hound sheltered beneath their banner. Only a dog comprehends the terror of its master. Although the Shangxian sect had fallen, he understood all too well that their resurgence was merely a matter of time. Master, why not capture him and interrogate him for the supreme profound method? If we can obtain this technique,
I would willingly serve as the vanguard. Sweeping away bold Wang's words trailed off as the demonic seed glared at him, and with a resigned sigh, he remarked, "How can you fathom the terror of the Shang-Xin sect? I once believed that by concealing our demonic aura with the supreme profound method, we could evade detection, but the reality is far from that. Let us wait. Acquiring those two essences would indeed be fortuitous, but even if we do not, Sangling will undoubtedly deliver them to us herself." The demonic seed sought to devour the three essences of Sanghao to attain a higher realm, while Sangling, aware of her brother's demise, would stop at nothing to revive him. She had already learned that one of Sanghao's essences resided in Xiao's village. It was only a matter of time before she came. At the Shang-Xin sect. How much time has passed? Why is progress still so sluggish? Ugh, are you even capable? In the outer disciples' quarters, Ren Xiushu was vigorously wielding the Tianling blade, executing swift and fierce moves in the courtyard. After mere moments, he was drenched in sweat, yet despite his strenuous efforts, Sangling remained dissatisfied. "I tell you, princess, this hellish three blades technique, I can't even manage the first blade. It's utterly exhausting." Ren Xiushu gasped for breath as he slumped onto a wooden stool. With his lack of skill, he often fumbled in games requiring precise button presses. How could he excel in a world demanding meticulous practice? This is not the hellish, it is known as the evil-slaying three blades, the evil-slaying three blades. As long as you master the evil-slaying three blades, coupled with the spirit heaven technique and the Tianling blade, it is not impossible for you to execute a powerful strike even in the qi-gathering realm. Sangling puffed her cheeks in displeasure. To her, both qi-gathering and foundation establishment were akin to trivial matters. She could hardly comprehend Ren Xiushu's perception of these realms, given that he had yet to reach qi-gathering. Oh, but it truly is exhausting. If only I could spend some money to make it easier. Ren Xiushu lamented, gripping the massive blade in his hands, feeling increasingly disheartened. Despite the simplicity of the evil-slaying three blades, with merely 3 moves in 24 forms, practicing them felt akin to bearing a mountain on his back, though his physical training experience was indeed increasing rapidly. Spend money? What do you mean? Sangling inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Having accompanied Ren Xiushu for half a month, she had witnessed every step of his progress, and although she feigned dissatisfaction, she was secretly pleased. After all, in just half a month, Ren Xiushu had advanced from the 2nd to the 6th stage of physical training, a meteoric rise. Never mind, you wouldn't understand if I told you. Just as Ren Xiushu prepared to resume his rigorous training with the Tianling blade, a figure came rushing towards him. Yudi! Yudi, have you seen the widow, and Shirtu and the others from the Immortals Peak? Xiako called out, her face grave. She had scoured the entire Tianzi Peak, every likely spot where Wang Danao and his companions might be, yet to no avail. They are online, yet my messages won't go through. Teacher Yunping instructed me to relay our assignments to them. Xiaka's expression was heavy. She had searched high and low, but found nothing. Did they not call for you? Putting away the Tianling blade, Ren Xiushu responded, yesterday, I received a mission indicating that there was a spirit mine vein on the Dizzy Peak, where we could explore and mine. Spirit stones serve as currency for NPCs in the game and can enhance their favorability and more. Shirtu and the others teamed up with Duxing and went to Dizzy Peak. As Ren Xiushu spoke, a look of confusion crossed his face as he turned to Xiaoku. You're right. They left right after yesterday's morning class. It's already the afternoon of the second day, and they haven't returned. They wouldn't be in danger, would they? Yudi, could you accompany me to Dizzy Peak to take a look? Xiaka's toes dug into the ground, her face etched with embarrassment. She longed to search for them herself, but the treacherous mountain path posed too great a risk for her alone. You could seek help. Just as Ren Xiushu was about to decline, a voice echoed in his mind, Sangling's voice. Go, take a look at Dizzy Peak. Why are you so curious about that place? What could possibly be of interest? I tell you, the path of cultivation lies in endurance. Only those who persevere till the end emerge victorious. Adventuring is far too perilous right now. We should not go. Ren Xiushu firmly rejected Sangling's suggestion. It was absurd. When the widow and her companions had sought him out the day before, Sangling had urged him to go. At that time, he had dismissed the notion without a second thought. Exploring was simply too tedious. Instead of wasting time on that, why not hone his skills? Improving skill proficiency was far more beneficial. If one could witness Sangling's expression at that moment, they would surely note the exasperation etched upon her face. Taking a deep breath to suppress her frustration, Sangling spoke, look at the young lady who is earnestly beseeching your help. There must be a reason. Do you not wish to know? Besides, if they encounter any mishaps at Dizzy Peak and you are there, you could rescue them. If you do not go and they perish, will you not feel guilty? Guilty? I'm afraid not. Ren Xiushu swiftly refuted, do players fear death? There are many things players dread, but death is certainly not among them.
You! If you harbor such disdain for adventure, why did you find yourself in the pit where I was sealed? San Ling questioned, her nerves fraying as she glared at him. Could it be that I was merely seeking a place to slack off rather than chop wood? Who could have known there was a massive pit there? Rolling his eyes, Ren Shushu waved his hand dismissively. All right, I will go. Is that satisfactory? Wait, I shall call Naiha. Ren Shushu stated without hesitation. Given the current circumstances, Naiha was even stronger than he, having reached the 7th stage of physical training. It wouldn't be long before Naiha would draw in Qi and become a cultivator. Yudi, wait, I just called him. He said he still needs to train and is not in the mood. Chapter 36, Towering Resentment. I can no longer suppress it. Wang Dana repeatedly chanted Buddhist incantations, followed suit by Li Tianjun, Shen Yuanjing, Song Qiao, and others. Among them, only Wang Dana possessed a profound Buddhist nature. The others, though they murmured the verses, found no effect against the countless restless souls and vengeful spirits. These wraiths had roamed this land for a millennium, denied the cycle of rebirth, their resentment so immense that it had long surpassed the ordinary. Despite the flicker of benevolence within them, stirred by Wang Dana's recitation of the Lotus Sutra, they harbored a deep yearning for reincarnation. No one wished to exist as a solitary spirit for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Yet, upon realizing that their sole hope was but a distant dream, that flicker of goodwill dissipated into thin air, and their wrath surged forth, enveloping the very foot of the mountain in a malevolent aura that pierced the heavens. Run! Wang Dana shouted, his feet moving without hesitation. However, just as he had taken a mere 2 steps, Yu Xian, who had been poised to strike, heard the command to flee and darted to the forefront. The spirits, assailed by resentment, were devoid of reason. Under the weight of their fury, they influenced one another, their rage deepening as they mindlessly sought slaughter. Suddenly, the female ghost that had appeared multiple times in Wang Dana's illusions lunged at him, her ethereal form floating through the air with a speed that far surpassed that of the players. Damn it, if the Dharma cannot guide them to salvation, then we shall resort to physical means. Wang Dana thought, his scalp prickling as he beheld the approaching specter. Having taken many lives on the battlefield, he was plagued by self-reproach, a classic case of post-traumatic stress disorder. He had retreated to a temple, meditating before the ancient Buddha for 3 years. Though he possessed deep Buddhist roots, his bloodthirst was equally formidable. Brandishing the sharp mountain axe in his hand, he aimed it at the ghost's face. In an instant, the mountain axe radiated a brilliant golden light, causing the surrounding spirits to recoil in fear, unable to meet its gaze. Hey, this thing can shine? Wang Dana had intended to cleave the ghost in two, but her speed was far too great, and the surrounding apparitions were evidently filled with dread at the sight of his axe. I told you, this axe is extraordinary. It can withstand the might of the heavenly spirit blade. While they are still hesitant, let us depart swiftly. Li Tianjun, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of joy in his heart, already bracing himself for the worst. After all, who would willingly embrace death? The loss of experience points was a terrifying prospect. The light is waning, hurry! Shen Yuanjing shouted. The golden radiance visibly diminished, and before Wang Dana could regain his senses, the horde of spirits surged forth, leaping at him. I've killed for years. Never have I slain a ghost. Wang Dana lifted the mountain axe, fearing death, perhaps, but having endured a prior experience loss in the game, he felt utterly indifferent. There is a saying, when the pot is broken, one might as well let it fall. Outside the Tower of Words, what is this intensity? Ren Shushu gazed at the swirling malevolence with a sense of foreboding. This must be the aggregation of vengeful spirits, such a formidable aura of resentment. Wait, how could such terrifying resentment manifest in the realm of Shang-Xin sect? How dare the vengeful spirits gather here? Sam Ling peered through Ren Shushu's eyes at the world beyond, observing the malevolence that soared to the heavens, feeling bewildered. In her understanding, such occurrences were simply implausible. Having been imprisoned within Shang-Xian sect for nearly a millennium, her comprehension of the sect surpassed that of anyone currently residing there. Vengeful spirits, are they not just ghosts? She gulped, feeling cold sweat bead on her palms. Although it was a game, it was a fully immersive experience. The sensory and visual impacts had become indistinguishable from reality. The mere thought of encountering a ghost in the game was thrilling. Huan Yue, why not let them die and then revive? The mountain is teeming with powerful ghosts. It's both perilous and terrifying. Ren Shushu felt a chill. He was merely 200 experience points away from reaching the 7th level of body refinement. If he were to perish once, he would lose at least 700 experience points, an unbearable loss. Little brother, the widow has already died once. If he dies again, I fear he may abandon this game. If that happens, Xiaka's heart was in turmoil,
her fingers fidgeting at her abdomen, driven by the urge to rescue him, just as she had once been saved. But, at that moment, Rin Shushu was filled with reluctance. Ascending the mountain posed unknown dangers, while the consequences of player death were all too familiar. Moreover, how much experience could they possibly lose? To risk his own progress, experience points painstakingly earned over 4 days, was a steep price to pay. Let us go. I sense it, Wang Xiong's aura is on the mountain. Song Ling's voice abruptly interrupted Rin Shushu's thoughts. At Shongshan sect, on the Tianzi Peak, senior brother, we have clarified everything. It was merely a second-level Qi practitioner causing havoc in Yunfeng City, draining people's lifeblood. Upon returning to Shongshan sect, Jing Xian immediately reported the findings of his trip to Yunfeng City to Mu Tianqian. Hearing it was a second-level Qi practitioner, Mu Tianqian nodded slightly. The strength is not formidable, no wonder it did not alert the lord of Yunfeng City. But what of the benevolent Wang? Is he unscathed? Wang is merely shaken. However, his daughter seems to have encountered the creature. Fortunately, she possesses celestial fate and was not disturbed by the monster. Wang has requested that senior brother expedite the extermination of the fiend. After finishing his report, Jing Xian lifted a nearby teacup and downed it in one gulp. If there are no other matters, I shall return to my cultivation. Very well, go ahead. Mu Tianqian, grasping the sect leader's token, pondered inwardly. The monthly examination begins in 3 days. Currently, among the players who have been online for extended periods, aside from Zhao Su, who has ventured into another realm and made significant gains, achieving the 7th level of body refinement, Rin Shushu is also on the brink of breaking through. As for the other players, Mu Tianqian sighed, feeling helpless, as the average online rate was merely 70%, with the lowest dipping to 45%. It is imperative to excavate spirit stones and enhance the sect's strength. This is the true path. The recent extermination in Yunfeng City is crucial for Shongshan sect to reclaim control there. If I were to intervene personally, it would be somewhat beneath my station. It would be better to delegate the task to the players. Gripping the sect leader's token, he rubbed it thoughtfully. I shall have Qing Xian and Yun Ping monitor from the rear, just in case. Dealing with a second-level Qi practitioner should be manageable. Damn, where is all this intense resentment coming from? Mu Tianqian was startled, rising to gaze into the distance, where the malevolence erupted from the Tower of Words, as if divine beings were descending. Could it be that these players have stumbled into some trouble again? Chapter 37. Hatred as deep as the sea. At the peak of the characters, hundreds of specters pounced upon Rin Shushu, bringing him crashing to the ground, tearing and flaying him alive, draining his vitality. From all directions echoed the chilling cries of agony, as the players who had arrived at the peak witnessed the most harrowing terror of their lives. Countless ghosts blocked their path, each one possessing extraordinary strength, far beyond what the current players could contend with. The sheer disparity in power, coupled with an overwhelming numerical advantage on the side of the specters, led to catastrophic casualties among the players pursued relentlessly by the phantoms. Damn it, come on! Shen Yuanjing shouted furiously, wielding a tattered bronze sword. Behind him lay Song Qiao, mangled and unrecognizable, a horrific sight that defied description. Let me strike first. Wang Dan rushed to the forefront, his mountain-splitting axe poised for a powerful blow. The spectre, upon seeing Wang Dan, dared not confront him directly, deftly evading his attack. Just as Wang Dan found himself drained of strength, a grinning spectre opened its gaping maw and lunged for his arm. With a sickening crunch, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Wang Dan looked up in confusion, only to see Xiaka standing protectively in front of him, her chest pierced by the specter's attack, her heart gripped tightly in its hand. With a resounding explosion, the specter crushed Xiaku's heart, sending fragments scattering like fireworks, splattering Wang Dan's face with gore. The mountain-splitting axe fell with a swift arc, cleaving the specter's head from its shoulders, dissipating it into a wisp of resentment. Quick, save you! Wang Dan, breathless and weary, pushed against his knees, his energy waning as he looked towards the writhing Rin Shushu, shouting for Shen Yuanjing. Immortal, hurry to save you! Shen Yuanjing, however, found himself incapable of rescuing anyone, overwhelmed by a swarm of specters that toyed with him as if he were a mere plaything. Meanwhile, Yu Xian, trembling in the distance, dared not lift his head. Upon hearing the cries for help, he cautiously peered towards Rin Shushu, feeling a chill run down his spine as fear enveloped him. Oh my god, I want to log out. Why can't I log out? Yu Xian clutched his head in despair, deciding he would no longer partake in this cursed game. Yet, trapped in peril, he found himself unable to log out. Despite his fervent pleas, the system refused to grant him reprieve, leaving him to listen to the harrowing sounds of death echoing from afar. Li Tianjun, Song Qiao, Xiaku, Zhou Zhou, all perishing one after another. Help me, someone, please! Rin Shushu, pinned beneath the weight of the specters, found himself utterly incapable of rising. The oppressive force of the specters made him experience the true meaning of being haunted, and in broad daylight no less.
How could these restless spirits act with such impunity? What would happen when the night descended and the energy surged? If I must assist you in every endeavor, how will you ever grow? If that were the case, I might as well rescue Wango myself. But Song Ling remained unmoved. Having spent time with Rin Shushu, she had come to realize the peculiarities of the disciples from the Upper Xian sect. They did not truly die. Each possessed the ability to resurrect. Although every revival left them looking wan and weakened, their realms remained unchanged, allowing them to recuperate and re-engage in their cultivation after a brief rest. Song Ling was curious to see, if Rin Shushu were to perish, could she seize the opportunity to escape this entrapment? You're betraying me, Rin Shushu shouted in fury, having treated Song Ling with utmost reverence, dedicating himself to relentless training and body refinement. Now, this woman seemed intent on leading him to his doom. Your word is law, isn't it? Song Ling replied with a calm demeanor, appearing unfazed by his outburst. Damn it, Rin Shushu struggled to rise, but no matter how hard he tried, the specters showed no signs of budging. My body is a blade, the blade is me. I am the blade is me. I bind you, you specter. As he chanted this incantation, the fallen Tianling blade swiftly returned to his grasp. With a flick of his wrist, a terrifying aura radiated from the blade, causing the specters pressing upon him to recoil in fear. Seizing the opportunity to escape, Rin Shushu gripped his blade tightly and declared, with this strike, let the mountains crumble. With a resounding roar, the entire Tianzi peak trembled. Watching from a distance, Mu Tianqian felt his heart race as he exclaimed, what in the world is this? Before his astonished words could fade, Zuanzhenzi rushed to the hall's entrance, exclaiming, the three blades of hell. That disciple, sealed with the strange power within him, has cultivated an eerie technique. This child must be dealt with swiftly. Zuanzhenzi grasped Mu Tianqian's arm, his tone resolute and unyielding. Eerie techniques? The three blades of hell. Mu Tianqian was bewildered. He recognized that Rin Shushu's meteoric rise in power was closely tied to this strangeness, yet he had never anticipated that such peculiar techniques could be so terrifying. With Rin Shushu merely at the 6th level of body refinement, he was capable of exerting influence over Tianzi Peak from hundreds of meters away. Should his cultivation advance further, with a reservoir of profound spiritual energy within him, what kind of catastrophic power might he unleash? Master Uncle, what of these eerie techniques? In this world, nothing is absolute. As long as disciples strive for righteousness, whether it be demonic or monstrous techniques, or the strange, they are all disciples of the Upper Xian sect. If a disciple's heart is wicked, even if they practice my Upper Xian methods, how could they still be considered a disciple of Upper Xian? This disciple was welcomed into our fold. How I manage him is for me to decide. Master Uncle, please focus on your recovery. The matters of the sect need not trouble you. Mu Tianqian bluntly refused Zuanzhenzi's insistence. Rin Shushu had genuinely astonished him. If possible, he too wished to explore what this so-called eerie technique truly entailed, and what kind of blade art the three blades of hell could wield such frightening strength from one at the 6th level of body refinement. You are nurturing a tiger to your own peril. You are fostering a curse. Zuanzhenzi ground his teeth in frustration. His entire life had been dedicated to battling the uncanny, finding purpose only in this relentless struggle. Yet now, the sect leader of Upper Xian was uttering such shocking words. Master Uncle, times have changed, and you have grown old. The reason why Upper Xian has faltered is that the old ways no longer suffice. Whether you call it nurturing a curse or harboring a tiger, my ultimate goal remains to revitalize Upper Xian. The legacy of Upper Xian spanning thousands of years must not be allowed to perish in my hands. If Master Uncle disapproves of the atmosphere atop the mountain, Mu Tianqian's resolve was as hard as iron. Yet, he found himself at an impasse. Should Zuanzhenzi continue in this manner, conflict with the players was inevitable. At this juncture, Mu Tianqian needed the players to breathe life back into Upper Xian. You are the sect leader. I will not lay hands on you, but do not forget, the enmity between Upper Xian and the uncanny runs deep, a grudge that spans eons. Your master, uncle, and grandmaster all fell at the hands of the lord of the uncanny. Zuanzhenzi, witnessing Mu Tianqian's unwavering defense of a disciple who practiced eerie techniques, felt the weight of the sect's hierarchy bearing down upon him. Though Mu Tianqian's strength was vastly inferior, Zuanzhenzi dared not resort to force. Chapter 38 Reward Gathering Spirit Pill by the Heavens, this is astounding. Ha! Rin Shushu exclaimed, his heart brimming with elation as he gazed at the mountain split by a 5-meter deep chasm. However, his laughter was short-lived. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, pressing his hands against the heavenly spirit blade, and collapsed onto the ground, a pool of crimson staining the knees of his trousers. Rolling his eyes in an attempt to rise, he found himself unable to pry his eyelids apart. No matter how hard he struggled, bang, with a heavy thud, Rin Shushu fell back to the earth. This is utterly insane. Xian Yuanjing swallowed hard, his expression one of disbelief. Upon seeing Rin Shushu unconscious, he hurried over to check, testing for breath. Puzzled, Xian Yuanjing remarked, why is his breath so weak? Forget it, as long as he is not dead, that is a blessing. You save your brother's life, and your brother will carry you back. The specters surrounding them had long fled, leaving no one daring enough to obstruct their path.
Wang Dana struggled to grip the mountain axe as he followed Shen Yuanjing down the mountain. Shen Yuanjing, bearing Rinshushu on his back, moved swiftly. He did not wish to linger on the earth character peak. Put him down, brother Wang, I see you, sister is coming to rescue you, put him down, please. Song Ling gazed at the ever-distant earth character peak, already sensing a fragment of Song Hao's essence. Yet, at that moment, trapped within Rinshushu's body, she found herself powerless to seize control in the face of his unconscious state. She could only allow Shen Yuanjing to carry them further down the mountain. As they walked further away, Sang Hao's presence gradually faded. Meanwhile, Song Ling, ensnared within, could not make herself heard to anyone other than Rinshushu, no matter how she called out. At the upper Xian sect, on the heavenly character peak, observing the players attentively engaged in their studies, Mu Tianqian wore a faint smile. Today marked the 30th day since the players had entered the game, and it was also the final lesson. Accompanied by Ruan Cheng and Qing Xian, he watched the players laboring in the fields. Yun Ping's instruction was straightforward, teaching them to identify medicinal herbs and discern the uses of plants within the game. Despite the destruction of many ancient texts during the recent conflict, which had reduced their number significantly, Yun Ping's knowledge remained unparalleled among the players. Holding a three-petaled flower, Yun Ping began. This item is aptly named. The three petals serve as its mouth for nourishment. Over time, it absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, and beneath the three petals, leaves will sprout. Each leaf represents 100 years of cultivation. The three-petaled flower you mistakenly ingested last time has actually grown 4 leaves, indicative of 400 years of weathering. Though the three-petaled flower may appear ferocious, its nature is gentle. It will not harm unless absolutely necessary. It can be found in various locations across the continent and is indifferent to temperature and humidity. The three-petaled flower is a key ingredient in elixirs. Among the 40,000 single formulas, half of the potions can utilize it as an auxiliary component, boasting immense medicinal value, particularly in restoring spiritual energy. Should you encounter the three-petaled flower in the future, remember that the heavens favor life. Excess in all things can be detrimental. This plant often grows in clusters, and if you come across it, take only a small amount, and be cautious. Moreover, as a plant, the three-petaled flower lacks the ability to purge internal spiritual toxins. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth still contains toxins. Prolonged exposure or consumption necessitates detoxification, a topic which will be emphasized in your future studies. Once the three-petaled flower produces leaves, it signifies a heavy accumulation of spiritual toxins within, which cannot be effectively expelled. All toxins transfer to the leaves, with each leaf representing 100 years of toxicity. I trust you have already witnessed this. All three-petaled flowers with leaves are poisonous and cannot be used in medicine. Remember this well. Yun Ping discarded the three-petaled flower, and Wang Dana, upon seeing it, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Alright, today's lesson concludes here. Reflect on what I have taught you over the past 7 days. These are things you will frequently encounter in the continent. Remember, the roots, stems, and seeds of any plant are the most valuable parts. Make sure to keep this in mind. Brushing off the dust from his robes, Yun Ping approached Mu Tianqian and said quietly, "Senior brother, I refined 2 gathering spirit pills yesterday. Would you care to sample them?" His voice was low, as if he were hiding a precious treasure, worried that his fellow disciples might rush over to seize it. After all, he had done the same when he was a disciple. "Are you offering me a taste? You mean to have me test the medicine, don't you?" "No, if you need someone to test it, the disciples over there can fulfill that role." Mu Tianqian glanced at the gathering spirit pills, noting the abysmally low yield of herbs in the upper Xian sect. However, just as Yun Ping was about to speak, Mu Tianqian waved his hand and snatched the 2 gathering spirit pills away, a slight smile gracing his lips as he whispered, "Just watch me." As the disciples prepared to disperse and commence their daily training, Mu Tianqian stepped outside the main hall and called out, "Gather around." The players, who were already on the verge of leaving, halted in their tracks. While their movements were not as disciplined as a military formation, they nonetheless turned their attention to Mu Tianqian. "Today marks the 30th day since you joined the upper Xian sect, and it is also the time for your first monthly examination. This examination will determine your future path, whether to continue cultivating within the upper Xian sect or to depart as outer disciples to gain experience in the outside world. All will be decided here. From this monthly examination, the top 7 will be taken under my wing, while the rest will be assigned to various masters based on their performance: Elder Ruan Qing of the Formation Path, Elder Qing Xian of the Sword Path, and Elder Yun Ping of the Alchemy Path. Furthermore, all inner disciples are entitled to receive 10 spirit stones as monthly allowance. The first place in this examination will earn 2 gathering spirit pills personally refined by Elder Yun Ping. These pills are effective only for chi refining practitioners. Consuming one will grant 500 experience points while inflicting 25 points of poison damage. Thus, 2 gathering spirit pills can elevate one from the first to the second level of chi refining. Given the varied experiences and fortunes of each disciple over the past month, a special supplementary test will be held. 30 miles south of the heavenly character peak lies a great river that divides the north and south. This river is known as the Chengdu River. On the northern bank of the Chengdu River stands a city named Yunfeng City, home to the wealthiest merchant, the Wang family. Recently, however, demonic creatures have caused havoc, disturbing the Wang residence and throwing it into chaos. You are to organize yourselves to descend the mountain and eliminate the demons. Your contributions during this mission will be the criteria for assessment, with 2 gathering spirit pills as the reward. The players harbored no doubt regarding Mu Tianquan's words. They perceived this as a standard task for the monthly examination. However, in Yun Ping's eyes, things were quite different. 2 gathering spirit pills to elevate one from the first to the second level of qi refining? He could scarcely fathom such a notion. Who could consume 2 pills and break through a realm that seemed exceedingly terrifying? Chapter 39 Wang Chang's Commercial Empire beneath the gaming ID. Translating to brick moving in another world, Su Jing sat despondently on the steps, his right hand cradling his chin, exclaiming, "Alas, what should I do? This game offers no opportunity for brick moving." Wang Chong, seated beside Su Jing, responded, "But this game does not restrict free trade. How can it possibly lack the means for brick moving?" The two, though diligent in their cultivation and daily tasks, remained at the precipice of the 3rd to 4th stages of body refinement, occupying an awkward position among players, neither here nor there. But what can we move? There isn't even a currency system. When I descended the mountain last time, I encountered that Master Qiao, and I sensed something amiss about him. Moreover, while he hinted at a currency system, I have yet to see any tangible form. Su Jing shrugged helplessly, feeling disheartened. His desire to engage in brick moving necessitated interactions with the affluent, yet the current predicament was rather awkward. This game lacked a recharge feature, a currency system, or a pricing structure, leaving the entire experience shrouded in ambiguity. Su Jing felt utterly perplexed. In truth, I have discovered something valuable that could serve as a material for brick moving. Based on my conjecture, this game's currency system must be divided into 2 categories. One for mortals and another for cultivators. According to numerous cultivation novels, the mortal currency comprises merely gold, silver, and copper coins, while cultivators primarily use spirit stones. If all goes as anticipated, spirit stones will be classified into 4 grades. Inferior, medium, superior, and premium spirit stones, categorized according to the spiritual energy they contain. From the narrative lessons so far, spirit stones can directly aid cultivators in swiftly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. According to the NPC master of the sect, our innate talent allows us to absorb heavenly spiritual energy at 3 times the rate of ordinary NPCs, while our absorption speed of spirit stones is 10-fold that of typical NPCs. As essential treasures for cultivation, the value and demand for spirit stones are immense. It can be said that whoever possesses spirit stones wields control over the number of cultivators and their realms. Wang Chong spoke with calm assurance, while Su Jing, his expression grave, inquired, "What do you mean? Have you heard of De Beers?" Wang Chang's lips curled into a slight smile as he draped an arm around Su Jing's shoulder, pulling him closer. "Brother, let me tell you, if we grasp the spirit stones in this game, we shall hold the economic lifeblood of it, far surpassing any meager profits from brick moving. Consider this. How much can you earn by moving bricks? If you controlled a spirit mine, extracting and selling the ore would lead to great wealth. When the game goes public, with us holding primary resources, we need not fear being outmaneuvered by other players. Given the situation in this game, once it launches publicly, the demand for spirit stones will undoubtedly surge explosively." Wang Chong envisioned a grand blueprint in his mind. In the real world, his commercial empire was faltering, but within the game, he was determined to establish his own commercial dominion, using business to dominate this realm. The reason was simple. This game felt astonishingly real. Indeed, the mindset of capitalists and workers differs vastly. However, the dilemma remains, where can we find spirit mines? Moreover, what tools do we possess to excavate them? Even if we locate a spirit mine, how would we sell the stones? Su Jing lamented. "Brother, listen to me. Do you recall a couple of days ago when the widow and her group ventured to DZ Peak for a quest? It is said that there lies a spirit vein mine abundant in resources, yet due to various reasons, they have been unable to acquire it, or even locate it. Once we find that spirit mine, we will have our initial capital. It claimed that the AI is fully intelligent, we can hire NPCs to mine spirit stones, even minimal production is still production. Brother, trust me, let us first head to Yunfeng City and scout the situation." In the distance, Mu Tianquan wore a heavy expression as he overheard Wang Chong and Su Jing's conversation, their voices low yet discernible to him, a cultivator at the 7th stage of qi refining. Eavesdropping on the discussions of mere body refinement mortals was exceedingly simple for him.
Indeed, the nefarious capitalists, he shook his head, a bitter smile crossing his face as he gazed after the departing figures of Wang Chong and Su Jing, pondering, if Wang Chong truly reaches Yunfeng City, who knows what chaos he might unleash? However, the current Xian sect lacks the capability to independently develop a spirit mind. Perhaps a smirk crept across his lips, since absorbing the spiritual energy from spirit stones, Mu Tianqin's dependence on them had intensified. The notion of not needing to repeatedly purify and refine spiritual energy was an absolute boon for cultivators. The sheer quantity of spirit stones consumed annually across the cultivation world was, without a doubt, a staggering figure. At the foot of Tianzi Peak. "Widow, where is your axe?" Li Tianjun inquired, perplexed, as he noticed Wang Dana descending empty-handed among their group. Only Wang Dana seemed poised to contend, given the formidable nature of that axe. Shrugging, Wang Dana replied, "I left it on the mountain. I have no hope of obtaining the gathering spirit pills this time. I merely took a stroll to see what this game is truly like." "Ah, widow, if you do not compete," then Li Tianjun lamented inwardly. Among their dormitory of 5, Yu Xian, Wang Dana, Lin Zhao, Su Xian, and Li Tianjun, only Wang Dana had reached the 4th stage of body refinement, still holding a glimmer of hope. "Widow, let us go together." Just then, Xian Yuanjing approached briskly, accompanied by Song Xiao, who was flanked by Xia Ku. The three had just descended the mountain and spotted Wang Dana and the others lingering at the base. Independently, we should proceed cautiously this time. If we are to vanquish demons, confrontation is inevitable. Thus, the one who secures the lead must be determined by strength. From the current circumstances, it appears that the 2 gathering spirit pills will likely end up in the hands of Brother Yu and Grandmaster Ao. Jojo adjusted his glasses, exuding an air of a sage with everything under control. Clearing his throat, Xian Yuanjing, though reluctant to acknowledge Jojo's words, understood that given their dormitory's strength, seizing the lead in this demon-slaying task would be exceedingly challenging. Otherwise, Xian Yuanjing would not have pulled along Li Tianjun and the others. "Very well, let us take a look." Elder Yunping mentioned that Yunfeng City is a large city with a population exceeding 10,000. Perhaps there will be many exciting experiences awaiting us. Su Xian, with the gaming ID, translating to 1 step, 1 card, said with a smile. "Let us set forth." Suppressing his discontent, Xian Yuanjing called out, and the group of 8 made their way towards Yunfeng City. Chapter 40. Yunfeng City. To the north of Yunfeng City, a towering mountain looms majestically. On the southern slope, 3 individuals, each taking their respective positions, gaze down at the city below, which stretches for dozens of miles from north to south. To the west within the city, wisps of smoke curl upwards, painting a picture of a bustling and prosperous era. With hands firmly planted on his hips, Wang Chong pointed towards Yunfeng City below and exclaimed, "Brothers, our grand undertaking shall take its first step right here in Yunfeng City." "Are you alright? You're not hurt, are you? If you're fine, just relax," Ren Shushu remarked with an eye roll as he descended first. "Indeed, the rumors online were true about you, you rascal," Wang Chong quipped, and Su Jing followed suit as the trio swiftly made their way down towards Yunfeng City. As the saying goes, a mountain can tire a horse. Standing at such a height, they could behold the entirety of Yunfeng City, yet after descending the mountain, it took them the better part of a day to reach the northern gate of the city. Wang Chong and Su Jing, trailing behind Rinshushu, were utterly exhausted, panting heavily like weary hounds. In stark contrast, Rinshushu, having achieved the 7th stage of body refinement and approaching the limits of Immortal, ambled along effortlessly, showing no signs of fatigue. "Hey, you slowpoke, are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" Wang Chong called out. Although he and Rinshushu had little prior acquaintance, their shared dormitory had led to a rare camaraderie, compelling the solitary Rinshushu to join them on their journey to Yunfeng City under Wang Chang's persuasion. "Let us not waste any more time. Given that he has already reached the 8th stage of body refinement, he absolutely needs those 2 spirit-gathering pills. If he gets his hands on them and channels their energy into his body, ascending to the 2nd stage of chi refinement, I'll be overshadowed for life," Rinshushu lamented. He had initially believed his own advantages were considerable, yet that fellow seemed as privileged as the favored child of an NPC, having stumbled into a fantastical world through a game. In a bewildering twist, he had unwittingly acquired a partner, selecting the finest cultivation methods and being inundated with potent elixirs. According to Zhaosa's analysis, if he managed to survive in that realm, with his speed and the resources provided by that NPC, it wouldn't be long before he soared to greatness. Alright, Wang Chong sighed, feeling a sense of resignation in his mind. He believed that if given the chance, even with the advantages of these 2, he could catch up with the expenditure of money. However, 10 days had passed since the game launched, and not a single recharge option had been made available. This left Wang Chong feeling as though all his strength had nowhere to be expended. "I've told you, this isn't a cheat. To clarify, I fell into that pit back then, and later, that NPC named Shenjinzi sealed something peculiar within me. My current state is all due to that," he explained. Meanwhile, that fellow, having stumbled upon a teleportation array in that pit, inadvertently transported himself to another world. Honestly, I suspect there are quite a few hidden cheats in this game. Ren Shushu sighed deeply, reflecting on the paradox of fearing both a friend's poverty and their sudden wealth. Goodness, this city is enormous. Upon entering Yunfeng City, they faced no hindrances, not even a cursory inspection, and strolled in with an air of confidence. The entire city displayed a conspicuous lack of guard presence. Once inside, Su Jing was captivated by the scene before him, a straight main avenue stretching from north to south, where the trio standing at the northern end could easily glimpse the inner city in the distance. Towering pavilions surrounded them, with two-story wooden buildings lining the streets, every 5 steps revealing a new shop and every 10 steps a new pavilion. The thoroughfare buzzed with activity, and countless narrow alleys flanked the road, where the shouts of vendors filled the air. "Pancakes, get your pancakes here," a familiar voice pierced through the noise, drawing the trio's attention. Exchanging incredulous glances, they all wore expressions of disbelief. "Let us go take a look." After traversing an alley, they found themselves at the entrance, gazing towards the pancake stall. There stood Zhao Xiaolin, skillfully preparing pancakes on a large iron griddle. "Would you like sausage and egg?" Zhao Xiaolin inquired, her focus unwavering as she worked. "Wow, Sister Yu Ye, you've set up your stall so quickly? I can understand having eggs, but how did you manage to get sausage?" Wang Cheng gulped, reflecting on how, despite spending so much time in this game, the food he consumed had been rather bland, barely satisfying his hunger. "You guys, why did it take you so long? We've already headed to the Wang residence. If you don't hurry, you might miss your chance." Zhao Xiaolin looked up at the trio, her expression one of confusion. "What? How did you get there so quickly?" Su Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. After a full day of frantic running, he felt utterly exhausted. Logically, even if Naiha, Jiaosu, was a step ahead, it shouldn't have been possible. They had only just entered the city. "Oh, didn't you know, the Centipede's nemesis got a carriage, and it moved at lightning speed. I rode along with their carriage," Zhao Xiaolin explained. As her words sank in, Wang Chong and the others exchanged astonished glances. Ren Shushu's heart raced, prompting him to declare, "Sister Yu Ye, do your thing, I must take my leave." Before he had even finished speaking, Ren Shushu had already dashed out of the alley. However, as soon as he exited, Ren Shushu found himself in a predicament. The vast expanse of Yunfeng City, which appeared ample enough to accommodate tens of thousands of inhabitants from the mountains above, was meticulously arranged, making full use of every available space. Among the tens of thousands of residences, locating the NPC for his mission seemed a Herculean task. Damn it, how is there not even a guiding system? Ren Shushu muttered under his breath, exasperated, wishing he could slice the game in half. Searching for the task NPC among countless households was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. With his head down, he trudged forward, suddenly hearing the sound of storytelling emanating from a tavern on the left. Perhaps due to the captivating nature of the tale, the nearby audience was captivated, erupting into applause. And Nalan Yanran, clearly betrothed to the young master of the Shao family, yet because of leaning against the wall, Ren Shushu found his gaze fixated on the storyteller, his pupils widening in astonishment as he felt his worldview shifting dramatically. Was this still the game where one toiled diligently to cultivate? Sister Yu Ye had set up shop in Yunfeng City, selling pancakes, while the storyteller, adorned with the game ID Qingmei Zhujiu as Peng Zijian, vividly recounted the tale of a young prodigy who, for reasons unknown, had fallen from grace in a realm known as the Duki continent. Splendid, what a splendid line. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Bravo, well said. The patrons around him erupted in applause, singing praises for Peng Zijian. Today is just the beginning. Tomorrow, I invite you all back for more, as I will unveil the continuation of the tale. The upcoming plot preview includes the secret behind the disappearance of Duki, apprenticeship, and the journey of alchemy. Ladies and gentlemen, those with wealth, please contribute generously. Those without, lend your support. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 41. The monster is dead. The monster is alive again? Good heavens, what brings you here to recite tales? Ren Shushu approached Peng Zijian, a bemused expression adorning his face. How exhilarating. It's just a game. After all, back in the novice village, I was thoroughly fed up. I had nearly given up after reaching the 3rd stage of body refinement, but I heard that the monthly examination task has an additional option that allows one to venture to a grand city with a population in the hundreds of thousands. Believe me, I have truly fallen in love with this game. Damn it, I never imagined that a game developed by that company could possess such intelligent AI, with emotions that feel so remarkably real. Peng Zijian, with a copper coin in hand, smiled slyly. Brother Yu, the people here are quite generous. I must say, aside from the 2 taels of silver the shopkeeper gives me for my performance, all the tips from the audience belong to me. Why don't you abandon your training and join me? In this Yunfeng City, I'll entertain the crowd while you take on the role of the pitiful beggar. We could achieve great things in this game. As Peng Zijian indulged in visions of a glorious future, armed with a refined tale to share in this world, he felt invincible. Training, what purpose does that serve? It is dreadfully monotonous. Please, let us not. By the way, do you happen to know where the home of the NPC, Wang Dashan, is located? Ren Shushu waved his hands dismissively. He was not playing to earn money in the game, but rather to become stronger and enjoy himself. The thrill that Peng Zijian sought was utterly different from his own. I wouldn't know. After entering the city, I parted ways with Shirtu and the others and have remained in this inn ever since. Just as Peng Zijian finished speaking, a middle-aged woman approached from a distance, a warm smile gracing her face as she addressed him. Young brother, as per our agreement, these 2 taels of silver are for you. However, before you receive this sum, you must sign a contract. The woman extended a contract to Peng Zijian, stating, from now on, all tips from the audience will belong entirely to you. Additionally, the tavern will provide you with 20 taels of silver daily, and all your future tales can only be recited here. Furthermore, we will hire professional scribes to transcribe and compile them into books. The profits from selling these printed volumes will be divided with 70% going to the tavern, which will also cover all printing and promotional costs. The woman radiated joy, as she recognized this as a lucrative opportunity. Despite the tavern's previous struggles, the applause for Peng Zijian's storytelling today was undeniable, captivating even her. One could only imagine the fortune that could be amassed from such a book. So, you're saying that I can only tell tales here, and aside from the 20 taels of silver daily and all tips going to me, you'll also handle transcription, printing, and all operational expenses? Peng Zijian's eyes sparkled with delight. 20 taels a day was indeed a substantial fortune. You are correct, young brother. If there are no objections, please sign, but do consider carefully. Once you sign, breaching the contract will incur divine retribution, the woman said with a charming smile, yet the undertone of her words sent a chill down his spine. After a moment of contemplation, Peng Zijian nodded, it's nothing. Divine retribution, would he truly fear such a thing? If matters turned sour, he could always choose not to perform anymore and publish his works directly. Upon witnessing Peng Zijian sign the contract, the woman smiled broadly and began to depart. At that moment, Ren Shushu, who had been standing nearby, spoke up, Madam, may I inquire about something? Do you know where Wang Dashan's residence is? Upon hearing this, the woman furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Ren Shushu closely. Her expression tightened further as she pondered. There have been quite a number of disciples from the Shin sect visiting Yunfeng City lately, all seemingly heading towards Wang Jinxi's home. Could it be that something has occurred there? Noticing the NPC's momentary distraction, Ren Shushu sighed inwardly, thinking, I knew it was unreliable, now I must search for it myself. Just as he was about to leave, the woman called out, You, truly lacking in manners, ask me for information, and I must carefully consider how to express it to you. Follow the main road south, where you will find a large residence near the inner city, flanked by 2 massive stone lions at its entrance. That is the Wang residence. With that, the woman dismissed Ren Shushu and strode towards the 2nd floor. Having left the tavern, Ren Shushu, following the woman's directions, was drenched in sweat, his forehead glistening as he struggled to keep his eyes open. Yet, he was resolute. Thus far, the game had not opened any recharge options. If there were a recharge channel, perhaps he wouldn't be so fixated on the 2 spirit-gathering pills. However, if recharging was not an option, those 2 pills were of paramount importance to him. Given his current pace, he could reach the 8th stage of body refinement in just 7 days. Once he attained that level, he could begin cultivating the Devourer technique, drawing energy into his body. At that point, consuming the 2 spirit-gathering pills would propel him directly into the 2nd stage of Qi cultivation. Achieving that milestone would secure his position at the forefront, while if the arrogant Goniwh were to obtain both pills and break through a level of Qi cultivation, it would be exceedingly difficult for Ren Shushu to catch up, considering he was already a step behind. Panting heavily, Ren Shushu pressed onward, determined. After a full quarter of an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the Wang residence, where an elderly man, smiling, stood alongside Goniwh and players Su Xan and Lin Jiao. The 2 were chatting amiably as they exited, while Jiao clasped his fists in greeting, Old One, there is no need to see us off. We descended the mountain on a mission from our sect, and now that the evil has been vanquished, we shall take our leave. Just as Jiao finished speaking, Ren Shushu, who had just reached the Wang residence, exclaimed in alarm, Have you completed your task? Indeed, Jiao replied with a smile, and after exchanging pleasantries with Wang Jinxi, he approached Ren Shushu, grinning, Brother you arrived too late. That monster was pathetically weak, I dispatched it in a couple of blows. Pray tell, what cultivation method are you practicing to have reached the 8th stage of body refinement in such a short time? You're not planning to draw energy into your body, are you? Lin Jiao inquired, rubbing her round belly. The group that had entered the city together had long since scattered, as players were not particularly enthusiastic about exorcising demons.
Most preferred to explore the myriad possibilities the game had to offer. Of course, the lack of enthusiasm stemmed partly from the understanding that most players were aware of their limitations. Rather than waste experience in futile deaths, they opted for safer explorations in Yunfeng City. After all, no matter how hard one fought, they could not achieve everything. Alas! Disappointment washed over Rin Shushu as he realized he had exhausted all his efforts, only to miss the action entirely. He hadn't even glimpsed the monster. Ah! The monster, the monster! The monster has come back to life. Just as Rin Shushu prepared to leave in despair, a sudden commotion erupted from within the gates of the Wang residence. Chapter 42 Refer to the Lord of Demons at the Wang Mansion. Just after closing the door, having resolved the troublesome matters at home and bid farewell to the disciples of the Shangshuan sect, Wang Jingxing returned home with a heart brimming with joy. However, as soon as he shut the door, a swirling mass of black mist rushed towards him. In a state of panic, Wang Jingxing, already trembling with fear, waved his hands frantically and exclaimed, "It's not me, truly not me. You cannot torment me any further. I have saved you, your affairs have nothing to do with me. I beg you, please leave. Please leave." Before Wang Jingxing could finish his plea, a maid came running from a distance, shouting, "Master, master! It's terrible, Miss has been attacked by a demon, ah!" The maid screamed, only to find the black mist had already ensnared her, wrapping tightly around her, leaving only her neck exposed, her head tilted back as her body slowly ascended. With a sharp crack, her head tilted at an unnatural angle, and she breathed her last. "Master Wang, Master Wang!" A voice called from outside, belonging to Zhao. Wang Jingxing, his legs quaking, attempted to open the door, but as he staggered to his feet, he found the black mist had already coiled around his ankles. Before he could react, the mist, as if possessing an arm, forcefully hurled him backward. With a thunderous crash, Wang Jingxing slammed against the door, which splintered under the weight of his corpulent form. The players outside, upon hearing the commotion within, held their breath. Lin Zhao, nervously rubbing her rounded belly, shrank her neck and slowly retreated, aware of the perils of death. Although players could respawn indefinitely, none wished to squander the experience they had painstakingly acquired. After all, this month's examination editions would not directly affect their scores. At most, it would prevent them from being accepted under the teachings of the sect master and enjoying greater privileges. Yet even rushing in wouldn't guarantee success and could instead lead to a loss of experience. Damn it, isn't the stirring trouble? Zhao Su observed the firmly shut door, realizing knocking would yield no results. Inside, the situation was unknown to him. As a mere 8th-tier body refinement practitioner without spiritual energy, he could not perceive with divine sense. The heavy door had become the greatest obstacle to the player's rescue. "Let me do it." Ren Shushu untangled the fine cloth wrapped around the Tianling blade. Zhao Su hesitated, glancing at Rin Shushu, wanting to intervene but, after a moment's contemplation, chose not to act hastily, sensing that she might be concealing something. Just as Rin Shushu was poised to exert force with her blade, a sudden shout echoed from behind. A black mist surged forth, exclaiming, "Let go of that door, let me handle it." With a resounding crash, Zhou Xian, transformed into a mass of black fog, barreled through the door. As the door collapsed, Zhao Su and Rin Shushu exchanged silent glances. A surprise appearance, Zhao Su thought, feeling a wave of foreboding wash over him. Just as he prepared to rush in, having taken 2 steps forward, Rin Shushu had already darted ahead, her hands gripping the blade. "Watch me, spirit sword technique." In a fleeting moment, Zhao Su's vision blurred. He did not witness Rin Shushu employing the twin blades with the Tianling blade. Instead, he saw Zhou Xian, the first to charge in, had already subdued the demon. No, not subdued, rather, the demon had voluntarily prostrated itself before Zhou Xian, as if encountering something that instilled profound fear within. Zhou Xian, shrouded in black mist, gazed darkly at the entity before him. Rin Shushu, Zhao Su, Lin Zhao, and Su Xian all stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. In bewilderment, Rin Shushu couldn't help but rub her eyes, questioning, "What is going on? Centipede, what have you done?" Zhou Xian's lips curled into a slight smirk as he raised his hand. A swirl of black flames, flame-shaped black mist, gathered in his palm. This game has its merits, but the inability to unleash skills with a button press is a flaw. One must truly comprehend the spiritual energy of the world, channeling it within to unleash extraordinary power. As he spoke, Zhou Xian hurled the mass of black mist, and with a thunderous explosion, a 9-meter wide, 4-meter tall, 7-foot thick evil suppression monument was obliterated in a single strike. However, the feeling is still exhilarating. Embracing the philosophy that silence is golden, but when one speaks, they must astonish, Zhou Xian felt as though he had taken flight. While other players were still unfamiliar with the concept of cultivation resources, he had already received the backing of the Demon Clan, practicing their superior techniques and enjoying their resources, elevating his cultivation as if propelled by a rocket.
Damn it, you're cheating!
Ren Xiushu exclaimed, struggling to fathom how Zhou Xian, typically quiet and unassuming, had suddenly reached such heights.
Just average, Zhou Xian replied nonchalantly.
There's only one demon here, and I've already subdued her.
Would you like to hear why she caused a ruckus at the Wang family? No, wait, how did she become a demon?
Zhou Xian's tone turned cold as he glanced at the unconscious Wang Jingxing, addressing Ren Xiushu and Zhao Su.
What? Is there a storyline here?
Lin Zhao chimed in eagerly. While Zhou Xian's formidable power was undeniable, it didn't seem threatening. After all, players were prohibited from attacking one another, or at least, that was what the sect's regulations stated.
Of course there is, and it's a monumental revelation.
Zhou Xian beckoned, forming hand seals that stripped away the outer black mist, revealing the demon's true form. This maneuver elicited gasps from Su Xian and Lin Zhao, while Zhao Su and Ren Xiushu widened their eyes in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. To be honest, this display was quite impressive.
Greetings, Lord of Demons.
The demon, possessing exquisite beauty with snow-like skin and a strikingly handsome visage, truly embodied the essence of a mesmerizing beauty, a being of unparalleled allure. Swallowing hard, Ren Xiushu remained silent, yet in her heart, she called out, "Princess, can you discern the situation with this centipede?"
"I can see it." The princess, Song Ling, replied in an extraordinarily calm tone.
"What situation? Why should I tell you? I can't be bothered. If you don't take me to Zifeng, we'll sever ties and never interact again. Don't think you can ask me anything."
Song Ling was seething internally.
She had found Wang Xiong's essence, so close yet unable to claim it. Since departing from Zifeng, her heart felt gnawed by 1,000 ants, unable to muster interest in anything, as if she had lost something of great importance.
"Damn it, miser!
If you want to say, then fine," Ren Xiushu shrugged off. Indifferent. Zifeng, that place was swarming with countless spirits and apparitions. He dared not venture there, at least not until his cultivation reached a level where he could effortlessly transcend those entities.
"Why does she call you Lord of Demons?"
Zhao Su inquired, glancing between the demon and Zhou Xian. While he was convinced Zhou Xian had cultivated demonic techniques and perhaps allied with the demon clan for some reason, that title seemed rather lofty. Chapter 43 The currency ratio. Please, Great Demon Lord, take charge. The demon, revealing its true form, wept uncontrollably as it knelt before Zhou Xian, as if it had finally found a pillar of support. Speak. Zhou Xian maintained a calm demeanor, having already acquainted himself with the circumstances prior to his arrival. I was once a songstress in Yunfeng City. 3 months ago, the scoundrel Wang Jinxie suddenly summoned me, redeeming my freedom, but who could have anticipated that after my redemption, she coerced me into signing an even more dreadful contract? He threatened and tortured me. In my former life, I was but a frail songstress, utterly powerless to withstand such torment. Then one day, young Master Su visited the Wang household. And that young Master Su, I know not what he practiced, but after he defiled me, my body began to rot. Within 2 days, I was completely consumed by decay. As the others listened to the demon's plight, their eyes widened in shock as they regarded the unconscious Wang Jinxie. Lin Zhao took 2 steps back, desperately avoiding the gazes of Ren Xiushu and Zhao Su. She tugged at Su Xian's sleeve and whispered, "Buka, shall we leave? I'm afraid that if I listen any longer, I won't be able to contain myself." It seemed as if everyone heard Lin Zhao's voice, their gazes converging upon her. Feeling exposed, Lin Zhao shrank her neck and said, "We need not involve ourselves in this matter. As long as we eliminate the demon, our task will be deemed complete."
Lin Zhao's thoughts were quite simple.
It's just a game. After all, completing the task was all that mattered, and there was no need for unnecessary complications. As for anything beyond that, naturally, she paid it no mind. In her eyes, this was merely a game, everything a fabrication of data. Even if tasked with slaying the pitiful demon, Lin Zhao would feel not an ounce of guilt.
It was just a game.
Have you all never read light novels? Twist after twist, we are here to complete a mission, not to play savior. As Lin Zhao's words hung in the air, Zhao Su waved his hand dismissively, saying, "If you wish to leave, then leave on your own." As the ancients said, how can one hope to bring peace to the world if they cannot even stabilize one household? If we cannot control a city, how can we hope to strengthen the Shangshuan sect? Having ventured into another world, Zhao Su had gained profound insights from this game. Power was the foundation of all, and to wield power, one must have sufficient resources. Revitalizing the Shangshuan sect was the main quest for players, the only main quest, indeed. Of course, while some players might choose to undertake this main quest, others would inevitably opt out.
Indeed, we were born under the red flag. Even if this is a game, with NPCs, we cannot turn a blind eye simply because it is a game, Zhou Xian remarked with a smile, glancing at the fallen Wang Jinxie before turning to Zhao Su and Ren Xiuxiu, asking, "You two, do you truly believe her words?" Zhao Sun nodded. He was among the first to arrive at the Wang residence, the first player to encounter Wang Jinxie and engage in dialogue. As a police officer in the real world, he sensed something amiss, it lacked tangible evidence. Ren Xiuxiu, momentarily dazed, nodded and then shook her head, as if realizing her own lapse in composure. She quickly interjected, "What do you propose we do? I have no objections." "Then let us." Zhou Xian noted Ren Xiuxiu's acquiescence, and with Zhao Su also inclined to believe the demon's words, he hesitated not a moment longer. He extended his right hand, and a massive web-like entity began to materialize, slowly rising into the air and enveloping the entire Wang household. To be honest, I had hoped to remain concealed for a while longer, but one cannot escape their fate in this world. In Yunfeng City, within a two-story inn along the street, Wang Chong stood at the window, gazing below, unable to suppress his exuberance. With arms akimbo, he declared with grandiosity, "This is truly remarkable. Each NPC possesses a unique personality, with a population in the tens of thousands. If we wish to amass wealth, we must first profit from the common folk, and then from the cultivators. Ultimately, we shall use our riches to dominate this game." After a day of investigation and inquiries, Wang Chong had gained a thorough understanding of the game's currency. "But how do we profit from the common folk?" Su Jing lay languidly on the bed, having nearly given up on the game were it not for Wang Chang's encouragement. Regardless of whether he could earn real-world currency, he relished the experience of accumulating game currency, enjoying the sense of achievement it brought. However, until they entered Yunfeng City, the game's currency system had remained shrouded in mystery. "Is that not simple? Real estate, have you forgotten what my family does? We can buy up all the land in Yunfeng City, develop a commercial street, construct upscale malls, and lease out stalls." Wang Chong spoke with an air of authority, as if his grand vision of a commercial empire would soon materialize before him. A towering skyscraper rising from the ground, yet reality was far from easy. Su Jing rubbed his flat stomach, resignedly stating, "You might want to consider how to fill your belly first. We descended the mountain without provisions, and if we don't eat soon, I'll have no choice but to seek out Sister Yuya for a meal." Sister Yuya, Zhao Xiaolin, had already begun selling goods in Yunfeng City, and her jianbing, Chinese crepes, had recently become a citywide sensation, bringing her substantial profits. "I've inquired around. That fellow Qingmei is performing storytelling at an inn on the next street. His tales of the Duki continent have become wildly popular, and Sister Yuya's jianbing stand is also raking in profits. I have a couple of ideas, would you care to listen? The first is straightforward. We can directly exchange real-world currency for their game currency at a ratio of 1 to 50. For $10, we receive 501. According to the currency ratios I previously consulted with the local bank, 1,001 equates to 1 tael of silver, 10 taels of silver equals 1 tael of gold, and 1 piece of low-grade spirit stone is worth 50 taels of gold. A piece of mid-grade spirit stone is valued at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, while a piece of high-grade spirit stone is worth 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. A piece of supreme spirit stone is worth 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. At this ratio, the value of a supreme spirit stone is sufficient to purchase the entirety of Yunfeng City. In fact, one could assert that even selling the entire city would yield more than a single supreme spirit stone. Wang Chang's expression grew somber as Su Jing listened to his grandiose proclamations, nodding in acknowledgement. "Then may I ask, young Master Wang, do you currently possess any supreme spirit stones?" At this inquiry, Wang Chang's spirits deflated. Shaking his head, the bank stated that within Yunfeng City, even mid-grade spirit stones are exceedingly scarce. To procure a supreme spirit stone here is akin to chasing a mirage. Throwing up his hands, the value of supreme spirit stones was such that one alone could purchase a city with a population of hundreds of thousands. As for why they held such exorbitant value, Wang Chong only gleaned fragments from the legends held by the bank's custodians, lacking comprehensive knowledge. "Then what do you propose to invest in this game?" "Relying on the meager earnings from Sister Yuyi and Qingmei won't get us far," Su Jing lamented. "Even if Wang Chong was willing to spend thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, there must be some return. Zhao Xiaolin's daily earnings hardly exceeded 20 taels of silver, and although Pang Zijian earned a bit more, it was still limited. To purchase an entire city and realize Wang Chang's grand vision through mere labor? It was a pipe dream. Ultimately, it all boils down to one thing: this game does not permit recharges. Young Master Wang, no matter how wealthy you are, you must endure and find a way." Chapter 44. Cultivating the Goo, City Lord's Mansion. Why is it still like this? The young man, clad in a flowing black robe, gazed into the mirror, observing the decay of his once handsome visage, his eyes brimming with animosity. Tell me, why has it come to this? Did you not promise that as long as I followed your instructions, everything would improve? Why does it only worsen? Why?
The young man clutched his cheeks, his expression grotesque and terrifying, as he screamed in a fit of hysteria.
Is it not gradually improving?
The knowledge I imparted to you is a sacred artifact of our demonic lineage. If you adhere to my teachings, in the future, your father, the city lord, will be but an ant in your eyes, easily extinguished with a mere gesture.
Do you not desire vengeance for your mother?
A swirl of dark energy erupted from Yun Jun's body, coalescing before him, revealing only its upper half, while the lower part remained shrouded in mist, reminiscent of Aladdin's lamp.
Revenge, of course I seek revenge.
But you wretched thing, you have reduced me to this state, how can I face the world? As soon as Yun Jun's words fell, the old man spread his arms wide and laughed heartily. Once you nurture the sacred object, it will heed your call.
With its assistance, you shall command the winds and rain, and who among the populace would dare defy you? Anyone who dares to utter no shall be slain.
The audacity of his words was truly astonishing. Yun Jun gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with loathing, his right hand clutching his head as he laughed maniacally.
You have done remarkably well. I have already calculated it for you.
3 days hence, on the night of the full moon, as long as you can gather 7 women of the most extreme constitution and obtain their essence blood, the sacred object shall be perfected.
At that time, no one on earth or in heaven shall rival you. With power, does anything else truly matter?
The old man approached Yun Jun, whispering temptingly. In that moment, a dense black mist enveloped Yun Jun, seemingly shattering the last remnants of restraint within him. His inner defenses crumbled, and the inner demon seized control, suppressing the faint glimmers of humanity and kindness instilled over the years.
But how can I find 7 women of extreme within just 3 days? The time is so pressing.
Yun Jun spoke through gritted teeth, yet his resolve had already solidified. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: vengeance, he must have vengeance. Indeed, it poses some difficulty, yet my divine sense perceives that 7 women of extreme have recently arrived in Yunfeng City. If you can capture them and extract their essence, the sacred object shall surely be completed.
As the old man's words resonated, Yun Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. Where are they? Just as he was about to speak, the old man's expression darkened, glancing back with a sudden sense of foreboding.
He swallowed hard, gazing skyward at a vast, invisible web that cloaked the entire player realm. The web pulsated with an aura of terror.
The sun-shrouding net?
The old man's heart sank as he pondered. No wonder so many peculiar individuals have flooded into Yunfeng City recently. Their origins are certainly extraordinary. However, the old man cast a sidelong glance at Yun Jun, a faint smile curling at his lips. What did it matter if the enemy was formidable or their identity shrouded in mystery? With his power, remaining concealed was a trivial task, unless there were formidable practitioners of the nascent soul stage in Yunfeng City. This place is no longer safe. Once we complete this task, we must depart swiftly, the old man resolved as he beheld the ever-expanding sun-shrouding net.
Players. Damn, how can a renowned benefactor, known far and wide within a radius of hundreds of miles, have such a filthy abode?
Suexayan's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him, where a naked female corpse was confined within a massive water cage, alongside a python that flicked its tongue, clearly well-fed and disinterested in a meal. It hung its head, its enormous body coiled as if scrutinizing the gaze of Zhou Xian.
How can such a thing exist here? Is it a monster or a demon?
Lin Zhao recoiled in fear, utterly horrified. The corpse in the water cage seemed prepared as sustenance for the giant python. It was evident that the one responsible for such an atrocity was utterly deranged.
This is not a demon.
Zhou Xian shook his head, for he sensed no aura typical of the demonic race from the giant python. Ever since collaborating with the demonic beings, although they remained wary of him, Zhou Xian's cultivation had soared rapidly, seemingly without limits. His prowess had garnered him substantial support from the demonic resources, and within just a few days, his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of chi refinement, making him the strongest among the player community.
What is that? A demon? Rin Susu blinked in confusion, inquiring. Not a demon either.
Zhou Xian was acutely sensitive to the auras of demons and monsters, for he primarily practiced demonic techniques.
Then what is it? Stop keeping us in suspense.
Zhao Su felt increasingly sidelined. He should have been the most formidable contender in this competition, yet Zhou Xian had eclipsed him. Despite Zhao Su's inclination to remain a peripheral figure in the real world due to his profession, no one truly wished to be a mere background character in this realm. Although he had ventured into another world once, aside from a basic understanding of advanced situations, Zhao Su remained a novice within the game. Have you heard of Gu, Cultivating Gu? This giant python is a Gu raised by a certain demonic practitioner. To my knowledge, the revered Qianlian Tianzun, known as Bai Lai Tu, is the progenitor of this art.
However, this Qianlian Tianzun has not departed from Qianlian Mountain for over 2 millennia, and moreover, this goose power is quite low.
It is likely nurtured by a golden core practitioner adept in this art within the demonic ranks. Zhou Xian scrutinized the giant python, contemplating, what a pity I do not possess the skill to control goo. Otherwise, this python would be an invaluable treasure. What use is nurturing goo? Surely it is not for the purpose of murder. Su Xian adopted a curious demeanor, questioning, for only Zhou Xian, Zhao Su, Lin Jiao, and Ren Su Su were present, with no NPCs to consult. At that moment, a voice echoed in Ren Su Su's mind, this giant python is a valuable asset, subdue it, and it can shield you from calamities when you break through to the nascent soul stage.
Princess, you choose to speak? But please refrain from uttering nonsense. How do I subdue it? I can teach you the art of goo control, provided you agree to. I refuse to learn. The matter of ascending to the peak is off the table.
Chapter 45. On the usage of players, this type of cursed insect is rather rare. Its appearance surely heralds the demise of many. I sense that this mission is not as straightforward as it appears on the surface. In truth, we all possess a certain understanding of the circumstances surrounding the Upper Xian sect. And the official representatives of this game are exceedingly cautious. Even the esteemed young Master Wang is unable to locate the operating company. It is impossible to spend money, and as it stands, unless a recharge channel is opened, players will have to rely solely on their own efforts to grind and explore. Given the officials' extreme caution, they only provide 2 spirit-gathering pills at a time. A significant doubt lingered in Zhou Xian's mind. He could not fathom why this game did not open a recharge channel. Once the game undergoes public testing, based on its internal design, it would undoubtedly attract a substantial portion of Blue Star's players, if not capture the majority, in a frenzy over this game. The fundamental reason was simple: authenticity. Blue Star had never witnessed such a genuine, fully interactive, freely explorative megagame, replete with hundreds of thousands of NPCs. Even if the early stages might prove tedious, once those privileged with internal testing qualifications overcome this monotony and arrive at the game's initial map, the overwhelming spectacle awaits,
where each NPC stands as an independent entity. What do you propose we do next? Su Xian inquired.
Patience. Someone will surely seek us out. After all, this cursed insect holds immense importance to that individual. Though I remain uncertain of his motives for nurturing such a creature. Zhou Xian pondered for a moment, choosing not to divulge what he knew. After all, if all players became aware of the efficacy of nurturing cursed insects to ward off tribulations, how could he maintain his advantage? In this game, losing the upper hand means that catching up again is nearly impossible unless a recharge channel is established.
Judging by the current circumstances, it seems unlikely that such a channel will be opened anytime soon.
What if we were to slay this giant python? Would it not force the hidden puppet master to reveal themselves? Lin Jiao gazed at the massive serpent in the water cage, her eyes clouded with contemplation. According to the known mechanics of the game, what one sees is what one obtains. This giant python, being raised as a cursed insect, must surely possess great treasures. Such an action would only exacerbate the situation. The individual capable of raising such a cursed insect is likely a golden core cultivator. With our current strength, even with infinite respawns, we would not stand a chance against them, Zhou Xian replied, shaking his head. His understanding of cursed insects was extensive, given the records from the demonic lineage. Zhao Su queried, but if they were to come for us, wouldn't we be equally outmatched? If they were to seek us out, it would not necessarily lead to a situation of mutual destruction. Zhou Xian had already formulated a plan in his mind. Facing the giant python, his eyes gleamed with avarice. His desire for the creature was palpable, yet lacking the skill to control cursed insects, he could only observe from a distance.
Damn, this player has only just descended from the mountain and already causes such a commotion? Mu Tianchen was taken aback.
Having reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, he had just concluded a day of cultivation and casually glanced at the player's status, witnessing Zhou Xian surge from a lower ranking to the forefront. This terrifying speed, despite Mu Tianchen's rapid cultivation and elevation, led him to reflect on a self-deprecating thought: am I truly exerting myself in my cultivation? Brother, it's bad, it's really bad. Ruan Cheng rushed into Mu Tianchen's courtyard, where she found him lost in thought, exclaiming loudly.
What is it?
Speak plainly, Mu Tianchen replied, perusing Zhou Xian's personal panel record. He was already convinced that Zhou Xian had succumbed to demonic allure, becoming the first illustrious demonic cultivator among players, with his personal panel boldly stating. Main cultivation technique: Fiend God Scripture, the demonic clan's ancestral divine skill, capable of reaching the pinnacle of fusion. Unfazed by Ruan Qing's panic, Mu Tianchen remained composed. After all, What calamity could possibly arise from a relatively obscure player making such a sudden ascent? In Yunfeng City, there lies a demonic creature, at the very least, a golden core level demon. Moreover, this creature is nurturing cursed insects. If my assumptions are correct, this demon intends to sacrifice the entire populace of Yunfeng City, numbering in the tens of thousands, to empower its cursed insects.
Should it come to fruition, the entirety of Yunfeng City could well transform into a hell on earth.
Ruan Qing had been closely trailing the players in Yunfeng City. Though his cultivation level was not particularly high, his experience was genuine, contrasting starkly with the players who, despite their cultivation ranks, often lacked practical prowess. At this moment, Ruan Qing was likely no longer a match for Zhou Xian. After all, the gap between cultivators and mortals could not be bridged merely by experience, just as the mightiest cultivator could never hope to rival the weakest immortal. The demonic clan has remained dormant for a millennium, and now they stir restlessly, unable to contain themselves.
Mu Tianqian regarded Zhou Xian's personal panel with a grave expression.
According to the tales relayed by his master, 1,000 years prior, before the final clash between the Upper Xian sect and the enigmatic forces, both the demon and monster clans were merely adjuncts of the Upper Xian sect, their leaders serving as nominal elders. In essence, they acted as the sect's proxy, executing tasks that the sect could not publicly undertake. This arrangement was not a secret among the top sects. It was akin to possessing nuclear weapons while still engaging in warfare. What could be done? Only proxies could act. However, the outbreak of war a millennium ago severed the ties of the demon and monster clans from the Upper Xian sect, leaving them to establish their own identities. The Upper Xian sect, already weakened internally and suffering from its own losses, quickly descended into decline under the pressures of ancient top sects and rebellious vassals. Countless cultivators awaited the day when the Upper Xian sect would extinguish itself, anticipating the day when the spiritual resonance of its past leaders would fade into oblivion. This matter requires no intervention. The disciples will manage it well. You should make a trip to Yunfeng City to bring back Sister Qing Xian. The danger is substantial, and her impulsive nature could lead her to make unwise decisions that I cannot explain to our master. Mu Tianqian contemplated before speaking. Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing's expression turned fervent. Brother, those disciples, I admit their talents are remarkable, and they cultivate faster than I had imagined. But junior brother, when our master ascended, who could have predicted we would arrive at this day? The Upper Xian sect is on the verge of revival. Moreover, through all these years, when have I ever misled you? Go, and ensure Sister Qing Xian returns safely. Mu Tianqian harbored no concerns regarding the players. After all, they were virtually immortal unless he were to impose a penalty upon a specific player. Apart from that, players could never truly perish. As he watched Ruan Qing depart, Mu Tianqian instructed, System, issue a task to the disciples of Zhou Xian. Task objective: protect the hundreds of thousands of citizens in Yunfeng City from being devoured as sacrificial offerings by the demonic creatures, by whatever means necessary. Task reward: 1 known. Requirement: ensure that the threat posed by the demonic creatures is made widely known, instilling fear in every heart. Mu Tianqian contemplated for a moment. Though he was unaware of how Zhou Xian had fallen into demonic allure, it mattered little. The demonic clan would inevitably remain the Upper Xian sect's proxy, forever unable to escape their fate of mere survival. After all, since the decline of the Upper Xian sect, these fragmented demon and monster clans had been absorbed by other top sects, with many left as stray dogs, fleeing in despair. Chapter 46, The Hidden Quest in Yunfeng City. Zhao Su, are you capable? If not, perhaps we should summon the experts from Xian's pinnacle, Zhou Xian inquired, observing the sweat-drenched Zhao Su immersed in his tasks. It will be ready shortly. Time is of the essence, and where could we possibly find him? Zhao Su replied just as Zhou Xian pulled out his disciple token, a look of confusion crossing his face. Do you not realize that this device allows for instant communication? Just as he was about to contact Zhou with the token, Zhou Xian's expression shifted dramatically as a message appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have triggered a hidden quest. Quest requirement: a demonic creature is breeding puppets in Yunfeng City, intending to use the blood of the city's hundreds of thousands of citizens as nourishment. This matter must be made public, ensuring that all citizens of Yunfeng City are aware. Quest objective: slay the demonic creature breeding puppets, to uphold the prestige of the Shanshuan sect. Quest reward: unknown. Dependent on the player's completion level. Wait, hold on. Zhou Xian gazed at the task transmitted by the disciple token, realizing that this quest was an impromptu addition by Mu Tianqian. What is wrong? Lin Zhao, who had turned back, looked at Zhou Xian with curiosity. He was the one who urged them to halt, yet now seemed to be faltering. Is it possible that sheer strength will suffice in every situation? Everyone, take out your disciple tokens and see if you've received the hidden quest, Zhou Xian commanded. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xian and Lin Jiao retrieved their tokens, shaking their heads in unison.
Nothing here, absolutely nothing. What task did you receive? Zhao Su asked, glancing at his blank taskbar. He had completed the mission to eliminate demons, although the creature had ultimately escaped, now residing with Zhou Xian. Nonetheless, the task was deemed fulfilled, as it only required that the creature no longer disturbed the benevolent Wang Di. Given that Wang Di had perished, no demon would trouble him any longer. How come you didn't receive anything? Could it be that you failed to trigger it? It states here that I have received a hidden quest regarding the demonic creature breeding puppets in Yunfeng City, unbeknownst to the populace. We need to create a stir throughout the city, making this public knowledge, before eradicating the creature. Isn't this just an exercise in futility? With our limited strength, should we encounter a golden core NPC, we wouldn't stand a chance. We would be utterly at their mercy. Zhou Xian silently lamented, yet the quest had been issued, completing it would undoubtedly yield rewards, but failing to do so, while not directly punishable, would still amount to a form of retribution for not receiving the rewards. Especially considering that if he managed to complete it while others remained uninformed, could it be that the ultimate goal of this quest is to elevate the prestige and renown of the Shangchuan sect? I recall that sects can be upgraded, and the current Shangchuan sect is merely a first-tier sect. Zhao Su pondered, since the quest aimed to create a stir, players eliminating the creature would naturally enhance the sect's reputation in Yunfeng City. Zhou Xian contemplated for a moment, focusing his gaze on Rin Shushu. This quest was imperative, and he surmised that the better it was executed, the more bountiful the rewards would be. However, despite having attained Qi training, his strength remained limited. Should he truly face a golden core NPC, it was doubtful he could even complete the task, even with infinite respawns. I can't do anything about it. You've reached Qi training, while I'm still at the body refinement stage. We're not even in the same league. If you can't handle it, how could I possibly? Rin Shushu shrugged, fully aware of the perilous nature of the situation. After all, a creature capable of breeding puppets was certainly no ordinary foe, especially one that intended to use the blood of hundreds of thousands of citizens in Yunfeng City for sustenance. It was not something an average person could undertake. Knowing one was outmatched and still rushing headlong into danger, even with the knowledge of infinite respawns, was sheer folly. Princess Tsangling, can you hear my words? Zhou Xian assessed the situation before speaking. Rin Shushu's expression flickered, knowing that only a select few within the game, particularly those in the Shangchuan sect, were aware of Princess Tsangling's existence. He had never disclosed anything about her, let alone mentioned her name. Yet Zhou Xian had pinpointed it with ease. How did you know? Rin Shushu, having nothing to hide, felt no need to conceal the truth any longer. It would seem petty to do so, especially since he had never deliberately concealed it. Let me share something with you. In fact, the Chao family estate at the foot of Tianzi Peak is infested with demons. The estate's master, Xiao Sanyi, is a demon spawn, a branch of the demon clan. Originally, this demon clan was a vassal of the Shangchuan sect. However, during a past war, the Shangchuan sect fell from grace, and this demon clan was infiltrated by others. The demon spawn posing as Xiao Sanyi has been hiding there for hundreds of years. Princess Tsangling surely knows why he hides beneath the Shangchuan sect. Zhou Xian spoke calmly, well acquainted with that tale, encompassing various events both great and small. Yet one detail remained unclear. Why had Sanghao suddenly stormed the Shangchuan sect and detonated himself, causing the sect to plummet from a top-tier organization to the bottom ranks? Wang brother. Songling whispered, her call echoing softly. Around her, Zhao Su, Lin Jiao, and Su Xian exchanged bewildered glances. Their understanding of that story was still superficial, limited to what the elder Wang had recounted. Songling's whispers were inaudible to all players except Rin Shushu. If Princess Tsangling is willing to assist, this task could be resolved quite easily. We merely need to spread the word about the demonic creature breeding puppets in Yunfeng City. The creature behind the scenes will undoubtedly not remain idle. It will either flee in haste or confront us in a desperate battle. Although Princess Tsangling's strength is suppressed, I believe dealing with a golden core creature should pose no significant challenge. Zhou Xian saw no other option. The task did not specify the means by which to resolve the situation, and given the current strength of the players, they would struggle against even a Foundation Establishment NPC, let alone a golden core one. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge, Rin Shushu mused, chewing his words. He had long been aware of Xiao Sanyi's dubious nature, as Tsangling had previously confided in him. The matter of the foreign soul taking residence was also clear. It was a consequence of Xiao Sanyi employing some peculiar method to pursue Sanghao's essence, which had nowhere to hide and ultimately entered the body of a woman.
Though he had escaped one disaster, he had simultaneously placed himself in a predicament. I can assist you, but what can you offer me in return? Why should I help you? Rinshushu, relay this message to him. You are a demon, still in pursuit of the essence of your brother. Chapter 47 Isyako Rainy Knight's sister has been captured just based on my capabilities. How can I assist the princess in retrieving the essence of the Lord of Anomalies? Zhou Xian inhaled deeply. Is he truly going to wholeheartedly assist the demonic faction? If so, he would no longer be a player. Aligning with the demons was merely a means to enhance his strength, a last resort. Moreover, players venture forth not to be subservient to others but to establish their own dominion. Players would never willingly place themselves beneath NPCs. Presently, the game lacks a recharge system, and the strength of the players relies entirely on their own abilities and gambles. True allegiance to the demonic faction, that would only occur if the demonic kin were willing to relinquish their positions. The atmosphere instantly froze, and Rinshushu rubbed his eyes. He still had faith in Zhou Xian's words, for among players, though they might engage in cunning, it was ultimately about cultivation. In the face of truly significant matters, players nurtured under the red flag would never commit acts that would invoke public outrage. After all, those capable of such offenses had never even had the opportunity to enter the game, had they? Does the anomaly within you possess the cultivation of the integration stage? Damn, you really are hiding something deep. Su Xian and Lin Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. They could hardly believe that within Rinshushu lay an anomaly of integration stage cultivation, and this very anomaly was aiding Rinshushu in enhancing his own cultivation. The situation appeared increasingly peculiar. The integration stage is indeed formidable. It can withstand Ling Jun's full force strike. Zhao Su pondered inwardly. I in the black hole otherworld he had visited in the game, the strongest individuals he encountered were at least of the void refinement stage. Visually, it seemed that this other world was even more powerful than the Tsong-Mang continent, with denser spiritual energy. Yet, the top cultivators of the Tsong-Mang continent had never revealed themselves before players. Agreed. Upon Rinshushu's declaration, a faint smile crept onto Zhou Xian's face, prompting a pang of caution in Rinshushu's heart. He mused, I must remain vigilant against this fellow. I cannot afford to be ensnared by him. Our foremost task now is to publicize the matter regarding the demons, to ensure that the citizens of the entire city are convinced of our cause. We must disseminate this information swiftly throughout the city, and subsequently identify the demons to eliminate them in one fell swoop, thereby elevating the reputation of our sect. Zhou Xian proclaimed with unwavering conviction. With Princess Sangling willing to lend her assistance, this undertaking would undoubtedly be far more manageable. At the very least, there would be less concern about any unforeseen complications from the elusive Golden Core demon lurking behind the scenes. Yunfeng City, Tavern. Today's tale concludes here, esteemed patrons. We shall reconvene tomorrow. Peng Zijian was just about to rise when suddenly, amidst the crowd, Xiaka squeezed through, finally reaching the front row to call out to him, Qingmei, have you seen Rainy Knight's sister? Rainy Knight's sister? I've been preoccupied with storytelling all day, how could I possibly have seen her? Peng Zijian contemplated for a moment, recalling that Rainy Knight's sister had made quite a profit selling pancakes in the alley. Though she did not earn as much as him, she was still a person of wealth, and in the harsh reality of the world, where making money was a challenge, many sought solace in the gaming realm to comfort their youthful spirits. Rainy Knight's sister is missing. She has been taken by someone. Isn't Dupu here as well? Xiaka spoke in a frantic and disjointed manner, clearly distressed. Wang Dana, who was enjoying his drink upstairs, heard Xiaka's voice and stood up, saying, Huan Shui, come up and explain. Thud, Xiaka hurriedly ascended the stairs and grasped Wang Dana's arm, exclaiming, Rainy Knight's sister has been captured by the city lord's mansion. What? Xian Yuanjing nearly spat out his drink, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Xiaku. Rainy Knight's sister was selling pancakes quite successfully. How could she come into conflict with the city lord's mansion? Did they find 3 petals of flowers in her pancakes? Before Xian Yuanjing could finish, Wang Dana shot him a dark glare and, fueled by the alcohol, reprimanded, Dupu, I have told you countless times, do not eat 3 petals of flowers in front of me. Ah, ha. That was just Rainy Knight's sister's foolishness. Xian Yuanjing jested, lightening the previously tense atmosphere. Although Wang Dana detested the 3 petals of flowers, his military training limited his reaction to mere disgust. Alright, let us sit down and discuss this matter in detail. We must devise a plan. After all, if Rainy Knight's sister has indeed been taken to the city lord's mansion, considering her aversion to pain, it is unlikely she would take her own life. If we do not rescue her, she is bound to suffer. Wang Chong stated, observing Xiaka's pale complexion. His words resonated deeply with the gathering of players, for none possessed particularly strong abilities. They could not help but wonder if, on a fateful day, anyone would come to their aid should they find themselves in a similar predicament. After all, logging out of the game was fraught with limitations. First, one must ensure their surroundings were safe, devoid of enemies. Second, upon logging back in, one would return to their original logout position unless they had perished, in which case they would resurrect at the foot of the Tianzi Peak of the Upper Xian sect. That was the player's resurrection point. Upon hearing Wang Chang's words, Xiaoku felt a measure of reassurance and replied, "In truth, I am not entirely certain. This morning, after I awoke, I had promised Rainy Knight's sister I would help her with her stall. However, as soon as I arrived in the alley, the officials came to apprehend her, indiscriminately smashing her stall and taking her away. I was frightened to intervene, fearing that no one would come to her aid." Xiaoku pouted, a look of grievance etched on his face. He had desperately wished to save Rainy Knight's sister, but had he rushed in, it would have been a case of buy one, get one free. I have heard from the elders here that the city lord's mansion has a history with this matter. Long ago, the Upper Xian sect held considerable influence in Yunfeng City, even having the power to sway the appointment of the city lord. Any city lord who ascended without the sect's consent was deemed to lack legitimacy. How about we take a gamble? We can leverage our identities as disciples of the Upper Xian sect to confront the people of the city lord's mansion and demand an explanation for Rainy Knight's sister's capture? Su Jing pondered. Given their current strength, it was clearly unrealistic to storm the city lord's mansion to rescue her. Their only option might be to flaunt their affiliation, as few knew the true circumstances of the Upper Xian sect aside from players. That is indeed a viable strategy. However, one must always consider the potential downsides and proceed with caution. This game is not merely about progressing through the narrative. Our sudden appearance might further complicate matters. If the individuals from the city lord's mansion do not recognize our identities or choose to disregard the Upper Xian sect, what then? Wang Chong understood the advantages of leveraging their affiliation, yet the reality was that in this world of cultivation games, strength was paramount. Regardless, we have no other options. Let us all go together, we can look out for one another, Xian Yuanjing declared as he rose first. Chapter 48 Eliminate the NPC. I shall become the lord of the city and the lord's mansion. Lord Yun Tian, grappling with a multitude of recent affairs, scratched his head in exasperation and sighed heavily. My lord, under your governance, Yunfeng City is flourishing, with commerce thriving and the populace enjoying abundance and peace. Even the disciples of the Upper Xian sect have descended from the mountains to investigate the state of Yunfeng City. Such a significant influx of Upper Xian sect disciples has not been witnessed in nearly a millennium. If the Lord were to receive the edict from the head of the Upper Xian sect, the various families within Yunfeng City would surely think twice before defying your commands, remarked the calm-faced cultivator Yan Weiqiang, who had been accompanying Lord Yun Tian. He had noticed the arrival of the Upper Xian sect disciples immediately and had been tracking their movements. Upon entering Yunfeng City, these disciples vanished into various trades, observing the hardships of the common folk and assessing the governance of the Lord's mansion. Was this not a portentous sign that the Upper Xian sect was preparing to confer an edict after a millennium? However, it has been nearly 1,000 years, and we know nothing of the current state of the Upper Xian sect. I recall my grandfather mentioning that the edict of the sect's head carries the resonance of a great ascension cultivator, yet, the disciples now entering the city are reported to possess average strength, with the strongest among them merely at the 8th layer of body refinement. Is this Upper Xian sect still the same as it was in the past? Sighed Yun Tian, reflecting on the long-standing existence, immense power, and formidable status of the Upper Xian sect as one of the few premier sects in the vast continent. My lord, regardless of how the Upper Xian sect may have changed, their arrival signifies their intention to bestow an edict upon you. What else holds significance? Moreover, who can say that this is not a test from the Upper Xian sect? If they have deliberately sent disciples of lesser prowess, and if the Lord were to disregard them, perhaps even resort to violence, then no matter how well you have treated the citizens of Yunfeng City, the Upper Xian sect may not look kindly upon you. Yan Weiqiang continued, his expression unflinching. He had waited in Yunfeng City for 80 years, once aspiring to directly join the Upper Xian sect, but the sect's prohibitions had forced him to retreat and bide his time in Yunfeng City. Now, with the Upper Xian sect emerging after a millennium of seclusion, the prospect of joining them seemed tantalizingly close. You raise a valid point, Taoist. I had overlooked that possibility. Should I send someone to invite a few disciples from the Upper Xian sect to inquire further? Yun Tian suggested without hesitation, recognizing the merit in Yan Weiqiang's words. To slight the disciples of the Upper Xian sect would be an unwise decision. Fortunes follow misfortunes, and extremes inevitably reverse. The Lord has poured heart and soul into Yunfeng City, and the Upper Xian sect's disciples will surely convey this back to their sect. Should we invite them, it may turn counterproductive, Yan Weiqiang cautioned just as a figure rushed into the room. My lord, there are individuals outside claiming to be a group claiming to be disciples of the Upper Xian sect.
They request an audience with you. I dare not make decisions on my own. The captain of the guards bowed as he spoke, surreptitiously gauging the Lord's reaction, trying to decipher his intentions. Upon hearing that disciples of the Upper Xian sect had arrived, Lord Yun Tian's gaze darkened, turning to Yan Weiqiang as if seeking guidance on the best course of action. The arrival of the Upper Xian sect's disciples at the Lord's mansion must pertain to the edict. It would be ill-advised to obstruct them. We should hasten to welcome them, Yan Weiqiang advised without a moment's thought, puzzled by the sudden and inexplicable appearance of these disciples. Damn, this Lord's mansion is even more magnificent than the Forbidden City. It is astonishingly grand. Li Tianjun exclaimed, retracting his neck as he took in the entirety of the Lord's mansion, overwhelmed by its splendor. This design, the architect and artists must have labored immensely, Yu Xian remarked, genuinely awestruck. For a game to create a structure that occupies more space than the Forbidden City is a remarkable feat. Achieving such realism in a gaming world is no small task. Honestly, even with immense funding, such technology would be hard to produce. This game's foundational logic and presentation are at least 2 centuries ahead. One could confidently assert that it would be exceedingly difficult for Blue Star to overcome such numerous technological barriers within that timeframe, Wang Chong stated gravely, gesturing at the landscape. As someone who truly understood the height of technology, he praised the game's design and mechanics. The independent operation of NPCs, where every minuscule action incites varying degrees of change among them, each tailored to individual NPCs, is nothing short of extraordinary. Damn, does this company need staff? I'd love to work as a janitor, Shen Yuanjing said, rubbing his fists together, utterly amazed. Just a temporary mission, yet the game developers had crafted this possibly one-time only Lord's mansion with such intricate detail. A group of players, numbering around 10, followed the guards of the Lord's mansion deeper into the inner city. The 2 guiding guards exchanged solemn glances and remarked, "These folks are like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden." They clearly never encountered such grandeur. Are they truly disciples of the Upper Xian sect? Could they be imposters? What does Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden mean? The other guard inquired softly. Haven't you been to the tavern to listen to the storytellers? That storyteller, I believe he was also a disciple of the Upper Xian sect, within the Lord's mansion. Damn, when will I ever reside in such splendid accommodations? To awaken in a realm of grandeur, to indulge in the embrace of beauty, how utterly magnificent! Yu Xian gazed in awe at the resplendent hall of the Lord's mansion, a dream that seemed utterly unattainable in the real world. Meanwhile, players on Mount Tian were still sleeping in bunk beds, and those in Yunfeng City were still lodging in inns and now. Confronted with such a breathtaking Lord's mansion, it was impossible not to entertain ambitious thoughts. Stone, you mentioned that in this game, every choice is made by the players, leading to different outcomes, and that each player's choice influences others. So, if I were to eliminate the Lord of Yunfeng City and assume his position, do you think that is feasible? Shen Yuanjing pondered, his fists clenched. In the real world, the benefits of power eluded him, but in the gaming world, opportunities might abound. If only it were possible, perhaps it would be best to abandon such thoughts. Did you not see how the NPC's expressions darkened? Li Tianjun chuckled wryly, noting the once welcoming Lord Yun Tian now wore a face that could drip water from the tension brought on by Shen Yuanjing's audacious words. Chapter 49 of Blood Feast. Esteemed disciples of the celestial realm, having journeyed from afar, should there be any shortcomings in my hospitality or if I have inadvertently slighted you, I beseech your forgiveness. Yun Tian's countenance was ashen, for he had heard the menacing words of Shen Yuanjing loud and clear. Yet, constrained by the absence of any fundamental enmity between them and the fact that the other party was a disciple of the Shangxuan sect, he remained cautious. In the current vast continent, knowledge of the Shangxuan sect was scarce. Even Yun Tian, who had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, dared not act rashly in the presence of a suddenly appearing disciple from the Shangxuan sect. Slighted? Wang Chong, lurking at the back of the crowd, cast a glance at Su Jing, filled with perplexity as he sought the crux of the matter in Su Jing's eyes. However, at that moment, Su Jing was fixated on the city lord, his brows knitted in concern, unable to discern what scheme Yun Tian was plotting. Now that you are aware of our esteemed guest's arrival, have you prepared accordingly, city lord? Are you aware of how many of us have come? The crowd remained silent, and with a steely resolve, Su Jing stepped forward to inquire. Alas, this is beyond my knowledge. Nonetheless, regardless of the number of disciples from the Shangxuan sect arriving in Yunfeng City, they shall be treated with the utmost courtesy, Yun Tian replied. As his words settled, Su Jing contemplated, this city lord appears to have some connection with the Shangxuan sect, but if that is the case, why does he, lost in thought, Shen Yuanjing pressed further, if we are to be treated with courtesy, then why have your men captured ours? If this matter is not clarified today, it seems Yunfeng City may require a new leader.
The insatiable thirst for power was palpable. Those who had tasted its benefits were unwilling to relinquish control, while those who had not would strive relentlessly to seize it. In a city like Yunfeng, with a population of hundreds of thousands, becoming a local overlord was an unparalleled experience. No player could disregard the allure of wielding power and indulging in the company of beauty.
What? Where do we even begin with this matter?
Yun Tian momentarily faltered. Little did he know that if he were indeed responsible for capturing the disciples of the Shangchuan sect, he would not be here receiving the players. In fact, had he captured any disciples, a fate of execution awaited them. To silence their voices of baffled and innocent, Yun Tian inquired. The illustrious reputation of the Shangchuan sect, while fated among the common folk, was well known within the realm of cultivation, particularly among the elite of Yunfeng city. In response to Xin Yuanjing's interrogation, Yun Tian defended, "Could it be that your sect's disciples have gone missing in Yunfeng city? If so, I shall mobilize the entire city as forces to assist in the search, digging 3 feet into the ground to ensure that we locate your lost companions.
To stumble upon you without any effort is indeed fortuitous. I was contemplating how to find you, yet here you all come to the city lord's residence. Truly, the heavens are aiding me." At that moment, a terrifying voice echoed from outside the hall.
A young man, masked and obscured, his eyes resembling bronze bells, bloodshot and fierce, approached. His sharp, darkened nails belied his masculine form, yet his voice, stature, and hairstyle distinctly marked him as a man.
"Junior? Have you mistakenly captured disciples of the Shangchuan sect? If so, you ought to promptly apologize and return them." Yun Tian's gaze sharpened, immediately recognizing the newcomer as his third son, Yun Jun.
Yet, the tone of Yun Jun's speech suggested something was amiss. "Ku, seeking your good son, go look for him below." Yun Jun emitted a strange, cackling laugh, and with a mere wave of his hand, his formidable power manifested, causing a dozen players to collapse, coughing blood.
"Damn, my vitality has plummeted to 3 points. Wang Chang's eyes widened in horror, knowing he had exerted tremendous effort to approach a breakthrough in the 4th level of body refinement.
Should he die now, his experience would be halved. Wang Dana leaned against a large wooden pillar, blood staining his lips. Evidently, even he, at the 5th level of body refinement, could not withstand that blow, his health reduced to a critical state. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Wang Dana instinctively reached for his axe, only to suddenly slap his forehead in dismay, lamenting, "I left it behind. This NPC seems excessively formidable."
Is this truly a novice quest?
Su Jing gazed at his own health bar, now empty, and looked up at the advancing young man, realizing that his health bar displayed 3 massive question marks.
"Widow, can you see the details of his health bar?"
Shen Yuanjing clutched his chest, only able to see those 3 enormous question marks, utterly unable to discern the NPC's health value.
"I cannot see, only question marks."
According to game mechanics, only those of equal or greater realm can view an NPC's health details. The larger the question marks, the stronger the NPC's power. Wang Dana lay defeated, incapable of rising, aware that the disparity between the Golden Core stage and the Mortal Body Refinement stage was insurmountable, even for a player. Had that man not held back, a flick of his sleeve could have easily dispatched a dozen players.
"Yun Jun, you rebellious son, what do you intend to do?"
Yun Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that his beloved son could be responsible for injuring disciples of the Shangchuan sect, and now, he was advancing toward him. Though only his eyes were visible, the murderous intent within them was unmistakable. "What do I intend to do? That is a question for you. Had you not facilitated my approach, I would not have had the opportunity to connect with your dear son and earn his trust. Today, I shall send you below to reunite with him, using your very flesh to control Yunfeng city." Kukukud Yun Jun cackled, but his tone had shifted dramatically, leaving one to wonder what he had endured.
"Monstrous fiend!"
A tremor ran through Yun Tian's heart. Initially stunned by astonishment, he could no longer deny the reality of the situation now that Yun Jun was so close. A father knows his child best. "Father, had it not been for your obstinacy, mother would not have perished.
Today, let us all reunite below."
Suddenly, a spectral figure materialized before Yun Tian, the peak of Foundation establishment. He could see clearly that it was the soul of his son, an ordinary spirit yet to coalesce into a nascent soul. However, this soul appeared to be under some form of control, dazed and lifeless, speaking in a mechanical tone. With a resounding crash, Yun Jun's soul erupted, scattering into countless motes of light before dissipating before the city lord's eyes.
"No!"
Just as Yun Tian reached out to grasp his son's soul, he saw the fiend raise its hand, producing a black inner core above Yun Tian's head. In an instant, Yun Tian found himself frozen in place, utterly immobilized.
"Blood feasts, Grandpa has arrived. Kukuko, let us begin with that one."
Chapter 50 of the third young master plays with flowers. The Lord of Cloud Heaven, bound and restricted, could barely move save for his eyes, which flickered with the breath of life. His limbs and mouth were sealed tight. As he turned, the monster emitted a chilling cackle, reverberating throughout the grand hall.
Damn it, this must be the boss.
Wang Chong leaned against the threshold of the hall, propping himself up with his right arm. Dried blood stained the corner of his mouth as he gazed at the NPC descending step by step. A tumult of emotions churned within him. He yearned to cry for help, yet the surrounding players, each bearing varying degrees of injury, had all lost the capacity to rise again. Honestly, I anticipated a degree of peril in coming here, but what in the world is this? Yu Xian, shrinking his neck, cast an indignant glare at Xiaoku, feeling that if not for Xiaoku leading them here, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. The current situation left little room for escape, a true abyss of despair. Su Jing's eyes flickered as he observed the advancing monster, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the Lord of Cloud Heaven, his eyes sharp and intent, focusing on the inner core perched atop the Lord's head. According to the game's design and the usual creative twists, there should not be monsters that players cannot defeat. If such a creature exists, it must be that the players have yet to discover the means to overcome it. This monster appears formidable yet moves sluggishly. From its conversation with the Lord, it seems to be parasitically linked to the Lord's Son, externally strong yet internally weak. Su Jing pondered deeply. Based on his understanding of the game, any monster presented before players should inherently be solvable, unless the players have failed to find the correct method for resolution. Su Jing scrutinized the Lord of Cloud. It seemed the Lord noticed Su Jing's scrutiny, desperately rotating his eyes as if to convey a message, yet they had only just met, exchanging merely a handful of words. Regardless of the Lord's intentions, if I can devise a means to restore his freedom, we shall surely prevail in this trial. Su Jing was unsure of the Lord's true strength, but it stood to reason that the monster required the inner core to subdue him. However, as he attempted to shift his body, Su Jing realized he was utterly immobilized, the agony of his flesh rendering him unable to do anything but await his demise in place. Just as he turned, Su Jing's attention fell upon Song Qiao behind him. She was retreating, inching away, her movements becoming more distant, while the monster seemed oblivious to her actions. Naturally, in the monster's eyes, these disciples of the Upper Shen sect and the players were merely prey awaiting slaughter. Escaping momentarily would not spare them for long. Abruptly, Su Jing grasped Song Qiao's ankle, exerting a meager effort to pull her closer. Yet, Song Qiao, already cautious, reacted as if a mouse had its tail stepped on, thrashing her legs in a frenzied attempt to kick free from Su Jing's grasp. Even the least of creatures cling to the thought of survival. Such is the tragedy of the insignificant. Song Qiao's struggles attracted the monster's attention, but it merely chuckled coldly, not approaching her, instead striding directly towards Wang Chong, uttering, "A fleeting moment of stolen life." At that moment, Song Qiao's face turned pale, her movements ceased, and she gazed anxiously at the monster. Su Jing tugged at her ankle with determination, climbing beside her, whispering urgently, "Soon, crawl towards the Lord. And no matter what, you must retrieve that inner core from his head. Our survival hinges on you." As he spoke, Su Jing swiftly produced a disciple token, sending out a message through it, "Everyone, attack together and hold him back." Upon hearing the voice from the token, Yu Xian rolled his eyes in disdain, exclaiming, "I'm done taking risks. Tomorrow I'll go find Xingmei. Storytelling for profit is far more reliable."
Tomorrow, little one, you shan't live to see tomorrow.
The monster halted just 3 steps away from Wang Chong, turning its gaze towards Yu Xian, seizing him by the throat with a hand. A tendril of dark energy coiled around him, lifting him high off the ground, a visible force emanating from Yu Xian's crown, surging outward. It felt as though his very soul trembled, threatening to escape his corporeal form.
The immense pull left Yu Xian in a daze.
2 streams of tears trickled from the corners of Yu Xian's eyes. He had endured torment in games before, yet being victimized by an NPC was a rare experience indeed.
Damn it!
Wang Dana roared, struggling to rise, yet his legs quaked beneath him. He lunged towards the monster. "Little brat, if you wish to die first, then I shall oblige you." The monster coldly laughed, and with a wave of its hand, a shroud of darkness enveloped Wang Dana.
"Stone, take him down."
When one dies, the bird soars to the heavens. If one does not die, they remain for eternity. Shen Yuanjing, fueled by fury, struggled to stand, yet their actions appeared utterly laughable to the monster, as futile as a mantis attempting to block a chariot.
How dare the stars vie for brilliance with the full moon? The monster bellowed, and in an instant, a multitude of players were engulfed by the encroaching black mist.
Meanwhile, Song Qiao stood frozen in terror, paralyzed and utterly unresponsive as the darkness closed in, enveloping her without a hint of resistance. In the grand hall, the monster stood at the center, its dark aura enveloping the players tightly from all directions.
To become my blood threads is an honor for you all."
The creature cackled, as if seeking to seduce the players into relinquishing their struggle. After all, with its cultivation at the golden core stage and lacking an inner core, it could easily dispatch these players. However, extracting souls and absorbing the essence of multiple players simultaneously posed a considerable challenge. Yet, if the players ceased their resistance, the task would become exponentially simpler. Woo in a secluded chamber of the Lord's residence, Yan Weiqiang had just pushed the door open, finding no one in sight. Confused, he muttered, "Where has the third young master run off to?" Woo, a whimpering sound emanated from the direction of the bed. With his late-stage foundation building prowess, Yan Weiqiang possessed keen hearing, able to detect any rustle within 100 meters. The whimpering grew increasingly urgent. Puzzled, Yan Weiqiang scanned the surroundings but saw no one. He promptly shut the door, stepping toward the bed, where the whimpering became clearer, yet the bed remained empty. Hidden compartment? Yan Weiqiang scoffed, and with a wave of his hand, he opened the concealed compartment in the bed. A wooden board flew aside, revealing a woman before him, her hands bound behind her back, her mouth gagged tightly with cloth. Ah, the third young master enjoys such games, quite extravagant indeed. Yan Weiqiang chuckled self-deprecatingly, feeling no particular sympathy for the bound woman. Just as he turned to leave, Zhao Xiaolan's muffled voice pleaded, "Help me, I am a disciple of the Upper Xian sect. You cannot treat me this way." Though her words were unclear, they rang crystal clear in Yan Weiqiang's ears, each syllable unmistakable. Chapter 51 of the Evaluation of Zhuan Zhenzi. What did you say? You are a disciple of the Shangchuan sect? Yan Weiqiang rushed back in 2 strides, gently yet firmly removing the cloth that was bound around Zhao Xiaolan's mouth, incinerating it completely. Yes, I am a disciple of the Shangchuan sect. Your third young master has been ensnared by a demon. The demon said my friends have come to rescue me but must first deal with my companions. Zhao Xiaolan trembled, and though she had not been physically tortured, the experience of being at the mercy of another and her own life hanging in the balance had profoundly shaken her. What? Yan Weiqiang felt a surge of alarm. Listening to Zhao Xiaolan's words, he did not dismiss them as false. After all, having lived for over 80 years, he possessed a fundamental sense of discernment. This is bad, Yun Tian is in danger. Yan Weiqiang suddenly came to his senses, disregarding Zhao Xiaolan, who had just been freed, and dashed out. The appearance of a demon in Yunfeng City, controlling the third young master, could not possibly be a mere coincidence. More importantly, if a disciple of Shangchuan sect were to be killed by a demon within the city lord's mansion, his aspiration to join the Immortals sect would be utterly extinguished. Wait for me. Wait for me. Zhao Xiaolan hastily pursued, but she could not catch sight of Yan Weiqiang's figure. Shangchuan sect, Tianzi Peak. Preposterous. Mu Tianchen rebuked angrily, observing Qing Xian kneeling on the mat, facing the ancestral tablets of the Shangchuan sect, listening silently to Mu Tianchen's scolding. Since you are aware that the demon in Yunfeng City possesses extraordinary powers, albeit weakened, yet you have not yet cultivated qi into your body. If you encounter that demon, how can your meager strength hope to withstand it? Do you think you are like those disciples? They can be revived after death, but you cannot. From this day forth, no elder of the Shangchuan sect shall leave the sect without my approval. Those who leave without permission shall be deemed traitors. Gazing at the wide-eyed disciples, Mu Tianchen felt a heavy burden on his heart. The growth and revitalization of the Shangchuan sect relied solely on him, an endeavor fraught with difficulty and limitations. The deaths of players were, for Mu Tianchen, merely numbers. They could be resurrected regardless of the cost. After all, however, for Qing Xian, Wan Sheng, and even Mu Tianchen himself, once dead, it would be a true death, with no possibility of rebirth. Punish the third junior sister with solitary reflection for 3 months. Dismissed. As Mu Tianchen's words echoed, none of the disciples dared to retort. Standing at a distance, Zhuan Zhenzi's eyes widened, as if he had heard something unbelievable. After the crowd departed, Zhuan Zhenzi stepped into the great hall, bowing respectfully to Mu Tianchen. Disciple Zhuan Zhenzi of the Shangchuan sect pays homage to the sect leader. Great uncle, what is this? Are you still upset about that matter? Seeing Zhuan Zhenzi, Mu Tianchen hurriedly moved to assist him. Zhuan Zhenzi forced a bitter smile and shook his head. I dare not. The sect leader exhausts himself for the sect, pouring forth his heart and soul, while I have been blinded by hatred. As the saying goes, grievances beget grievances. When will it end? In my earlier days within the Shangchuan sect, I was outmatched, yet I still caused the master of the bazaar to pay a heavy price. Neither side has emerged unscathed. Zhuan Zhenzi sat calmly at Mu Tianchen's left side, stroking his beard, and continued, in recent days, I have observed Rin Xiushu. Her disposition is somewhat timid and lacking in courage, yet her character remains commendable. She possesses a moral compass, understanding what she should and should not do. Conversely, the disciple named Zhou Xian practices the techniques of the demon clan. If my suspicions are correct, he has likely made contact with the demon species, and he harbors a dark side. Should he gain power one day, it could spell disaster for the Shangchuan sect. After that debate, Zhuan Zhenzi had meticulously observed the players' behavior. Though at times their actions seemed nonsensical, each player possessed their own sense of justice. Only Zhou Xian had been noted down in Zhuan Zhenzi's ledger. Consider, if even Rin Shushu, who bears the seal of the master of the bazaar within her, could prompt Zhuan Zhenzi to reconsider, what had Zhou Xian done to warrant such scrutiny? Great uncle, is this an objective assessment? Does it not carry any subjective bias? Mu Tianqian smiled. He did not wish to embarrass his great uncle. After all, he was indeed a formidable figure. There is no subjective bias. This is the conclusion I have drawn from careful observation in recent days.
Zhuan Zhenzi maintained a calm demeanor, reflecting on the sudden animosity between the Shangchuan sect and the bazaar.
No one knew the reasons behind it, yet this hatred had persisted for millennia, with countless bizarre entities meeting their end at Zhuan Zhenzi's hands.
What does great uncle believe should be done about Zhou Xian?
Mu Tianqian steered the conversation towards Zhou Xian, to which Zhuan Zhenzi sighed deeply. It is entirely up to the sect leader's discretion. If you wish to keep him, then let it be so. I, as an old man, will keep a close watch. However, if you intend to eliminate him according to the past practices of the Shangchuan sect, dangers must be eradicated in their infancy. This young man harbors significant ambitions. If he truly gains power and the demon clan is revived under his leadership, it would spell calamity for the vast continent.
Zhuan Zhenzi spoke gravely, hoping to persuade Mu Tianqian to resolve the matter with Zhou Xian promptly to avoid future troubles.
In that case, let me be frank with great uncle. All the disciples you have encountered, apart from my 6 fellow disciples and I, will not meet their demise. Even if they die, they can be resurrected. I can ensure their deaths, leading to their permanent disappearance from the vast continent.
Such ambition is not to be feared.
Rather, it is the absence of ambition that is worrisome. If Zhou Xian truly reaches that level of authority over the demon clan, the demons will only be more loyal to the Shangchuan sect, stronger than the demon clan once governed by the Shangchuan sect a millennium ago.
To me, they are not tigers. The notion of raising tigers to invite calamity is simply unfounded.
Mu Tianqian chuckled lightly, thus elucidating the matter. Although players were unaware that the game would eventually lead to account bans, Mu Tianqian would eventually reveal such rules, which would also restrict certain player actions. For instance, involving this, Zhuan Zhenzi's gaze grew heavy as he slowly lowered his head, as if everything had been made clear. If such abilities truly existed, perhaps the further Zhou Xian advanced, the stronger he became, might only benefit the Shangchuan sect. Imagine, if one day Zhou Xian truly commanded the demon clan, then as the GM, Mu Tianqian could assign him a challenging task with substantial rewards, with the penalty being an account ban.
He might not wish to become the demon lord, but as the GM, Mu Tianqian could cultivate other players to take on that role. Ultimately, everything was in service of revitalizing the Shangchuan sect, ensuring it did not lose face.
Chapter 52. Return my inner core. In the city of Yunfeng, within the Lord's manor, a sinister creature cackled. Keek, resistance is futile, becoming my sustenance is your unavoidable fate. The vast hall echoed with an eerie silence, devoid of any response to its maniacal laughter, while dark tendrils of malevolent energy coiled around, allowing it to sense the ominous atmosphere enveloping the space. Monster, cease your arrogance! Suddenly, Yan Weiqiang bellowed, brandishing his sword as he charged towards the creature.
Keek, there's no need for me to seek you out.
Though your foundational cultivation is considerably diminished, you are still far superior to these mere mortals. The creature, upon spotting Yan Weiqiang, felt a surge of delight and swiftly unleashed a swirling mass of dark energy towards him. Unfazed by the creature's assault, Yan Weiqiang acted with remarkable speed, cleaving downward with his sword, instantly rending the black energy apart. However, before he could execute another maneuver, the creature materialized before him, seizing him with a grip that tightened around his throat, its dark essence seeping through his pores and into his very being. A mere foundational cultivator dares to contend with me. You insignificant insects presume to challenge the sun and moon. The creature's tone dripped with derision as it reveled in Yan Weiqiang's desperate plight. At that moment, Zhao Xiaolin, having cautiously navigated her way to the rear of the hall, heard the commotion within. Drawing her neck in, she concealed herself behind a screen, peering through the gaps to observe the scene. She beheld countless tendrils of dark energy coiling ominously, and the very cultivator who had rescued her moments ago was now ensnared by the creature, on the brink of losing his life.
This is dire.
If this continues, everyone will perish. Zhao Xiaolin lamented as she surveyed the black energy clusters, each one representing a player who had come to her aid. Had they not intervened, she would have undoubtedly been the one ensnared and rendered into sustenance. Suddenly, she felt the weight of a gaze upon her. Following her instincts, she turned to meet the eyes of the city lord of Yuntian, who stood to the left of the screen. Waving her hand, Zhao Xiaolin silently gestured for him to remain quiet, her mind racing with thoughts, yet, she lacked any experience in confrontation, her cultivation feeble at best, having barely reached the third level of body refinement, just sufficient to complete the introductory quest for players. The city lord, desperate to convey his message, rolled his eyes in exasperation, but Zhao Xiaolin remained oblivious, inwardly sighing, perhaps I should summon an NPC for assistance. In her moment of desperation, she fumbled for her apprentice token, only to discover that it was inexplicably unresponsive, no matter how fervently she called upon it. Unreliable indeed. Zhao Xiaolin seethed inwardly, recalling her prior encounter with the creature. She recognized its arrogance and knew that its cultivation had reached the golden core stage. As a mere mortal with only third-level body refinement, attempting to rescue anyone from the creature's grasp would be akin to walking willingly to their demise, much like Yan Weiqiang. Perhaps I should just flee. As she began to rise, a pang of guilt struck her as she glanced back at the other players ensnared by the dark energy. If I escape, they would not have to face such peril because of me. And if something were to happen later, who would still be willing to help? This game was rife with unknown dangers, a lesson Zhao Xiaolin had learned all too well. Yet, witnessing the frenzied creature in Yan Weiqiang's futile struggles left her in a state of confusion and indecision. Turning her gaze back to the city lord, she observed him trying to catch her attention with increasingly exaggerated gestures. Uncle, why are you rolling your eyes? We are on the brink of disaster. Zhao Xiaolin mouthed silently, too terrified to utter a sound. Despite the city lord's peak foundational cultivation, Zhao Xiaolin's unspoken words were not lost on him. The more he understood her distress, the more anxious he became, yet, he found himself with no other recourse but to continue his frantic gestures. Well, if we must die, let us die together. What is there to fear? Zhao Xiaolin shrugged, her face a mask of resignation, embodying a willingness to embrace her fate. Her death held little weight, for players who could be reborn seldom regarded it with seriousness. Just as she resolved to make her move, a surge of dark energy surged towards her, as if it had been lying in wait for her presence. Keek, how delightful, my little beauty. Why are you not waiting for me indoors? Are you anxious? Just wait, once I deal with this fool. The creature's laughter reverberated through the hall, as all present had fallen under its control. Once it absorbed the players and the city lord, along with Yan Weiqiang, its power would restore to 70%, paving the way for it to control the city of Yunfeng and even attempt to ascend to the nascent soul realm. Humph, what is there to fear in death? Zhao Xiaolin shouted defiantly, her feet propelling her forward, but the encroaching black energy ensnared her, rooting her in place. She stumbled, arms outstretched, teetering on the brink of falling down the stairs. Fortunately, the city lord was there to catch her, his back providing a barrier as her sharp nails dug into him, causing him to stifle a grimace. The creature's inner core not only immobilized him but also sealed away his spiritual energy, rendering him as vulnerable as an ordinary mortal. Hey, uncle, why do you have a pebble on your head? Zhao Xiaolin finally noticed the large stone perched atop the city lord's head. The city lord's heart surged with hope as he gestured urgently, and upon realizing what he meant, Zhao Xiaolin's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. Meanwhile, the creature, sensing the shift, intensified its grip on Yan Weiqiang in a desperate bid to drain him and regain control. Yet, despite Yan Weiqiang's foundational cultivation being inferior to that of the city lord, he resisted fiercely. The creature's own strength had been severely depleted, making its efforts to drain him a futile endeavor. The more forceful its actions, the more vigorous Yan Weiqiang's resistance became. Suddenly, the creature felt a jolt in its mind, turning to bellow at Zhao Xiaolin, "What are you doing?" Before it could finish its sentence, a surge of blood erupted from its mouth, entirely independent of Yan Weiqiang's retaliation. The creature was hurled backward, crashing into a pillar and rolling across the ground, dark energy pouring forth from its core. Return my inner core. Chapter 53. A fruitless endeavor. As the sinister shadow rushed toward her, Zhao Xiaolin shielded her face with both hands, unable to meet its gaze. The apparition was excessively terrifying. At that moment, however, Yun Tian, the city lord, standing protectively in front of Zhao Xiaolin, suddenly raised his hand and bellowed, "Transform the clouds!" With a strike fueled by all the energy of his foundational cultivation, the force exceeded all expectations. The creature, having not yet fully recovered and deprived of its inner core, was left with only a fraction of its former power. Even though it possessed the realm of a golden core cultivator, being merely a spiritual entity without a physical form or inner core rendered its status as a golden core practitioner mere illusion. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of demonic energy surged toward Zhao Xiaolin's feet, swiftly returning to her body, as if these malevolent energies had emanated from her very being. Is that all it took to resolve this? Wang Chong leaned against the doorframe, and at the moment he broke free from the absorbing darkness, he witnessed the city lord liberate himself and effortlessly annihilate the creature. Xiaoko hurried forward, her strength waning, grasping Zhao Xiaolin's hand with fervor.
Sister Yu, yeah, are you alright? Keek haha, how could I? I'm perfectly fine.
Just as Zhao Xiaolin attempted to laugh, an odd sound escaped her lips, startling the surrounding players, who turned to her in terror, as if the creature had re-emerged. With the disturbance of the demon, I have failed to properly host you esteemed disciples. I beg for your forgiveness. Today, I shall hold a grand banquet at my residence, in the spirit of hospitality as the Lord of Yunfeng City, and I hope all esteemed disciples will attend. The city lord offered a hasty remark before turning and striding toward the inner hall, not waiting for the players' responses. He vanished from sight, pressing his right hand against the doorframe, his chi tumultuous as he spat out a mouthful of essence blood, his demeanor visibly drained. Though the creature bore numerous debuffs, the cost of the city lord's forceful slaying of a golden core cultivator remained unknown to others. Junior, foolish child, Yun Tian sighed, recalling the tragic death of his son, his heart twisted in agony.
Wang family manor.
Hisses. The enormous hissing sound drew Zhou Xian and the others to hold their breath, racing toward the location of the Wang family's water prison. Boom, a resounding crash echoed as the colossal python in the water prison leaped, yet it clearly lacked the strength for.
The serpent's form swiftly diminished until it vanished completely. What in the world is happening?
Ren Shushu exclaimed, stunned. The once stable python had suddenly committed suicide, and so thoroughly that not a single scale remained.
It simply disappeared into thin air? I have no idea.
Lin Jiao shook her head vigorously, overwhelmed by the shocking turn of events. There should only be one possibility: its master has perished. Zhou Xian surveyed the vacant water prison, now devoid of human remains. After all, the players would not wish to witness human corpses being devoured by the cursed insects, turning them into mere sustenance. They might resort to special means to grow stronger, but dead?
Zhao Su gazed suspiciously at the sky and remarked, if he is dead, then your mission is doomed? He inwardly mocked, feeling an inexplicable thrill, as if he could finally exhale after holding his breath. Not yet. Zhou Xian was well aware of Zhao Su's thoughts but chose not to expose them. He scrutinized the hidden quest still present in his task list, his brow furrowing as he pondered. It seems this hidden quest is meant to ensure that all the citizens are aware that it is the Xuanzong, apart from the demons, that is of utmost significance. But how to publicize the extermination of the demons when I know not who accomplished it? Zhou Xian was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, racking his brain yet unable to conceive a way to announce it. Moreover, he was entirely ignorant of who had vanquished the demons and how it had been done, but if his publicity did not align with reality, he risked not only losing rewards but incurring losses as well. Hey, look at the disciple token. Shirtu is summoning us to the city lord's banquet, Su Xian announced, glancing at the message on the disciple token. Zhao Su retrieved the token, examining the information with a grave expression. Could it be that they cleared the demons at the city lord's estate? If that is the case, then we. As he spoke, Zhao Su glanced toward Ren Shushu, realizing that both he and Ren Shushu should have been the most competitive players. Suddenly, an unexpected contender like Zhou Xian had emerged, and the three of them were supposed to vie for priority in the final quest to obtain 2 spirit-gathering pills as rewards. Yet now, their efforts had seemingly been overshadowed by a group of players far beneath their capabilities, who had resolved the demon crisis. Perusing the chat logs, Zhou Xian felt a throbbing headache, sighing in dismay. That must be it. This quest is truly bizarre, and the game itself is equally peculiar. The real demons do not reside within the Wang family, yet the quest clues point directly there, while the true demons lurk within the city lord's estate, with no mention of it in the quest clues whatsoever. In response to Zhou Xian's scorn, Zhao Su interjected, is it possible that we have all overlooked one crucial detail? Since the AI of this game is fully intelligent and possesses memory, rather than following a singular storyline, perhaps the sect only provided a directional clue, and everything else must be discovered by the players themselves. The Wang family also harbors demons, but you merely captured them. Furthermore, she mentioned that she would transform into a demon due to the third son of the city lord, but yet our attention remained fixated on the cursed insects, with no one considering the circumstances surrounding the city lord's estate. As soon as Zhao Su finished speaking, Zhou Xian clenched his fists, a wave of helplessness washing over him, and he sighed deeply, resignedly stating, this is indeed intriguing. However, it is for the best. If powerful players monopolized all game resources, what would become of the other players? Precisely. Su Xian nodded, casting a glance at the swirling black energy beside Zhou Xian. Although its true form was concealed, Su Xian vividly recalled its original appearance, which was breathtaking, surpassing even the most exquisite of beings in the real world. Its allure could easily outshine everything. How I wish I possessed such power. Su Xian pouted, filled with helplessness. Power, the foundation of everything. Enough of that, she will not accompany you. Let us go to the city lord's estate. Zhou Xian reminded him, the demon had already become his subordinate, and he was not inclined to part with it easily. Moreover, controlling a demon required the ability to do so, currently, the other players lack that capability. Hopefully, upon reaching the City Lord's estate, I can devise a way to publicize the Xuanzone's feats of demon extermination. I can only wonder what the reward will be. Chapter 54. It's not that I can't control myself, but the temptation is too great. Yunfeng City, City Lord's Mansion. Goodness gracious, the architectural design of the City Lord's Mansion surpasses that of the Upper Xian sect by several magnitudes. Ren Xiushu exclaimed. Accompanied by a few companions, they were escorted by the guards of the City Lord's Mansion, gradually approaching the main hall. Zhou Xian swallowed hard, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes as he smacked his lips, enviously remarking, "This must be larger than the Forbidden City. If only I could reside here. That would be absolutely delightful." Zhao shook his head, a grave expression on his face, remaining silent while behind him, Su Xian and Lin Jiao were already struggling to keep up. Observing the guards flanking them, who bowed their heads and dared not meet their gaze as they passed, the playful Lin Jiao approached one soldier and inquired, "Why are you looking down?" Because, the soldier began, but was abruptly interrupted as a supervising officer stepped forward, sharply reprimanding, "How dare you stutter when a celestial officer is speaking? Show some decorum." "TCH, how boring," Lin Jiao waves dismissively, her face displaying disinterest as she caught up with Zhou Shen and the others. The officer then turned to the soldier and said, "You want to be needed for duty for the next few days." "Ha! Commander!" The soldier attempted to protest, but a fierce glare from the officer quelled any further thoughts. He had received explicit orders from the city lord to ensure that the disciples of the Upper Xian sect were treated with utmost care, as offending them was out of the question. Although the officer was not well versed in the ways of the Upper Xian sect, the city lord's commands were to be strictly adhered to. "What did I do to deserve this?" the soldier sighed, feeling utterly disheartened, unable to comprehend why he had been singled out by a disciple of the Upper Xian sect. At that moment, Zhou Shen, having reached the steps, paused and glanced back towards the direction of the martial officer. As the officer's loud voice had drawn everyone's attention, Lin Jiao, unfazed, whistled casually. To her, it was merely a trivial matter, oblivious to the future consequences of her seemingly inconsequential action on the NPC. "Gentlemen, may I inquire how that soldier will be dealt with?" Zhou Xian asked. The leading guard glanced at the officer and replied calmly, "He will be sent back to his original post and will likely not serve in the city lord's mansion again. He will probably miss out on the privileges associated with serving the city lord." "Is it really that serious?" Ren Xiushu exclaimed, taken aback. Zhao Su rolled his eyes at Lin Jiao, exasperatedly saying, "Looks like someone stirred up trouble." Inside the city lord's mansion, in the backyard, a gathering of players convened within the city lord's mansion, forming small clusters of 3 to 5. This assembly exceeded 60 players, all of whom had been invited to Yunfeng City. Those who were absent included some who were offline and others still at Tianzi Peak, honing their bodies. After all, one had to achieve the 3rd level of body refinement to be permitted entry into Yunfeng City. Such players mostly belonged to the category of those who had not put in the effort earlier and were now scrambling to catch up. Among the crowd, Su Jing, Li Tianjun, Wang Dana, Shen Yuanjing, Wang Chong, Xiaoko, and Song Qiao gathered closely, speaking in hushed tones. "How can we know unless we try? I believe the city lord of Yunfeng City seems quite respectful towards us. We are not seeking to undermine his fundamental interests. It should be fine," Wang Chong asserted gravely. This was undoubtedly an opportunity, a chance to expand his commercial empire. If there was anything that was most profitable, it was surely the collusion between officials and merchants, and once that happened, capital would naturally flow. Zhao Xiaolin shook her head, voicing her concern. "But what if the game collapses?" "Collapse? How could that possibly happen? We should just focus on enjoying ourselves. Maintaining the game is the responsibility of the planning team. Why should players worry about that?" Wang Chong replied nonchalantly. "If this endeavor succeeds, the 8 of us can divide the shares equally, and then we can use the city lord's resources to develop a grand commercial street." "Sister Yue, you could sell your pancakes all over Yunfeng City." Wang Cheng's business acumen was remarkably clear. In his mind, he held a belief that money was limitless. If he were to appear too greedy, would other players not grow resentful and perhaps even sabotage him? After all, the game had not yet opened a recharge system, and his real-world strengths could not be translated into the game. The sole reason Wang Chong had persisted from the closed beta to Yunfeng City might very well be that the game lacked a recharge pathway. If various recharge options were available, it would lose much of its challenge for him. "Alright then, you can discuss matters with the city lord later." Upon hearing that her pancakes might be sold throughout Yunfeng City, Zhao Xiaolin smiled, for she had a passion for cooking and derived immense satisfaction from seeing diners relish her creations. Nodding, Wang Chong was about to speak when City Lord Yun Tian emerged. However, this time, Yan Weichang was conspicuously absent. Only the City Lord stood alone to host the banquet. The guests dined at 2 long tables, with men and women seated in separate rows flanking City Lord Yun Tian. Among the players, Wang Chong and Su Jing occupied the seats closest to the City Lord, a privilege stemming from their resourcefulness in seat allocation. A palace maid entered, carrying dishes, and after placing the food down, she retreated to stand behind the players, one on each side. Shen Yuanjing had just finished a drink when the maid on his left gently raised a bronze goblet, softly saying, "Celestial officer, allow me to pour you some wine." That delicate voice left Shen Yuanjing momentarily spellbound, his cheeks flushed as he nodded, clenching his fists tightly in his lap, suppressing any other reactions, silently admonishing himself, "Shen Yuanjing, you must not act foolishly. You are destined to become esteemed disciples of the celestial realm. Having traveled from afar, I, Wang, am ill-prepared for your arrival, and due to the disturbance caused by the demonic creatures, I have startled you all. I should have accompanied you, but my daughter insisted on performing a dance. I hope you will not be too critical." Yun Tian was internally conflicted. Anyone would be after witnessing the death of their only son before their eyes, a parent burying their child. Unable to hold a proper mourning at home, he still had to arrange a feast for the players. He had no other choice. As soon as Yun Tian finished speaking, a woman clad in light gauze entered, followed by a dozen songstresses and dancers. She gracefully approached the center of the banquet, bowing to Yun Tian. "Play the music." Yun Tian commanded. The moment the woman turned, her gaze met Shen Yuanjing's, and their eyes locked for an instant. She offered a gentle smile that, though fleeting, concealed an enchanting allure behind her veil, a smile that was both real and ethereal, clear yet elusive. "I can't take this anymore." Chapter 55. Young Master, it is time for your medicine the following morning. Young Master, it is time to take your medicine. Yunran held a bowl of medicinal soup in her hands, observing as Shen Yuanjing lay motionless on the bed, his gaze fixed on her as she gradually brought the spoon to his lips. Just as he was about to open his mouth to drink, a vivid image suddenly flashed through his mind. "Young Master, it is time for your medicine." The chilling call sent shivers down his spine, the thought of death beckoning him from the gates of hell. Shen Yuanjing cast a glance at Yunran, rolled his eyes, and turned his face away. "Send your two and the others to find me. I wish to return to the mountain." He tossed out this remark, to which Yunran replied with a gentle smile, nonchalantly stating, "Young Master, your fellow disciples have already left. They said they would return to the mountain once you have recovered." What did you say? Sure, two and the others have left. Not a single one stayed behind to wait for me? A surge of shock and anger welled up within Shen Yuanjing, feeling as though he had been forsaken. With a smile gracing her face, Yunran held the wake-up soup and said, "Young Master, if you do not take your medicine, it will cool down." "I will not drink it. Why should I take medicine when I am perfectly fine?" Shen Yuanjing clutched the silk quilt, covering his head and plugging his ears. With a slight curl of her lips, Yunran set down the bowl, rolled up her sleeves, and exclaimed angrily, "You insolent brat! How dare you take advantage of my kindness? After all these years of being pampered, I prepare soup for you today, and you refuse to drink it. I will tell you this. Either you get up immediately and drink this wake-up soup, or I shall pry your mouth open and drown you with it." The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Yunran unleashed her fury upon Shen Yuanjing. Hiding beneath the covers, Shen Yuanjing felt his heart racing, akin to a mouse sensing a cat, aware of the imminent danger. 3. With a sudden burst of resolve, Shen Yuanjing threw off the quilt, aimed for the bowl of soup, and gulped it down in one go, declaring, "No need to count. I have drunk it all." Flipping the bowl upside down, not a single drop remained. Observing Shen Yuanjing's triumphant demeanor, Yunran chuckled softly, saying, "Young Master, how could you behave this way? What are you plotting, you dog?" Shen Yuanjing glared at Yunran, his mind racing with curses, pondering what schemes she had concocted. In the city lord's mansion, the main hall, Wang Chong and others had been waiting for half a day when they finally saw the tardy city lord, Yun Tian. "City lord, on behalf of the disciples of the Shangxian sect, I apologize for last night's incident. As for the troublemaker, you may deal with him as you see fit, whether it be punishment or exile. We of the Shangxian sect will not object." With these words, Wang Chong thoroughly cast Shen Yuanjing under the bus. City Lord Yun Tian waved his hand, saying, "Please, everyone, take a seat. Yesterday's events were due to my lack of foresight. Although you are disciples of Immortals, you have not yet reached the point of severing all emotions and desires. Romantic entanglements are natural for humans. As for punishment, it should not be mentioned. Once young Master Xian Yuan awakens, I shall ensure my daughter offers her apologies first. My daughter is unruly and has harmed young Master Xian Yuan. A look of unutterable distress crossed Yun Tian's face as Su Jing smiled and remarked, "A tiger father does not beget a dog daughter, it is as it should be." Hearing this, Yun Tian's expression softened, and he invited the visiting players to sit down, inquiring, "What brings you all to the mansion?" "We have a significant matter to discuss with the city lord. Although the Shangxian sect has resurfaced, we are currently in a period of rebuilding. Fortunately, the sect has a foundation built over thousands of years, but as the rightful sect of the Xianmen, we hold the duty of upholding justice and protecting the common people. It is imperative that we do not resort to extortion or petty theft while traversing mortal realms." Wang Chong stated candidly. This declaration did not sit well with Yun Tian, yet he maintained a smile as he replied, "Wealth is but a transient concern, a mere trifle, and of no benefit to cultivation. The city lord's mansion has some savings, do not fret, I shall have someone fetch 10,000 taels of gold to assist you." Just as Yun Tian was about to call for the money, Su Jing interrupted him, saying, "City lord, that is unnecessary. We did not come seeking financial assistance, for that would contravene our sect's principles and hinder our cultivation. Our purpose for this visit is merely to request the city lord's support. We wish to establish some ventures within the city and require a vacant plot of land." After scrutinizing Su Jing, Yun Tian inquired, "Do disciples of Immortals also engage in business affairs?" This was indeed puzzling. In Yun Tian's extensive experience over the years, he had never encountered an immortal who took pleasure in commerce. While immortals might engage in trade, it typically involved spiritual elixirs, herbs, or artifacts beneficial to cultivation and enhancing combat prowess. "As long as the city lord grants us a plot of land and allows us to recruit craftsmen within the city, we would be immensely grateful. Regarding the cost of the land, we are currently in a difficult position financially, but we can make installment payments, with a 15 premium on the total price, paid over 36 installments, ensuring full repayment. If we are unable to repay, the city lord may reclaim the land without compensation for other uses." Wang Chong clasped his hands, articulating his thoughts. After yesterday's incident, he sensed that the city lord held them in high regard, particularly after Xian Yuanjing's disgraceful behavior at the banquet and his disrespect towards Yin Ran, which had provoked the players to intervene. Yet the city lord remained unmoved, not even uttering a word of reprimand. The outcome was evident. Xian Yuanjing had been bested and left in a state of humiliation. "This is quite unnecessary. Although I may not possess the eloquence of a golden tongue, I can certainly make decisions on such trivial matters. To the west of the city lies a vacant plot of land measuring 13 li in circumference, originally part of the city lord's estate. Since you require it, I shall gift it to you. However, material possessions are of little consequence." Yun Tian declared with a commanding presence, offering a substantial expanse of land without hesitation, a gesture that would undoubtedly be perceived as extraordinarily generous by the players. After all, in their reality, not only would a 13 li area be considered significant, but it could also be likened to receiving an entire village, a rather sizable one at that. "This is too much," Su Jing exclaimed, his jaw almost dropping in astonishment, realizing that the land was larger than his own village. While Su Jing was speaking, Wang Chong interrupted him with a wave of his hand and respectfully stated, "Given the circumstances, we shall graciously accept your kind offer. However, we must still come to an agreement regarding the terms. City lord, please propose a price." After a glance at Wang Chong, Yun Tian nodded, saying, "Ah, you are indeed a shrewd individual. Are you concerned that I might interfere with your business once it flourishes? Very well, then how about this, City Lord, why not join us? You provide the land, and we will handle the planning and management. Should we profit, you shall receive 30%. Just as Yun Tian was about to quote a price, Wang Chong cut him off, knowing full well that the cost of such a vast area would be astronomical, and repayment over 3 years would be impossible unless a recharge system were implemented. Chapter 56, Insufficient Timber at the Upper Xian Sect, on Tianzi Peak. The number of disciples in the sect, 100, achieved. The number of disciples at the Qi refinement stage, 3rd level or above, 520. The number of disciples at the foundation establishment stage, 3rd level or above, sad face 02. Sect reputation sad face 6,785 20,000. Gazing at the feedback from the assistance system, Mu Tianxin's lips curled into a faint smile. It was indeed a formidable challenge. Over a month had passed, and only one player had finally broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. More importantly, the sect's reputation had surged dramatically as scattered players returned to the Upper Xian sect, followed by a gradual deceleration, stabilizing as of today. Reaching 20,000 reputation still presents a considerable challenge, but at least it's a promising start. The future holds great potential, he mused, secretly invigorating himself as he looked out at the players in the plaza from within the grand hall of the sect. Upon receiving news of task completion, most players lingering in Yunfeng City hurried back to the Upper Xian sect,
as they too needed to seek a master after the month's examination concluded. In this assessment, the growth of each disciple has been remarkable. A total of 47 players successfully passed the monthly examination. This month's additional honor goes to the player Yu Ching Chang. The disciple recruitment ceremony was rather straightforward, unfolding entirely through the narrative from the player's perspective. Time flew like an arrow, and those who had explored all that Tianzi Peak had to offer soon lost their initial excitement for the place. Only a handful of players remained, tending to the spirit herb garden on the hillside alongside Yunping. In Yunfeng City, at an expansive construction site, Wang Dana rushed anxiously into a room where Wang Chong was striking peculiar poses for body tempering. "We're in trouble, there's no timber left in Yunfeng City," Wang Dana exclaimed, his expression fraught with worry. They were undertaking massive construction in Yunfeng City, having recruited 8,000 laborers to establish a vast commercial district across 13 square kilometers of land. To ensure the progress of construction, they opted to pay workers with monthly salaries. A day's delay would result in an unnecessary expenditure of over 100 taels of silver. Without timber, their project had come to a complete standstill. "Let us call upon the citizens to chop down trees. After all, we're not denying them payment," Wang Chong straightened up and suggested. "Young Master Wang, I implore you to step outside and take a look. Within a 500-mile radius of Yunfeng City, there are no usable trees. Even if there were, they would only suffice for firewood. Our options are limited to two," Wang Dana replied, his face displaying helplessness. Feeling as though he had boarded a sinking ship, he found it increasingly difficult to extricate himself. Although he had not neglected his body tempering training, he hadn't returned to the Upper Xian sect for quite some time. Ever since the construction commenced, the players had been overwhelmingly busy, yet, undeniably, every participant was fervently engaged, even if they were uncertain about the profitability of this commercial endeavor. As the saying goes, it is not the act of exploitation that is wrong, but rather that the exploited lack the opportunity to become exploiters themselves. When players assumed the role of exploiters in their dealings with NPCs, they found it to be a source of joy, often devoid of any guilt. After all, in their perception, no matter how lifelike these NPCs appeared, they were ultimately just strings of numerical code. What nonsense! Transporting timber from Tianzi Peak would take no less than half a month, and the expenditure of manpower and resources would be astronomical. Furthermore, if we resort to indiscriminate logging, what if the masters are displeased? In that case, you should consult Qingmei to check if any merchant caravans have recently visited Yunfeng City. I will head to the city lord's mansion to speak with Dubu and see if he can find a way to secure some funds, Wang Chong concluded. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tianjun rolled his eyes and quipped, "How about we sell Dubu instead? I hear Yunran is a wealthy heiress." At this remark, silence enveloped the room, as everyone fell silent, each contemplating just how much Shen Yuanjing could be sold for. Wonderful. Here I am, tirelessly working at the city lord's mansion to earn you all money, and instead of helping me escape this plight, you're all plotting to sell me out. Shen Yuanjing leaned against the doorframe, his face contorted with fury as he vented at the players present. "Dubu, you," Wang Dana stepped forward to offer support, only to see Shen Yuanjing, weary and exhausted, enter the room and take a seat, crossing his legs as he lamented, "Each of you has lost your conscience. It drives me to madness." Faced with Shen Yuanjing's accusations, the crowd fell silent, exchanging glances yet reluctant to break the quiet. With a sigh, Shen Yuanjing retrieved a letter from his pocket and said, "This item will undoubtedly be useful to you, but I shall not involve myself in this matter. You can handle it as you see fit. If you truly succeed, it would be a favor to me." Shen Yuanjing handed the letter to Li Tianjun, who unfolded it and, upon reading, clenched his fists in indignation, exclaiming, "Damn it! What have we done to offend this scoundrel? He is intent on leading us to our doom." Upon hearing this, Wang Chong quickly seized the letter, glanced at it, and soon grasped its significance, smiling as he remarked, "This will suffice. If he wishes us ill, then we shall eliminate him. After all, this is merely a game, and no one will hold us accountable." With a ruthless and indulgent attitude, the players displayed their true colors within the game. Shen Yuanjing continued, "It is said that after Wang Jinshe's death, the Su family seized 70% of the Wang family's assets, making them the largest family in Yunfeng City. They are directly involved in the timber trade. All timber in Yunfeng City must pass through their hands first. The current timber shortage in Yunfeng City is undoubtedly their doing." Shen Yuanjing's expression turned grave, yet his words bore an air of authenticity. The players had become well acquainted with the dynamics of Yunfeng City, and it was indeed the Su family that supplied the timber for the commercial project. If they had suddenly ceased supply, it was hard to believe that there was no ulterior motive. While the players deliberated on how to prevent the commercial project from stalling, at the Upper Xian sect, on Dizzy Peak, Ren Shushu and Zhou Xian hurried up the mountain. However, the issue remains. Even if we locate Sanghao's essence, how do we carry it away? Moreover, his essence must be perilous, right? Rinshushu was filled with trepidation, feeling that the danger was overwhelming. Although he had already reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he was still far from the 4th level and was unwilling to squander any hard-earned experience points.
Sangling Princess should have a means, Zhou Xian replied calmly.
Knowing that Sanghao's essence resided on Dizzy Peak, he could not afford to give up. Chapter 57 Burglary in Yunfeng City. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke enveloped the blacksmith shop. Zhou, wielding a fire poker, furrowed his brow and remarked, "The threading still lacks a certain finesse.
It fails to achieve the requisite potency." Dropping the fire poker, he glanced at the RPG beside him, hoisted it upon his shoulder, aimed it at the grand tree in the yard, and with a slight smile, declared, "Forgive me, old iron." Holding a torch in his left hand, he ignited the RPG's fuse, and the tail of the munition rapidly ignited. With a swift whoosh, the projectile was launched. A thunderous boom echoed as black powder detonated against the trunk, charred the bark, and the core of the explosion caused the outer layer to peel away. It seems feasible to pursue nuclear weaponry.
The pressing issue, however, is to first generate electricity. Zhou's mind raced, contemplating the rules of this game world, which showed no aversion to the physics knowledge he had acquired in school. After several experiments, he realized that this RPG was not the first he had constructed. After all, the risk of a misfire was inherent in such devices. To generate electricity, copper wire is of paramount importance. Armed with ample knowledge of physics and having thoroughly studied atomic bombs in the real world, Zhou found that the method of fabricating atomic bombs was already widely known, with the true challenge lying in the extraction of uranium-235 and the construction of a centrifuge. Yet, for Zhou, who stood on the shoulders of giants, these obstacles posed no significant challenge.
"What is that sound?"
At that moment, a group of individuals burst in. Upon seeing Zhou grinning with the RPG in his arms, their expressions darkened, and one sullenly remarked, "You truly possess 9 lives.
Old man, that is of little consequence.
The crux of the matter is that I have succeeded. Do you have any copper wire? I wish to undertake something substantial," Zhou replied. If that contraption comes to fruition, a single strike could obliterate the entire Yunfeng city. Before Zhou could finish, the old man's eyes glinted with malice upon hearing the words, "Destroy Yunfeng city.
Get out, get out, get out." At the Upper Xian sect, on Tianzi Peak.
That Zhou Xian and Rinshushu have gone to DZ Peak. I have been following them for quite some time, and they mentioned seeking the essence of Sanghao and rescuing his soul.
Do you not intend to intervene?
Xianjinzi's injuries from his return to the mountain had fully healed, and his golden core cultivation was of utmost importance for the development of the Upper Xian sect. He had been keeping a close watch on Zhou Xian, fearing that this young man might bring unfavorable repercussions to the sect. Seeing Zhou Xian and Rinshushu growing closer, Xianjinzi worried that Rinshushu might be led astray and decided to follow them, only to overhear such a terrifying revelation: rescuing Sanghao's soul.
It may be for the best.
Given the current circumstances, within a month and a half, new disciples will emerge in the Upper Xian sect. By then, if we must manage DZ Peak in haste, we should also devise a solution for the matter of the anomalous masteress soul. If they are willing to take it, let them have it. It will save us both time and trouble. Mu Tianchen remained composed. Having communicated frequently with Xianjinzi, he gained a clearer understanding of many previously obscure matters, including the presence of the anomalous master Sanghao's soul at DZ Peak. Such an earth-shattering event was not lost on him. It could even be said that DZ Peak was gathering a host of specters and phantoms due to the potent magnetic field emitted by Sanghao's soul, attracting the surrounding entities.
Are there disciples ascending the mountain? New disciples, like these others?
Xianjinzi's pupils dilated. Managing 100 disciples was already a formidable challenge, and he felt overwhelmed at the prospect of yet another batch of newcomers. Just as he was about to speak, a system notification appeared before Mu Tianchen. "You have received a message from player Zhou Xian. Would you like to view it?" With a sense of suspicion, he opened the message, revealing a projection before him, unfiltered and transmitted directly through the connection of the sect leader's decree and disciples' order. Thus even Xianjinzi could clearly see it. At that moment, Zhou Xian was traversing a pitch-black pit, holding a torch, his expression tense as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon noticing that Mu Tianchen had answered the call, he quickly shouted, "GM, help!
GM, save me!" Just as he was about to continue, Mu Tianchen caught a glimpse of a faint blue glow in the projection and questioned, "GM, did you not mention that there were spiritual mines at DZ Peak?" "My companion and I came here to search, and we found the mine, but it's exceedingly deep, we can't get out." Zhou Xian illuminated the white light above, which was the sole exit of the pit. The entire spiritual mine lay concealed underground, and after millennia of excavation, the pit was at least 300 meters deep. Although Zhou Xian was at the 4th stage of Qi refinement,
he lacked the ability to ascend clouds.
300 meters was an insurmountable height for him to leap. Spiritual mine?
Mu Tianqian was taken aback, momentarily lost in thought. He indeed had sent players to DZ Peak to investigate the spiritual mine, but no reports had returned. That previous incident had been fraught with danger and excitement.
Yudi, where are you? There's a lucrative opportunity here, are you in?
At that moment, Wang Chang's voice echoed in Zhou Xian's projection. Mu Tianqian remained seated, making no move, straining to listen to the conversation between Rin Shushu and Wang Chong.
What lucrative opportunity? I fell into a pit again.
Rin Shushu's voice was faint, unclear whether due to transmission issues or other reasons.
My business circle is at a standstill. The timber supply has been cut off. I heard that the Su family has a substantial batch of timber that needs to be transported from the neighboring Yuangu city. Let us seize the opportunity and split the profit 70-30, Wang Chong replied calmly, as if highway robbery were merely a trivial matter to him.
However, this approach was undoubtedly thrilling and exhilarating. Regardless of the outcome, it is in human nature to want to flout the law. While one might refrain from doing so in the real world, finding a thrill in the gaming realm is only natural. Furthermore, Wang Chong was well aware that in such a lawless game world, achieving one's first fortune inevitably required a bit of bloodshed.
GM, stop dawdling, I've already issued a quest. Hurry and come to my rescue.
Zhou Xian shouted, but the response was neither Mu Tianqian's agreement nor a nod, but rather, with a wave of his hand, Mu Tianqian terminated the call with Zhou Xian, letting out a wry smile. These players truly are incorrigible.
Look at them, where is the slightest hint of propriety? To engage in business, they resort to burglary.
Xian Jinzi was incensed, his beard bristling, wishing he could strike them down. It was a disgrace to the sect. Even if they wish to engage in burglary, they cannot do it themselves. If the world were to discover that it was the work of the upper Xian sect, what a scandal that would be. Xian Jinzi's inner conflict was not rooted in opposition to theft, but rather. Chapter 58. The player's first shot at robbery. It's over, we can't get out, Zhou Xian said awkwardly, spreading his hands as Rin Shushu questioned, why do you call him GM?
Don I realized long ago that this device is actually tracked. In other words, without this device, we cannot enter the game. In the real world, without a helmet, one cannot enter the game. Conversely, if one has only the helmet but lacks this device, entry into the game is equally impossible. And during our last encounter in the kitchen, specifically that incident with the 3-petal flower, I distinctly sensed that if he wished, he could reclaim this device at any moment. To put it simply, he possesses the authority to ban accounts. Once banned, all efforts made here would be rendered futile. He is unlike ordinary NPCs, which is why I deduced he is a GM. Notice how he did not refute my claim just now. This indicates he is aware of what a GM is and has tacitly acknowledged it, Zhou Xian explained patiently. Rin Shushu felt a sinking sensation in his heart, exclaiming in astonishment, if I get banned, my cultivation of those peculiar techniques won't lead to a ban, will it? Despite not having found his targets in the game, Sister Yuya, Zhao Xiaolin, Qingmei, Pang Zijian, Xian Jijian, Zhou, Du Duan Wangu, Wang Chong, the game had indeed brought him much joy, providing him with a direction, albeit one that was not clearly defined, to enhance his cultivation. The thought of being banned for practicing unusual techniques was disheartening. Up until now, he had not paid much heed to the game's operating company's stance on account bans, nor had he considered it at all. Didn't we already discuss this when entering the game? This is precisely why I am determined to pursue demonic cultivation, based on my understanding of the game. As long as one does not engage in special matters or violate the entry rules, a ban should not occur. Zhou Xian maintained a calm demeanor, exuding tranquility. He had faith in his judgment, and indeed, the reality was unfolding in accordance with his assessment. A ban was simply out of the question. Let us set aside those concerns and focus on finding a way out. Robbing is quite exhilarating, Zhou Xian said with a smile. Suddenly, Ren Shushu slapped his forehead, as if struck by a revelation, exclaiming, we killed Wang Jinxia, why didn't we gather his wealth? After all, he was wealthy, he must have had a considerable fortune. No sooner had Ren Shushu spoken than Zhou Xian's eyes widened in realization, his expression blank as he muttered, I forgot it might still be possible to go back now, but it's definitely too late. With a sigh, Ren Shushu suddenly heard the voice of Princess Tsangling in his mind. Cannot find it, not here. Wait, wasn't he there the last time we came? Did he escape on his own? Ren Shushu asked in confusion. During his last visit to Dizifeng, his last memory was of encountering the soul of Canghao, and he distinctly recalled the terrifying sense of danger that had deterred him from returning. Yet, Princess Tsangling should have had some awareness of Canghao's soul, and now she claimed I don't know. Let us leave first. Princess, leave, such an easy statement to make. Descending was simple, but how do we depart? Days later, Yunfeng City in the commercial district, Wang Chong surveyed the fully armed players. He himself had donned armor and wielded a wooden crossbow crafted by Zhou Zhou. At this moment,
the crossbow bolts had been upgraded from bronze tips to iron tips, significantly increasing their power and penetrating capability. Zhao Xiaolin inquired, "Is the intelligence confirmed? If there's an issue and the opposing side has a foundational cultivator escorting, we could face total annihilation, having unwittingly consumed the inner core of a demonic creature and earned 2 gathering spirit pills as a reward." Zhao Xiaolin had swiftly risen to become the most formidable player, having reached the 5th level of qi cultivation. As her understanding of demonic inner cores deepened, she absorbed more spiritual energy, causing her cultivation to continue to ascend rapidly. "The intelligence is undoubtedly reliable." I've inquired. "Every 3 months, the Su family imports a batch of timber from Yuangu City. With the current surge in lumber prices in Yunfeng City, they wouldn't sever this trade route." Wang Chong asserted confidently. However, after hearing Zhao Xiaolin's words, he could only confirm that the Su family's caravan would indeed transport timber from Yuangu City, but the identity of the escort was uncertain. After all, their knowledge of the Su family was limited to the hearsay of the city's NPC residents, and the only person they had dealings with, Su Jing, was solely involved in the timber business. "Let us just do it. Overthinking will only lead to hesitation. We must remember one thing: we are players, and we cannot die. Even if it were a foundational cultivator, we would dare to confront it when we are at the 3rd or 4th level of body refinement. It is precisely because we can respawn, with the ability to respawn, why fear death." Li Tianjun, noticing the shift in the players' attitudes, quickly spoke to bolster their morale. After all, these players had undergone red flag training. Asking them to commit robbery was akin to urging homebodies to venture out of their comfort zones. It was natural for them to feel trepidation. Not everyone possessed the courage to rob, especially in a fully immersive game where everything felt real, unlike other games where only digits changed. "Indeed, that's the essence of it," Wang Chong chimed in, grateful for Li Tianjun's support. This commercial plan was his brainchild, and he had orchestrated the entire project. Now, with the timber supply halted, he felt the brunt of the. "If everyone is hesitant, then for those willing to participate, it's 50 to 1, let us go for it." Wang Chong had no other recourse but to leverage his financial prowess. Although 50 wasn't a significant amount, it was merely to spur a wave of robbery. Whether it succeeded or failed, it was all just a game, and money was tangible. A scattering of players, enticed by the prospect of profit, could hardly resist the allure. Of course, this was an unavoidable situation. After all, Mu Tianchen had not established a recharge system because it held no utility for him, and he lacked the means to extend his influence into the real world or impose bans on players due to real-world transactions that diverged from the game. Such an action would be akin to self-sabotage since everyone is agreeable. Then at that moment, Zhou Xian stood up and stated, "No need for 50 to 1. If this operation succeeds, I demand 500 taels of silver according to the player's rules, with 10 taels of silver equating to 1 unit of currency. 500 taels would amount to $50 naturally." The collection of currency only applied to Wang Chong, as his commercial empire depended on such matters. "I too desire silver," Rin Xiushu added. Wang Chong, neither affirming nor denying, replied, "No problem, let us set off." Chapter 59. The teleportation array to the west of Yunfeng City, at the entrance of a canyon 30 miles away, dozens of players lay in wait, gazing into the distance. "Why is there still no movement? The sun is about to set, they can't possibly not come," Lin Zhao exclaimed, tightening her grip on the bow she had purchased from the armory in the city. The craftsmanship was mediocre, and its effective range was a mere 40 meters. However, the abundance of such mundane weapons in Yunfeng City sufficed to meet the needs of the players. "What's the rush? Back in the day, I lay in ambush on a hill for 3 days and nights. It has only been half a day now," Wang Dineo retorted, planning a robbery without knowing the strength of the opposition. Ambush was indeed the best strategy for players. At that moment, Yu Xian leaped down from a distant hillside, landing with finesse. He scratched the ground with his right hand and, with a swift motion, dashed toward the ambush site. Moving silently, the forest was alive with the chirping of birds and beasts, yet none were startled by his presence. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the ambush location, lowering his voice to say, "Widow, they're coming. At least 70 of them, with 50 large carts. If we pull this off, we'll strike it rich. And the horses are top quality." Yu Xian had allocated all his attribute points to agility, which encompassed not only speed but also vision and perception. Among the player community, none surpassed him in cunning. Wang Dineo inhaled sharply, gripping his mountain axe more tightly, his tone heavy. "Can you sense if they have any formidable individuals among them?" "Not at the moment, but I doubt it. They all seem rather lackadaisical." Just as Yu Xian's words fell, the surrounding players exchanged glances. Su Jing whispered, "Is it going to work? There won't be any problems, will there?" Patting Su Jing on the shoulder, Wang Chong replied gravely, "Regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, we shouldn't fear death. We have nothing to lose, so why worry about the outcome?" Before he could finish, Wang Dineo gestured for silence. "Look, they're here." The players turned their attention to the group of individuals pulling carts, gradually approaching. Although it was nighttime, the players had long since pushed the limits of human capability. The lowest among them possessed at least the 4th level of body refinement, with keen senses as standard. Wait until they reach the designated spot. When I give the signal, you all open fire, Wang Dineo said, slowly raising his mountain axe, waiting for the transport team to draw nearer, until they were within his attack range. Suddenly, a young man riding a horse at the front of the transport team pulled on the reins and waved his hand. A series of horse whinnies echoed as the convoy halted just under 100 meters from the canyon's exit.
Zhao Guanjia, what is going on?
A woman's voice, filled with curiosity, emerged from one of the carts. Surveying the surroundings, Zhao Guanjia, the man on horseback, wore a grave expression. Miss, there is a sense of danger here. It's very perilous. Danger? How could that be? This mountain path has been traversed for centuries, why should it be dangerous now?
The woman's expression shifted between uncertainty and concern.
Yet, undeterred by her reproach, Zhao Guanjia fixed his gaze on the hillside, his eyes sharp as if able to see through all disguises. He beckoned 2 guards who hurriedly approached.
Guanjia, they called.
Go check the left side of the mountain and ascertain the situation, Zhao Guanjia instructed. Although he only possessed the 3rd level of qi refinement, his decades of experience on trade routes endowed him with an acute sense of danger. As the young lady had mentioned, this path had been safe for hundreds of years, with no incidents to speak of. Yet, the restlessness within him was undeniable, especially with the young lady mingling among the caravan. Should anything happen to her, understood. The 2 guards, though internally skeptical, were diligent in their duties. After all, a trading caravan faced myriad dangers on the road. Any threat could spell disaster. On the hillside, Lin Jiao gripped her bow tightly, her arms growing weary. However, the convoy remained too distant for her to shoot. She gently released the bowstring and turned to Wang Dineo, asking, Widow, what is going on? Why have they stopped moving? They're not fools. Those chosen to lead the caravan must possess some skill. It is only natural for them to be suspicious of our ambush. We mustn't act rashly, Wang Dineo replied, his heart racing. If they were discovered beforehand, their plan would be in jeopardy. Glancing back at Yu Xian, Wang Dineo made a slicing motion across his throat, indicating the 2 guards from the caravan who were cautiously approaching the hillside. Furrowing his brow, Yu Xian felt no guilt over the prospect of killing or robbing in the game, yet the thought of actually taking a life made him hesitate.
Observing the still waiting caravan, he shook his head. We can't kill them. If we do, no one will go to alert the others, and the caravan will never proceed. What should we do then?
At the Upper Xian sect, on Tianzi Peak. Damn, these useless fools, how could they plan such a grand robbery without me? Zhao Su exclaimed as he reviewed the chat records among his disciples. Players had already gathered in Yunfeng City, which had become a hotspot for player activity. He had heard whispers of the so-called Commercial District Initiative, but as someone who had little interest in profiting off mortals, he had not been eager to join. Now, however, faced with such an exhilarating opportunity, he found himself forgotten. Huan Yue, Huan Yue. Bursting out of his room, Zhao Su called loudly, racing down from the mountainside residence to the slope, where he spotted Xiaku tending to spiritual herbs alongside Yun Ping. Hearing Zhao Su's voice, Xiaku turned with a puzzled expression. What is the matter? Is the cart still at the foot of the mountain? I want to make a trip to Yunfeng City. Everyone relished thrilling experiences, especially players unafraid of death. What was the purpose of gaming? To chase after data changes? No, the most important aspect was to indulge in experiences unattainable in the real world. It's down there, Xiaku replied, her tone bemused. Suddenly, Mu Tianqian appeared beside Zhao Su, placing a hand on his shoulder, his voice calm.
Are you heading to Yunfeng City? GM?
Zhao Su's heart skipped a beat. After their prolonged interactions, the identity of Mu Tianqian as a GM had become evident. Among players, secrets were seldom kept. After all, no matter how deeply hidden, a secret would inevitably be unearthed. Coincidentally, I too intend to visit Yunfeng City. You've opened a new map, and I'll establish a teleportation array for you.
Mu Tianqian chuckled lightly.
He had only realized after observing Zhao Su that traveling from Upper Xian Sect to Yunfeng City would take players at least 2 days. For those with a certain level of cultivation, this was inconsequential. However, as new players would soon enter the game, a teleportation array was essential. Chapter 60:2 Matters outside Yunfeng City, at the mouth of the canyon, bang, a crossbow bolt pierced the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom and an ear-splitting tearing sound, instantly penetrating the chest of a merchant convoy guard. Get him, Wang Chong shouted, and players concealed within the woods sprang forth, rushing towards the merchant convoy with wild cries. Damn, this is nothing but a rabble.
Wang Dana was about to rise when he heard the chaotic shouts nearby. Watching the players rush forward, his composure shattered in an instant. He was well aware of the nature of warfare on the battlefield, and the players only gave him the impression of a disorganized mob. In his eyes, they didn't even need to exert themselves fully, just focusing on one of them could easily intimidate the players into submission. Is this going to work? Wang Dana pondered heavily, observing his comrades as they charged ahead. They were still unaware of the enemy's true strength, but he was all too familiar with his own side's capabilities. Let us go for it. What other options do we have? Wang Chong sighed, feeling powerless. The two merchant convoy guards were already too close for comfort. Exposure was inevitable, so it was better to strike first. Slapping his forehead in resignation, Wang Dana had no words left and leapt into action, heading towards the merchant convoy. At this moment, within the Lord's mansion of Yunfeng City, Lord Yun Tian wore a troubled expression as he gazed at his notebook, his thoughts in disarray, eyes vacant as he stared into the distance, sighing, "What shall I do?" Suddenly, a flash of light caught his attention, startling him. He looked up in astonishment at the newcomer, a young man appearing to be in his early 20s, clad in a Taoist robe. However, Lord Yun Tian could not discern the visitor's cultivation level. The fact that this individual could appear before him without any restraint was alarming. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Su cupped his hands and said, "Lord Yun." Upon hearing this, Yun Tian's gaze fell on Zhao Su, recognizing him, yet, at the same time, a deeper surprise filled his heart. The first time he met Zhao Su, the latter was merely at the 8th level of body refinement. Although he was considered outstanding among the disciples of the Upper Xian sect, he was still within the realm of mortals, far from the heights of true cultivation. But now, it was evident that Zhao Su had advanced to the 4th level of qi cultivation, his aura unmasked. In just over a dozen days, he had traversed several major realms. "I wonder, esteemed immortal," Yun Tian suppressed his inner unease, inquiring with an earnest gaze, "head of the Upper Xian sect, colloquially known as GM. My real name is." Zhao Su began, but before he could finish, Mu Tianchen grasped him by the nape and forcefully tossed him aside, holding up a floating dust in his left hand and lightly waving it, stating, "I am Mu Tianchen, head of the Upper Xian sect. My disciple is unruly and has disturbed Yunfeng City." "Not at all, esteemed head, please take a seat." Yun Tian swallowed hard, stepping forward to assist, but as he approached Mu Tianchen, he was halted by the floating dust. After all, Mu Tianchen's cultivation was merely at the 12th level of qi cultivation. Although he wore a robe that concealed his aura, there remained a considerable risk of exposure if touched. Noticing this, Lord Yun Tian felt no discomfort, bowing respectfully, "Esteemed immortal, please be seated. I have come primarily to discuss two matters with you, Lord. I hope you will facilitate our collaboration for mutual benefit." Mu Tianchen stated plainly as he took a seat. Lord Yun Tian remained silent, simply gazing intently at Mu Tianchen. "The first matter is that, for a considerable duration ahead, disciples of the Upper Xian sect will frequently visit Yunfeng City. With a larger number of people, disputes are inevitable. In the event of any conflicts, the Lord need not protect the disciples of the Upper Xian sect, all should be judged by principles of fairness," Mu Tianchen proclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Yun Tian shook his head. "Esteemed immortal, the presence of your sect's disciples in Yunfeng City would indeed enhance its prestige. How could we impose mundane laws upon them? If the Lord finds it unmanageable, he may report it to the Upper Xian sect, and I shall personally rectify the issues." Mu Tianchen maintained a calm demeanor, concerned that if the players became too reckless, they might slaughter the inhabitants of Yunfeng City, leading to dire consequences. One must never underestimate the moral integrity of players. They ultimately viewed this as a game, and with their newfound power, their actions were entirely predictable. "Then, I will heed your words, esteemed immortal." Lord Yun Tian bowed deeply. He did not wish to punish the disciples of the Upper Xian sect, but he felt he lacked the courage to do so. Although his strength had grown, the disciples of the Upper Xian sect advanced at an astonishing pace, leading Yun Tian to suspect that it would not be long before his own 9th level of foundation establishment would be easily surpassed. As for the second matter, Mu Tianchen produced a small array plate, which floated in his palm and gradually enlarged. He looked towards Lord Yun Tian and stated, "This is a teleportation array. The Upper Xian sect is quite distant from Yunfeng City, and traveling by foot would consume considerable time. I entrust this to you, hoping you can select a location that won't attract attention while ensuring safety, to establish the array. Once this object touches the ground, the array will form on its own, requiring no maintenance. There is no need for the Lord to assign guards. Aside from disciples of the Upper Xian sect, no one else may use it." The dangers Mu Tianchen referred to were, of course, the potential appearance of formidable monsters or peculiar beings, such as demons, lurking near the teleportation array, waiting to prey upon players. As for this teleportation array, it was produced by the system and directly bound to the disciple token. Those without the token could not enter or utilize the array. Even Ruan Chang and Qing Shen would be unable to use it. Lord Yun Tian gazed blankly at the floating teleportation array plate. He had studied formations and possessed a certain understanding, yet he had never heard of anyone being able to create a teleportation array that could root itself upon landing. Moreover, what did it mean that it required no maintenance? Did this teleportation array not need a supply of spirit stones? The primary reason teleportation arrays had not been widely adopted was the substantial spirit stone consumption required for their operation. Dazed, Lord Yun Tian held the teleportation array, momentarily stunned, before bowing. I shall certainly choose a suitable location indeed. It's best to finalize the teleportation array as soon as possible. I have come here for these two matters. Since everything has been arranged, I shall not impose further farewell. Mu Tianqian was reluctant to linger in the outside world, primarily due to the inherent dangers. Until his cultivation reached the pinnacle of this realm, he would not leave Tianzi Peak unnecessarily, as it was relatively safe there, resonating with the spirit of past masters of the Upper Xian sect. Just as Mu Tianqian was about to depart, Lord Yun Tian bowed and said, "Esteemed Immortal, please state at the entrance." Mu Tianqian turned back, puzzled, and inquired, "Does the Lord have any further matters?" "And no. It's just my daughter has been rather unruly, and I am unsure how to address it," the Lord Yun Tian stammered. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianqian feigned deep contemplation, after a moment shaking his head. "There is no bond between master and disciple. It cannot be forced." Chapter 61, No Lumber GM. At that moment, Shen Yuanjing shouted loudly, and a figure swiftly descended before Mu Tianqian, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his face brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "GM, you have finally deigned to descend from the mountain. I have suffered so much, grant me a cheat, nothing too extravagant, just something a tad superior to Yudi and Dubu would suffice." Shen Yuanjing wore a look of grievance, as he lived a life of dependence within the Lord's mansion. Although the cultivation resources here were relatively plentiful, being under someone else's roof was still just that. "Yin Ran, pay your respects to the immortal master," Yin Ran said, bowing respectfully after a brief appraisal. Mu Tianqian replied in a calm tone, "I cannot grant that. Go play elsewhere." A cheat, he wished he could have one. If he could, he certainly would not allow so many players to flood in, but unfortunately, his GM privileges were limited to account bans. He couldn't even unban accounts. Outside Cloud Maple City, at the mouth of the canyon, bang, the sharp mountain cutting axe came crashing down forcefully upon a long spear. Zhao Guanjie gripped the spear tightly, his palms aching, as the spear trembled violently, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. Just as he was taken aback, Wang Dana seized the opportunity, sliding the mountain cutting axe along the spear to the left, sparks flying as the axe scraped against the spear. Zhao Guanjie's gaze darkened, and he immediately released his grip, only to see a bronze sword thrusting toward him. Startled, Zhao Guanjie rolled off his horse with a sudden leap. However, the bronze sword did not seem aimed at him. As it approached, it altered its trajectory upward, sending the long spear flying a dozen meters away. "Only this one is left, widow," Li Tianjun remarked, glancing at Zhao Guanjie and addressing Wang Dana. What he initially thought would be a fierce battle, considering it was a struggle for resources, even if those resources were utterly useless to cultivators, turned out to be rather one-sided. Among the escorting team, the only one with any true prowess was Zhao Guanjie. The rest of the merchant guards had cultivation levels no higher than the 4th stage of body refinement, while the players involved in this robbery had all reached at least the 8th stage of body refinement. The likes of Zhao Xiaolin, Ren Shushu, and Zhou Xian had all attained the 4th stage of qi cultivation, and Wang Dana himself was at the 2nd stage of qi cultivation. With the mountain cutting axe in hand, Wang Dana swung his arms with abandon. To engage Zhao Guanjie, a 4th stage qi cultivator, with his own 2nd stage qi cultivation, and force him to this extent was no small feat. Bang! Suddenly, a sound erupted, causing Zhao Guanjie's heart to tremble as he beheld a fiery projectile hurtling toward him. His expression darkened, and he quickly gathered his true qi, forming a protective barrier in front of him. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Zhao Guanjie's hands shattered at the palms, and the terrifying shockwave propelled him backward several dozen meters, crashing against the mountainside and rolling for several rotations, scattering countless shards of iron in all directions. "What a captivating display of fireworks," Zhou Zhou remarked from a vantage point, observing the brilliant explosion with a smile. His RPG had forced a qi cultivator into a corner. This was an achievement in itself. "Damn, what did I just see? RPG, RPG." Wang Dana exclaimed, emphasizing the term RPG twice. It was utterly terrifying to witness such modern weaponry in a cultivation game. Though its power could not be compared to the RPGs he used in the army, it was still formidable, boasting about 70 to 80% of that power, and in certain aspects, it even surpassed the RPGs of the real world. Wang Chong swallowed hard, casting a glance at the RPG in Zhou's hands, then at the repeating crossbow he held, and instantly felt that the crossbow had lost its appeal. "Do we have more ammunition? Let's give them another shot," he shouted, and in an instant, a throng of players dashed towards the merchant convoy's goods. This was undoubtedly a crushing victory, a complete rout without a hint of suspense, considering the entire escort team consisted of over 70 people, with only Zhao Guanjie being a cultivator. "None left, just prepared one shot," Zhou shook his head.
The RPG's ammunition was not so easily produced. After extensive research, he had only just managed to finalize the shell and gunpowder ratio, and even this single shot's power was already astonishing. There's room for improvement. In a few days, I'll seek out NPC Yuan Xing to experiment with engraving the formation. A slight smile crept upon his lips. His fundamental purpose for coming here was to test whether his RPG could meet expectations, and it appeared it had exceeded them.
What do you intend to do?
The player, Chu Yutao, whose game ID lacked any semblance of decorum, lifted the curtain of a cart, revealing two women, one large and one small, inside, both trembling with daggers in hand, directed at him, their voices quivering with fear. Hee, of course, we're taking you as our captive wives. Chu Yutao laughed heartily, observing the two terrified women within the cart. He continued to threaten, don't scream, the louder you scream, the happier I'll be to put down those daggers, or I might just sell you both off to a brothel when we get into town.
Ha ha. Ha ha.
Watching the two women in a state of panic, Chu Yutao laughed uproariously, but when he turned his head, he lowered the curtain and said, Widow, there are two ladies here.
What shall we do? What shall we do?
Wang Dana rushed over, lifting the curtain to take a look, but as soon as he opened it, he quickly closed it again, exasperated. Damn, why are there women here, shall we kill them? Chu Yutao asked gravely, making a gesture of cutting heads. Killing, he had just experienced that, but this whole robbery business was indeed exhilarating, a thrill he would never dare to touch in reality.
Wang Dana hesitated, contemplating Chu Yutao's suggestion.
After much thought, he shook his head, saying, two defenseless women, I, as a benevolent being, shall not create unnecessary bloodshed.
Gather everything and let us head back to the city. After deliberation, Wang Dana found himself at a loss for what to do.
The battle was over, with over 50 escort members slain at the hands of the players, and the rest had fled for their lives. As for the two women, they could fend for themselves.
Widow, if we leave them here, what if their cries attract ferocious beasts?
That would be no different from killing them outright, granting them a swift end. Just as Chu Yutao finished speaking, Xiaoku rushed over, saying, Elder brother, there is no lumber. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Dana felt an immediate sense of dread wash over him. No lumber, how could there be none? Just as he was about to investigate personally, he was suddenly pulled back by Su Jing, who sighed, there is no lumber, only silks, tea leaves, and paintings. In the distance, Wang Chong gazed at a pile of worthless items and, upon realizing there was no lumber to be found, was consumed by fury. He kicked over a chest on one of the carts, and it scattered on the ground, emitting a blinding blue light. Chapter 62 of the robbery gone awry. We've struck gold, we've struck gold. Just moments ago, Wang Chong wore an expression of disdain and anger, yet upon catching sight of the scattered stones on the ground, he froze for an instant, unable to contain the exhilaration bubbling within him, and exclaimed loudly, my heavens, so many spirit stones? Zhao Xiaolan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the multitude of spirit stones strewn about the ground. There were simply too many to count, creating an intense visual impact. How could there be so many spirit stones? This shouldn't be possible, as Zhou Xian remarked, his expression grave as he surveyed the spirit stones and then the corpses surrounding them. He was acutely aware that the strength of the escort team was woefully inadequate, resembling merely an ordinary merchant convoy. Although there was a leader at the fourth level of chi refinement, it did little to alter the fundamental weakness of the escort's capabilities. Yet, the sheer quantity of spirit stones, with only a mere mortal merchant convoy to contend with, this was perplexing. Widow, there's a situation over there, a merchant convoy with over 100 people, pulling large carts laden with timber, stretching over 100 meters, and they're only a little over 1,000 meters away from us. Suddenly, Yu Xian leapt down the hillside and rushed to Wang Dana's side, speaking urgently. Though Yu Xian was timid by nature, his keen eyesight and ability to escape were unparalleled among players, and the intelligence he gathered was always trusted by his peers. Swallowing hard, Rin Shushu muttered, could it be that we mistakenly robbed the wrong convoy?
Damn, this is turning into a farce.
At that moment, the players shifted their gazes to Wang Chong and Wang Dana, the masterminds behind this operation. With such a blunder occurring in their absence, the ambush location had been compromised. Furrowing his brow, Wang Chong contemplated the situation, while Su Jing, ever meticulous, glanced at the carts and suggested, the goods here are far more valuable than that timber. How about we disguise ourselves? When we encounter the merchant convoy behind us, we can claim we were besieged by mountain bandits and that we vanquished them. These NPC corpses could be passed off as mountain bandits, and amidst the ensuing chaos, although the contents of the other crates remained a mystery, the single crate of spirit stones was enough to send the players into a frenzy. After all, spirit stones held immense utility. A low-grade spirit stone could grant players between 500 to 700 experience points, which was the sole metric for transcending realms. This crate likely contained over 1,000 spirit stones, with a few mid-grade stones mixed in. If converted into experience, it could propel a player from the first level of chi refinement all the way to the pinnacle of foundation establishment.
That plan has merit, Zhou Xian nodded. It was clear that clearing the battlefield was now out of the question, as the merchant convoy was not far behind, and the players lacked the experience to swiftly clear the scene, having never engaged in such activities before. Su Jing's notion of repurposing the wasted corpses was indeed ingenious. Seeing that the group accepted his plan, Su Jing nodded and remarked, "Let us tidy up the crates. We must ensure the spirit stones remain hidden. An innocent man may commit no crime, but possessing treasures can lead to one's downfall." However, deep down, Su Jing wrestled with his own turmoil. It was not difficult to comprehend that a crate full of spirit stones, regardless of their grade, would be nearly impossible to gather even within the entirety of Yunfeng City. Where had the merchant convoy acquired such a trove of spirit stones? Where were they headed? Who were the sellers? And who were the buyers? A dozen players rushed towards the spirit stones, hastily scooping them up from the ground and tossing them into the crates. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. While spirit stones were valuable and significant to the players, RMB was paramount. At that moment, Chu Yutao approached Wang Dana and whispered, "There are 2 women in the cart. What should we do if they start shouting in chaos?" Hearing this, Zhou Xian extended his hand, and a swirl of black mist materialized, accompanied by a remarkably gentle female voice, "Master, go, do not waste this opportunity," Zhou Xian urged, pushing the mist forward, intending to thrust it into the cart. In a moment of distraction, Ren Shushu grasped Zhou Xian's wrist, halting him. "These 2 women could prove immensely useful to us. The origins of this crate of spirit stones are unclear, and their identities are also unknown. If we recklessly eliminate them, what if a great boss is summoned?" Ren Shushu's apprehension echoed the unspoken thoughts of the other players. Though everyone yearned to claim the vast trove of spirit stones, which represented experience points and embodiment of strength, they were also aware of the potential repercussions. Of course, this sentiment was not born of any newfound conscience in Ren Shushu. Like the others, he felt no guilt over the lives of NPCs. However, he understood the significance of the Black Mist. The Black Mist was the manifestation of the female demon Zhou Xian had captured from Wang Jinxin's home in Yunfeng City, now serving as his pet. Seeing Ren Shushu's intervention, Zhou Xian rolled his eyes internally, thinking, "It seems I've been discovered." Withdrawing his hand, he relaxed his clenched fist as the Black Mist vanished, shaking off the tension in his shoulders. "Then what do you propose we do?" "Undying, you drive the cart and take the 2 women to a safe area outside the city. Ensure they do not escape." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xian realized that remaining here was untenable. Killing the women would be even worse. Thus, he glanced in Yu Xian's direction, assigning him the task of leading them away from the bloody scene. Just then, Yu Xian's expression darkened as he prepared to respond when a system notification appeared before him. "Ding, congratulations, player, you have triggered a hidden quest. Quest requirement: escort the 2 individuals to a safe location. Quest reward: unknown, based on player completion rate, rewards will be issued by NPCs." The sudden emergence of the quest left Yu Xian momentarily stunned. As a seasoned player of this game, he had endured countless trials, yet he remained devoted. He had heard whispers that the game's primary storyline revolved around revitalizing the Upper Xian sect, the so-called beginner village, but within this vast game world lay innumerable hidden side quests. The ability to trigger them was left to fate, and thus far, hidden quests had been exceedingly rare among players. Damn, a hidden quest, these 2 are no ordinary individuals. Yu Xian immediately accepted the quest, shouting triumphantly as he leapt onto the cart. Before the other players could react, he took hold of the reins with his left hand and brandished the whip with his right, urging the previously halted cart into a swift gallop. "What? What did he just say?" Zhou Xian exclaimed, wide-eyed, pointing at the departing Yu Xian and questioning the surrounding players. Hidden quest. The players exchanged glances, realizing that Yu Xian had accepted the quest. Attempting to seize the cart now held no purpose. Only after Yu Xian's figure disappeared did their gazes land upon Ren Shushu, their eyes filled with a fierce intensity, as though demanding, "Why was I not called upon earlier? Curses! Had I known there was a hidden quest, I would have gone myself." Ren Shushu clutched his chest, knowing he had merely sought an excuse to impede Zhou Xian's rapid advancement. Who could have anticipated that these 2 NPCs would trigger a hidden quest? Never mind, fate determines our paths. The merchant convoy is approaching fast. Chapter 63: The recharge system on the verge of opening? After a frantic dash of 3 miles, Yu Xian tightened the reins, bringing the carriage to a steady halt. Just 500 meters ahead lay the western gate of Yunfeng City, surrounded by an expansive area where the fragrant rice fields swayed gently in the breeze.
As Yuxian halted the carriage, he glanced at the completed hidden quest, a smile gracing his face as he inwardly mused, I wonder what rewards I might receive. Turning around, Yuxian lifted the curtain to find two young women inside the carriage, their expressions fraught with anxiety and their faces devoid of color. Upon seeing him, they were instantly taken aback. The elegantly dressed woman clutched a dagger tightly in her hands and stammered, What do you want? Don't come any closer, don't come any closer. Blinking in surprise, Yuxian sighed. Unlike Chu Yutao, who had no qualms about terrifying NPCs, he waved his hand reassuringly and said, Ladies, I harbor no ill intentions. We are not robbers or bandits. Well, we originally intended to rob the merchant convoy behind you, but it seems we mistakenly targeted the wrong individuals. It is safe now. You may leave, he added. As he contemplated how to procure a reward, he realized that coercion was out of the question. Fortunately, Yuxian adopted a demeanor of a gentleman. After all, he was indeed a man of integrity. The elegantly dressed woman, trembling as she held her dagger, felt her mind racing at Yuxian's words. It truly felt overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the maid, curled up in the corner with her knees hugged tightly, mustered her courage and remarked, You're not bandits, yet you still attempted to rob us? Your methods are so ruthless, it's evident you're a cold-blooded fiend. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yuxian rubbed his nose and stepped out of the carriage, saying, Ladies, this place is quite safe. Just ahead lies Yunfeng City. You are free to leave, I assure you. We're truly not. Never mind, you may go inside the carriage. The two women exchanged glances, neither daring to step out, for no one knew what horrors might await them beyond the carriage. After a prolonged silence, the elegantly dressed woman whispered to her maid, You go first. Mississippi. The maid was on the verge of tears, but upon seeing her mistress's expression, she gritted her teeth, lifted the curtain, and stepped out of the carriage. A waft of rice fragrance surrounded her, and only Yuxian stood nearby, confirming the high safety factor. The maid turned back and called out, Miss, it's safe. At this moment, the elegantly dressed woman slowly moved her feet and disembarked from the carriage. Just ahead is Yunfeng City, let us part ways here, perhaps never to meet again. Yuxian pointed towards the distant city, and as his words fell, he swung a bronze dagger, attempting to sever the ropes binding the carriage to the horses, but the leather ropes were remarkably sturdy, and the sharpness of the bronze dagger was utterly ineffective. Damn, I can't cut it, Yuxian exclaimed, a look of embarrassment on his face that he had hoped to appear dashing, riding off into the distance to assist his companions. Although they might perceive him as a dangerous figure, it did not deter Yuxian from believing he looked quite impressive. But the current situation. Seeing this, the woman approached him slowly, her dagger slicing through the air effortlessly, instantly severing the leather ropes. The horses broke free from the carriage, and Yuxian swiftly mounted his steed, stating, This place is indeed safe. Once you enter Yunfeng City, find somewhere to settle down. Let us pretend we've never met, shall we? Having perceived the dagger's sharpness, Yuxian felt a sense of helplessness. He was no fool. Carrying such a wealth of spirit stones indicated that the identity of this NPC was undoubtedly significant. If a Yuaning master were to emerge, the players would be in dire straits. As he prepared to depart, the woman called out urgently, Noble sir, please wait. Upon hearing this, Yuxian's lips curled into a smile, his heart racing with excitement. Here it comes, the manager is coming. What is it? He inquired, feigning depth. Sir, it is now curfew, and the city gates are closed. I cannot enter the city here in the wilderness. Noble sir, with your chivalrous heart, could you possibly? The woman's words trailed off as she gazed longingly towards Yunfeng City. While players might disregard the curfew, it indeed existed within the city, restricting entry and exit but not infringing upon the nocturnal activities of the residents. Ding, congratulations player for triggering the second chapter of the hidden quest. Quest details accompany until dawn, quest rewards unknown, dependent on player's completion rate. Furrowing his brow, Yuxian felt a sense of uncertainty within. He wanted to speak, but the words stuck in his throat. What is this? A second chapter to the hidden quest. Yunfeng City. Within an inn, Xian Yuanjing and Zhao Su were indulging in copious amounts of alcohol, their faces flushed and resembling ripe fruit. Such is the situation. Brother, tell me, should I go? Should I strive for it? I could genuinely fall in love with an NPC. Zhao Su seemed to have a reservoir of grievances, yearning for an outlet. In the real world, he had to keep such feelings bottled up, for speaking them aloud would only render him the object of ridicule among colleagues. Only in the gaming realm could he express his innermost thoughts. Ling Jun, what a beautiful name. If it has captured Naihe's affection, she must be truly stunning, Xian Yuanjing said enviously. He had learned from Zhao Su about his unexpected journey into another world, where he was unable to log out, spending several days within the game, which was but the tip of the iceberg. More importantly, Zhao Su had divulged some insights regarding the game's essence. Of course, but I remain utterly ignorant of her strength. Yet it is precisely because of this Zhao Su began to retch, clearly having overindulged. At this moment, Qingmei, Pang Zijian, standing nearby, expressed confusion. So, the worldview of this game is extraordinarily vast. Isn't it? Among the 3,000 realms, we are merely traversing the Kangmang realm, which is only of mediocre standard within the 3,000 realms. In such an expansive game, how does the company sustain itself? Pang Zijian pondered, bewildered. His comprehension of this game had reached its limits. Every day felt genuinely new, devoid of repetitive tasks or events. As long as players did not engage in the same actions daily, each day could be entirely different within the game. As he interacted with more people, the concept of superintelligent AI and autonomous NPCs began to clarify the marketing claims. Rest assured, I have received credible information that the recharge channel for this game will soon be opened. At that time, simply spending money will suffice. Zhao Su raised his cup, though in the game, his inebriation was genuine. The burdens he carried in reality could not be shared, yet within the gaming realm, he felt no need for restraint, though his professional demeanor prevented him from discussing real-world matters in the game. When will it open? Xian Yuanjing asked eagerly. Once the recharge system launched, though he might not surpass the main spenders, he could still rapidly elevate his cultivation. I heard from Zhou Shen that it will be available when the sect upgrades to level 2, as the hidden quest he completed rewarded him with sect coins, which are supposedly only redeemable in the shop, but the shop has yet to be opened.
Chapter 64 of the auction house system. Is it a bit warmer now?
By the crackling campfire, Yu Xian gazed into the roaring flames that radiated warmth, causing his cheeks to flush. He stepped back slightly, casting a glance at the two NPCs beside him, and inquired, "Is it warm enough?" "Quite warm, thank you." The woman, cradling her knees, appeared numb, lost, and adrift. She had witnessed the complete annihilation of the merchant caravan before her eyes. 70 souls, none spared, and now, this man, who had been involved in the ambush from the beginning. That's good to hear. You both stay warm by the fire, I shall take a look around. Yu Xian surveyed the surroundings. Although this place was in close proximity to Yunfeng City and mostly surrounded by cultivated farmland, one could never be certain whether monsters might cause trouble here. For the sake of his hidden quest and its successful completion, he deemed it necessary to conduct a thorough inspection. Of course, the inspection was not the ultimate goal. Distancing himself from the source of heat was his true intention. Player. Immortal King Yu Xian Spirit Root Primary, Wood, Realm Chi Training Second Level, 73 5000, Weapon Bronze Dagger, Strength 2, Equipment Disciple Robes of the Shin Sect, Defense 5, Experience Points available for distribution. Satface 7304, Life Skills and Vitality 25, Spiritual Energy 23, Agility 107, Overall Combat Power 3574. Fully devoted to cultivating his wood-type spirit root, Yu Xian faced the mundane fire, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Just as he was about to depart, a soft cooing sound broke the silence. Turning back, Yu Xian sighed, "There's nothing much to eat, I have a bit of dry rations to make do." Observing Yu Xian's retreating figure, the maid hurried forward, picked up the dry biscuit, brushed off the dust, and approached her mistress, saying, "Miss, please have a bite." Breaking off a small piece, the woman's expression grew heavy as she sighed. "Was it my fault? If I hadn't ventured out, I wouldn't have encountered it." "Miss, how can you think that way? You must understand that everything has its destined course. I heard the master say that from the moment all living beings are born, their entire life experiences are already inscribed, and no one can escape it," the maid gently advised. The two of them clutched a piece of dry biscuit, leaning against the campfire. The following morning. Yu Xian leaped down from the treetop, stretching his limbs as he remarked, "Daylight has arrived.
It's time to enter the city."
As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the woman rising, her eyes resembling those of a panda, listless and dragging her feet to follow in his wake.
"Young master, may I borrow some loose silver?"
The woman's expression was conflicted, her voice barely above a whisper. She had brought an immeasurable wealth with her during this departure, wealth she would likely never exhaust in her lifetime. Yet, who could have anticipated that halfway through their journey, they would fall prey to mountain bandits? Turning in circles, she found herself needing to borrow money from the very brigands. How absurd. Beep, congratulations, host, you've triggered a hidden quest. Chapter 3.
Quest Objective. A NPC requests a loan.
Quest Reward.
Unknown, determined by player's completion rate and paid by NPC. Here it comes again?
Yu Xian felt a twinge of annoyance. While players seldom triggered hidden quests, it certainly happened hidden quests, aside from genuine triggers like Yu Xian's, could only be edited by Mu Tianqian using the sect leader token. Well, I don't have much silver either. Here are 30 taels for you to use. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xian gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Having come this far, he could not turn back. "Thank you, young master. This ring was left by my father. I shall temporarily entrust it to you for safekeeping. Once I have earned enough, I will repay you with interest before redeeming it." The woman, witnessing Yu Xian's willingness, felt that even 30 taels was more than sufficient for her needs. Beep. Congratulations, player, you have completed the hidden quest. The reward has been issued. Storage ring, Nascent Soul Stage. The player may unlock the ring upon reaching the Nascent Soul Stage. Staring at the task reward in his possession, Yu Xian was momentarily taken aback by the name of the storage ring. He had heard of such items. There were quite a few in Yunfeng City, albeit at exorbitant prices, yet, looking at the system notification indicating that only those in the nascent soul stage could open the storage ring, this certainly did not seem like an ordinary item. At the Xian sect, on Tianzi Peak sitting in a grand chair, leisurely swaying a wine cup, basking in the sunlight, he exclaimed, "Ah, this is truly delightful. If this trend continues, we should be able to upgrade to a second-tier sect in just 2 months." With a beaming smile, players had made remarkable progress, their strength surging forward, while the sect's prestige steadily climbed. Though the recent pace of prestige growth had begun to slow, one could still observe an increase. Open the sect store. The thought of upgrading to a second-tier sect and unlocking the sect store brought an uncontrollable smile to Mu Tianqin's face. "Wait a moment, it seems I haven't done anything at all." Touching the sect leader token in his hand, Mu Tianqin pondered aloud, "System, I wish to introduce some new features."
"What do you think?"
"Please, host, succinctly outline the desired functions for enhancement. The assistant system will earnestly endeavor to create them for you," the system responded. Contemplating the system's reply, Mu Tianqin caressed the sect leader token, still deliberating.
In a typical game, the most critical aspect is the economic system.
Currently, this game's economic system is in disarray. Moreover, as a nurturing-type game, the economic system is particularly vital. If we wish to foster the development of the economic system, trading is of utmost importance.
Could we create an internal auction house accessible solely to players, where all items obtained or produced by players can be listed for sale, allowing other players to choose to purchase them? Mu Tianqin mulled it over for a moment.
The more he considered it, the more he felt this was essential. Although he knew players would trade items in the real world, that would ultimately step outside the game's boundaries. Given that players' dedication had exceeded expectations, ever since the Yunfeng City map had opened, the minimum online player rate had reached 80.
That is feasible, but how will the currency be determined? Are there any restrictions? The system inquired.
That is simple. There will be 3 types of currency: gold coins, spirit stones, and sect contribution points. Gold coins can only be used to purchase white-tier items, which encompass all basic living supplies and common goods. Spirit stones can be used to buy all items above the white tier, including the conversion of spirit stones into sect contribution points.
Sect contribution points can be used to purchase items exclusively within the sect store.
The auction house will automatically provide a suggested price for items listed by players, and whether to accept this price will be at the player's discretion. Furthermore, if an item is sold, the auction house will charge a 1% commission fee.
The auction house will be linked to the disciple token, allowing players to trade goods regardless of distance.
After a moment of contemplation, Mu Tianqin concluded that without this stipulation, players would likely refrain from utilizing the auction house for transactions, given their inherent tendency towards tax evasion. However, with this addition, they could list items at any time and from any location, ensuring a promising future for the auction house. Chapter 65, Retaining the benefits, leaving the dangers to GM Yunfeng City. Business District Project. Inside a modest office. What on earth happened? You let them go? The crowd stared at Yu Xian, exchanging bewildered glances. The 2 women, a mistress and her maid, left with such a bounty of spirit stones. Who could fathom their identities? Would they attract a formidable super boss? Now that they had returned, hearing Yu Xian declare he had released them was bewildering. I still need to run my pancake stall, so I'll take my leave first," Zhao Xiaolin remarked, casting a grave glance at the spirit stones. It would be disingenuous to say she did not yearn for a windfall. Ever since she ingested the inner core of that demonic creature, her cultivation had surged, yet she still needed to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to enhance her abilities, and spirit stones were the finest medium for that, without exception. However, gazing at this ill-gotten wealth, the remnants of her conscience tugged at her. Zhao Xiaolin's departure did not signify the end. Ren Shushu interjected, "I've taken the silver, I'm heading back to Tianzi Peak now." After all, the experience points from the daily morning classes are quite beneficial. As he spoke, Ren Shushu patted the silver in his possession. When it came to timidity, he surely ranked among the highest. Moreover, as his cultivation progressed, he was accumulating experience at an increasing rate. Death had become a curse for players. A single demise could cost half of their stored experience, surpassing their endurance. This bounty could very well attract a super boss, a reasonable concern indeed. "By the way, Master Qiao sent me a message saying he has matters to discuss. I'll take my leave as well." Zhou Xian glanced at the others, eyeing the chest of spirit stones. If it were just him, risking it for such a substantial sum might not be out of the question. However, with over 40 players involved in this robbery, the spoils would be scant, and the prospect of being hunted for a handful of spirit stones, resulting in a significant loss of experience, simply wasn't worth it. Of course, more importantly, Zhou Xian and Rin Shushu had already pinpointed the location of a spiritual vein mine at Dizzy Peak. Although they had not yet commenced excavation, they knew its exact location, and the restless spirits and wandering ghosts at Dizzy Peak had been thoroughly cleared. With a secure method to acquire spirit stones, who would willingly take the risk? Observing the departing players, Su Jing sighed, casting a glance at the chest of spirit stones, feeling as though it were burning hot in his hands. What should we do? His gaze swept over Wang Chong, Li Tianjun, and Wang Dana, desperately needing someone to propose a course of action. After all, judging by Zhao Xiaolin and her companions' actions, they were clearly reluctant to wade into murky waters.
Darn it!
Li Tianjun exclaimed, staring at the spirit stones. Just then, his disciple token vibrated, and with a puzzled expression, he pulled it out.
What is going on?
Upon seeing Wang Dana and others similarly retrieving their tokens, it was apparent that every player's disciple token was quaking with the same message. The only entity capable of sending a simultaneous message to every player's disciple token could only be the enigmatic GM, Old Go. Indeed, in the player's eyes, the GM was Old Go, a true embodiment of cunning. The game has introduced an instant auction system, designating game currencies as gold coins, spirit stones, and sect contributions. In the auction system, everyday items, mortal-grade weapons, costumes, and all white-grade game items can only be purchased with gold coins. Any items exceeding mortal grade, including cultivation techniques, spells, skill manuals, weapons, costumes, and all green, blue, purple, orange, and red items, must be purchased with spirit stones. Sect contributions are earned by completing sect quests, enhancing sect reputation, and maintaining sect honor. These contributions can only be spent in the sect's marketplace, which includes, but is not limited to, manuals, weapons, costumes, pets, and gems. The official exchange rate for game currency is 100 low-grade spirit stones for 1 point of sect contribution. The auction house system features both fixed price and bidding modes. Items of blue grade and above may enter bidding, with the highest bidder winning within 24 hours of listing. Players can auction off unowned items or their own possessions at any time, anywhere. This update is a patch update and does not require maintenance. Players in the game will not be affected. A lengthy message unfurled before each player, causing them to exchange incredulous glances within the office. Yu Xian, filled with suspicion, gazed at the spatial ring adorning his middle finger, pondering, what grade is this ring? Lost in thought, Li Tianjun suddenly slammed the table, exclaiming, I've got it. Let us take the spirit stones and head straight back to Tianzi Peak. That is a beginner's village, a safe zone. Even the strongest boss won't dare to cause a ruckus at the Xian sect.
We can simply leave the problem to the GM.
Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, gazing at each other in confusion. However, Wang Dana soon clapped in approval, declaring, if that's the case, with so many spirit stones, we can devote ourselves to cultivation and won't have to toil for at least half a year. By then, initially perplexed, the implications became clearer upon reflection. The GM held supreme authority within this game, likely akin to a player but with the developer's oversight, monitoring every move.
Yet, what if a boss were to invade the beginner's village? Could the GM remain unperturbed then?
Darn it, why didn't I think of that earlier? Wang Chong slapped his forehead, realizing he had been preoccupied with resolving the concerns surrounding the chest of spirit stones, never considering a retreat to the safety of the beginner's village. Upon further contemplation, it seemed that only by returning to the beginner's village could they safely utilize these spirit stones and steadily enhance their cultivation.
Then let us not hesitate any longer.
Let us go, Su Jing declared, rising. Not he felt his mental faculties were failing him. He prided himself on his sharp wit and cunning, yet in this matter, perhaps his cleverness had faltered. Considering the feasibility of the situation and the allure of the spirit stones, Rin Shushu and Zhou Shen, aware of the spirit stone mine's location, recognized that even though they might not extract much, it would suffice for their needs. They could mine as they used, enhancing their cultivation without the need to risk their lives for ill-gotten gains. As for the highway robbery, perhaps it was merely a quest for thrill, a sensation unattainable in the mundane world.
But what about here? Who will stay behind?
Wang Chong, though eager to return to the safety zone and absorb spirit stones for experience, recognized this business district as his foundation, the essential first step towards his future commercial empire. Silence fell among the crowd as no one wished to remain behind. After all, the dangers here were stark, and the safety of the Xian sect zone was undoubtedly the superior choice. With other players already departing, who would willingly stay, without a shred of decorum, Zhu Yutao finally spoke. Immortal, he released them. Chapter 66, The Ambition of Players. Boundless, at the peak of Tianzi, within the tranquil confines of the Xuan Zone, Mu Tianqian sat comfortably in a grand chair, basking in the gentle afternoon sunlight.
Suddenly, he rose abruptly, astonishment etched across his face. What is happening? Why has everyone returned?
Originally, the players had departed from Tianzi Peak, embarking on their adventures, which was splendid news for Mu Tianqian.
Their dispersion would elevate the prestige of Xuanzong, aiding its restoration. Yet now, a throng of players had inexplicably returned to Tianzi Peak. Could something have occurred? His expression grew grave as he pondered. Just then, Li Tianjun approached the entrance, bowing respectfully towards Mu Tianchen. GM, we have returned. Cough, cough, he cleared his throat, having become accustomed to being addressed as GM, a role he could no longer conceal. Has the teleportation array in Yunfeng City been installed? Mu Tianchen inquired, feigning solemnity as he gazed at Li Tianjun.
How did he instantly know of the player's return? It was the disturbance from the teleportation array, indicating that someone had utilized it to return from Yunfeng City to Xuanzong. If it were just 1 or 2 players, it wouldn't have raised suspicion.
However, a sudden influx of dozens was certainly cause for concern.
Indeed, Lord City Master Yun Tian has set the teleportation array in an open space outside the City Lord's mansion, restricting unauthorized individuals from approaching it. Before Li Tianjun could finish, he swiftly changed the subject, presenting a spirit stone, a mid-grade one at that. A tremor coursed through Mu Tianchen as he gazed at the mid-grade spirit stone, questioning, acquired it, it is your destiny, cultivate diligently. While he felt a pang of envy, he would never stoop to robbing players. Moreover, Ren Shushu and Zhou Xian had already pinpointed the location of the spirit mine, which they could excavate, yet he had visited that site and discovered that the spirit mine was nearing depletion, having taken centuries to recover, but its resources were significantly diminished.
This is a tribute to you, Li Tianjun said with a smile.
Among the players, he was the first to engage in private dealings with Mu Tianchen, negotiating terms. With the return of the players to Xuanzong, they were naturally concerned that if the GM remained unaware of their experiences, a crisis could erupt at any moment, especially if the GM's own strength was not adjusted in advance.
That would indeed be a waste of effort. Mu Tianchen furrowed his brows slightly, his tone calm as he waved his hand dismissively. What is it? He was well aware of the player's nature. After all, he too had been an avid gamer in his time. The value of a mid-grade spirit stone, in this early phase of the game, far surpassed what players could typically comprehend. Presenting a mid-grade spirit stone to the GM would only incite their desire for more and more.
This is a long story. We encountered some trouble at the foot of the mountain. Li Tianjun recounted the incident in which they had unwittingly ambushed the wrong convoy. As Mu Tianchen listened, he felt his head throb with the weight of the narrative. Outside Yunfeng City, a swift steed burst forth from the western city gate, galloping at full speed. After 3 days and nights, a larger city emerged on the horizon. On the back of the horse, a player bearing the game ID Jiang Hu not worth it, named Jiao Wenyuan, tightened the reins as he stood before the eastern gate of Yuangu City, gazing at the massive ancient city.
Damn, not a single flaw? No frame drops whatsoever?
Jiao Wenyuan dismounted and, adhering to the game's urban management protocols, led his horse to the city gate where soldiers were conducting inspections. Just as he was about to be questioned, a dozen swift horses burst forth from within the city, escorting a middle-aged man. As these figures rushed out, the NPCs waiting in line to enter the city turned pale, trembling in fear. The man in the center, riding swiftly, drew his bow, aiming with precision. With a swift whoosh, an arrow shot forth with astonishing speed, like a fish swimming against the current. How could the ordinary citizens outrun a galloping horse? Though it was merely an ordinary arrow, it was beyond what common folk could withstand. The arrow had pierced through the chest of a young boy in an instant. Chaos erupted at the eastern gate. This outing promises some excitement. Fortunately, I didn't return to Xuanzong, Jiao Wenyuan observed the middle-aged man, who repeatedly drew his bow and released arrows, each shot claiming a life, a true marksman, hitting his target every time. Yet, to Jiao Wenyuan, none of this stirred any emotion. He felt no empathy for the slaughter of the innocent. After paying 2 taels of silver, he successfully entered the city and inquired about an inn's location, hastening towards it. That fool Dubu was still tied up. A person of great ambition cannot be swayed by romantic entanglements. The Lord of Yuangu City is tyrannical, eliminating NPCs. I shall take on the role of city lord myself. A faint smile crept across his lips as he settled into a room, watching the triumphant middle-aged man return to Yuangu City. His ambition could no longer be concealed. Players, notions of cultivating immortality and ascension were mere trifles. What truly captivated the majority was power. They simply traversed different paths. Some chose to enhance their cultivation, relying on formidable strength to seize power, while others would strike a bamboo stick and walk away, expending minimal effort to wrest control. At the pinnacle of immortality, are you certain this explosive can eliminate a foundation establishment cultivator? Jiao Wenyuan asked, holding the explosive, which resembled a landmine. Yet he was uncertain of its actual efficacy. His presence in Yuangu City at this moment stemmed from 2 reasons. First, he learned from the merchant convoy that the city lord was despised by the people, with numerous factions rising against him, indicating a chaotic power struggle within the city. The second reason, he had just broken through to the 3rd level of chi refinement and was in a reckless phase of his journey. The players feared the consequences of ill-gotten gains primarily due to uncertainty. What if a super boss appeared?
Would it emerge just as they were on the verge of a breakthrough, that would indeed be a disaster. Rest assured, the power of this timed bomb has been personally tested by Lord City Master Yun Tian. He placed an order for 3,000 of them, each priced like a low-grade spirit stone. I'm giving you these 3, which are worth 3 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the response from Xianji Dian, Zhou, Jiao Wenyuan felt the weight of his thoughts. He was here to swim through murky waters. If he could eliminate the city lord of Yuangu City in one fell swoop and rally the people, perhaps he could seize control of the city outright, using it as a foundation to expand his dominion. Don't consider this a gift. My life is on the line. If this endeavor fails, we are even. If it succeeds, I shall grant you half of Yuangu City. Jiao Wenyuan replied straightforwardly, unwilling to incur a debt of gratitude that would haunt him later. The 3 timed bombs given to him by Zhou also carried an investment implication. On the table, Jiao Wenyuan unfurled a map, scrutinizing it closely. To his astonishment, it was a panoramic view of Yuangu City, with 3 circles marked in red ink. Chapter 67:3000 Taels. Yunfeng City. My lady, this establishment is exceedingly unscrupulous. The cost of lodging is 7 taels of silver, and a mere meal demands 5 taels. Surely, we have stumbled upon one of those. Well, you know, the maid pouted, her expression a portrait of grievance. With only 30 taels of silver accompanying her, the thought of spending 12 taels on a room and a meal left her feeling despondent. A veritable den of thieves, without a doubt. Speaking of which, in the ancient realm, within the lineage of the Shi family, a remarkable child was born, bestowed with the supreme bone of heaven. Peng Zijian, free from any manuscript, spoke at will. Ever since the map of Yunfeng City had been unveiled, he had not ventured beyond its borders. It was truly a comfortable existence. Here, he could effortlessly lead a life that others might envy, utilizing tales from the real world. Of course, the most salient factor was that Yunfeng City boasted stable prices and a bustling population, which meant that for Peng Zijian, a multitude of people inevitably brought forth a plethora of intriguing occurrences. And then his supreme bone was excavated. Xian Yuanjing interjected from the 2nd floor, his voice dripping with ennui. As Peng Zijian was preparing to pause for dramatic effect, his countenance darkened, and he pressed his hands down in an attempt to regain control, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you would permit me, I must attend to a personal matter." With that, he turned and ascended to the 2nd floor. Are you not entertained? Are you not bored? What business do you have in Yunfeng City if you are not cultivating in the mountains? Peng Zijian's frustration boiled over. He relied on this performance to evoke admiration. Each patron who came to listen never left with anything less than praise, their thumbs raised in approval. Yet, the very essence of his livelihood was now threatened by the presence of 100 knowledgeable players within this gaming realm. Although each player traversed their own path, such occurrences were undeniably vexing. Indeed, it is rather dull that I am here waiting for the princess. Do you have any silver to spare? Lend me some. Xian Yuanjing requested. At the mention of borrowing money, 2 dark lines appeared on Peng Zijian's forehead. Were it not for the constraints of his current abilities and the prohibition against player combat, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a couple of sound slaps to Xian Yuanjing. Hey, don't walk away. I truly mean to borrow it. I am preparing to propose. Surely, I must present the princess with some gifts. Xian Yuanjing hastily reached out to grasp Peng Zijian's departing figure. Though Peng Zijian earned a decent sum from storytelling, Xian Yuanjing believed he could never acquire such wealth by his own means. After all, not everyone possessed the talent to sit here and weave tales for hours on end. I have none, nor do I wish to. Moreover, I must warn you, should you continue to cause a ruckus here, I may be unable to best you, but do not forget, my employer is quite formidable. Peng Zijian's tone wavered as he struggled to find an effective threat, ultimately resorting to referencing his employer. Boring. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Xian Yuanjing reclined lazily, gazing at the ceiling. His grand ambitions were about to unfold. Just days prior, the Lord of Yuntian City had summoned him, inquiring about various regulations of the Shangchuan sect. Upon learning that the sect did not prohibit its disciples from engaging in romantic pursuits, the Lord had hinted at something more. Currently, the Lord of Yuntian City had no heirs, and now that Xian Yuanjing had reached the peak of foundational cultivation, the opportunity to father a child seemed increasingly elusive. This was the very reason Xian Yuanjing remained by Yunran's side, neglecting to return to the Shangchuan sect, securing a wealthy father-in-law, effortlessly claiming a city as his own. Meanwhile, at a neighboring table, a pair of master and servant overheard the exchange between Xian Yuanjing and Peng Zijian. Deep in contemplation, the young lady removed a hairpin from her hair, her heart a tumult of emotions. Rising with hesitation, her maid swiftly grasped the sleeve of her dress, shaking her head with a pleading expression. My lady, we cannot, these are but material possessions, of no use to keep. Resolutely, the young lady approached Xian Yuanjing, bowing her head, "Might I inquire, sir, do you have troubles weighing upon your heart?" Gazing at Xian Yuanjing, who was reclined against the beam, she straightened her posture, surveying the gentleman from head to toe. In that fleeting moment, his eyes sparkled, and he could not suppress a gulp, rising hastily. "This young lady appears unfamiliar, may I ask for your name?" "I am Ji Ruyued. I recently overheard that you seek an item for your beloved, yet it eludes you." "I happen to possess such an item." Ji Ruyue maintained a calm demeanor, forcing herself to remain composed. However, as she approached Xian Yuanjing's table and spoke, she noticed the token hanging from his waist, a token neither of copper, iron, nor wood, its surface darkened, inscribed with peculiar characters in a striking crimson hue. Though Ji Ruyue could not decipher the script, her memory was vivid. That fateful night when she was robbed by mountain bandits, they too bore such tokens, and the individual who led them to Yunfeng City possessed one as well. It was difficult not to suspect that the man before her was among those who had robbed her, or at the very least, had ties to that band of ruffians. "What is it?" "You may as well reveal it for us to examine." Xian Yuanjing pondered inwardly. "Ji, is not that a surname I share from 8,000 years past? Could there truly be a prominent clan of the Ji surname in this gaming world? After all, such a surname is quite rare, especially in a game steeped in the essence of the divine land." Xian Yuanjing's remark about shared ancestry from 8 millennia ago was astutely crafted. As in his world, 8,000 years ago, it was likely that all were kin. "This, sir, that Ji Ruyue faltered, caught in a quandary. She had merely intended to sell a hairpin for some coin, yet upon realizing Xian Yuanjing's connection to those brigands, her mind raced. The hairpin was no ordinary item. Should she produce it? What if this man harbored ill intentions? "Are you worried that I might seize it from you?" "Fear not, I am not like those fools. I disdain acts of robbery and plunder." Xian Yuanjing observed Ji Ruyue. Although he did not recognize her, he could glean some understanding from her expression. In this game, strength dictated everything, and her hesitations were entirely reasonable. While robbery could indeed be thrilling, Xian Yuanjing aspired to accomplish grander feats, far removed from such base actions. Perhaps, if it were not for players being lured by the allure of wealth, the number of those participating in robbery would diminish by 2/3. After a brief moment of indecision, Ji Ruyue placed the hairpin upon the table and declared, 3,000 taels. Poof! Xian Yuanjing, sipping tea, sputtered at the audacious sum, exclaiming, 3,000? Why not go, oh, how I burn, why not simply ask for a robbery instead? 3,000 taels, not a single coin less, Ji Ruyue asserted with unwavering certainty. With a deepened gaze, Xian Yuanjing's mind swirled with questions, and he turned to examine the hairpin on the table. The moment he laid eyes upon it, he was rendered speechless. Chapter 68, Aren't you of the Ji clan? Purple. Xian Yuanjing's eyes nearly bulged out. Since entering this game, what have the players been wielding? Colorless bronze weapons and white trash items, and even those white trash items are exceedingly rare. Yet now, before him lies a hairpin, astonishingly of purple quality, that although he remains unaware of the hairpin's specific utility, its classification alone signifies that its potential must be substantial. Lacking knowledge of the art of refining, Xian Yuanjing cannot discern the hairpin's true nature. He turns to Ji Ruyue and inquires, 3,000 taels seems rather exorbitant, I cannot possibly gather such an amount at once. The graceful lady is indeed correct, but there is another saying. A common man is innocent, yet possessing a gem is a crime. Upon hearing this, Ji Ruyue's heart raced to her throat, poised to speak when suddenly, Zhao Xiaolin, with the game ID of Rainy Night in the City, rushed up the stairs of the inn, grabbing Xian Yuanjing by the back of his collar, exclaiming urgently, Hurry! I am overwhelmed and you don't know to come help. Sister Rainy Night, please be gentle. Xian Yuanjing attempted to escape, yet Zhao Xiaolin's cultivation far surpassed his own, rendering him unable to break free. Faced with Zhao Xiaolin's recruitment tactics, Xian Yuanjing had long grown accustomed to it. The exploitation of capitalists is omnipresent. Let us go, today I'll calculate your wages. Zhao Xiaolin was in a frenzy. Ever since the pancake rolls had soared in popularity in Yunfeng City, their reputation had skyrocketed, and daily orders had exceeded her capacity. Although many street vendors selling pancake rolls had emerged in the city, the influence of being the first to market had firmly established the title of Pancake Fairy. Watching Zhao Xiaolin's retreating figure, Ji Ruyue's already racing heart quickened even further. From her demeanor, Ji Ruyue instantly recognized that this woman was one of those who had participated in her earlier robbery. Perhaps sensing Ji Ruyue's gaze, Zhao Xiaolin glanced back, but having never seen Ji Ruyue before, she could not discern her identity. However, she noticed Ji Ruyue's pallid complexion, devoid of color, and the hint of anxiety etched across her face. Zhao Xiaolin dropped Xian Yuanjing and approached Ji Ruyue, asking, Miss, are you looking for work? Looking for work? Ji Ruyue gazed at Zhao Xiaolin in confusion, initially believing that Zhao Xiaolin had recognized her.
But this inquiry about seeking employment left Ji Ruyue completely stunned, feeling both exposed and vulnerable.
Come, room and board provided, 5 taels of silver a month. No deceit here.
Zhao Xiaolin seized Ji Ruyue's hand, while Xian Yuanjing, who thought he had narrowly escaped a calamity, bowed and said, Sister Rainy Night, take care.
Don't just stand there. Come along. In the alleys of Yunfeng City. Pancakes. Freshly made, steaming hot pancakes.
Pancakes personally handcrafted by the Pancake Fairy, steaming hot pancakes. Xian Yuanjing had long since acclimatized to the scene. Currently, among the players remaining in Yunfeng City, aside from the bookish Qingmei, Peng Zijian, only Zhao Xiaolin and Xian Yuanjing persisted. Others might occasionally appear in the city, but most spent their time wandering the outskirts. Since the restrictions of the novice village had been lifted, players venturing into new maps had become utterly frenzied, and standing aside, watching Xian Yuanjing shout, Ji Ruyue, who had already dug her toes into the ground, blushing, could only assist in packaging the food.
Add an egg, 10-1. Observing customers purchasing pancake rolls and eating on the go, the busy hours always flew by in a blink, and soon the streets lay empty.
Leaning against the door, she sighed, no wonder my father said traversing tribulations is arduous. Without great willpower and immense opportunities, overcoming the trials of the mortal realm is nothing but a fool's dream.
Alas, it is unfortunate that during the tribulation, cultivation is constrained. Otherwise, it would not have come to this.
Ji Ruyue gazed at the moonlight above, her expression solemn. Traversing tribulations is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Regardless of one's family's power or the might of one's allies, none can intervene in the affairs of those undergoing tribulation. Should they do so, while it may not affect the interveners, the tribulation bearer would suffer immensely. After all, if the forces behind the scenes cleared away all obstacles, what tribulation would there be to endure?
Xiaoyu, come quickly, it's time to eat.
Zhao Xiaolin called out, and the already exhausted Ji Ruyue struggled to rise and enter the room. Upon seeing the lavish spread laid out for dinner, she swallowed hard, asking, Master, why do they all call you Sister Rainy Night? Seated at the dining table, Ji Ruyue had already learned Zhao Xiaolin's true name, yet she wondered how these 3 characters related to Rainy Night. There seemed to be no connection whatsoever.
Because explaining it to you would only confuse you. If you like, you may also call me Sister Rainy Night.
With a smile, Zhao Xiaolin had just picked up her chopsticks when a figure loomed outside the door, staring intently at them.
Damn, are you trying to scare someone to death?
The night sky had darkened, and although the streets were lit, a person standing at the door, obscured by the doorframe, staring blankly, was indeed a chilling sight.
Hey, isn't this a joyful reunion? Sister Rainy Night, what as for dinner tonight?
Zhao Su strode into the room. The longtime online players had grown accustomed to Zhao Xiaolin's cooking. Besides, why pay for a meal when one could mooch? In the real world, one must maintain appearances, but in the realm of the game, such constraints could be wholly disregarded.
This young lady seems unfamiliar. A new player?
Zhao Su, in high spirits, asked upon seeing a fresh face, exuding an air that suggested he was open to queries. Ji Ruyue, however, could not comprehend their conversation. What player, what nonsense. Silently, she continued eating, while Zhao Xiaolin inquired, have you sorted the goods from the young Master Wang? Not yet. I provided a few mid-grade spirit stones to the GM, but he appeared rather displeased, mentioning something about us causing a great disaster. By the way, among those spirit stones was a spirit slip, which seemed to bear the character G. They studied it for quite some time, and the GM said it could only be opened with the blood of a direct descendant of the G clan. Zhao Su spoke with an unruffled demeanor, as if discussing something trivial. Though the players were aware of the GM's ominous words regarding a great disaster, none took it to heart. After all, who would genuinely care about the identity of someone who could not truly die in the game? At worst, they could simply stop playing. Upon hearing the term spirit slip, Ji Ruyue's hand paused mid-motion, her chopsticks hovering in the air, inevitably drawing the attention of those present. Zhao Xiaolin looked at Ji Ruyue, her expression filled with suspicion. Aren't you of the Ji clan? Chapter 69 The Tribulation. Immortal in the Mundane World. Shang-Xin Sect. Is it still impossible to open this spiritual slip? Rin Shushu quietly inquired, observing the bewildered players around her. Ever since the discovery of this spiritual slip, everyone's attention had been captivated by it. Some speculated that it might conceal a superlative secret technique, while others suggested it could be a treasure map. However, after half a month's efforts, the players had exhausted every conceivable means and method, yet the spiritual slip remained obstinately sealed. Just as they were preparing to abandon their quest, Rin Shushu proposed, if all else fails, shall I strike it with the Tianling blade? If it were to break open, we could at least glimpse what lies within. Please refrain from suggesting such a foolish idea, Su Jing quickly countered. He had a foreboding sense that his destiny was intertwined with this spiritual slip, and if Rinshushu were to destroy it, the consequences would be dire. Then there appears to be no alternative, Rinshushu shrugged helplessly. Turning away, she silently pondered, Princess, do you possess a means to unlock this spiritual slip? Regardless of whether the contents within would be of use to her, her curiosity was piqued, intensely so. With each passing moment, her intrigue deepened. This spiritual slip is imbued with a seal. The caster's cultivation must be at least at the Great Ascension stage. Within the slip is sealed the cultivation aura of a tribulation survivor. Once the tribulation is completed, the seal will naturally dissipate. However, if the slip is opened prematurely, the tribulation survivor could suffer a regression in their realm, or worse, their soul could be scattered. Song Ling discerned the slip's origins with a mere glance. Ji's surname, Great Ascension stage, could it be that he still lives? Song Ling muttered to herself, while Rinshushu felt a weight in her heart. Hearing Song Ling's words, she realized that the one who sealed the spiritual slip possessed terrifying strength, and that the slip contained the cultivation of another individual. The more she contemplated, the more alarming the situation appeared. No wonder the GM said we have stirred up great trouble. Glancing towards the backyard, she noted that the GM had been in seclusion for several days, seemingly preparing for something. Shangshan sect, backyard. Glancing at the now inferior spiritual stone in his hand, Mu Tianqian sighed. A medium-grade spiritual stone reduced to an inferior grade can elevate one from the 8th to the 11th level of Qi refinement. Master Uncle, you have seen the spiritual slip as well, he said, stowing away the stone. While the enhancement of his cultivation was indeed a cause for joy, Mu Tianqian found himself unable to rejoice at this moment. The reason was simple anxiety, profound anxiety regarding the legacy of Shangshan sect, and equally so concerning his own life. Players could disregard death, even severe penalties would not endanger their lives, but Mu Tianqian was different. He could only endure, and endure he must. After all, these players had a knack for creating chaos. I have seen it, but in my estimation, the Ji family will not dare to cause a ruckus at Shangshan sect. If my assumptions are correct, this spiritual slip belongs to a descendant of the Ji family who underwent tribulation, sealing within it that person's cultivation realm. They entered the mundane world with a mortal body, endured 3 disasters and 5 tribulations, and after the trials, reassembled their 3 flowers atop the head, and the 5 energies within their chest. Once the tribulation is successfully traversed, the seal will reset, and they will become an immortal in the mundane. An immortal in the mundane surpasses true immortals in lifespan, strength, and comprehension of the heavens and earth. They are the true immortals of this world and the sole pinnacle of the vast continent. The enigmatic master, Song Hao, was merely of true immortal cultivation, far inferior to an immortal in the mundane. However, immortals in the mundane only exist in ancient texts. Although there are detailed methods for traversing tribulation, those involved must not have any prior ties to the tribulation survivor, thus making the practitioners of this method perilous and unpredictable. Those who undergo tribulation are powerful beings, yet due to the nature of the tribulation, they are highly susceptible to death at the hands of mortals, which is why no immortal in the mundane has appeared for tens of thousands of years. According to the records of Shangshan sect, our founding ancestor's lineage is that of the last immortal in the mundane of the vast continent. Ever since he laid eyes on that spiritual slip, Zuan Zhenzi had been poring over every ancient text he could find. Indeed, the records regarding the immortal in the mundane within Shangshan sect were quite comprehensive, and they possessed complete methods for traversing tribulation as well. Does this imply that no matter what transpires, the Ji family can only settle accounts after the harvest, and cannot intervene while the tribulation survivor is amidst their trials? Upon hearing Zuan Zhenzi's words, Mu Tianqian finally felt some relief. The Ji family was an exceedingly fearsome superfamily, and according to Shangshan sect's records, they were as powerful as the sect during ancient times. Within their ranks, those of the void refinement stage could only serve as protectors, those of the combined body stage merely as attendants, while those in the tribulation stage formed the backbone of the family. Only those at the Great Ascension stage could become elders or even the family head. In truth, there is no need to be overly concerned. Though the Ji family is formidable, they would not dare to disturb Shangshan sect. After all, our sect is guarded by the spiritual resonance of generations of celestial masters. Even if the Ji family sought to exact vengeance, traversing tribulation is inherently fraught with peril. It's a fight for survival. You need not worry excessively. Zuan Zhenzi, perceiving Mu Tianqian's apprehension, reassured him. After all, such matters would not be deemed trivial by anyone. Should the situation escalate, if the Ji family truly unleashed their full force in retaliation, no power in this realm could withstand them. With Master Uncle's words, I feel somewhat reassured. However, this incident serves as a stark reminder: when these players stir up trouble, it truly feels as if the heavens themselves have been torn asunder.
It was truly a lamentable situation, one of utter helplessness.
Who could have anticipated that this group of players, in their attempt to redistribute wealth, would inadvertently find themselves in the midst of a tribulation survivor? Mu Tianqian had been closely monitoring the situation, yet had refrained from intervening. It was uncertain whether to call it good fortune or misfortune for the players, as they had stumbled upon a tribulation-worthy being. Perhaps this is precisely the tribulation that individual must face. The disciples of Shangxian's sect are merely part of that person's trial, Zuan Zhenzi stated calmly, unveiling a profound truth. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianqian felt an epiphany wash over him, truly enlightened.
Yunfeng City.
Miss, are you truly intent on following them to sell pancakes? You are, and besides, they are quite dangerous. If that person who has seen you were to encounter them and recognize your identity, what if they were to silence you? The maid expressed her concerns with a troubled visage.
Anxiety loomed heavily in the air.
If I cannot successfully traverse my tribulation, then even returning to my clan will not allow me to escape my fate. This is my last chance, my only opportunity. Moreover, even if I were to encounter that person, they likely wouldn't reveal anything outright, would they? But the items within that spatial ring, Ji Ramun seemed to recall something in a daze and bitterly smiled. I completely forgot, that spatial ring cannot be opened without the realm of nascent soul. Chapter 70.
The prestige of the sect has been achieved at the Shangxian sect, atop Tianzi Peak.
Bang, bang, bang! The iron pickaxe struck against the spirit stone, causing vibrations to travel through the handle. Wang Dana felt a dull ache in his hands and exclaimed, "Damn, mining is far too painful. What cultivation level do we even have? Besides, it's a mere iron pickaxe. The fact that it can even dig is already impressive. If we manage to get a few stones, it'll have to suffice. Curse it, this GM is utterly ridiculous. 10 spirit stones each month, and he expects us to mine them ourselves.
Is this something a human can endure?"
Yu Xian swung his pickaxe. He was initially supervising in Yunfeng City, where the commercial district was bustling with construction. However, upon receiving the sudden news that players would need to mine for their spirit stones each month, he rushed back in a frenzy.
11 spirit stones. We keep 10 and hand over 1. This GM clearly sees us as mere tools.
Zhou Xian panted heavily. Even with his 5th level of qi cultivation, acquiring 11 spirit stones was no simple feat, and he felt utterly exhausted. Alright, at least we have a place to mine, Wang Chong interjected, silencing the discontent. Although he too was reluctant to dig, the current situation left them no choice. The entire Shangxian sect was reliant on their own efforts to mine, as there were no new players, and any NPCs they could hire were barred from entering the sect's domain. However, this does remind me that if we mine once a month and gather 11 spirit stones, completing the monthly task will yield 100 points of sect contribution.
Once this task is done, I will have 700 points of contribution.
I wonder what items can be purchased in the sect's shop. As they mined and chatted, Zhou Xian pondered his hidden task, while Mu Tianqian had no significant rewards to offer him. Yet, the promotional tasks were indeed completed by Zhou Xian, and as for the sect contribution, for now, it was merely an empty promise to the players.
Who knows?
But I heard that sect contributions can be traded among players. We'll see when the time comes. Wang Chong continued to swing his pickaxe against the ore. He was somewhat familiar with the new concept of sect contributions, yet he remained uncertain about the specific items that could be exchanged for them, especially since the sect shop had yet to be revealed to the players. It would be great if a recharge system were to be introduced at the Shangxian sect, atop Tianzi Peak. With this, I wonder how you all dare to cause trouble for me. 100 players a month can yield 100 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones for Grandmaster Uncle. Forget it. Grandmaster Uncle certainly doesn't need such trifles. I'll keep 40 for myself and distribute the rest among Wanchang and the others. A slight smirk graced his lips. Initially perplexed about the distribution of spirit stones, Mu Tianqian realized he could not retract his words, and he certainly did not wish to play the miner himself. Fortunately, he had privileges that allowed him to edit tasks, mandating players to mine 11 spirit stones each month, submit 1, and retain 10 as their monthly stipend, while also rewarding them with 100 points of sect contribution. From Mu Tianqian's perspective, 100 points of sect contribution equated to the value of 11 spirit stones. As Mu Tianqian envisioned a comfortable life as a slave owner, the sect leader's decree suddenly resonated, followed by the system interface appearing before his eyes.
The number of sect disciples.
100, achieved. The number of disciples above the 3rd level of qi cultivation. 20, achieved. The number of disciples above the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Sadface 02, sect prestige, 20,000, has been achieved. Congratulations, host. You have reached a milestone in development. Sect prestige has surpassed 20,000 for the first time. With a start, Mu Tianchen leaped from his chair, his eyes sparkling with disbelief as he stared at the system panel, exclaiming, "This morning it was still over 9,000 points. How did it suddenly surge to 1,000 points of prestige?" His heart raced with astonishment. By his calculations, if players continued to progress at this pace, it would not be long before a few broke through to the foundation establishment stage, at which point the sect's prestige would likely reach around 20,000. Although this unexpected surge in sect prestige caught Mu Tianchen off guard, he was still bewildered. "System, what is happening?" Swallowing hard, he inquired, astonished yet eager for answers. Regardless, the achievement of the sect prestige meeting the upgrade criteria was undoubtedly a positive development. With 3 of the 4 indicators already met, only 2 players at the 3rd level of foundation establishment remained for the sect to upgrade to level 2, monitoring and tracking. The host may focus on the player Jiao Wenyuan. As the system's voice faded, Mu Tianchen recalled Jiao Wenyuan's name, but after some contemplation, he shook his head, saying, "That person rarely logs in." How could, just as his thoughts wavered, the sect leader's decree vibrated again, the world channel erupted with activity. Yuan Valley City is recruiting management personnel, offering generous benefits. All are welcome to apply. Join Yuan Valley City, and you will gain a prestigious position, receiving 500 taels of silver and a low-grade spirit stone monthly. No conflicts with sect tasks, first come, first served. Current vacancies include Commander of the Yuan Valley City Military District, responsible for regular training, combat tactics, and cultivation improvement of the military, organize troops, eliminate bandits, and manage daily military affairs. An additional 500 taels of silver on top of the base salary every month. Vacant position Deputy of the City Lord's Office, responsible for formulating and reforming traffic policies in Yuan Valley City, adapting to local conditions, setting taxes, and maintaining the City Lord's esteemed reputation among the populace. An additional 1% of the collected taxes as commission on top of the base salary every month. Vacant position. Mu Tianchen watched the recruitment advertisement from Jiao Wenyuan on the World Channel, his face twitching. This guy, he actually took over Yuan Valley City? Curse it. You, sly one, seized an entire city without a word. How did you pull that off? The World Channel buzzed with the astonished inquiries of other players. Damn, so it really is possible. Old buddy, you accomplished what I dared not even imagine, defeating NPCs and becoming the city lord. But your speed is astonishing. Shen Yuanjing exclaimed, his eyes wide. Had Jiao Wenyuan not called out in the World Channel, he would hardly have recognized this player under the game ID. Life is not worth it. It was evident that Jiao Wenyuan's online presence had dwindled to a remarkable degree. Yet, the sudden rise of this newcomer, seizing control of a city, instilled a sense of urgency among the other players. GM, are you there? I know you're watching. Please give me a teleportation array. Yunfeng City has won. Jiao Wenyuan faced significant challenges. He had used special means to sway a small team guarding the city gate, recruiting 7 NPCs. Then, utilizing timed explosives, he obliterated a substantial part of the high-ranking NPCs of Yuan Valley City, creating chaos among the ruling class. Under the pretense of liberating the oppressed, he launched a rebellion against the cruel rulers. Then, he bizarrely took residence in the city lord's office of Yuan Valley City, becoming its lord with only 7 NPC guards. With a face full of disbelief, Mu Tianchen chose not to respond. He closed the chat interface and turned back to the map, contemplating the location of Yuan Valley City. Chapter 71. A true man should not remain subordinate in the world. This is indeed a treasure trove. As he gazed at the map, Mu Tianchen was consumed by a singular thought. The city of Yuangu City, located at the confluence of rivers, boasts an extensive transportation network, thriving both in waterway and land trade. Surrounded by vast plains, 3/5 of Yuangu City's dominion consists of arable land. Although the exact population of Yuangu City remained unknown, the surging reputation indicated that its populace far surpassed that of Yunfeng City. Yuangu City was once the primary source of spirit rice for the Shangshuan zone. Contemplating the markings on the map, Mu Tianchen mused that spirit rice, unlike ordinary rice, is imbued with spiritual energy, significantly aiding cultivators in their quest for enhancement. While it may not be as swift as elixirs or as stable as spirit stones, it is infinitely safer than potions and far easier to procure than spirit stones. Such a vast expanse of land must not be left fallow. If we could cultivate spirit rice here, imagine feasting on it daily and gaining experience with every meal. Any surplus could be sold for profit. The water and land routes are well developed here. The question is, how to do this discreetly. Once the dust settles, I shall assign him a hidden task instructing him to plant spirit rice throughout this area. A slight smile graced Mu Tianchen's lips. The demand for spirit rice among cultivators is indeed substantial, yet its cultivation is widespread and yield stable, resulting in persistently low prices. Even spirit rice is traded primarily in silver, failing to reach the value of spirit stones. Of course, a few million tons of spirit rice could still fetch a significant amount of spirit stones. This has led to a continual decline in spirit rice prices, as prominent families and sects cultivate vast amounts, even as their consumption is monumental. Smaller sects tend to avoid growing such crops, preferring to utilize their limited land for higher value produce, such as medicinal herbs for alchemy.
Dubu, you wouldn't be content to remain beneath others, would you? Wang Chong inquired, eyeing Xian Yuanjing with concern. He genuinely feared that Xian Yuanjing might join forces with Zhao Wenyu, for among players, the desire to become a city lord was scarce. Should they all rally around Zhao Wenyu, the outcome would be evident. Players are unable to attack one another, which would ultimately result in Zhao Wenyu's ascendance, expanding his influence in tandem with his conquests. Yet, should Zhao Wenyu one day descend into madness and implement erratic policies, it would undoubtedly devastate Wang Chang's commercial empire. In the realm of politics, commerce becomes a mere jest, yet, Wang Chang's ambitions lay elsewhere. He sought to build his own commercial empire and had no desire to assume the mantle of a city lord. If players splintered into 4 or 5 factions, each occupying a city, his empire could strategically distribute its assets to mitigate risks, deterring any from undermining his endeavors. Brandishing a pickaxe, Xian Yuanjing scoffed, "Once I wed Yunran and join the lord's household in Yunfeng City, I shall take the reins myself. Who would want to associate with him?" Rolling his eyes, Xian Yuanjing had long since resolved to pursue the path of marrying into the family and securing his claim to Yunfeng City. Nodding, Wang Chong withheld his concerns. At that moment, Lin Jiao spoke up, "I believe I could apply for a position. The compensation offered is quite generous. A true man should not remain subordinate in the world. Players have never been united in purpose. Even fleeting alliances arise from various circumstances. In this game, no one poses a threat to each other's real lives. Who fears whom? This divergence ensures that the voices of players will never harmonize." GM, calling. Zhao Wenyu inundated Mu Tianqian with numerous messages, to the point of exasperation. Yet, Mu Tianqian dared not block him, for if he did, the day he required to summon him for task editing would lead to increased suspicion. Regarding players who addressed him as GM, he neither acknowledged nor refuted it, pretending not to comprehend. "I have no more teleportation arrays. However, if you wish for one, I can ask junior brother Wanqing to craft one for you though. Do bear in mind that junior brother Wanqing's cultivation is limited and he has only recently begun to draw in qi, thus the stability of the teleportation array may be compromised." Mu Tianqian replied in a calm tone. He already possessed a teleportation array, acquired free of charge from the system. For any city that provides over 5,000 points of reputation to Shangshuanzong, the system automatically grants a teleportation array to facilitate player interactions. However, at present, Mu Tianqian was reluctant to deploy it, as he had initially sent one to Yunfeng City to alleviate the burdens caused by players straying too far, which wasted valuable time and hindered cultivation. Now, upon reviewing the status, he noted that among 100 players, 73 were online, yet only 2 resided in Yuangu City. "Is that so? Very well then." Zhao Wenyu said no more, for he had already reached the 3rd level of qi cultivation, while Wanqing had just achieved the 2nd level. Though Wanqing excelled in array techniques, his low cultivation would always serve as an insurmountable barrier. System: commence editing a hidden task. Task content: cultivate spirit rice across the vast plains of Yuangu City. Task reward: a teleportation array. 15 days hence, the task shall be triggered. Mu Tianqian tucked away the sect leader's token, taking a seat with a smile. Ever since Zhou Xian ventured down the path of demonic cultivation, the Chao family village at the foot of the mountain had not sent supplies in quite some time. Were it not for the knowledge that the village's master was a high-ranking member of the demon clan, Mu Tianqian would have ventured down to investigate the situation himself. Recently, the resources on the mountain had dwindled, exacerbated by the influx of players consuming supplies at an alarming rate. "My sole aim is to become the strongest in this world and locate Lingjun. The conflicts between them are of no concern to me. Perhaps it would be prudent to visit Yuangu City first. With my peak cultivation at the 4th level of qi, securing a position should prove manageable. This way, I could receive dual salaries, thereby accelerating my cultivation progress." As Zhao calculated quietly, yet having made up his mind, he strode purposefully toward the teleportation array. Currently, Shangshuanzong only operated a teleportation array for travel to and from Yunfeng City. To reach Yuangu City swiftly, he would have to transfer through Yunfeng City. Upon entering the teleportation array, a brilliant white light enveloped Zhao's form, and in an instant, he vanished. When he opened his eyes, he found himself outside the Lord's mansion in Yunfeng City, standing in an open space. As he made his way toward the city gates, he unexpectedly encountered Ji Ruyue emerging from a pancake vendor's workshop. However, burdened by his thoughts, Zhao paid her no mind and pressed on. After all,
the early bird catches the worm. Even with his formidable strength, should someone else arrive first, the outcome would undoubtedly be affected. Young Master Zhao Ji Ruyue called out.
Chapter 72, Kill the Old, Welcome the Young Yuangu City.
What should I do now? I can't possibly be worn out by this chaotic political governance just 2 days into my tenure as the city lord. Jiao Wenyuan suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. Although he had successfully established himself as the new lord under the oppressive regime of his predecessor, the pressing question remained: how could he manage Yuangu City more effectively?
This game is truly something else.
Other games do not craft a city with such intricacy, leaving me to make every decision and oversee every matter. It's simply overwhelming. Leaning back in his chair, Jiao Wenyuan had already issued a recruitment order, yet thus far, no one had contacted him privately, despite having offered the highest compensation he could afford. Yuangu City, with a population of 370,000, could collect taxes twice a year, yielding an approximate value of 100,000 taels of silver. However, this amount was required for recruiting soldiers, forging armor, maintaining the operations of the Lord's Manor, and improving the welfare of the populace.
The funds were utterly insufficient. Naturally, Jiao Wenyuan could resort to extortion, but without the backing of powerful families in Yuangu City, any escalation could lead to severe danger without even a guarantee of financial gain. This is truly frustrating.
Kicking out in irritation, Jiao Wenyuan felt as though he had just added another mountain to his already limited training time. Just as he was about to rise, a figure rushed in, appearing somewhat panicked.
My lord, it's bad news."
"What is it?"
Jiao Wenyuan inquired calmly.
"First, the tyrant Wen Biao's son, Wen Liren, has heard that his father was killed by the city lord and has come with members of the Thunder sect. They are rallying old allies within the city and are headed towards the Lord's Manor." The guard on duty wore a sorrowful expression. Originally a soldier stationed at the city gate, his life had been quite ordinary until he was swayed by Jiao Wenyuan to join the Lord's Manor, eventually becoming the chief guard.
"He has a son?" Jiao Wenyuan momentarily lost his composure but quickly regained it, coolly asking, "What is his cultivation level?"
I don't know." The chief guard had never seen Wen Liren, so he had no idea about his cultivation, not even what he looked like.
"By the way, what is the strength of the Thunder sect?"
Jiao Wenyuan continued to inquire. It was evident that the old had been eliminated, and now the young were emerging. However, his methods of eliminating the old were rather peculiar. "Well, all I know is that they have a sect in the mountains south of Yuangu City with over 1,000 disciples." Specifics. The chief guard's lack of knowledge only served to irritate Jiao Wenyuan, who waved him off, saying, "You may leave now."
Yes."
The chief guard hastily complied, but just as he turned, Jojo, carrying an RPG on his shoulder, spoke up, "This situation is troublesome. I saw that group. There are 27 of them, each possessing strength above the 3rd level of Qi refinement. However, their foundations are weak. They clearly rushed to draw in Qi without undergoing strict physical training. With your strength, dealing with 3 or 5 of them should pose no problem. Nonetheless, the issue now is their numbers. I can only provide remote support from the back. After all, I am nearing the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and if I were to die, it would be a significant loss. So, what are your thoughts?" Jojo had set up a military factory in the city, focusing solely on researching gunpowder and developing electrical facilities, determined to witness firsthand whether a nuclear bomb or a cultivator would prove superior. "What do I think? If you assist me, we could charge out together and take down 3 or 5 of them. They are merely relying on borrowed power, and once the tide turns against them, they will surely flee."
Surveying Jojo thoughtfully, Jiao Wenyuan sighed, "My position is precarious.
This opportunity could allow me to probe the depths of the 4 great families. I have heard that the foundational ancestors of the 4 families perished in the explosion. If no foundational cultivators intervene, we could call a couple of people to lend a hand and first deal with the 4 families.
Jiao Wenyuan's situation was undeniably challenging.
His position as city lord was far from secure, and aside from the Thunder sect, which had been pulling the strings in Yuangu City, the 4 great families posed the next significant threat. However, these families were intertwined with the Lord's Manor. During the tenure of Lord Wen Biao, they had exploited the populace, representing the epitome of oppression, but their losses in the explosion had stirred chaos.
Shangshuan sect.
A new city means more new NPCs, and new NPCs lead to more hidden quests. Should we go take a look at Yuangu City? Gazing at the map in her mind, a glimmer appeared in the mist, and the words Yuangu City emerged on the map. Players' maps provided detailed descriptions of every city, river, and mountain, offering a glimpse into the larger picture.
However, there has been no trace of Wang Ji's soul. Song Ling felt a deep sense of helplessness.
During that one occasion when Rinshushu had gone to DZ Peak to rescue someone, she should have taken Song Hao's soul with her, but due to the overwhelming power of the Hell's three blades, Rinshushu had fallen unconscious, and in that state, Song Ling could do nothing, nor could she seize control of her body.
By the time they returned to DZ Peak, Song Hao's soul had already vanished.
Just remember, as long as he exists within the game, we will certainly find him. Even if we cannot today, he will undoubtedly appear in the future. Moreover, perhaps if we find him now, it may actually be a limitation. Rinshushu maintained a calm demeanor. The absence of Song Hao's soul did not bother her in the slightest. In fact, she felt a sense of relief. After all, if they found Song Hao's soul, they would then need to nurture it back to health, a task far beyond her current capabilities.
Qiao family village. He escaped?
Elder Qiao gazed gravely at Zhou Xian. I'm not entirely sure that Princess Song Ling is adamant that she has seen the soul of the anomalous master in a certain location, but when we arrived, we found no trace of it, and even the spirits that had originally gathered there had vanished completely.
Is it possible that the anomalous master's soul broke free from its bindings, devoured those spirits, and then fled?
Zhou Xian spoke with a sense of seriousness, while Elder Qiao rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table.
After a moment, he spoke, Are you close with that person who possesses heavenly spiritual power?
Sort of, Zhou Xian replied confidently, though his heart was in turmoil. Bring him here. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Elder Qiao's eyes as he assessed the situation. It was likely that Princess Song Ling recognized his identity, and due to Zhou Xian's practice of demonic arts, she had already taken Song Hao's soul, yet, he showed no sign of suspicion towards Zhou Xian. Chapter 73, The Power of Spending Money in Strengthening Yunfeng City. The twists of fate are often unexpected. Well, esteemed audience, this concludes today's tale. We shall meet again tomorrow at noon, without fail.
Holding a book in his hands, Pang Zijian rose and departed.
On the second floor of the inn, Pang Zijian gazed at the innkeeper and remarked, Innkeeper, today's response has been quite favorable. Shall we perhaps hold another session this evening? The storytelling had become increasingly effective, and his reputation was burgeoning. The initial wave of players entering the game showed no interest in the art of storytelling, leaving the market entirely to him, allowing him to thrive.
Do you not desire spirit stones?
This evening, come to my room, and regale me with tales of how the wasteland battled across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Sun Jiro said, playfully tugging at Peng Zijian's chin, her lips curling into a smile, as if she intended to devour him whole. Startled, Peng Zijian quickly retreated 2 steps, waving his hands in protest. Sister Ro, this matter is not urgent. Truly, you may hold on to my payment for now. I have sufficient funds lately. With that, he turned and hurriedly descended the stairs. Standing by the railing, Sun Jiro watched as Peng Zijian fled in a panic, a slight smile gracing her lips. Shangchuan sect, you all cannot resist, can you? I wonder if those old fellows have met their end cleanly. Shangchuan sect, back courtyard, with a dull thud, Mu Tianqian formed hand seals and suddenly exerted force, chanting, Shangchuan mystical technique, summon thunder. A resounding boom echoed as a beam of light descended from the heavens, striking a stone pedestal, which shattered into countless fragments. Glancing skyward, Mu Tianqian rubbed his wrist and mused, the power of this technique is at least 10 times stronger than when I faced the 3-petal flower. If I were to encounter the 3-petal flower again, this move alone would be sufficient to obliterate it. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy coursing within him, Mu Tianqian silently compared himself, having successfully broken through to the 13th level of Qi refinement, just a step away from Foundation Establishment. Once he entered Foundation Establishment, his internal spiritual energy would surge exponentially.
Shangchuan mystical technique, heavenly calamity.
With both hands forming seals, in an instant, Mu Tianqian felt his spiritual energy deplete, spilling forth, yet the gathering mark before his palms dissipated quickly as the subsequent energy waned. Sigh, I still cannot execute this move. Observing the dissipated energy, he rubbed his temples in frustration.
Brother, look at this, look at this. Yunping rushed into the back courtyard in a flurry. Hearing his call, Mu Tianqian appeared somewhat bewildered. What is it?
Brother, seeds. I previously brought 3 disciples to tend to the gathering spirit grass. The disciple named Xiaku is naturally attuned to these spiritual plants, and any spirit plants she nurtures will surely yield 3 to 5 seeds.
Brother, we have struck it rich. Yunping exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement.
Seeds had always been a conundrum in the immortal cultivation realm. Even the top sects invested heavily each year in acquiring them. If Shangchuan sect could produce a substantial quantity of seeds, even if just those of gathering spirit grass, this matter, do not place too much importance on it.
Remain calm, remain calm.
Mu Tianchen maintained a serene demeanor, gesturing for Yun Ping to settle down. However, Yun Ping could hardly contain himself, shaking his head. Brother, I want to fell the trees on the mountainside and establish a medicinal herb garden to cultivate more spiritual plants. In response, Mu Tianchen shook his head. No, Tianzi Peak has already been nearly cleared.
Yitzi Peak remains unrefined. We will arrange the medicinal garden at Yitzi Peak.
As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Tianchen inwardly resolved, System, set a new task. The theme of the task, clear Yitzi Peak. Task content, fell trees. Task reward, gain 10 points of sect contribution for each piece of land cleared for a medicinal field.
Return for now. In a few days, someone will come to assist you with the tree felling at Yitzi Peak. At the foot of Tianzi Peak.
Where are you headed, brother? Just returning to Shangshuan sect, Zhou Xian saw Ren Shushu descending the mountain and promptly inquired.
I'm going to Yuangu Valley City to have a look.
It's quite difficult to trigger hidden tasks on the mountain, one must venture out, Renshushu replied casually. Zhou Xian took a couple of steps forward, hooking his arm around Renshushu's neck. Brother, could you do me a favor?
What is it?
If it's something dangerous, I want to do it. I'm about to reach the 5th level of Qi refinement. Dying now would mean losing everything.
Renshushu firmly declared, refusing to assist in anything life-threatening.
Regardless of whether he helped or not, players wound T actually die. Whether it's dangerous or not depends on. Zhou Xian's expression grew grave as he glanced at Renshushu's brow, saying, who is stronger, Princess Sangling or Master Qiao? At these words, Renshushu felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, shaking his head. If Sangling were to regain her peak form and face Master Qiao, it would be a trivial matter. But as it stands, she cannot even contend with Xianjinzi. Being sealed within a mere mortal body of the body refinement stage by a golden core cultivator was a crushing blow to Sangling. Though he could concoct various justifications to comfort himself, this is quite problematic. Zhou Xian furrowed his brow, sighing despondently. Then let us not do it. You cannot resolve the enigmatic master right now unless you can persuade the GM to elevate your realm directly to true immortal. Patting Zhou Xian on the shoulder, Renshushu reassured him, rest assured, things will improve in due time. Once my cultivation rises a bit, we'll join forces, and with Sangling's assistance, we will surely find an opportunity.
A proud player, how could one remain beneath NPCs for long?
Subjugating oneself beneath the GM was already a significant concession. What is a player? A spirited youth who believes their fate is in their own hands, not determined by the heavens.
Of course, the very existence of the death and rebirth mechanic ensures that one's fate is indeed their own.
Let us go together to Yuangu Valley City. If we happen to trigger a hidden task, we can accumulate some sect contributions. When the sect levels up to tier 2 and the sect shop opens, we can spend less. Renshushu shared the common mindset of most players. Once the sect shop became available, player strengths would be distinctly categorized.
Those with wealth and vigor would undoubtedly rise to prominence, while those without means would struggle to advance. Spending to grow stronger is an unyielding law of online gaming.
When that time comes, if you're charging ahead, remember to help me deal with Master Qiao first. This fellow truly believes I am his subordinate. How absurd. Zhou Xian scoffed, mocking the notion that a player could be reduced to the status of an NPC's underling. That would be utterly disgraceful. Chapter 74. Players turned bandits. Yuangu City. Indeed, we should not act in haste. We ought to devise a strategy to draw others into our cause. If possible, we must first eradicate that so-called Thunder sect.
Otherwise, peace will remain elusive in Yuangu City.
Zhou Zhou, with his meticulous thoughts, contemplated briefly before speaking. The valor of a lone warrior may seek momentary satisfaction, yet it often overlooks the broader implications. At this juncture, the paramount objective is to resolve the crisis in Yuangu City. However, the true threat does not stem from the disciples of the Thunder sect entering the city, but rather from the entirety of the Thunder sect itself. After all, these individuals are intricately connected to the sect. Should they perish in Yuangu City, it would inevitably attract far more formidable adversaries.
But I also wish to, yet how can we rally everyone? If everyone stood by my side, even resurrection wouldn't quell the troubles of Yuangu City, especially Naihe, Yuyi, and the Centipede.
The individuals mentioned by Jiao Wenyuan are among the most formidable players, all at the 5th level of Qi cultivation or beyond.
However, players harbor their own motives. Although death holds little consequence for them, none would willingly embrace it.
Then it hinges on what you can offer. After all, Yunfeng City is an NPC stronghold, and it would not be overly difficult for Yuangu City to become a player-controlled territory. For instance, at the Upper Xian sect, observing the chat records in the world window, Mu Tianchen felt a throbbing headache. He abruptly rose, exclaiming in anger, "Damn it, that Jiao Wenyuan.
What happened? Did that lad stir up some trouble?" Xianjinzi, noticing Mu Tianchen's agitation, inquired calmly. "Master Uncle, How much do you know about the Thunder Sect near Yuangu City? Mu Tianchen was entirely ignorant of the Thunder Sect. Meanwhile, Jiao Wenyuan was communicating with players in the World Window, discussing the annihilation of the Thunder Sect, which undoubtedly harbors vast riches. If this endeavor were genuinely undertaken, would future players not become outright bandits? The Thunder Sect, you say?
It has only emerged in the past 2 centuries. My knowledge of it is rather limited. Their actions are enigmatic, devoid of any principles, relying solely on their whims. Those individuals are capable of anything, Xianzhenzi replied, his tone unperturbed. He regarded the Thunder Sect with indifference, as the power of a local sect pales in comparison to a premier sect like Upper Xian. Although the Upper Xian sect has waned for a millennium, it remains far beyond the grasp of the Thunder Sect.
What about their strength? How formidable is their combat capability?
A hint of concern flickered within him. He was unconcerned about the players being bandits. What need have they for ethics or morality? This is a world of cultivation, where survival is paramount. Yet, they were only 3 foundation-building players away from elevating their sect to level 2. If players were to engage in this conflict, and should the opposing side possess a significant figure, a golden core cultivator, for instance, it could lead to repeated failures for the players. With full experience, dying 4 times would leave them at their wits' end, although once they hit rock bottom, there would be little left to offer. One must not forget that if players clash with them, they will not relent until the Thunder Sect is dealt with. At that moment, would these individuals still be able to cultivate? Death would be a constant companion, experience would regress, and cultivation would become futile. Their stagnation in strength would render the sect's elevation a distant dream. This was the source of Mu Tianxin's apprehension. There should be golden core cultivators among them, but their overall strength is likely lacking, Xianzhenzi mused, stroking his beard with an air of indifference. He had only heard whispers of the Thunder Sect during his travels in Yuangu City, and was unaware of its specific circumstances. Golden core, you say? Perhaps, Master Uncle, you should set out to observe them. Just keep an eye on their top cultivators. Casting a glance at Xianzhenzi, who was indeed a golden core cultivator himself, Mu Tianchen felt he did not fully grasp his strength. Unlike players, he could glean their comprehensive combat prowess through player information. That may not be prudent. If I were to go, and my disciples suffered grievously, my temperament would be hard to contain. Xianzhenzi stroked his beard, a slight smile gracing his lips. Your disciples require experience, and as the sect leader, you too must gain experience. If you wish to restore the Upper Xian sect to its rightful standing, you will inevitably encounter the 4 sects and 8 families. Originally, among the 4 sects and 8 families, the Upper Xian sect was paramount. Now, however, the 4 sects each stand on their own, clandestinely intertwining with the 8 families. The resources on the continent are finite. The Upper Xian sect has declined for a millennium. Though it has preserved this territory through ancestral spirit, the resources that once belonged to the Upper Xian sect have long been divided among them.
Do you truly believe you can reclaim those resources relying solely on your disciples?
Taking food from the tiger's mouth, your own strength is equally vital.
One cannot rely on closed-door cultivation alone, Xianzhenzi advised.
Recently, I have been guiding your junior disciples in their cultivation, and with the provision of spirit stones, their progress has been swift. Although they may not match those few disciples, if the 7 of you were to descend the mountain together, with your cultivation levels, while you may not be able to slay a golden core cultivator, do not forget that the profound methods of Upper Xian are not something mere mortal sects can compare with. The 7 Immortals Absolute, one of the 7 ancient killing formations, wielded by the collective strength of the 7 of you, can indeed counterbalance the Thunder Sect should they possess golden core cultivators.
Xianzhenzi coaxed gently.
Mu Tianxin's expression grew somber. Descending the mountain, that he had considered it, yet he had only just reached the 13th level of Qi cultivation, on the verge of breaking through to foundation establishment. Should he achieve foundation establishment, combined with the purple dragon sword and the purple robe, although they were but the most basic of artifacts, they might suffice. In his estimation, reaching foundation establishment at the 9th level, determining when to form the core, and when to descend the mountain, after all, according to his calculations, even if he cultivated at full speed to attain the golden core realm, by that time, the sect should have already reached level 2 or even 3. The power of the purple dragon sword and the purple robe would soar. Ahem, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Mu Tianchen remarked, I am aware of the 7 Immortals Absolute's might, but very well. Since Master Uncle is reluctant to venture far, I shall go myself. After much contemplation, he was eager to initiate the sect's marketplace, a crucial element not only for expediting the player's cultivation but also for restoring the foundation of the Upper Xian sect. It could even elevate the cultivation levels of these NPCs. He could not allow players to falter at this critical juncture. Just as he was about to rise, Mu Tianchen suddenly glanced at Xianzhenzi's precious gourd and said, Master Uncle, the dangers below are considerable.
What do you think? After surveying him, Xianzhenzi replied, Disciple, Master Uncle must engage in closed-door cultivation. No one is permitted to disturb my tranquility, not even you, the sect leader. Aware of Mu Tianqian's underlying intentions, Xianzhenzi turned and soared out of the grand hall, clutching the precious gourd as if fearing Mu Tianqian would attempt to wrest it from him. With a sigh, Mu Tianqian lamented, this old rascal truly cannot attend to serious matters. Just as he was about to exit the grand hall, 6 individuals suddenly appeared before him. Senior brother, Master Uncle has instructed us to descend the mountain. Have you agreed? Wan Qin beamed with excitement, as though the world below brimmed with countless wonders. Look at your cultivation level, you've allowed your disciples to surpass you. If you do not strive harder, the next wave of disciples visiting will soon eclipse you. Mu Tianqian playfully tapped Luan Qin's head. After 20 years of cultivation, this little junior sister had only just reached the 2nd level of qi cultivation. Although she had also broken through to the 8th level of body refinement, it was evident that she had been left far behind by players like Ren Xiuxiu, Zhao Su, Zhou Xian, and Zhao Xiaolin, who had outpaced her by pouting. Luan Qin appeared on the verge of tears, saying, Isn't it because we were poor back then, those scant resources? Senior sister, the Thunder Sect undoubtedly possesses considerable resources. If we could retrieve them, it would undoubtedly facilitate significant progress for the little junior sister. Her talents and foundations are not lacking, becoming stronger is merely a matter of time, Xing Xian interjected, cutting off Luan Qin's lament. What Luan Qin said was indeed true, the Upper Xian sect was destitute, and the meager resources remaining had been allocated to Mu Tianqian, Wan Qing, and Xing Xian, leaving the subsequent 4 brothers and sisters stalling in their cultivation. This time, we should not directly seize the supplies, but there will be a way. After we return, you may fetch 10 spirit stones. Mu Tianqian glanced in the direction of Chen Fan and the others. Xianling nodded, stating, 10 spirit stones will suffice. Chapter 75. Players gather at Yuangu City, Yunfeng City. Inside the inn. It seems everyone has arrived? Ren Xiushu glanced at the assembled players. Ever since Jiao Wenyuan fervently expressed himself in the world window, inciting players to unite against the Pile sect, this endeavor naturally piqued the players' interest. While robbery may have diminished, the thrill of dismantling an NPC sect is undeniably exhilarating. After all, if an NPC sect can be obliterated, then this game is truly remarkable. Indeed, many have come, even Sister Yu Ye is here. Zhou Xian maintained a calm demeanor. The 2 of them had arrived at Yunfeng City earlier, but upon learning that more players would join, they decided to wait there. In Zhou Xian's words, this was a way to remain unperturbed amidst chaos and observe the unfolding situation. It seems this time we are genuinely going to eradicate the Pile sect. However, have you noticed, this game is quite peculiar. In games I have played before, the conflict was always between players, creating 2 factions, or even more, to engage in mutual attacks, deepening animosities, and tricking players into spending excessively to enhance their power. Yet in this game, there seems to be a solid camaraderie among players, while NPCs appear to be the true adversaries. Ren Xiushu took a deep breath, as if he had seen through everything. Who knows? However, one thing is certain, battling NPCs is far more satisfying than clashing with other players. There are indeed clever NPCs who are adept at scheming, as well as quite foolish ones. Zhou Xian's lips curled upwards. The struggles among players were undeniably tedious. Engaging with NPCs endowed with super AI, while also somewhat monotonous, was refreshing in its novelty. Regardless of the circumstances, aside from the common expressions of fear, every NPC displayed completely different reactions, words, and actions in response to the same situation. Wait, just as Ren Xiushu was about to rise and follow the crowd, Zhou Xian suddenly reached out and gently grasped his arm, whispering, What is it? Ren Xiushu cast a puzzled glance around. Surely, there was no danger in Yunfeng City. It's nothing, just look over there. Isn't that a GM? Zhou Xian's lips twitched as he pointed towards Mu Tianqian and his companions, his tone grave. If Mu Tianqian had reached the foundational stage and descended the mountain, he could surely soar through the skies with his junior brothers and sisters. However, now, lacking sufficient cultivation, he had no choice but to walk in public. What? The GM has come too? Ren Xiushu's heart raced, his expression filled with terror as he stared in the direction of Mu Tianqian and the others. After a long pause, Zhou Xian leaned slightly towards the door and, upon seeing Mu Tianqian and the others had left, waved his hand and said, Looks like there will be plenty of fun in Yuangu City this time. Let us go. Ding, congratulations, player, you have triggered a hidden quest. Eradicate the Pile sect. Quest reward 500 points of sect contribution. Inside the Lord's mansion, Zhou Xian's face darkened as he gazed at the hidden quest. Although this mission was unnecessary for him, he would undoubtedly undertake it, as consolidating his position as city lord and managing the lives of hundreds of thousands was paramount, making the eradication of the Pile sect an urgent task. Alas, you finally arrived. Ivy had the worst luck this time. I've heard there are no cultivation sects in Yunfeng City. You must help me.
Jiao Wenyuan hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Zhao Su's hand, his voice trembling with anxiety, as if fearing Zhao Su might turn and flee.
No worries. Since I am here, I will give my all. However, how much do you know about the Pile sect's strength?
Zhao Su inquired. With his peak cultivation at the 5th level of qi refining, he believed that if he revealed all his cards, he could handle any foundational cultivator below the 3rd level without backup.
I'm not quite sure. The Pile sect operates covertly. We know little about their actual situation within the city. All I know is that every year, Yuangu City must pay a substantial tribute to the Pile sect, amounting to over 100,000 silver taels. Jiao Wenyuan massaged his temples. If the Pile sect demanded less, perhaps he would consider spending money to avert disaster and wait until his strength grew before making a decision. However, the annual tribute of over 100,000 taels was certainly unfeasible based on the tax promises he made upon taking office. After all, with his tax rate, collecting 100,000 taels a year would be commendable, far from enough to fill the Pile sect's coffers. That is quite a hefty demand. Nevertheless, I see many players gathering towards Yuangu City. Once everyone arrives, we'll strike first and eliminate the Pile sect disciples gathered within the city. Zhao Su's expression remained composed.
War, slaughter, and the struggles of cultivators were all fraught with death and bloodshed. To become stronger, one must not remain idle.
With your support, the Pile sect can be extinguished with a mere flick of the fingers. Jiao Wenyuan couldn't help but flatter, as he was never one to be overly concerned with face.
If he were, he wouldn't resort to using explosives to take down the boss of Yuangu City. The immediate priority was to secure his position as city lord and cleanse the Pile sect. What was flattery among allies? With a slight wave of his hand, Zhao Su replied, let us not dwell on that. My strength is limited, and we must rely on the collective strength of everyone. The power of the masses is significant.
Indeed, Jiao Wenyuan responded with a smile.
Just then, a graceful figure entered, speaking as she walked. The Lord's mansion originally had protective formations, which were quite powerful, capable of withstanding peak foundational cultivators. However, it appears they were forcibly breached by a golden core cultivator, resulting in damage to the spiritual energy. Now, without sufficient spirit stones, the formation lacks the energy to reactivate.
If we could obtain several mid-grade spirit stones, we could restore the protective formation, making the Lord's mansion as secure as a fortress.
With high-grade spirit stones, this formation's intricacies could even withstand golden core cultivators, which would not be a difficult task. Upon hearing this, Jiao Wenyuan's expression changed dramatically as he looked at the woman in astonishment. May I ask, Miss? Although he had not encountered many players, he had met most of them at least once. Yet, the woman before him bore no markers of a player, no game ID above her head, and judging by her demeanor, this formation is quite sophisticated. I have seen it in ancient texts. If I am not mistaken, it should have been set up by a formation master from the Shangshuan sect. Ji Ruyui's expression remained calm as she did not respond to Jiao Wenyuan's inquiry. She had come merely to observe. If danger arose, her safety was paramount. In the depths of her being, she felt an inexplicable sense that her tribulations were intertwined with the disciples of the Shangshuan sect. Although she did not know why she had such a connection with them, there was a saying, fate is hard to defy.
The formation of the Shangshuan sect?
Zhao Su and Jiao Wenyuan exchanged glances. Jiao Wenyuan remarked, the records within the Lord's mansion mention that the original Yuangu city was the most prosperous city under the Shangshuan sect, with a peak population reaching 1 million, overseen by a senior elder from the outer sect. The snippets of information suggest that the elder's strength was not weaker than that of a peak nascent soul cultivator. However, later, all the outer sect elders scattered outside were summoned back to the Shangshuan sect overnight and have never been seen since. After several centuries of changes, Yuangu City has transformed into its current state, with a population of merely several 100,000, its prosperity lagging behind even Yunfeng City. After a moment of reflection, as a successor raised under the red flag, he felt an inexplicable connection to history. Upon entering Yuangu City, Jiao Wenyuan had also gleaned a basic understanding of the city's ancient history. It seems that the events of that year indeed inflicted severe losses on the Shangshuan sect. Ji Ruyue contemplated silently.
At that moment, Jiao Wenyuan stood up and said, everyone is almost here, shall we go together? Chapter 76, The Phoenix Hairpin Outside Yuangu City. Senior brother, is this Yuangu City? Why does it seem so lifeless?
Luan Qin glanced around, her eyes wide with curiosity at the unfamiliar sights, yet the pedestrians and street vendors around her wore expressions of profound gloom, as if mourning a great loss, devoid of any semblance of warmth. Having just departed from the bustling Yunfeng city,
the stark contrast to the desolation of Yuangu City was as different as day and night. This depends on the governance of each city and its lord. In a place like Yunfeng City, the Lord's administration maintains a balance among the various factions, safeguarding their own interests while invigorating the city. In contrast, here in Yuangu City, the Lord colludes with local powers, extracting every last drop from the populace, rendering any hope for development futile, leading only to further decline. The nearby mass grave is filled with the bodies of ordinary citizens, haphazardly slain by the previous lord. It would be a miracle for Yuangu City to prosper, Mu Tianchen remarked, his demeanor calm as he entered Yuangu City without impediment. The group of 7 made their way down the street, stopping before an inn. Let us wait here. If my disciples can resolve the matter, we shall enjoy our leisure. If they cannot, and if there are formidable cultivators from the Pile Thunder sect, we will fight if we can, but our lives must take precedence, Mu Tianchen instructed as he surveyed the inn sign, leading his companions inside. Senior brother, the Pile Thunder sect's power in Yuangu City is not to be underestimated. If only our Grandmaster were here, Ruansheng began, only to be interrupted by Mu Tianchen's gesture towards the sky, whispering, "Do you believe that old fellow is hiding in the upper Xian sect, refusing to show himself? He has long since emerged." Though Xianjinzi possessed merely the golden core level of cultivation, he effortlessly sealed the strange entity within Rinshushu. Despite the myriad factors influencing the entity's manifestation, the notion of a golden core sealing a harmonization level was inherently fraught with inconsistencies. At this, the group fell silent, exchanging glances as they looked skyward, as if finding their resolve. Though the 7 of them were not particularly powerful, they possessed the protection of a killing formation, rendering ordinary cultivators no match for them. Yet, formations, no matter how potent, would falter if faced with adversaries of overwhelming strength. Suddenly, Qing Xian turned sharply, noticing the sky darkening ominously, thick clouds gathering as if heralding impending doom, with flashes of lightning and thunder hinting at the emergence of malevolent beings. "They're coming," Mu Tianchen said, blinking as he attempted to discern the situation amidst the clouds, but his current cultivation level fell short of piercing the obscurity. Cloud riding? How utterly absurd. He swallowed hard. Cloud riding was the domain of celestial beings, while cultivators were merely mortals aspiring to ascend, worlds apart from the divine. The emergence of a being capable of cloud riding in this modest Yuangu city was indeed astonishing. "Senior brother," Qin Fan clutched the floating dust in his hand, his voice faltering, the tremor in his throat revealing his deep concern. After all, possessing only the Qi refinement level, how could he contend with such a perilous figure? "Let us observe, nothing will go amiss." After a moment's contemplation, Mu Tianchen, though startled, dismissed his worries. If someone truly possessed the ability to ride the clouds, would they choose to lurk in a mere Yuangu city? Not to mention, even 10 or 100 such cities could not satiate the needs of a true immortal. He is clearly putting on a show, perhaps having learned a trivial trick to intimidate. If he were truly an immortal, would he concern himself with the petty affairs of a single city? Would you, if you were in his position, choose to intervene personally? Mu Tianchen rolled his eyes, quickly seeing through the facade. After all, who would deign to lower themselves to the level of a mere mortal city? Furthermore, how many true immortals existed in this vast continent? Each was a clan patriarch or a sect elder who would ever deign to notice a city of commoners. At the city lord's mansion, the atmosphere was abuzz with festivity, the servants bustling about, attending to the preparations for a grand banquet. A throng of players entered in succession, with Jiao Wenyuan leading the way, guiding everyone to their seats. It was to be noted that even at this banquet, hierarchy was observed. Jiao Wenyuan positioned himself prominently to assert his authority, while the seating arrangements below were determined by the players' levels of cultivation. "Dubu, you must not indulge excessively in wine today," Jiao Wenyuan cautioned, glancing towards Xian Yuanjing as they settled into their seats. At this remark, the surrounding players turned their gazes toward Xian Yuanjing, laughter and chatter filling the hall. Xian Yuanjing's face flushed momentarily before turning pale, a chill wind swept through, and he turned to find a dark cloud obscuring the moonlight, abruptly extinguishing the festive ambience of the moonlit banquet. "Danger! We must flee!" Just as Rinshushu lifted her cup, preparing to indulge, a voice echoed in her mind, causing her to halt mid-motion. In that instant of hesitation, Zhou Xian sprang to his feet, grabbing Rinshushu's hand and urging, "Run!" While the others were still bewildered, Wang Dana, having sensed the ominous clouds, shouted, "Danger! Run!" In an instant, the city lord's mansion erupted into chaos. In the darkness, Yu Xian dashed swiftly, but in a moment of carelessness, he collided with something. Feeling around, his hands brushed against something soft. Beneath Yu Xian lay Ji Ruyue, her teeth clenched in frustration as she balled her fists, wishing to punch Yu Xian's head off, yet she maintained the guise of fragility. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and Yu Xian, recognizing Ji Ruyue's face, exclaimed in shock, "Mississippi." "A rabble," Ji Ruyue remarked,
casting a glance at the panicked crowd, her heart heavy. She scoffed internally, if only my father had provided me with a few more chi refiners, I would not have been subjected to such humiliation. To Ji Ruyue, the players' actions were nothing short of a disorganized mob, ready to crumble at the slightest provocation. Were it not for the overwhelming power of her family, finding trustworthy chi refiners would be arduous. How could the esteemed daughter of the Ji family allow herself to be robbed by such a rabble? Miss, we must flee. It will soon be too late. Yusin grasped Ji Ruyue's hand, propelling her forward as they raced towards the exit of the city lord's mansion. Despite only being at the third level of chi refinement, his speed was remarkable, swiftly outpacing player after player, even with the delays they faced. He soon caught up to Zhou Xian, who was enveloped in two swirling shadows, achieving an agility tenfold beyond the norm through some arcane method. Stop running, you cannot outrun him, take this, and with all your true energy, throw it upwards. Remember, you have only one chance. Amidst the chaos, the players fled, yet their chi refinement levels were no match for the Foundation establishment cultivators hiding within the ominous clouds. Although these rabble had their merits, the disparity in cultivation was insurmountable. Kill! Just as the players reached the gates of the city lord's mansion, a thunderous battle cry echoed from outside, as countless figures surged into the city, the dark cloud swirling ominously above, lightning crackling as they charged, mercilessly attacking anyone in sight. Bang! At the forefront, Rin Shushu, without a moment's hesitation, brandished her blade, blocking a strike aimed at her head. A resounding crack echoed as the enemy's weapon met her own, shattering upon impact. Boom! A deafening thunderclap resounded as Rin Shushu dared not linger, her figure darting away, thoughts of escape consuming her mind. Die! Zhou Xian's body was suffused with black energy, and in an instant, a cloud of darkness erupted outward, toppling a dozen foes. Yet, just as he prepared to eradicate them, a bolt of lightning struck, interrupting his movements. Gazing skyward, Zhou Xian inwardly cursed, "Damn it, just wait until I get my hands on you." His fury was palpable, a tempest raging within. In the distance, Yuxian paused upon hearing Ji Ruyue's voice, momentarily taken aback as he regarded the hairpin she handed him, perplexed. Wait, is this purple? What purple? Ji Ruyue asked, bewildered. Without responding, Yuxian remained silent, already aware that Ji Ruyue's background was extraordinary. After all, the task reward she casually produced was contained within a spatial ring that only someone at the nascent soul level could open. Even if the ring were empty, the ring itself was a rare treasure, and now, she had produced a purple object, albeit merely a hairpin. How do I use this? Yuxian fumbled with the hairpin in his hand, flustered, for he had never utilized a magical artifact before. In the past, his priority had always been to escape danger, and even when forced into confrontation, he preferred to hide at the back, waiting to reap the rewards. Players were inherently a disorganized mob. Relying on them to engage in a serious battle was practically impossible. Channel all your true energy into it, then aim it at the clouds and throw it upwards, Ji Ruyue instructed gravely, her tone firm. You have only one chance. Nodding, Yuxian hastily gathered his true energy, infusing it into the hairpin before launching it with all his might. With a whoosh, the hairpin soared hundreds of meters into the sky. As it ascended, it transformed, leaving a fiery trail in its wake, emitting a strange cry as it pierced through the clouds. In an instant, the sky cleared, the moonlight illuminating the ground, and a figure plummeted heavily from the heavens. Meanwhile, in the distance, Xianjinzi, observing from the shadows, trembled, his beard quivering in shock. The Phoenix hairpin. I never expected she would indeed resort to this. Good luck to you. Witnessing the dispersal of the clouds and the cloud-riding figure being severely wounded by the Phoenix hairpin, he understood that though the wielder's cultivation was low, the artifact's power was overwhelming. It was akin to a 3-year-old throwing a dagger. While the acceleration may not be great, regardless of one's size, dodging was simply not an option. Chapter 77 of The Gathering of Souls. The following dawn, the once chaotic Lord's mansion had returned to a semblance of tranquility. However, the hearts of the players were weighed down with an unusual gravity. To kill or not to kill? Su Jing's countenance was grave, as a decision loomed over the lives of many NPCs. The Thunder sect was rather feeble, comprising a single leader and a handful of disciples, having usurped a mountain peak and gained control over a city. Currently, all the NPCs from the Thunder sect who had entered Abyss Valley City had become captives. The true disparity between the two sides lay solely with the sect leader. Without the Thunder sect leader wielding the power of lightning to intimidate the players, his disciples would hardly withstand the onslaught for long. Kill. Not merely to slay, but to dismember 1,000 times, purging his soul completely. My soul banner has not seen a newcomer in ages. Zhou Xian held a flag-like object in his hand, which shivered slightly, emitting a chilling wail as if 100 ghosts were weeping.
The Soul Banner? Where did you acquire that?
Zhao Su gazed at Zhou Xian with a look of terror, disbelief etched on his face. The name of the Soul Banner was known to him, and indeed, it existed in many realms of cultivation, renowned for its immense power, a veritable artifact.
Such a wondrous item, I crafted it myself. It's quite simple to make. Any cultivator can create one, needing only a piece of cloth and a pole, then ensnare some wandering spirits to imprison within the Soul Banner. One doesn't even need a fundamental understanding of spatial laws. The more spirits one captures, the greater the banner's power becomes, the stronger the souls, the mightier the banner. If we could confine the leader of the Thunder sect within this Soul Banner, it would at least transform it into a green-tier item. He glanced at his own Soul Banner, a creation of his own hands, meticulously calculated, the ultimate solution. After all, as a demonic cultivator, he thrived on competition and hunting. In the world of cultivation, the strong prevailed, while the weak congregated within the confines of the Soul Banner. This Zhao Wengyuan found himself in a quandary. Although the recent chaos had not inflicted actual harm upon the players, it had certainly instilled fear. He glanced at Yu Xian, who lay unconscious on the bed. Killing is feasible, but imprisoning him within the Soul Banner, turning him into a spirit puppet, wouldn't that be excessively cruel? I recall that the Soul Banner's design prevents any chance of reincarnation.
Lin Jiao sighed. Though he had no final say, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. The players had already divided into two factions. Led by Zhao Su, some players practiced the Supreme Profound method, genuinely treating it as an authentic technique for cultivation. This group constituted a significant majority, as they had been gifted a top-tier technique upon entry, enabling them to seamlessly reach the Great Ascension stage, showcasing extraordinary talent, and even surpassing the bounds of cultivation to become true immortals. In many respects, the Supreme Profound method was sufficient for players to progress from the beginning of the game all the way to its conclusion, yet, other players, for various reasons, had abandoned the Supreme Profound method. Perhaps due to the time and diligence it required, or perhaps for the simple reason that donning a school uniform lacked appeal, they desired to stand apart.
Do you not question how a peak foundation establishment cultivator can ride the clouds? Even the most basic cloud surfing requires one to attain the void refinement stage first, does it not?
Ren Shushu, unaware of what she had discussed with Princess Sangling, posed the inquiry. At this utterance, silence fell upon the players in the room, for it was indeed a perplexing question. How could a foundation establishment cultivator achieve such feats? It defied logical understanding. Moreover, the system assistant had explicitly stated that only those at the foundation establishment stage could fly with swords, and that one needed the chance to reach the cloud surfing level through void refinement. Without such a chance, even those who had attained the composite body stage or even the tribulation stage would struggle to ride the clouds.
Shall we conduct an interrogation? Within the inn of Abyss Valley City. It seems there are extraordinary talents among the disciples.
Mu Tianchen recalled the strange cry from the previous night.
Though it lasted but a moment, he had clearly seen a radiant silhouette that resembled a phoenix. Whether it was a Feng Huang or a Huang, he could not discern.
Senior brother, I investigated. The Thunder sect has virtually emptied its ranks. There should be no further variables. We have missed our chance to intervene. Qin Xian had rushed to the Thunder sect's mountain peak overnight to ascertain the facts, and the reality was as expected. After all, based on human nature, a cultivator above the nascent soul stage would hardly regard a mortal city as worthy of their attention, useless, akin to a chicken rib. A nascent soul cultivator would be revered in a mid-tier sect. What could a mortal city possibly provide that a sect could not? In reality, the operational system of the vast continent dictated that sects controlled mortal cities. The stronger the sect, the more cities they commanded and the wider their territory.
Aside from a few cities directly beneficial to the sect, larger sects often neglected the affairs of mortals, and what difference was there between a chi-refining cultivator and a mortal?
Perhaps this is for the best.
Let us depart.
Mu Tianchen maintained a serene expression, believing that the matters here had come to a close, and thus saw no reason to linger. Qin Xian remarked, Senior brother, there are many treasures within the Thunder sect, lead the way.
You claim to have hidden many treasures within the Thunder sect?
Where exactly? If they are genuine treasures, perhaps they could indeed spare your life. Zhou Xian waved the soul banner menacingly. At that moment, the Thunder sect leader, having been severely weakened by the Phoenix hairpin, was left with barely any cultivation. His survival was a miracle in itself. Had Yu Xian been slightly stronger, or if it had been Zhou Xian, Ren Shushu, or Zhao Su wielding the Phoenix hairpin, the consequences would have been far graver than mere loss of foundation. I possess 30,000 taels of gold, 500,000 taels of silver, and a plethora of cultivation resources. The Thunder sect leader pleaded for mercy, for survival was the utmost priority. Who would choose death if they could live? Upon hearing the Thunder sect leader's offers, the others gasped in astonishment. Wang Chong exclaimed, so much wealth,
How much have you extorted from the common folk? What say you? Shall we raid his stronghold, and share the spoils?
Su Jing hastily proposed, for he was determined to partake in this vast fortune.
But what is the true situation of the Thunder sect? We are entirely in the dark. What if he has left some tricks up his sleeve on the mountain, luring us into a trap?
Jojo's expression remained calm. To him, the money was of little consequence, even the so-called cultivation resources mattered not. What he desired was the stability of Abyss Valley City, allowing him ample time and energy to develop more powerful and formidable weaponry, especially nuclear arms. Chapter 78, Where is my money? In the underground cave of the Thunder sect, brightly lit yet devoid of a single coin, the cavern lay barren, holding the leader of the Thunder sect. Zhou Xian's face was etched with disbelief.
No. No.
This cannot be impossible. As he gazed at the empty cave, the leader of the Thunder sect seemed to have lost his mind, howling and struggling to break free from Zhou Xian's grasp. Yet the net binding him, of an unknown material, rendered his every effort futile. At that moment, Lin Zhao hurried over, exclaiming, "There is nothing, not a single copper coin can be found throughout the Thunder sect."
"Neither is there anything on my end," Song Qiao added. "Damn, could this fellow be deceiving us?"
Shen Yuanjing stepped forward, delivering a kick, causing the leader of the Thunder sect to tremble in an attempt to escape, but the net held him firmly in place.
"Where is my money? My money!"
With a violent spurt of blood, the leader of the Thunder sect collapsed, his eyes burning with rage. For my command," just as he fell, Zhou Xian drew the Wand of Souls, beckoning it. The wand swayed, and a wisp of smoke escaped from the leader's head, entering the Wand of Souls. It should not be a deception. The Thunder sect has plundered in Yuangu City for so many years, it is implausible that they possess not even a single coin. The only explanation is that someone has come before us and taken everything away, Zhao Su remarked gravely. The leader of the Thunder sect had evidently been driven to madness. From a professional perspective, the Thunder sect did not set a trap for them. The leader's assertion of treasures here was undoubtedly genuine, especially since it was money he intended to use to buy his life. Now, with the money gone, he had perished from rage. Who could it be? Ren Shushu furrowed her brow, contemplating that the wealth the leader had amassed over the years in Yuangu City must surely be an astonishing sum, now vanished without a trace. Could it be? Zhou Xian and Ren Shushu exchanged a glance, as if they both arrived at a possible conclusion. At the Upper Profound Sect.
Cloud writing technique?
This technique allows one at the Qi refinement stage to summon clouds beneath their feet, soaring through the mist. This is a defiance of the heavens. Closing the tome in his hands, Mu Tianqian exhaled a heavy sigh, pondering the recorded content. Based solely on the leader of the Thunder sect's methods, it was evident that he had indeed cultivated this cloud writing technique. Although his strength was limited, it was sufficient to dazzle others. Soaring through the clouds was a feat only achievable by immortals. Merely accomplishing this would be enough to deceive a multitude. However, this technique conflicts significantly with my upper profound mystical method. If forcefully cultivated, it will only yield adverse effects. Rubbing his temples, he realized that possessing a treasure without the ability to utilize it was akin to being unable to spend a penny. Both scenarios were equally frustrating. "Senior brother, there are individuals from Yunfeng City requesting an audience. They are already at the foot of the mountain." Wan Qing entered the hall with a calm demeanor.
"Yunfeng City, denied."
Waving his hand dismissively, Mu Tianqian showed no interest. He had encountered many from Yunfeng City before. Moreover, he had just raided the Thunder sect, and aside from this cloud writing technique, there were many intriguing items he had yet to investigate. As for Yunfeng City, it is Yan Weiqiang, a Qi refiner from Yunfeng City.
A disciple reported that he has been kneeling at the foot of the mountain for over half a month. Should we not meet with him? Ruan Cheng understood Yan Weiqiang's underlying intentions, yet this decision was not his to make.
Upon hearing this, Mu Tianqian shook his head with a sigh. The Upper Profound Sect does not accept disciples, at least for the time being. There were no plans to recruit disciples from the continent. After all, player disciples could be utilized at will, while NPC disciples could not be treated so casually. Once they perished, they were truly lost. The investment and return were completely disproportionate. Yet as the words lingered on his lips, he sensed something amiss and shook his head, saying, "Never mind, give this to him." If he possesses exceptional talent and outstanding roots, he may well cultivate to the nascent soul stage. As for the rest, let him temporarily serve as an outer steward for Yunfeng City. Although Yan Weiqiang had foundation building cultivation, being merely a step away from the Golden Core stage, many took a century to break through to Golden Core. The primary obstacle hindering countless individuals from advancing to Golden Core was simply the cultivation method. A powerful and profound cultivation method could propel practitioners forward without hindrance. Conversely, if the method was insufficiently strong, circulating among scattered cultivators, foundation building would be the pinnacle. As for the other factor, one must not overlook Mu Tianxin's master resources. Possessing a powerful cultivation method without adequate resources would render the prospect of achieving the golden core unrealistic, relying solely on diligent practice.
Outer Steward.
Senior brother, are we to exert authority over Yunfeng City? The lord of Yunfeng City possesses strength that surpasses yours. Ruanqing swallowed hard. While it was a foregone conclusion that the Upper Profound Sect would exercise authority over Yunfeng City, the fact remained that it had been centuries since the Upper Profound Sect had done so. Furthermore, the current lord of Yunfeng City had reached the pinnacle of foundation building, merely a step away from golden core. Although my cultivation is not high, Yan Weichang is no slouch. Having him act as the mouthpiece for the Upper Profound Sect in Yunfeng City will ensure that the Lord does not dare to defy us. Besides, they cannot even ascend the mountain.
How would they know what the Upper Profound Sect truly is?
Mu Tianxin spoke with a calm demeanor, gesturing, "Hurry along, I still wish to continue my research." Before he could finish, Xianjinzi rushed in, exclaiming, "Disciple, did you take the Thunder Sect's secret techniques?" Slightly taken aback, Mu Tianxin looked up at Xianjinzi. But in that fleeting moment, Xianjinzi swiped the cloud writing technique from Mu Tianxin's hands, igniting a flame in his palm. In an instant, the tome of the cloud writing technique was reduced to ashes. Surely, there was no need for such haste. Staring blankly at Xianjinzi, Mu Tianxin watched as he sat down with a sigh. Sensing the atmosphere turning grim, Ruanqing turned to leave. This cloud writing technique was originally a method left by the Master of Anomalies, a path of strange cultivation that conflicts strongly with the Upper Profound Mystical method. Should you cultivate according to its instructions, you will undoubtedly meet a fatal end. Thus, it is best to destroy such a thing.
As soon as Xianjinzi's words fell, Mu Tianxin rose, saying, "You could have mentioned this sooner."
Since it is a method of strange cultivation, the Upper Profound Sect is not without disciples who practice such techniques. Realizing the waste of resources, he mused that had he known earlier that the cloud writing technique was a method of strange cultivation, he could have imparted it to the players within the Upper Profound Sect who practiced such arts. After all, the Upper Profound Sect prided itself on its inclusivity, embracing all manner of practitioners, be they demonic, strange, or otherwise. Excess is as detrimental as deficiency. That elusive princess will have her opportunities to learn. Xianjinzi suddenly awakened, yet his ingrained perception of the strange remained unchanged, still viewing it with disdain. However, upon considering Rinshushu's query, he visibly paused, stubbornly asserting his stance. Chapter 79. Young Master, it is time for your medicine too.
0 in the woods outside Yunfeng City.
It must be GM who pocketed all the money. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how such a substantial sum could be discreetly withdrawn. Those with power would disdain such trivial wealth, while those without it, you understand.
Zhou Xian's head throbbed.
That immense fortune, if shared among us, could yield at least a dozen spirit stones, propelling my cultivation to new heights, but now, not a single coin has been acquired. It feels as though we played for naught. Rinshushu, unfazed, wore a nonchalant expression as he hoisted the RPG, aiming it at a distant rocky hill. He ignited the fuse, and with a whoosh, the rocket soared, trailing a plume of white smoke as it sped away.
Boom!
A thunderous explosion reverberated, causing the mountain to tremble slightly. From now on, when dealing with NPCs, we shall employ this contraption. Obliterating them like this is far more exhilarating than engaging in a melee. No wonder the pinnacle of immortality holds such affection for it.
Rinshushu caressed the RPG, unable to part with it.
In the realm of reality, such a device was unattainable, yet within this game, Zhou had accomplished much, although the ammunition was limited. In Yuangu City, Jiao Wenyuan was wholeheartedly focused on industrial development, resolutely determined to transform Yuangu City into a modern metropolis balancing economy and industry. The production of steel and iron, along with RPG shells, surged dramatically. This device is meant to contend with ordinary chi cultivators. However, once an opponent reaches the golden core stage, the power of an RPG is utterly incapable of affecting them in the slightest. Zhou Xian, who was ahead in his cultivation, possessed a profound understanding of the efficacy of firearms versus the prowess of chi cultivators. While the RPG's might was considerable, it was only effective against common practitioners. Should it confront a foundation establishment cultivator with any semblance of strength, the RPG would be rendered ineffective. If only we could produce Dongfeng missiles and deploy a satellite for tracking and strikes. As Rinshushu's words fell, Zhou Xian could not help but roll his eyes. Even Dongfeng would struggle against. Well, I suppose I cannot be certain. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Xian confessed his lack of enthusiasm for firearms. In his eyes, magical artifacts were paramount. Acquiring a treasured item would be even more desirable.
Yuangu City. At long last, you've awakened. I feared you would never regain consciousness.
Jiao Wenyuan gazed at the now conscious Yu Xian, releasing a sigh of relief as his anxious heart settled.
What has happened to me? I felt as though I was transported to an exceedingly peculiar realm, unable to open my eyes or log off, left to lie here. What is the situation?
As Yu Xian attempted to raise his hand to rub his aching body, he found his arm unresponsive, as though it were beyond his control.
What else could it be?
You used that peculiar hairpin and pierced through the leader of the Thunderbolt sect in one go. Your true energy and blood vitality have been completely siphoned, leaving you with only two choices. Die and resurrect, regaining half your state, or simply endure. Jiao Wenyuan sighed. He visited Yu Xian daily to monitor his condition, for this was the first encounter of a player with such a predicament, offering significant educational value. Ouch, ouch, ouch! The slightest movement sent waves of pain throughout Yu Xian's body, rendering even a simple roll impossible.
At that moment, aside from his mouth and eyes, all else felt utterly immobilized. Ah, you're awake, you see, you can't die, nor can you log off. How uncomfortable that must be.
Upon entering the room, Zhao Su approached Yu Xian with a teasing tone.
Where is that someone? Ji Ruyu?
Yu Xian's heart quivered. After this ordeal, the purple hairpin and the spatial ring that could only be accessed at the nascent soul stage filled him with curiosity about Ji Ruyu.
I saw her this morning. She should be within the city. Why, do you wish to see her?
Zhao Su chuckled lightly. Why Yu Xian opened his mouth to speak, but his throat constricted, and after a moment's hesitation, he remained silent. Zhao Su, with his investigative background, easily discerned Yu Xian's subtle movements. A smirk played upon his lips as he remarked, You want to tell me that Ji Ruyu is the same NPC you sent away after our heist that night?
How do you know that? Yu Xian's expression darkened.
He was certain that on that night, only a handful had encountered Ji Ruyu, and among the players in Yuangu City, they were quite sparse.
Please, it was mentioned by Jiko.
He met Ji Ruyu initially. When we learned of her identity, everyone feared her retaliation. Before Zhao Su could finish, an agitated Yu Xian grasped his arm. Did you harm her?
Rest assured, we are not murderers.
The previous incident was merely an accident, and we have clarified everything. She said the spirit stones were a gift to us, and whatever happened in the past is now behind us. Zhao Su chuckled lightly. Though he felt something was amiss, he did not dwell on it. The underlying reason remained that players could resurrect. While death was not a trivial matter, the threat of it was not as daunting. Jiao Wenyuan furrowed his brow, perplexed.
This does not add up.
The items we stole that night could purchase the entirety of Yuangu City. Even if we turned the city upside down, we could not unearth such a fortune in spirit stones.
She simply claimed it was a gift, said she didn't want it, and it was gone? Do you not find this rather grandiose? Jiao Wenyuan's mind raced, striving to pinpoint the inconsistency, though he could not grasp it at that moment.
In truth, there are only two possibilities. Either Ji Ruyu is an extraordinarily wealthy heiress who looks down upon such trifles, perhaps considering that paltry amount mere pocket change in her daily life, or she is deceiving us. However, you mentioned that should Ji Ruyu be killed, all players would find themselves pursued by a boss, facing a cycle of death and resurrection.
The 8 families and 4 sects.
The Ji family, Yang family, Ying family, Li family, Yuan family, Chai family, Zhu family, and Lu family. Ji Ruyu hails from the Ji family, the strongest clan in the entire game, and within this framework, the Supreme Xian sect stands as the pinnacle of strength. Zhao Su took a deep breath, sharing the information he had gleaned from Rin Shushu in one breath.
Jiao Wenyuan and Yu Xian stared wide-eyed at Zhao Su. How do you know so much? Yu Di informed me. How does he know?
I do not know. The three of them stood around the bedside, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Suddenly, Ji Ruyu pushed open the door and entered. I just brewed some medicinal soup. It will greatly aid in restoring your spiritual energy. Young master, it is time for your medicine.
Chapter 80. Physical exorcism. I can manage on my own.
Yu Xian quickly signaled with his eyes as Zhao Su, standing nearby, shook his head and gazed outside, saying, The scenery in the mortal realm is quite lovely today.
Let us venture to the back mountain to test the new eastern peak of the Immortal.
Jiao Wenyuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon a thought crossed his mind. He gently pressed on Yu Xian's restless heart and whispered, Take care of yourself.
With that, the two turned and departed from the room, leaving Ji Ruyu in a state of bewilderment. She glanced around and asked in confusion, What are those two being so secretive about?
Really, I can handle this myself. Yu Xian struggled to lean against the headboard, attempting to snatch the bowl of soup from Ji Ruyu's hands, but with his spirit already diminished, he possessed no strength whatsoever. Young master, you saved me once, and I have saved you in return.
We are even now, however. I did not expect that the Phoenix hairpin would leave you with such serious sequelae. Observing Yu Xian's struggles, Ji Ruyue sighed. Her magical artifact had never been wielded by a practitioner before, and she had never anticipated such dire consequences. Had Yu Xian not been a player, he would have surely faced true death by now. I still want to thank you. After contemplating for a long time, Yu Xian hesitantly asked, could you share your story with me? You wish to hear it? Ji Ruyue replied, puzzled. Nodding vigorously, Yu Xian thought of the countless games he had played, yet very few had truly engaged him with their narratives. However, this Ji Ruyue before him had shattered that norm, or rather, it was the peculiar and uncertain narrative of this game that had done so. I refuse to tell you, Ji Ruyue chuckled lightly, setting down the soup bowl as she stood. If you truly wish to know, then you must diligently cultivate. Only when you are able to unlock the storage ring will you be privy to my tale. Turning away, Ji Ruyue gracefully exited the room, leaving Yu Xian alone on the bed, his expression melancholic as he lamented, does that mean I must attain the nascent soul stage to learn her story? Damn it, I understand now. It must be that my abilities are too feeble for me to deserve knowing her story, that this damned planner must have a brain full of nonsense, but yet, why do I suddenly feel a surge of motivation to cultivate? At the Upper Xian sect. In the back courtyard, Mu Tianqian, seated in meditation, slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his chest rising and falling as beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. Is this of the foundation establishment? Wiping the sweat from his face, he reflected on the 20 years of preparation that had led to this moment, an accumulation of effort that finally bore fruit. He had succeeded in establishing his foundation, extending his lifespan to a remarkable 150 years. Foundation establishment cultivators, regardless of their realm, typically enjoyed a lifespan of 250 years. With the golden core, that increased by another 250 years, and upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one could add 500 years each major realm breakthrough, effectively doubling one's lifespan. Upper Xian mysterious law, summon lightning. A deafening roar echoed as thunder struck, splitting the massive stones on the mountain in two. The dark outer layer of the stone seemed to convey their inner sorrow. You've broken through, so what? Why take delight in my suffering? If you wish to summon lightning, then let it strike me. You really are insufferably arrogant. Unaware of the stone's inner turmoil, Mu Tianqian rose, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and noted that it had been a full 3 months since the first batch of players had entered the game, during which he had secluded himself for half a month to break through to the foundation establishment stage. System, open the personal panel for the GM. What is the point of being an NPC? Ever since players began addressing him as GM, Mu Tianqian felt that being a GM was certainly more worthwhile than being an NPC. At the very least, players would behave more cautiously in his presence, refraining from prancing about in their undergarments. Yet, one must not romanticize players too much. If it weren't for the system's restrictions preventing the removal of undergarments, he was certain someone would expose themselves in public. Host. Mu Tianqian, headmaster of Upper Xian sect, realm of foundation establishment, first layer sect level 1, number of sect disciples 100, disciple online rate 75, sect combat power 147, 524, sect promotion task, number of disciples, a criteria met, disciple cultivation, G refining criteria met. Disciple cultivation, foundation establishment. Criteria not met. Sect reputation and criteria met. The personal panel that appeared before Mu Tianqian was filled with information regarding the sect, while his own data was reduced to a mere 2 categories. Name and strength. Foundation establishment, 3rd layer. According to the current progress of the players, I should still need. Just as Mu Tianqian pondered, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the sky, landing directly in front of the Upper Xian sect's heavenly peak, radiating a celestial glow as if a divine portent had arrived. Staring at the direction of the descending light, Mu Tianqian stood frozen, perplexed. What in the world is this? Senior brother, something has happened, a major incident. Ruan Qing's anxious voice conveyed the gravity of the situation that exceeded all imagination. Speak quickly. In the mine. While everyone was still mining, a shadow suddenly flitted by, startling the female players into screams. Wang Dana, who was seated cross-legged in the center of the mine, engrossed in his cultivation, was awakened by the commotion. Confused, he glanced around, only to be met with the terrifying visage of a ghastly apparition before him. Roar the malevolent spirit let out a roar, prompting the female players to abandon their tools and flee for their lives in utter chaos. Li Tianjun, with a flick of his wrist, summoned 2 daggers, exclaiming angrily, who dares to disturb the peace of Upper Xian sect? The malevolent spirit stared at Li Tianjun with a look of incredulity, its mouth, split to the back of its head, curling into a sinister grin that would surely haunt the dreams of the fleeing female players. Just as the spirit prepared to charge at Li Tianjun, a massive hand suddenly grasped its ankle,
pulling it back with force. With a thunderous crash, the spirit was hurled to the ground. I, the Buddha, am merciful.
The heavens possess the virtue of nurturing life, how can you indulge in slaughter? Wang Dana observed the spirit, now dazed and disoriented on the ground, with hands clasped together, softly reciting a Buddhist chant. What nonsense about Buddha! Today, I intend to feast heartily. If you dare to obstruct me and leave me hungry, I shall starve to death. Should I perish, what becomes of your so-called virtue of nurturing life? The malevolent spirit retorted angrily, struggling to rise and prepare for another attack, only to find Wang Dana had inexplicably drawn a mountain-cleaving axe, aiming it directly at the spirit's face. Amit Ba. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Wang Dana felt that the spirit's words held a semblance of truth. Unable to argue, he decided against it. If the spirit could not be salvaged by the Buddha's teachings, then it must be physically exorcised. The mountain-cleaving axe wielded immense power. As Wang Dana drew upon his qi, attaining the fourth layer of qi refinement, the axe's might was further enhanced. Consider this, as a mortal, he could wield the axe to instill fear in the spirits and specters of the heavenly peak. How much more so against the malevolent spirit before him, whose power, though considerable, paled in comparison to Wang Dana's Buddhist nature and the axe's sharpness. Observing the spirit disintegrate, Wang Dana's forehead throbbed with veins, his hands still clasped together as he muttered incantations, seemingly exorcising the spirit. Yet in this game, there was no underworld or hell. How could one perform an exorcism? How many have I dealt with now? Wang Dana sighed, watching the vanishing spirit, and inquired aloud.
Exactly 720, Li Tianjun replied, holding a small booklet. The number of malevolent spirits exorcised through physical means had exceeded 700, though in truth, only a few had been amenable to Wang Dana's Buddhist influence, for they remained oblivious to the concept of Buddha and its significance. Were it not for Wang Dana's appearance, this world would likely never have known of Buddha. I shall return to Heavenly Peak now. Lately, I have sensed my realm loosening, yet my experience is still lacking. I wonder if I can break through insight like an NPC. Chapter 81 Attaining Buddhahood. The Bodhi tree is fundamentally non-existent. The bright mirror is likewise not a platform. Originally, there is nothing at all. Where then could one be stained by dust? Within the grand hall of the upper Xuanzone, Wang Dana murmured incantations. Suddenly, a beam of golden light descended, enveloping him completely in an instant.
Wait, has he truly attained Buddhahood?
Mu Tianqian felt a jolt in his heart. He realized that he had overlooked this occurrence in the backyard earlier, and now, it was too late to react. However, this time, as the golden light fell, the ground erupted with golden lotuses, and the celestial sounds reverberated like thunder, rolling forth mightily.
Senior brother, what is a Buddha? Ruanqing gazed at Mu Tianqian in confusion.
What exactly is a Buddha? How does one attain Buddhahood? Although his own power was lacking, he could still perceive Wang Dana's cultivation skyrocketing. It was visibly evident as his hair began to cascade like autumn leaves in the wind. With each beam of golden light that fell, a strand of his worries was whisked away. Well, I can't really say, just observe, he replied, shaking his head. In this world, there was no existence of Buddhas, nor disciples of the Buddha. Now, Wang Dana had unprecedentedly become a Buddha, seemingly catching the attention of the heavenly Tao, showering him with immense merit. When Wang Dana had shed all 3,000 strands of worries, and the golden light dissipated, the golden lotus vanished, he rose, facing Mu Tianqian with his palms together in reverence, bowing as he said, Grand Master, I wish to venture outside. The spirits and phantoms ought to reincarnate, yet the 6 realms of reincarnation do not exist, nor is there a realm of the underworld. I wish to attempt reopening the gates of the underworld, so that the phantoms of this world may be reborn anew, escaping the endless suffering of the abyss.
Wang Dana performed a deep bow.
Upon hearing this, Mu Tianqian nodded. When you go out, do not forget to declare that you are a disciple of the upper Xuanzone. Should you encounter danger or hardship, you may return at any time. One must tread their own path. It is often said that players possess an unparalleled creativity, achieving feats beyond the set parameters. In a world devoid of Buddhas, a being recognized by the heavens as a Buddha emerged. In a realm without the 6 realms of reincarnation, an attempt was made to establish them.
Yunfeng City. What, the widow has become a monk?
In the inn, the usually well-informed Qingmei stared wide-eyed, listening to Lin Jiao recount the events at the upper Xuanzone, feeling utterly incredulous. I wonder if the name widow suits him now. Xian Yuanjing laughed heartily. To storm a widow's village and become a monk. Is a monk now going to raid a widow's village, at night, no less? But while such names often appear in games, even with stark contrasts, in this game world, there is clearly no monk profession. Who knows? However, I heard that once one becomes a monk, they can no longer marry or have children. Lin Jiao murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Qingmei's rebellious spirit flared. Nonsense, that monk is known for frequenting bars and nightclubs.
I even heard a temple is about to go public. What does marrying and having children matter? Just as the group was bickering, a figure walked into the inn. They all turned to look, eyes widening. Xian Yuanjing stepped forward, approaching Wang Dana, asking, "Widow, what happened to your hair?" Xiao family manner.
Master, that disciple from the upper Xuanzong has been increasingly disobedient. He must not be old Wang, the dog butcher, wore a grave expression. The thought of Zhou Xian's recent insubordination, neglecting assigned tasks while daily devising ways to extract resources from them, weighed heavily on him. Look at him, he is merely at the qi refinement stage, akin to an ant. Even if we wish for him to do something, he must at least possess the golden core stage of cultivation. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Tianzi Peak. Last time, all the disciples from Tianzi Peak left. I intended to capture them all in one fell swoop. I never anticipated that my current cultivation would be unable to surpass the restrictions imposed by the upper Xuanzong. I must procure the purple gold gourd swiftly once the restrictions are lifted. If they dare descend the mountain again. Xiao Sanya's expression darkened. Had it not been for the upper Xuanzong's prohibitions on their demon clan, he would have succeeded during the last descent of Mu Tianqian and the others. If only he could eradicate the upper Xuanzong entirely, that in a few hundred years, their spiritual essence would dissipate completely. However, the purple gold gourd has always been in the hands of that Zuanzenzi, and his strength. Old Wang sighed, feeling overwhelmed at the mere thought of Zuanzenzi, as if faced with an insurmountable mountain.
Have Zhou Xian think of a way.
Tell him that if he can obtain the purple gold gourd, I shall share the essence of Canghao with him. Xiao Sanya's face was ashen with rage. He hated that if his ancestors had not signed a contract with the upper Xuanzong, he would not be plagued by such troubles today. Old Wang bowed and said, I shall attend to this matter at once. Yunfeng City. Upon receiving news from Xiao Sanyi, Zhou Xian sprang to his feet. Next to him, Ren Shushu inquired, what happened?
What major event has you so astonished?
Well, Xiao Sanyi said he wants to share the essence of Canghao with me. However, his condition is that I must obtain the purple gold gourd from Zuanzenzi. Is that something I can acquire? Damn it, he really poses a difficult challenge. Zhou Xian replied heavily. The purple gold gourd had long been in Zuanzenzi's possession, and every player knew of its formidable power.
Yet, attempting to procure it from Zuanzenzi was akin to scaling the heavens. Wasn't his previous objective for you to assist in seeking the essence of Canghao from the dizzy peak? Why has it transformed into the purple gold gourd? Could it be that something is hidden within that gourd, or perhaps, before Ren Shushu could finish, the spirit of song within him suddenly awoke, roaring, it is him. It must be him. He has captured my brother's essence and sealed it within the gourd. It has to be this way. Recalling the dizzy peak, the essence of Canghao had suddenly vanished.
They had safely resided there for centuries, and just as they discovered the essence, it disappeared without a trace. It seemed that only Zuanzenzi could stealthily infiltrate the dizzy peak and extract Canghao's essence without alerting anyone. Chapter 82 Zhou Xian's departure from the Shangxian sect.
NPC, could you please pause for a moment?
It had been 3 days since Zhou Xian returned to the Shangxian sect, and despite pondering for an extended period, he had yet to devise a suitable approach. As he wandered into the back courtyard, he unexpectedly encountered Xianzhenzi, who was leisurely strolling with a wine gourd in hand. He sprang forth and called out loudly. Xianzhenzi halted his steps, turned to look at Zhou Xian, and inquired, Youngster, what brings you to disturb this old Taoist? Well, it appears there is nothing of consequence.
No, wait, I do have something to discuss. Zhou Xian's thoughts were in turmoil, and his words shifted rapidly. Xianzhenzi raised an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. Oh?
Youngster, what is it? Speak your mind.
I have only recently entered the game and am still unaware of many matters. As you are the venerable elder of the Shangxian sect, possessing vast knowledge, might you enlighten me?
Zhou Xian swallowed hard, confronting Xianzhenzi directly, feeling an immense pressure. Although this old fellow appeared harmless and amiable, Zhou Xian understood all too well that he was far more astute than he seemed. The Shangxian sect remained standing, not thoroughly purged by other great sects or families, not merely due to the lingering spirit of ancient powers, but also because of this cunning old man. Seated upon a large stone, Xianzhenzi took a swig from his wine gourd, his cheeks flushing as if he were indulging in intoxication. He sat cross-legged and said, If you have something to ask, do so directly. You are too calculating for your own good, it may lead to your own detriment. Zhou Xian, who had been poised to inquire, froze at Xianzhenzi's latter statement. After a moment's pause, he resolutely nodded and replied, As for whether it will bring harm to me, I shall leave that worry to you. What I wish to know is why the Shangxian sect has fallen to such a state, what transpired in the past. And your purple gold gourd, does it have any connection to the demon clan? Zhou Xian unleashed a barrage of questions from his heart. He certainly did not expect Xianzhenzi to divulge everything truthfully, he merely sought to ascertain the connection between the purple gold gourd and the demon clan. That would suffice. Ultimately, the task assigned by Old Master Qiao, although it was optional, Zhou Xian found himself navigating precariously between two factions, striving to maximize his interests. Those matters are but 1,000 years past. Why dwell on them? The specifics of that era are still under investigation by this old Taoist, and yet I have found no leads. However, there are clues pointing towards the Ji family. Perhaps Canghao's self-detonation within the Shangxian sect was tacitly supported by the 4 great sects and 8 prominent families. As for this purple gold gourd, that tale is long and intricate. It is. Xian Jinzi's tone was tranquil, yet abruptly halted mid-sentence. Zhou Xian, his ears perked up in anticipation of an answer, felt a jolt of anxiety as he exclaimed, "What is it?" "Youngster, you are exhibiting signs of profound unease." "What is it? Has your demon clan friend set his sights on this old Taoist's purple gold gourd? Is he urging you to steal it?" Xian Jinzi's eyes sparkled with insight, as though he had pierced through Zhou Xian's thoughts. Yet, upon hearing Xian Jinzi's words, Zhou Xian was visibly taken aback. Stealing was an act he would certainly not dare to undertake, but what would the GM's response be if he truly attempted such a thing? However, Zhou Xian's curiosity regarding the purple gold gourd was thoroughly piqued, for it inspired such trepidation in Old Master Qiao. Clearly, it was not a simple artifact. "Esteemed elder, was it you who took the essence of the enigmatic Lord of the Earth character peak?" Zhou Xian, noticing Xian Jinzi's silence on the matter of the purple gold gourd, shifted the topic to Canghao's essence. "Youngster, your inquiry is intriguing. Who removed it remains a mystery, is it not?" Xian Jinzi, with keen insight, gestured, and from the depths of Zhou Xian's brow, a small flag slowly emerged, landing in Xian Jinzi's hand and instantly transforming into the 10,000 Souls banner. As his true chi surged, he gave it a gentle shake, causing the banner to resonate with the anguished wails of countless spirits, a sound so haunting that it could bring tears to the eyes of any listener. Fortunately, Zhou Xian possessed a steadfast heart. Faced with such disquieting sounds, he felt no discomfort. He bowed deeply and said, "Esteemed elder, I would not dare to seize your possessions. You must not take what belongs to me." As he reached out to grasp it, he saw Xian Jinzi vanish in a flash, appearing behind Zhou Xian and interrupting, "Youngster, the essence of the enigmatic lord is the source of all evil in this world. That small demon seed seeks to devour its Canghao's essence, yet he fails to consider how a mere demon cultivator at the integration stage could possibly consume the essence of a true immortal. Even if he succeeded, how could his tiny nascent soul ever master the true immortal's divine spirit? Ultimately, he would merely be stitching a garment for another." Xian Jinzi's tone was grave, as if he had revealed much, yet also nothing at all. As Zhou Xian appeared lost in confusion, but within, he understood all too well, bowing once more. "If you could seal Princess Songling within the body of the Crown Prince, might you? Impossible. Songling's power is but a millionth of her brother's, you must tread carefully." Xian Jinzi cast the 10,000 Souls banner to Zhou Xian and swiftly departed. Left alone, Zhou Xian stood in disarray, gazing at the spot where Xian Jinzi had stood before his departure, gripping the 10,000 Souls banner. Taking a deep breath, he mused, "As long as I grow strong enough, everything else will merely serve as stepping stones. If I remain within the Shangxian sect, I fear I will eventually face exposure. Old Master Qiao will likely continue to pester me. It might be better to leave this place. After all, I possess cultivation techniques and a certain level of power. This 10,000 Souls banner, combined with the sun-shielding net, should suffice to handle many dangers." As he calculated silently, Zhou Xian faced the courtyard of Xian Jinzi, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance." "He has descended the mountain?" In the grand hall, Mu Tianqian inquired upon hearing Xian Jinzi's account. "His path does not lie here. Remaining on the mountain serves no beneficial purpose. Such a person possesses excessive ambition and deep thoughts. It is better to let him venture outside and endure trials. Perhaps he may yet achieve great things in the future." Xian Jinzi peeled an orange, his expression calm. He had been observing Zhou Xian for quite some time. Ever since Zhou Xian had emerged from the crowd, he had remained on Xian Jinzi's watchlist. Although he later learned that these disciples hailed from other worlds and would not truly perish, his interest in Zhou Xian, the demon cultivator, remained exceedingly high. "Master Uncle, is there a way to cleanse that Qiao village? It feels as though this situation cannot persist. If that day were to come, as the saying goes, it is not the thief's intention that one fears, but rather the thief's fixation. There is a reason why one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Mu Tianqian had long been aware of Qiao village's true nature. Since discovering that Old Master Qiao was, in fact, the demon lord lurking beneath the mountain, his desire to eliminate them grew stronger with each passing day. After all, once players began to explore, they would inevitably encounter Qiao village. Facing a formidable boss right after leaving the novice village would severely dampen players' enthusiasm. Well, that is quite a troublesome matter. Chapter 83, The Struggle of Fate, Divergent Paths, Unyielding Alliances. In Yunfeng City, a group of players gathered in the bustling commercial district. These trees have all been felled from the dizzy peak. Just look at this timber, it's large and robust, observe how orderly and sturdy it is, using it for beams will undoubtedly be an excellent choice. As they engaged in their enterprise, a colossal caravan began to navigate the streets and alleys of Yunfeng City. Their singular objective was to peddle lumber. This substantial timber served as the finest building material. However, Dizzy Peak was vast, and despite days of relentless logging by players, only a small area had been cleared. The towering piles of wood seemed wasteful to discard, and even more so to burn. We truly cannot accept any more. The funds on our account barely suffice to complete the commercial district, and since you began felling trees at Dizzy Peak, the price of lumber in all of Yunfeng City has plummeted. The Su family is on the verge of bankruptcy, their raw materials business is being squeezed by you all. Why not send this lumber to Yuengu City? They've been continuously purchasing, and with all the construction underway, they must require a great deal of materials, Su Jing interjected, halting the players intent on delivering wood to the commercial site. The sheer volume was overwhelming, even too much for Wang Chong to manage. Meanwhile, construction of the commercial district was still fervently underway, and with the current timeline, it would take at least 3 more months before it could open, which would entail a significant additional investment. Su Jing, burdened with the accounts, felt as though his head might explode. Who doesn't know that Yuengu City is buying, but the journey from here to there takes at least 3 days, and the transportation costs for such a large quantity of wood would be exorbitant, Chu Yutao lamented, feeling equally trapped as he had no profitable avenues and could only hope to benefit from the commercial project. Fortunately, the teleportation array between Yunfeng City and Shangshuanzong allowed players to harvest trees from the mountains and transport them en masse. They could still earn a modest income, but now that the commercial district had no further need for lumber, their livelihoods were in jeopardy. They spent 1/3 of their earnings on in-game expenses, while 2/3 were sold back to young Master Wang, a constant cycle of profit. Take it all, every last piece. From now on, whatever lumber you have, we will accept without reservation, declared Wang Chong, who had just returned from the construction site, his helmet still in place. Is that feasible, Wang? Accepting this much lumber, what if it overwhelms us later? Su Jing fretted, observing the jubilant players pushing wheelbarrows filled with timber into the site. If this continued, the commercial district might need to pivot to the lumber trade. But with the 8 great peaks of Shangshuanzong and nearly 1,000 smaller hills, once the timber supply was established, even if Wang Chong exhausted his fortune, it would be insufficient to meet the demand. What is there to worry about? This timber is the finest from Dizzy Peak. It cannot be found elsewhere and is available at a lower price. Surely, you don't think this game is limited to just Yunfeng City and Yuengu City? In the future, our commercial district will span the entire game world, with at least one in every city. For now, let us stock up. If we cannot commence construction in Yuengu City soon, we can transform this lumber into solid wood furniture. We won't suffer any losses. Wang Chong remained composed. The initial investment in Yunfeng City was merely a few thousand coins. Given the current situation, the future commercial district would require only 2,000, although he was still uncertain of the total number of cities within the game. Keep an eye out for enumerate NPC. Once we open in 3 months, our first venture will involve currency exchange. We must convert gold and silver into spirit stones. Additionally, consider how we might establish a bank to facilitate savings and loans, then speculate on real estate. Let's set a modest initial goal, to have the entire populace of Yunfeng City burdened with mortgages. Wang Chong wore a smile. Despite numerous obstacles, the overall trajectory seemed promising, and his primary focus remained within Yunfeng City. Mortgages? Goodness, you truly are a capitalist, Su Jing exclaimed, his head spinning at the mention of such a familiar term. To the east of Yuengu City, in a small mountain village, Li Tianjun, Wang Dan, and Xiaoko had just arrived at the village's outskirts. Xiaoko wrinkled her nose and remarked, "What a dreadful stench, could it be a sewage ditch? I've never encountered such a foul odor in my life, it's worse than the aura of beauty." Covering her mouth and nose, she displayed her distaste. Li Tianjun also shielded his nose, shaking his head in silence. Only Wang Dan, with a vigorous sniff, furrowed his brow and mused, "Why does it smell like decomposing flesh?" "Boss, you recognize the scent of decay?" As soon as Li Tianjun spoke, the noxious odor invaded his mouth, prompting him to retch uncontrollably. "Forgotten? I've just come from the battlefield," Wang Dan replied. Before he could finish, Xiaoko whispered, "Even if it is the stench of decay, it shouldn't be this unbearable, it's beyond comprehension." Goodness, could it be that the entire village has perished? Li Tianjun gasped, retching as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Dan was already convinced. He leapt towards the village. In mere bounds, the 5th-level Qi cultivator reached the village at astonishing speed, only to find a scene of carnage. Bodies lay strewn about, a veritable field of death, with the blood-soaked ground revealing a true river of blood. The stench of decay from the corpses did not faze Wang Dan in the slightest. Gazing at the lifeless bodies, he noticed flies buzzing overhead, and looking skyward, the cries of vultures and crows sent a chill down his spine. Amitba, he chanted, palms pressed together. Soon, he opened his eyes, employing his keen vision to observe the events that had transpired in the village. A masked figure had appeared outside the village, casting a colossal net that obscured the sky, wielding a banner that emitted tendrils of black mist, swiftly leading to the demise of the villagers.
Obscuring day net, 10,000 souls banner? This configuration, a centipede's nemesis?
Wang Dan's eyes had transformed since the descent of divine merit, granting him the ability to see through all illusions, untroubled by malevolent spirits, able to traverse the river of time to witness events occurring within a 50-year span. Yet, he could only observe, unable to alter what had already transpired. As for the void beyond the river of time, it remained shrouded in darkness, impenetrable to his gaze.
How could he? Wang Dan inhaled sharply, the foul odor filling his nostrils.
In a daze, he looked around, finding himself in an expansive emptiness. With 2 fingers of his right hand pressed together, he traced an arc before his eyes, golden light flickering as he surveyed his surroundings, yet he found nothing of significance. He has collected the souls of these villagers, the 10,000 souls banner. He seeks to cultivate the souls of ordinary people to nourish his 10,000 souls banner. Can players in the game truly be this ruthless? Wang Dan felt as if his molars had shattered. Ugh! The retching sounds of Li Tianjun and Xiaoku interrupted his thoughts.
Brother, they're all dead? What in the world happened? This place isn't haunted, is it?
Xiaoku looked around, her expression forlorn. Had it not been for Wang Dan's desire to descend the mountain to enlighten the world, she would never have made the journey. Yet, upon reaching the ground, she was met with such a horrifying scene. A village of nearly 1,000 souls, utterly annihilated. The expressions on their faces twisted in eternal agony indicated they had undoubtedly suffered unimaginable torment in life.
It is the centipede's nemesis.
He has slain the villagers and captured their souls within the 10,000 souls banner. We must stop him.